Chapter 124. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 consecutive moon blades the size of wash basins drew a deep blue arc in the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, 16 to 17 jade-eye stone monkeys died on the spot. The stone monkey group chasing Fang Yuan was immediately halved. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not retreating but raised his right palm again, striking the air 3 times. Another 3 moon blades crashed straight into the group of stone monkeys. Wherever they went, the stone monkeys toppled over. The stone monkey corpses fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of rubble. The eyeballs that had turned into jade pearls also rolled on the red ground. Fang Yuan checked his aperture, and found that there was still more than half of the dark red primeval essence left. The Moonglow Gu's moonblade required 10% of light red primeval essence to activate. If Fang Yuan was at rank 2 initial stage, he could only activate it 4 times in a row. At middle stage it would increase to 8 times. At upper stage the number would double again, rising to 16. Although Fang Yuan had not reached rank 2 upper stage with the 4 flavor liquor worms refined upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered a pseudo upper stage, and his battle strength rose sharply. Originally he had to fight and retreat when he was chased by 70 to 80 stone monkeys, but now he could kill most of them with just the moonblade attacks. Only a dozen or so of them would escape at the sight of him. It's only been 2 days and I've already broken through 3 stone pillars. This speed is several times faster than before. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the middle of the stone forest in a month and a half. Fang Yuan thought to himself. According to the flower wine monk's arrangement, the cave in the middle of the stone forest should be the next checkpoint. Before the checkpoint, there is a high chance of planting the earth treasury flower goo. But at this stage, the flower wine monk's strength inheritance should be almost complete. After all, he is heavily injured and his condition is not good, so he hastily set up this inheritance. Most likely there will only be 1 or 2 more checkpoints in the future. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan thought of the image wall, the flower wine monk's blood-soaked and dying scene, and made this judgment. The time that the flower wine monk had left behind this inheritance was too short, so he couldn't do more. But this was just a special case of inheritance. Actually, normal inheritances needed to be designed and arranged by goo masters over a long period of time. Some of them were grand in scale, while others only opened once every decade or so. In the process of inheritance there was more than one location. Instead, it was divided into several locations that were scattered all over the world. The distance between each location could be the ends of the earth. For those who wanted to inherit this inheritance, they would have to go through decades of exploration and all kinds of tests. Some inheritances, a goo master might not be able to successfully explore them in their lifetime. They would often leave this unfinished business to their descendants. The flower wine monk's inheritance is classified as a miniature inheritance. It has one flaw, which is that the inheritance is relatively rare. However, there was also an advantage to this, which was that the levels set up by the characters were usually based on the local conditions, so they were relatively simple. From this inheritance, I obtained the white boar goo, jade skin goo and liquor worm. Stealth rock goo could barely be counted as one. All that was left was probably 1 or 2 more Xidigarba flowers. Hopefully, among the remaining goo worms, there are scouting type or movement type goo worms. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. Early winter, the first snow. The sky was gloomy and snow fluttered down, falling on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan walked alone in the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the rock crack, and was now rushing back to the village. Looking at the time, it has already been 2 months. But my progress in clearing the stone forest has not been good. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with gloom. It was not that he did not want to work hard, but the prelude to the wolf tide had already begun. In winter, food was scarce in the cold wind. The growing wolf pack began to hunt on a large scale in order to gather more food to fill their stomachs. This caused the wild beasts around the wolf nest to be purged. Chaotic small-scale beast tides occurred frequently, and at the same time, there was also the crippled wolf tide. These crippled wolves were all eliminated by the wolf nest. To survive, they formed groups and began to show themselves around the village, frequently moving about. Although they had not reached the stage of attacking the village, the mortal hunters no longer dared to go hunting in the mountains. At the same time, there were villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Guyue village mobilized a large number of goo masters to carry out the purge. This way there were more people coming and going, and among them were many scouting goo masters. This made Fang Yuan wisely reduce the number of times he went to the secret cave in the rock crack. This way there was no doubt that the advancement of the stone forest had greatly decreased. The howling cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the snowfall was also getting heavier. Roar! Low roars of beasts could be heard amidst the wind and snow. Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks, vigilantly looking around. A small-scale crippled wolf pack, about 20 lightning wolves, quickly appeared in his vision. Again? Fang Yuan mumbled. This was the 8th time he had met them this month. But this time it was different. So close to the village there are already wolf packs moving around. Looks like the clan's Gu masters will attack more frequently. The secret cave in the rock crack is not far. Looks like I can't go there for the next few days. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The journey was difficult. There would always be some wind and snow in this world, stopping people from moving forward. Gu Master Jinren walked elegantly. The wolf pack quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Roar roar roar. They growled and pounced towards Fang Yuan. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan's heart moved and a moonblade flew out. The eerie blue moonblade split the wind and snow, hitting the crippled wolves consecutively. 3 were killed in an instant, and when it reached the 4th, the crippled wolf suddenly rolled on the ground, cunningly dodging the moonblade. These crippled wolves, although most of them were missing arms or legs, or were blind or missing a tail, they had rich battle experience and were extremely cunning. If a normal rank 2 middle stage Gu master met with such a pack of crippled wolves, especially after being surrounded by them, his life would be in grave danger. But Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. His rich battle experience and the high-level dark red primeval essence refined by the 4-flavor liquor worm were his trump cards. Kill kill kill. Under the siege of the crippled wolves, he agilely moved, calmly dodged and decisively attacked. One by one the crippled wolves died in his hands. Soon the number of lightning wolves in the crippled wolf pack was reduced by half. Howl. An alpha wolf let out a mournful howl, and the wolf pack immediately stopped attacking and started to retreat. This was the craftiness of the crippled wolves. Once they realized that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack, they decisively retreated, giving up on the idea of hunting Fang Yuan. These old wolves, sick wolves, injured wolves, although they did not have perfect bodies, but to be able to survive until today they had a set of survival wisdom. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, quietly watching the crippled wolf pack disappear into the wind and snow. His strength, if he could not expose it, he would not expose it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, Fang Yuan squatted down and hurriedly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, wolf teeth and so on were all valuable. Although the market price was relatively low, but there was a lot of them. In these 2 months, Fang Yuan eradicated the crippled wolves, and relied on the spoils of war to earn a small sum of money. On the snow, the blood that flowed out of the wolf corpses was still warm. With the crippled wolves, although they had fallen to the ground, they were not completely dead, and there was still a trace of splendor in their eyes. In this nature all living things are fighting and surviving. It's not just humans. This world is a wonderful stage to use life and death. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, mercilessly giving these dying crippled wolves one last stab. The battle power of a crippled wolf was already higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. With the cooperation of the wolf pack, their battle power would double. I can deal with these small crippled wolves, but if I were to deal with a large crippled wolf pack or a small healthy wolf pack in the future, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Fang Yuan faintly felt a sense of pressure. Next, when the wolf tide breaks out, the whole clan will be mobilized and I will naturally not be alone. From now on, if I want to hunt lightning wolves alone in the wild, I will need a scouting Gu worm or a movement Gu worm. Otherwise he might have perished in this wolf tide. The more experience Fang Yuan had, the more he could recognize his own shortcomings. With the 4 flavors liquor worm, his battle power had increased by a lot. With the Moonglow Gu and White Jade Gu, he could attack and defend, and with his previous life's accumulation Fang Yuan was not at the same level as Qing Shu, Qi Shan or Mo Yen. It could be said that he could barely stand in the top ranks of the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan. The reason why it was barely was because he was not a true upper stage Gu master, and his aptitude was only C grade, very limited. His battle power was already the best he could do, but to survive in the wolf tide battle power was only one aspect. Scouting methods are indispensable. If I had a scouting Gu worm I could sense the approaching wolf pack in advance and quickly leave, changing my route. Or I could use the Gu worm to run faster, escaping the wolves' encirclement and shaking them off, Fang Yuan thought. As long as he had one of these 2 Gu worms, his chances of survival would increase greatly. With 2 he could basically do it with ease. I hope the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance has such a Gu worm. If not, it's not a problem. According to my memory, every wolf tide, the 3 clans would work together to set up a battle merit board, and sell off the Gu worms in their storage. Among them were many rare goo worms. At that time, I can even use the battle merit to exchange for goo worms from the Bai or Xiong clan. Fang Yuan planned in his heart and stood up. In this short period of time, he had neatly arranged his spoils of war, placing them in a bag and carrying it on his back. White snow fluttered in the air, quickly freezing the wolf blood and covering the wolf corpses. Look, Fang Yuan is back. He's carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt wolves again? He's the one who saved our clan? It was just a coincidence. We all know the process, and if I had that much strength I could do it too. It's nothing. Fang Yuan walked into the village, and along the way passers-by turned to look at him. Some praised him, some were curious, and some were jealous. Fang Yuan. Qi Shan suddenly appeared at a corner and shouted. Chapter 125. What's the matter? Fang Yuan looked at Qi Shan. Even in winter he was still bare-chested, his red skin emitting warmth, making people feel like they were leaning against a stove. The white snow fell on his body and melted in an instant. This was because there was a twin orifice stove goo in his aperture. Stove goo was a rank 2 goo containing fire energy and used for offense. Resisting the cold was only a side effect. Qi Shan's gaze was somewhat complicated. He stared at Fang Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that Xiong clan's Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength these days?" "I know." Fang Yuan nodded. Qi Shan heaved a long sigh. "Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength. It is not a simple competition, but it concerns the distribution of benefits in the 3-clan alliance. Under the wolf tide, the alliance will perish. But after the alliance, how to distribute the benefits is the most crucial issue. Thus, these days the 3 clans have been in a deadlock over this matter." Fang Yuan glanced at Qi Shan and immediately understood why he took the initiative to look for him. Negotiation was the most difficult thing. For the sake of benefits, the 3 clans would not take the initiative to give in, they would fight for every inch of land. The negotiation table was already filled with smoke, the flames of war raging like wildfire. The values of this world, one was strength and the other was familial love. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were all clans, they had been in conflict for a long time, their hatred was deep, they naturally could not use familial love to smooth things over. Thus, to break the deadlock they had to rely on strength. On Earth there were military exercises to display strength. This world had the same result. There were also goo fights and sparring to show off one's strength and fight for greater benefits. This was the reason why Xiongli wanted to spar with Fang Yuan and compete in strength. As expected, Qi Shan said, "I have fought with Xiongli before. He has brown bear innate strength goo. He has already nurtured the strength of 1 bear. He also has grand bear goo. He can increase the strength of 1 bear again. Adding them together, it is the strength of 2 bears. I am far from his match even if I don't want to admit it. But the title of Qingmao Mountain's #1 Herculean is well deserved." He paused and continued, "Let's discuss the matter as it stands. You and I don't have much of a difference in strength, so you won't be his opponent. But you cannot lose, because you are the hero who awakened the river-swallowing toad and saved Qingmao Mountain. If you lose, the interests of our Guiyue clan will suffer. So, for the sake of the family's interests, please abandon your personal reputation and choose to avoid the battle." Fang Yuan silently looked at Qi Shan. Qi Shan lowered his gaze. "I know this matter is very difficult for you. After all, choosing to avoid a battle was destructive to one's reputation for bravery. But the family's interests were the most important. If you lose, I'm afraid the family will have to make even more concessions. The family nurtured us, so we naturally have to contribute to the family. Isn't that right? The family needs you. You sacrificing your own reputation for the sake of the family, this is also a matter of course. But this started because of me. In my own name, I'll compensate you with something. Consider it my sincerity." With that, Qi Shan handed a large bag of money to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and weighed it and could not help but laugh. "So my reputation is only worth 200 yuan stone?" Qi Shan could hear the mockery in his words. His eyes flashed and he said solemnly, "Fang Yuan, don't be angry. Previously I was trying to persuade you, but in reality I came here with a mission. I want you to avoid the battle. This is a secret order from the higher-ups of the family. Whether you want to listen or not, you have to listen. Please take care of yourself." Finishing, he turned and left, leaving deep footprints on the snowy ground. Fang Yuan looked at Qi Shan's back, his eyes revealing a light of understanding. In order to fight for the greatest benefits, the family has probably already used the matter of me chasing the river-swallowing toad as a bargaining chip on the table. After all, the presence of the river-swallowing toad here is a threat to Qingmao Mountain. As for the Xiong village, to get rid of this bargaining chip, They secretly ordered Xiongli to challenge me. To the family I am only a chess piece. Xiongli is also a chess piece and Qishan is even more so a chess piece. It is laughable that some people are willing to become chess pieces, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it is natural. This is because they have been successfully brainwashed by the family. But I never wanted to fight with Xiongli. The so-called reputation is only the praise of others. It was unknown how many heroes had been imprisoned by this shackle since ancient times. But to me, what's the pity in letting it go? I have to thank Qishan for gifting me 200 yuan stone for free. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly laughed coldly. Why did he attract Xiong challenge? It was only because he wanted to save the village's reputation. Why did Qishan want to challenge Xiong? It was only because of the reputation of Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man. The so-called reputation was only a flatbread for vanity. How many people had been tempted? How many people had been fettered? How many people had been trapped? What a pity, what a pity. The snow was still falling slowly. The entire Guyue village stood quietly in the snow. The people beside him walked hurriedly on the road. What a joke, these people are all trapped by an illusory flatbread. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, under his eyelashes his dark and serene eyes were half hidden. The light in the snow shone on his face, the young man's face was pale, revealing a sense of coldness. Suddenly chuckling, Fang Yuan recited softly, "The white snow is pure white, I walk alone in the world. I walk alone with no worries, my lonely shadow comes and goes." He took a step forward, continuing to walk. Along the way the people were hurrying, but Fang Yuan walked alone. Whether it was the clansmen, the white snow, the village, they were only a blurry background. After a while he returned to his rented house. The bamboo building, wine shop and so on were all sold by him. He still lived in the rented house. Although the environment was very simple, Fang Yuan was not demanding as long as he had a place to stay. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fang Yuan began to cultivate. In Gu Master Cultivation, breaking through a large realm required aptitude and talent. But breaking through a small realm was purely a matter of painstaking effort. As long as there was enough time, the aperture walls would be constantly nurtured, and could continue to improve. According to the agreement, at dusk, Xianxia arrived at Fang Yuan's residence. "Lord Fang Yuan, these are the primeval stones for this trip, please check." He entered the room and respectfully handed over 5 money bags, which were naturally filled to the brim with primeval stones. Yuan stone far exceeded 400 pieces. The wolf tide was approaching, and the Gu Master's demand for the vitality leaves had also increased. This caused the price of the vitality leaves that Fang Yuan was selling to increase. Fang Yuan gave Xianxia 9 vitality leaves. At the same time he asked, "The things I wanted you to buy earlier, have you done it?" Xianxia, however, showed a shocked expression, shaking his head. "Lord Fang Yuan, the timing is not right. The wolf tide is approaching. The clan has already implemented a control over resources. The other things are fine, but that fish scales gu, its value is only slightly lower than the jade skin gu. I've already done my best. But I am afraid there will not be any results in a short time." Fang Yuan frowned. The fish scales gu was used to fuse with the stealth stone gu, to refine the stealth scales gu. Without the fish scales gu he could not fuse the stealth scales gu. But even with the control over resources, it is not impossible to get the fish scales gu. In the end it is because Jiangya's ability is too small. It seems the matter of refining the stealth scales gu will have to be delayed. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. But he was not discouraged. In this world 10 out of 10 things do not go one's way. This was the normal state of life, the so-called smooth sailing was just a beautiful blessing. Bai clan produces fish scales gu, and the clan also has fish scales gu. It is just that the quantity is small. It seems this matter will have to wait until after the alliance. Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew that once the 3 clans officially formed an alliance, they would set up a battle merit ranking. They would encourage gu masters to hunt wolves. By then they could use battle merits to exchange for resources from the 3 clans. Of course, Guyue clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu, Bai clan's Stream Gu, these were the symbols of the clans and were not part of the exchange. But the fish scales gu was definitely there. Opportunities often accompanied by danger. To gu masters the wolf tide was a severe test, but it was also a good opportunity to rise. Under the attack of the wolf tide, countless famous gu masters died, and countless gu masters became famous. The old forces in the clan might weaken, and the new forces would walk on the political stage with their heads held high. In the evening, another unexpected guest came to visit. It was Guyue Qing Shu and Guyue Fangzheng. Qing Shu went straight to the point, bringing up the old matter and wanting to buy Fang Yuan's liquor worm. But other than this, he also wanted to buy Fang Yuan's black boar goo, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass was definitely not for sale, and the liquor worm had already been refined into the 4 flavors liquor worm. Fang Yuan could not take it out even if he wanted to. Thus he rejected it. As for the black boar goo, I have already gained the strength of a boar, and the value of the black boar goo to me is very low. The best result of the black boar goo is the steel mane goo. Although this goo can attack and defend, to me with the white jade goo, it is not very useful. I might as well trade for a fish scales goo. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he brought it up. Fish scales goo? Qing Shu frowned slightly but soon nodded. I know you are indeed lacking a defensive goo worm. The fish scales goo can be refined into the rank 2 scale armor goo, and it will have a good defensive effect. The recipe of using the fish scales goo and stealth rock goo to refine the stealth scales goo was discovered by accident 200 years after the end of his previous life. It was normal that Qing Shu did not know about it now. Fang Yuan did not expose him. The black boar goo is much more expensive than the fish scales goo. If you trade it, you have to compensate me for the difference. Of course. Qing Shu nodded and asked, forget about the 9-leaf vitality grass, but are you really not selling the liquor worm? It's useless to you now. Raising it for nothing and even wasting Yuan stone. Fang Yuan shook his head. Don't mention the liquor worm anymore, it is not for sale. Qing Shu rubbed his nose and could not help but laugh bitterly. Fang Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know about Guiyue Yaolu? She is the granddaughter of the medicine hall elder, Guiyue Yaoji, a new student this year with great aptitude. Guiyue Yaoji loves this granddaughter very much, and had once bid for a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You have used the liquor worm before, and naturally you know its benefits the best, so I will not say more. It is just that for her granddaughter, Lord Yaoji really wants to buy this goo worm. An elder's love for her child is completely understandable, so she came to you. She sincerely wants to buy it, and the price she offered is very high. She even promised that if you get injured in the wolf tide, you will be taken care of by the medicine hall. Please think it over carefully. Today is 1 chapter, tomorrow is 1 chapter, and the day after tomorrow there will be 2 chapters. This is the side effect of deleting the chapters. This is the consequence of deleting the chapters, and I have already expected it. I am also silently bearing the consequences of letting everyone down. I will make up for the missing 4 chapters, just that it will take a little longer. The future is long and I will make up for it eventually. Even though I lost my character this time, there are still so many people supporting me, I am very touched. Chapter 126. I see. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin but then shook his head. I am not selling this liquor worm. Since Yao Ji insists on buying it, why don't you go find the goo master who bought it? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face turned gloomy. He sighed deeply. I don't know which clansman bought this liquor worm but kept it a secret. We can't investigate it and we can't just casually search other people's apertures, right? This is a taboo. For such a small matter like the liquor worm, it's not good to incur public anger. But I can understand this clansman, hiding it with a treasure is human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real buyer was sitting right in front of him. But Qing Shu had never suspected Fang Yuan. In his mind, Fang Yuan already had the liquor worm, he would not buy a second one. What was the use of buying it? If he knew the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm, then he would definitely suspect Fang Yuan first. But for now, only Fang Yuan had the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm. The only person who knew that Fang Yuan was the buyer was Jiafu. But from Jiafu's point of view, Fang Yuan could have bought it for someone else. Maybe for family, maybe for a lover, there was nothing wrong with that. Wasn't Yao Ji in the same situation, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter? No matter what, I will not give in on the matter of the liquor worm. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm, and he did not relent, laughing coldly in his heart. This was the system. On one hand, the system was strong, but on the other hand, it was a kind of restriction. Guiyue Yaoji was a rank 3 goo master. She was clearly stronger than Fang Yuan, but due to the system she could not openly snatch it. Due to the rules of the system and taking care of her reputation, she could not forcefully buy it. At the side, Fang Jing suddenly persuaded, Brother, the liquor worm is useless to you, why guard it? Granny Yaoji is very kind. I have met Sister Yaolu a few times, she is a good person, she will definitely treat the liquor worm well. And the liquor worm is also very helpful to her. Helping others is the source of happiness. Brother, you saved the village, I am really happy for you. This made my face light up. But why do you have to hold on to it this time? Aren't you being a little too petty by doing this? Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, "My good brother, are you teaching me a lesson? The booze bug is my business, even if it rotted in the palm of his hand. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." He was not really angry, but his attitude was the mask of his heart. By expressing his attitude, Qing Shu would understand his determination to reject. Looks like Fang Yuan is determined to refuse. He had deliberately brought Fang Jing here, but he had made a mistake. The relationship between these two brothers has never been harmonious, and now they've outsmarted themselves. Guiyue Qingshu's eyes flashed. "Fang Jing, why don't you go out for a walk first?" Fang Jing still wanted to say something, but Qing Shu stretched out his hand to stop him. Fang Jing clenched his teeth and finally obeyed Qing Shu's order. "Anyway, I can't understand this. Brother," he said, opening the door. "I do things. I don't need your understanding, Fang Jing." Fang Yuan was expressionless. Fang Jing's action of opening the door paused, then he quickly walked out of the room without looking back and slammed the door. This action made the atmosphere in the room even more awkward. "If there's nothing else, please go back, Brother Qing Shu." Fang Yuan directly asked him to leave. He. Qing Shu laughed dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Fang Yuan's face was as cold as ice and there was no change. But he was gentle by nature and did not get angry. Touching his nose, Qing Shu smiled awkwardly. "There is indeed one more thing. It's about the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qing Shu nodded repeatedly. "It's about the vitality leaves. This is a personal matter of my group. I hope you can supply the vitality leaves you produce to us. Of course we will give you some compensation." Fang Yuan did not reject business. "All right, each vitality leaf is 65 yuan stone." Qing Shu was speechless at the price. According to the market price, the clan's original selling price was 55 yuan stone. Although the vitality leaf was a rank 1 consumable goo and could be used up after one use, no one would complain about having more of this life-saving item. And with the wolf tide approaching, the clan raised the price. One vitality leaf was sold at 60 yuan stone. Actually, not only the vitality leaf, the prices of many other items were also rising. This was because of the turbulent situation, and goo masters could only pinch their noses and accept it. But Qing Shu did not expect Fang Yuan's price to be even higher than the clan's. "You think my price is too high? You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will control the resources, and the vitality leaves will be in short supply. At that time the price will continue to rise and you might not even have the stock. What do you think?" Fang Yuan's tone was firm, and he was sitting on the fishing platform. Qing Shu choked and said helplessly, "You can see it clearly. But raising the price like this is a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you lower the price you can use it to build up your connections. But if you raise the price like this, the clansmen will resent you for getting rich like this." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "The wolf tide is approaching, a small character like me might die any day. Why would I care about these minor details?" "You are no longer a small character. Interpersonal relationships are not minor details." Qing Shu looked deeply at Fang Yuan and then lightly shook his head. "But everyone has their own thoughts and choices, I will not force them. But you need to be careful, Lord Yaoji will not let this go so easily. Goodbye." Qing Shu did not mention the matter of buying the vitality leaf again. Fang Yuan's price had scared him. He was a smart person and smart people do not buy things on impulse but reason. Smart people would have a price in their heart, and if it exceeded this price they would calmly stop. Fang Yuan seemed to have only raised the price by 5 yuan stone, but Qing Shu definitely wanted to buy more than one vitality leaf. The wolf tide would last for at least a whole year, and the amount of vitality leaf consumed would be very large, accumulating like this would be a lot. "Thank you for your reminder, take care, I won't send you off." Fang Yuan watched Qing Shu leave. His heart was clear, knowing that Qing Shu would definitely come back. It was because he had greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In such a wolf tide, death could come to everyone at any time, and there was no worry about selling the vitality leaf. In Fang Yuan's memory, it had even been raised to a high price of 100 yuan. Of course, this price was also when the wolf tide was at its fiercest. What Fang Yuan needed to do now was to adapt to the situation, slowly raising the price. As time passed, the winter wind became colder. This year's winter was colder than in previous years for the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain. Take Guyue's mountain stronghold for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared around the mountain stronghold. The clan issued a large number of missions, and almost all of them were related to exterminating the crippled wolves. In December, the number of crippled wolves reached its peak, and the situation took a turn for the worse. It reached a terrible level. There was even a village at the foot of the mountain. It was a situation where it was slaughtered by a large wolf pack. Fortunately, there were more than 10 Gu masters stationed in the village. They retreated in time. This made the clan higher-ups heave a sigh of relief. The death of a Gu master made them feel heartache for a long time. As for the mortals, they were all servants, so if they died, so be it. In this world there was no such thing as human rights. A Gu master's life was more precious than 100 mortals' lives. This was the common view of everyone. But casualties were unavoidable. Thus, at night in the mountain stronghold, there were often faint cries of sorrow and sorrow. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The true wolf tide was even more terrifying. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The real wolf tide would be even more terrifying. This year's wolf tide might not be the same as the past. Under such pressure, the deadlocked negotiations made rapid progress, and the alliance of the 3 strongholds was formed. Under this kind of pressure, the deadlocked negotiations progressed quickly, and the alliance between the 3 brigades was formed. Alliance Slope, 3 strongholds meeting. Alliance Slope, 3 village alliance meeting. The snowflakes were like white fluff, slowly drifting down. Hundreds and thousands of Gu masters gathered here, forming a huge scale. The alliance slope was an ordinary slope. However, in history, the second-generation leader of the Gyue clan had facilitated the first alliance between the 3 clans here. From then on, all future alliances would be held here. After many years of remodeling, the current alliance slope was dozens of times larger than its original appearance. It was practically a huge plaza. On the other side of the square against the mountain wall, there was a tall boulder erected. On the huge stone platform there was a pavilion carved out of stone. There were stone tables and chairs in the pavilion, and the higher-ups of the 3 families were sitting inside, discussing closely. Under the huge stone platform, the Gu masters of the 3 villages stood in distinct groups, forming 3 enormous groups. The Gu masters were all wearing similar battle attire and belts. Their cultivation level could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan was among them. He secretly sized up and observed. The Gu masters below the stage were all rank 2 Gu masters. Rank 1 Gu masters were mostly in charge of logistics, while rank 2 Gu masters were the true main force. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were all clan elders. For a mid-sized clan like the Gyue clan, every generation of painstakingly accumulating, they would only have over 20 clan elders. Fang Yuan was observing, and so were the other Gu masters. Countless gazes intertwined, some with hatred, some with curiosity, and some with vigilance. The Gu masters of the Gyue clan were generally skinny. The Gu masters of the Xiong clan were all sturdy, and from their appearance one could tell that they had great strength. The Bai clan's people, probably because they lived under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, had pale skin and carried a yin aura. That long hair is Gyue Qing Shu, rank 2 peak stage, the number 1 rank 2 in the Gyue clan. Someone pointed. Mo Yen. It's you bitch who cut off one of my arms. After the wolf tide, I will get my revenge. Someone snorted in his heart. Wow, that girl riding on the huge bear, she should be the Xiong clan's Xiong Jiao man. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance, she is very crazy when she fights. Do you see that white fat woman? That is Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a rank 2 upper stage expert who possesses the water dolphin Gu. She is very unrestrained and lustful. You newbies have to be careful, don't get pushed down by her. The grudges between the 3 clans were already very deep. The discussions on the alliance slope became louder and louder, becoming a noisy scene. Many Gu master seniors were pointing and introducing the experts of the other 2 clans to the newbies, reminding them to be careful in the future. Chapter 127. The traditional overlord Gyue tribe, the newly rising Bai tribe, the Xiong tribe that cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gyue tribe had Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yen, while Xiong tribe and Bai tribe also had outstanding rank 2 Gu master elites. Adding on the stone tower, the various tribe leaders and elders, the alliance slope could be said to be a gathering of heroes. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing? The man who symbolizes the rise of Bai tribe. Bai Ningbing already has rank 3 cultivation, he is definitely not among the rank 2 Gu masters. It seems that he is not on the stone tower either. Gradually the topic of discussion was focused on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already overshadowed all the Gu masters on the stone tower. 3 years ago on the alliance slope, It was him, Bai Ningbing, who was the first to stand up and challenge everyone for a battle gu. In just 3 years he became a rank 3 elder. It is truly terrifying to think about. He soared to the sky in one go. When he was rank 2, he defeated an elder of Xiong tribe. This child's future is limitless. Most importantly, he has already grown up. At this rate he can become a rank 4 expert or even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 to mortal, rank 6 to immortal, rank 5 is already very impressive. Rank 6? Don't overestimate him. That is not certain. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Amidst such discussions, the 3 tribe leaders on the stone tower stood up, looking down at the 1,000 gu masters below. Guyue tribe leader was in the middle, while Bai tribe leader and Xiong tribe leader were on his left and right. The alliance slope gradually quietened down. Guyue Bo held the railing, glancing around, and said concisely, "The 3 tribes are in an alliance. We are in the same boat. The Gu battle convention is mainly about exchanging pointers. We will not go overboard. Let's begin." Silence reigned on the slope of the alliance. Everyone looked at each other. The 3 tribes were in an alliance. There would be a Gu battle convention. Other than showing off the tribe's strength, it was also to promote communication and temporarily resolve grudges, reaching a consensus of cooperation. But who would be the first to stand out? The first Gu master to challenge. If he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be tarnished. It had even shaved the face of the upper echelons of the family upstairs. Last year, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this year, while everyone was hesitating over at the Xiong village, suddenly a group of Gu masters stepped out from the crowd. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 attracted the gazes of countless people. Xiong Li's group walked past the Guyue clan's camp and stood in front of the Bai village's camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It's Xiong Li, Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man? Not bad. It was said that not long ago, Qi Shan of the Guyue clan had also lost to him in public. No one can shake his name, not even Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Is the Guyue clan deliberately bullying our Bai clan? In the camp of the Bai village, there was a slight commotion. Many people recognized Xiong Li and felt a sense of pressure in their hearts. But Xiong Li swept his gaze around. He had been standing at the same spot, but Jianghu, who was beside him, stood up. Jiang's body was thin and stood out among the Xiong village's strong men. He took a few steps forward and faced the Bai village's Gu masters, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiong village's Jiang is here to seek guidance from brother Bai Bingyi." Once he said this, uncontrollable gasps could be heard from below the stone floor. Bai Bingyi's status was equivalent to Qi Shan and Xiong Li. Among the young Gu masters of the Bai village, he was second only to Bai Ningbing. Jiang wanted to compete in Gu with him, clearly wanting to use the weak to fight the strong. But could he do it? Bai Bing stood up with a gloomy expression. He was short and had a pale face, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, looking a little weak. But no one dared to underestimate him. "Jiang, you dare to challenge me? You have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I will accept it," he said to Jiang. Jiang laughed sinisterly. "I am good at defense, brother Bai is good at offense. How about this, you defend and you attack. I will give you 3 chances to attack and we will see the result." This was not a life and death battle but a sparring session. But Jiang was so confident, he clearly came prepared, causing many people to have doubts. Bai Bingyi raised his eyebrows. "Jiang, no matter what Gu worm you have, you are still a rank 2 Gu master, your cultivation is still there. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? If I injure you, you can't blame me." Jiang snorted. "How will we know if we try? Come." Saying so, he activated the Gu worm in his body, and his skin started to lose color, becoming dry and green, like a gloomy dead wood. At the same time, his teeth became long and sharp, his 4 canines protruded out of his lips. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes had also turned into a lustrous green. This was a rank 2 roaming zombie Gu. As long as it was activated, it could turn a person into a zombie. Compared to a living person, zombies were more resistant to physical attacks, and had stronger recovery ability. But they were afraid of fire and lightning, and had higher defense against water and wind poison. At the same time, zombies were not as strong under the sun as in the dark, affected by the weather. "Even so, I am not afraid," Bai Bingyi sneered, raising his right hand. Under everyone's gazes, he put his 5 fingers together and retracted his fist. First, a drop of water condensed in the air above his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet expanded, turning into a rapid flow of water. From the starting point of the 5 fingers, it started to revolve around Bai Bingyi's palm. In the time of 2 breaths, a light blue spiral drill had formed on Bai Bingyi's fist that was constantly rotating. Rank 2 water drill Gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel, its offensive ability was very impressive. Almost no Gu worm could defend against it. Take this. Bai Bingyi coughed and punched with his right fist. Xianxia raised his arms. They formed into an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm and large amounts of water splattered out. Both sides were in a deadlock for a few breaths of time. Suddenly the water drill spun rapidly, sending Xianxia flying by 5 to 6 steps. Xianxia fell on the ground but soon stood up again with a carp flip. However, the muscles on his arms were almost completely crushed by the water current, revealing the pale bones of his arms. Bai Clan's Gu masters saw this. They could not help but cheer. Only a few people frowned deeply. Xianxia laughed sinisterly, not caring about his injuries. He had turned into a zombie, his sense of pain had already fallen to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but his pale face suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan's Gu master's cheers stopped abruptly. How can this be? Someone shouted. It is the Shadow Death Gu. Bai Bingyi stared at his feet. Xianxia's shadow was strangely distorted, spreading out on the snowy ground. Xianxia and Bai Bingyi were connected together. It seems I have one brother Bai. With his Shadow Death Gu, I will receive many injuries. You will have to bear 1/10 of it. I specialize in defense while you are an offensive type Gu master. Your body is not healthy. Even if it is 1/10 of the damage, you will not be able to bear it. Xianxia said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood on his mouth and stared at Xianxia deeply for a while before saying, Good. Very good indeed. You have a clever mind and superior skills. I have lost. He admitted defeat in front of everyone. Too despicable. Simply sinister and shameless. To think he actually had a Shadow Death Gu. Senior Bai Bingyi was completely tricked by him. Bai Clan's Gu masters burst into a commotion. Xianxia cupped his fists. You flatter me. If we really fought, I believe the final victor would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Death Gu has a limited range after all, it can only bully close combat Gu masters. Brother Bai, please take care of the wolf tide this time. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression eased a little and nodded. Bai Clan's Gu masters' voices also weakened. Standing on the stone tower, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been watching from a high vantage point nodded subtly at this scene. The Gu battle convention was only a spar, not a battle of strength. Xianxia took the initiative to reveal his trump card. It was also to increase mutual understanding and trust. Be it Xianxia or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were both very good. With this handling, even if Bai Clan's Gu masters did not admit it, they could not help but feel some admiration for Xianxia. After all, the strong were always respected. Xiongli group has made a good start. Guyuebo lightly praised. Ah. The Xiong clan leader chuckled. Xianxia had given him face. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader's expression was a little ugly. But Xiongli group did not stop there. The 5 of them left Bai clan and arrived in front of Guyue clan. After challenging Bai clan, they want to challenge our Guyue clan? Oh no, this time it is Xiongli himself. Guyue clansmen could not help but feel a little nervous. Many people's gazes gathered on Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu. But who knew that Xiongli shouted, Who is Fang Yuan? Please come forward. I heard you could drive away that river-swallowing toad alone. Why don't we compete in strength? In an instant the crowd was in an uproar. Xiongli stood up, but he did not challenge Qing Shu, Qi Shan or Mo Yen, instead choosing a new junior. Fang Yuan. Who is Fang Yuan? This was the first time some Gu masters from other clans had heard of this name. He drove away the river-swallowing toad alone. Oh my god, that is a rank 5 Gu worm. How can he be so awesome? Many people looked at him in amazement. Guyue clan's Gu masters automatically opened up a path, exposing Fang Yuan in the crowd. With nothing blocking their line of sight, Xiong Li and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Xiong Li's lips curled into a smile, saying in a deep voice, I hope Fang Yuan will not be stingy with your guidance. This Fang Yuan, who is he? Doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Driving away the river-swallowing toad was a coincidence. It was not a difficult thing. Being targeted by Xiong Li, this muscular man, he is in big trouble this time. Fang Yuan, you really can't avoid it this time. Sigh, then you can only brace yourself and fight. Qi Shan sighed in his heart. Oh, so it's like that. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, then I admit defeat. Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 128. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still reverberating in everyone's ears. At once, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock tower looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Fang Yuan ignored them, standing on the spot with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Admit defeat? He actually admitted defeat. Did I hear wrongly? That is Fang Yuan? He doesn't even have the guts to fight, hee. I have to admit Xianxia's aura is really strong. But even if he loses, he should at least go through the motions. Directly admitting defeat is not only a coward, but also a disgrace to the clan. Gradually, the whispers were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. After the initial shock, many Gu masters' gazes turned to disdain, contempt and gloating. Many Guiyue clan Gu masters stood up uneasily. The gazes from Xiong clan and Bai clan Gu masters were like invisible needles, stabbing at their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a Guiyue clan member. He directly admitted defeat, causing them to lose face as well. How can he admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a Guiyue clan man, step out and fight Xiongli. But even if he loses, it is not a big deal. If he doesn't even have the courage to fight, that is the true disgrace. Some of the Guiyue clan's Gu masters shouted, urging Fang Yuan to go out and fight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Listening to these words was like listening to a group of dogs barking. The so-called reputation, face, glory, it was just a painting. A shackle placed on the members' necks by those in power. These Gu masters were just dogs with a rope tied around their necks. Xiongli stared at Fang Yuan, suddenly laughing. What a disappointment. To think that Guiyue clan's bravery is like this? These words made the Guiyue clan Gu masters' expressions turn ugly. Bursts of laughter came from the Xiong clan village. Even the Bai clan's Gu masters looked at Guiyue's tribe with mocking gazes. The people around Fang Yuan also moved. They all distanced themselves from him, looking ashamed to be associated with him. Soon there was no one within 5 steps of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood there alone. He did things his own way, out of place, but his expression was calm. Others valued the reputation of bravery, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This involuntarily caused everyone to hate Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan's contempt for reputation was a denial of the public's values. Denying these values was equivalent to denying the masses who had been living according to these values. Others were naturally unwilling to deny their own value and feel that their lives were wrong. Therefore, naturally he began to resist and reject Fang Yuan, subconsciously rejecting Fang Yuan. Those with a weak spirit would be defeated by this rejection, and thus change themselves to become more popular. But Fang Yuan needed this rejection. There were more and more secrets on him, and he needed to be alone. At the same time, these people had no value in befriending him. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but after that incident 2 years later, they were all annihilated. From then on, Qingmao Mountain became an icy land of death. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to use this time to grow as much as he could, and leave the clan in time to avoid being killed. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Qing Shu, the number 1 ranked 2 Gu in the Guiyue village. He had no choice but to stand up. Xiongli, why don't we spar? Hee, how do you want to spar? Although Xiongli was smiling, his expression revealed a serious expression. Guiyue Qing Shu did not look at Xiongli, but slightly raised his palm, secretly activating his primeval essence. His gaze was lowered as he looked at the green vines that were slowly growing out of his palm. He said slowly, let's test your strength. If you can break free from the binding of my green vines, then I'll consider it my loss. How about that? Hee, not a bad suggestion, let's do it. Xiongli grinned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, I already have the strength of 1 bear, and with the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, I have the strength of 2 bears added together. Although the green vines are tough, with the strength of 2 bears I can definitely break free. Xiongjiang had already won against Bai Bingyi. If I win against Qing Shu, I will definitely gain a lot of face. Qing Shu smiled warmly and did not speak anymore. He only stretched out his palms and spread them out. 2 green vines grew longer and longer from his palms, like 2 agile green pythons, climbing up Xiong Li's body and coiling around him. Xiong Li's hands were at his waist, and the green vines coiled around his arms. In an instant there were more than 10 vines tightly binding his hands and waist together. The other Gu masters stared at this duel without blinking. Please. Qing Shu said to Xiong Li. Xiong Li's eyes widened and he clenched his fists, starting to exert strength. The muscles on his body bulged out as if they were huge rocks. The strength of 1 bear. Bam bam bam. The green vines, under his immense strength, started to break one by one. Haha, brother Qing Shu, it seems I have won this duel. Xiongli used his strength while still having the strength to speak. Senior Qing Shu. Fang Jing's hands were sweating as he watched, his face nervous. The other Guiyue clan Gu masters were the same. Guiyue Qing Shu was their number one. If he lost again, then the Guiyue clan would lose all their face. That might not be true. Guiyue Qing Shu smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, the green vines in his hands started to change. The original jade green color suddenly turned dark green. At the same time, the vines became thicker, and large green vine leaves started to grow around them. Xiong Li's expression changed, feeling that the twisting force from the green vines had increased by more than 10 times. What made him even more shocked was that the green vines that he had broken grew back, connecting the broken parts together. Grand Bear Gu. He knew the situation was bad, and quickly activated the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair stood up like steel needles. The muscles on his body expanded, and his whole body seemed to have swelled up a lot. The strength of 2 bears. The green vines creaked, but under such terrifying strength, they were still tenacious and unwavering, firmly restraining Xiong Li. Xiong Li's face was flushed red, and he used his greatest strength trying to break the green vines. But in the end, he had only broken one of them, and it was difficult for him to continue any further. I lost. He took the initiative to remove the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, and said while gasping for breath, "Thank you for letting me win." Qing Shu cupped his fist. He kept the green vines. Lord Qing Shu, you are really good. The Guiyue clan Gu masters cheered. As expected of Senior Qing Shu, Big Brother can't be compared to him at all. They can't be compared at all. Fang Jing stood beside Qing Shu and looked at him. His eyes shimmered with a hint of reverence. Xiong Li looked at Guiyue Qing Shu with a complicated gaze. He was improving and obtained the brown bear innate strength Gu, but Qing Shu was also improving. Although he did not know what method he used, but this was his opponent. As for that Fang Yuan, he was just a newbie and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Qing Shu from afar and thought to himself. Xiong Li, who was facing Guiyue Qing Shu, did not notice. On Guiyue Qing Shu's hair, there were already 2 fresh green leaves. This was a sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm Gu was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu, one could turn into a tree spirit and fight. Tree spirits were very special creatures. They could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth, and use it for themselves. But Gu masters could not do so, and could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. Once they used the wood charm Gu and turned into a wood charm tree spirit, the Gu master could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish their primeval essence. It was like absorbing the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone. When ordinary Gu masters fought, they could not divide their attention to absorb the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone while fighting. But after turning into a tree spirit, absorbing the primeval essence in heaven and earth was an instinct, and did not need to be distracted. This meant that Gu masters who used the wood charm Gu were most proficient in prolonged battles. Although their primeval essence was not inexhaustible, because of the continuous replenishment, they could fight for 3 times longer. At the same time, once they turned into a tree spirit, they could amplify Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu. Fang Yuan immediately thought of many things. The fusion of the wood charm Gu can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes in the world. It is a rank 3 Gu, and needs to be fused with the 100-year lifespan Gu to advance to rank 400-year wood charm. Then fuse with the 1000-year lifespan Gu to become a rank 5000-year wood charm. This fusion recipe is widely known, but very few Gu masters use this recipe. Because lifespan Gu is more precious, most Gu masters would directly use it to increase their own lifespan. In this world, if there were no disasters or illnesses, humans could only live to 100 years old. 100 years was the limit of a human's lifespan. But if lifespan Gu was used, it could increase one's lifespan. 100-year lifespan Gu increased one's lifespan by 100 years. 1000-year lifespan Gu meant one could live for another 1000 years. Lifespan Gu was extremely precious and was sought after by everyone. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lived for over 500 years, and had used 500-year lifespan Gu. A total of 500 years of lifespan. Originally, including his original 100-year lifespan, he could have lived to 600 years. But midway he was besieged by righteous sects, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Lifespan Gu represented longevity, and could allow people to live longer. But it did not mean immortality. Although the wood charm Gu is powerful, it has a flaw. That is, a Gu master cannot use it for too long. If it is too long, the wood charm Gu's power will affect the Gu master's body, causing their muscles to turn into wood, and finally turning into a tree man corpse. In my previous life, Guyue Qingshu died like this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Normally, powerful Gu worms had a huge flaw, and needed to be used in conjunction with other Gu worms. Otherwise it would have a negative effect on the Gu master. Xianxia's roaming zombie Gu was best used in conjunction with the blood Qi Gu. Otherwise, if he used it too much, his blood would decrease and he would really turn into a zombie. Xiong Li's group returned to their own camp. They had first defeated Bai Bingyi and then lost to Qing Shu. But even so, they still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yin, I want to challenge you. Come, Xiong Jiao man, let me have a battle with you. After Xiong Li's group, the whole scene suddenly became lively. Many Gu masters went out, challenging the strong enemies in their hearts, showing off their bravery. The alliance slope was in chaos, and the Gu sparring was brilliant. The real Gu sparring had just begun. Chapter 129. All the way until the evening, the Gu competition finally ended. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from the three clans were no longer as divided as before. Gu masters filled the entire hillside, and only three groups of people could be vaguely seen. Gu competition was a form of venting and also a form of compromise. In this world where strength was the number one value, having strength would gain respect, and there would be a basis for cooperation. Ever since Xiong Li challenged Fang Yuan, no other Gu masters came to find him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie, and had not interacted much with the Gu masters of the other two clans, and had no grudges or feelings. As for the Gu masters in the village, they would never challenge their own clansmen in such a situation. Especially when Fang Yuan admitted defeat, it made the other Gu masters lose interest in him. Such a lazy, cowardly opponent, even if they won, what was there to brag about? There were two ways to not be stepped on. One was to become an expert so strong that no one dared to step on you. The second was to become dog shit and no one would bother to step on you. Fang Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of an expert. He always did things by fair means or foul and only cared about the results. No one challenged him and this made him feel relaxed. The disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people, he turned a blind eye. If he could not even endure these gazes, how could he talk about pursuing the demonic path? The alliance meeting ended successfully. Guyue clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan had temporarily reached an agreement. First, issue a decree. The three clans temporarily threw away their past grudges, and fought against the wolf tied together. In times of danger they had to help each other. At the same time, internal killings were prohibited, and an investigation team was set up. Once discovered, the killer would be banished from the clan, and the three clans would work together to punish the killer, and the killer would have to pay with his life. If the killer escaped, his family would pay with their lives. Even if the Gu master died. The Gu worms retrieved from the corpses had to be handed over, and those who used them privately would be charged with murder. After the Gu worms were handed over, they could be exchanged for merit points. Second, set up a battle merit board. With each group as a unit, it would display the battle merits of the three clans. One lightning wolf eyeball could be exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for Gu worms, yuan stone and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally aroused the Gu master's unparalleled passion. The result of a Gu battle spar could not represent the result of a real battle. Take Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi for example. Other than the water drill Gu, Bai Bingyi naturally had other offensive methods. But Xiongjiang's Shadow Bond Gu's effective range was only 10 meters. Moreover, there were many factors that could affect the outcome of any battle. Gu battle sparring lacked a certain degree of persuasiveness, but the merit board provided a fairer stage for competition. The Gu masters of the three clans did their best to hunt lightning wolves, striving for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This wasn't just about his own glory. More importantly, it concerned the reputation of the clan. This was especially true for the top three of the war merit list, where the competition was unprecedentedly intense. Almost every other day there would be some changes in the rankings of the top three. Soon more than a month had passed. Winter passed and spring came. All living things sprouted. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the snow on the ground. Panting slightly, he surveyed the battlefield around him. On the battlefield there were more than 10 lightning wolves lying on the ground, all dead. Wolf blood and dismembered corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Howl? At this time wolf howls could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience he knew that a wolf pack was quickly approaching. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, the primeval essence in their aperture would be insufficient, and they would have already wanted to retreat. But Fang Yuan did not care about this and continued to squat down, collecting the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were practiced and efficient, but even so, when he finished collecting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a medium-sized wolf pack with more than 100 crippled wolves. Their green wolf eyes revealed a savage aura, staring at Fang Yuan without letting up. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes, smiling as he stood up. Then his figure rippled like water, slowly disappearing from the spot. The pack of wolves that were charging over immediately became restless for a while. Many crippled wolves stopped in their tracks, showing signs of hesitation and doubt. After all, they were all wild beasts and could not understand such a magical scene. But this is also because lightning wolves mainly use their eyes to observe and not their noses. Lightning wolves are the magical creatures of this world. Their vision is as sharp as a goshawk's, but their sense of smell is no better than a human's. My stealth scales Gu can counter wild beasts like lightning wolves, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was very clear. He had already successfully refined the stealth scales Gu before the Gu battle gathering. It was like a carp fossil, gray and gray, lying in Fang Yuan's primeval sea, letting the primeval water flow over its lifelike scales. And the fish scales Gu that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally exchanged with the black boar Gu and Xianxia. With this stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan safely escaped under the wolf pack's eyes. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days. Normally, wolves or dogs would have a keen sense of smell. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, and without sharp vision they would crash into trees and rocks. But nature was fair. While giving them sharp eyes, it deprived them of their keen sense of smell. But the Thunder Crown Wolf was different. With the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan could easily move through a normal wolf tide. But in front of a myriad beast king like the Thunder Crown Wolf, he had nowhere to hide. This was because the Thunder Crown Wolf's eyes often had the electric eye Gu, and this Gu could see through invisibility. Other than the electric eye Gu, there were many other Gu worms that could detect Fang Yuan's invisibility. For example, the snake communication Gu, which could sense heat. The beast language Gu, which could allow a Gu master to obtain information from a conversation with a wild beast. The clairvoyance Gu, which could make a Gu master's hearing extremely sensitive. So, with the stealth scales Gu, it did not mean that Fang Yuan would be safe and sound. At most, he had a small method to protect his life. When he returned to the village, it was still noon. The spring sun shone brightly and people came and went in front of the village. Different from previous years, most of the people on the road were Gu masters, and only a few were mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. The hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains and the farmlands were abandoned. On the streets, the morale of the Gu masters was high. One by one they returned from the outside with blood stains, or set off in high spirits. They were either discussing their ranking on the battle merit board, or discussing their experiences in killing lightning wolves, or discussing the outstanding Gu masters of other villages. Fang Yuan mixed into the crowd and entered the village, arriving at the square in front of the clan head pavilion. There was a platform set up in the square, and it was the place to exchange battle merits. Large numbers of Gu masters gathered here, and the rank 1 Gu masters recorded. A portion of the rank 2 Gu masters squeezed together, exchanging their blood-stained wolf eyes for battle merits. There was also a portion of the rank 2 Gu masters who used their blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for battle merits. In the middle of the square, a huge banner was erected, and the words of this world were written on it. It was constantly changing. This was the battle merit board, and on it were more than 10 swim-word Gu. The rank 1 swim-word Gu was controlled by the rank 1 logistics Gu masters, and could be changed into words on the banner at will. Why is the first place still by clans by Bingyi group? Someone looked at the battle merit board and frowned. Let me see, Bai Bingyi is first, my clan's Qingshu group is second, Xiongli group is third, my group 137th. Some Gu masters were silently counting. At this time someone suddenly shouted, It changed. Qingshu group got first place. They pushed the Bai clan's sickly group down. On the battle merit board, the words that marked the second place Qingshu group suddenly moved, climbing up. Pulling the first place Bai Bingyi group down with one hand, then ascended to first place himself, and at the same time used his foot to step on it. Such a human-like action on the words was naturally done by the Gu master controlling the swim-word Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu masters in the square burst into laughter, and gave the Qingshu group a thumbs up, praising them endlessly. The rank 1 Gu master controlling the swim-word Gu was even more excited, his face glowing with excitement. Lord Qingshu, you are indeed the number 1 Gu master among us rank 2 Gu masters. Lord Qingshu, you are really good. Guyue Qingshu walked in the crowd, waiting with a smile. Behind him, Guyue Fangjing clenched his fists and followed suit, his expression showing excitement. The surrounding praises assaulted him, filling the young man's burning heart that thirsted for glory. This made Fangjing feel that he was walking on a bright path, and unknowingly, his recognition towards the clan deepened. Big brother? He was surprised to see Fang Yuan standing silently in the crowd, watching with his arms crossed. Big brother, you're still alone all by yourself. No wonder your group was at the bottom of the battle merit board from the start. Only by opening your heart and joining the group can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fangjing sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and sad. Like Fang Yuan, fighting alone without any companions, he could not feel the kinship of the clan, nor the friendship in the battlefield. Facing everything alone, not only was it dangerous, it was also boring. Living alone, if there was no friendship, love, kinship, what was the point of living? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, silently looking at the battle merit board that was erected high above. No doubt, the last position of the battle merit board was written Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu masters seeing this would feel ashamed. But Fang Yuan's gaze was very calm, not minding it. After he was promoted to group leader by Guyue Bo, he had never thought of recruiting other group members. He was a lone group leader, the most special group among the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain. There was only him. Of course his daily hunting results were not as much as the other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current individual strength, if he really exploded out, he would definitely not be the last. But this was meaningless to Fang Yuan. He did not need battle merits, he had stockpiled living necessities and food for Gu worms. He had planned to use battle merits to exchange for a fish scale Gu, but now he did not need it. He hunted lightning wolves every day, one was to keep up with the weather, and the other was to accumulate some battle merits to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his Moonglow Gu still needed this kind of food. Half a month passed in a flash, and the atmosphere of spring was getting stronger. Trees were growing green and wildflowers were blooming by the roadside. The warm spring wind was intoxicating, and the Gu masters were singing triumphantly in battle, the situation getting better. Fang Yuan walked on the streets, seeing everyone's smiling faces, and hearing praises and praises of bravery. Of course there were some Gu masters who were deeply worried, frowning. These Gu masters were mostly elderly with rich life experiences, and knew that the true wolf tide would only come in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. The reason for this situation is because of the alliance of the 3 clans, lowering their guard against each other. Thus, more Gu masters are involved in resisting the wolf tide. The second reason is that the lightning wolves that are being exterminated are only crippled wolves. The third reason is that spring has arrived, and the lightning wolves and the wolf tide are busy mating and reproducing. When summer comes, the truly strong wolf groups will flood in from all directions. This will cause huge casualties to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This year's wolf tide would surpass history, reaching an unprecedented level. Even the clan higher-ups had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. In his memories, most of the Gu masters would die. The accumulated resources of the 3 clans would be used up. Fang Yuan had never thought of reminding the clan higher-ups. Firstly, even if he did, the clan might not take his suggestion seriously. Taking it seriously would be more troublesome, and he would not be able to explain the source of this information. Secondly, there was no point in reminding them this was the difference in strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, reminding the clan was not in his best interest. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. What kinship, friendship, love, they were just embellishments in life, how could they compare to a man's ambitions? On earth, Xianxia wanted to cook Lu Bang's father. Han Taizu Lu Bang laughed and said, "Cook it, don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Taizong Li Shimin killed his brother at Xuanwu sect, and Cao Cao's army ran out of rations so he killed and cooked human jerky as rations. Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou but never returned it. The values and morals that the higher-ups promoted were just tools to maintain their rule. If they were really bound by these, how could they achieve anything great? For those who stepped into a truly high position, whose hands were not stained with blood, stepping on corpses? The primitive accumulation of capital by capitalists was always bloody. Any politician was dirty. The so-called philanthropists used money to exchange for social fame. But the successful ones mostly covered up their unbearable past. Those who were deceived by the autobiographies of the successful ones were fools. These fools are everywhere. They are bound by their emotions and morals. They deserve to be ruled, fooled and manipulated. What's even more tragic is that when they see others not bound, they would jump out and criticize them, trying to instill such values into the free people, not wanting to see others having more freedom than them. And in the process, I even enjoyed an inexplicable sense of moral superiority and happiness. Fang Yuan thought of this as he looked at the Gu masters walking beside him. These people only had a body full of ability, and some of them even had a higher cultivation than him. But what use was that? They were just pawns, slave dogs that were bound. Actually, what truly restricted a person's achievements was not their talent, but their thoughts. In any organization from birth, a person would be instilled with values and brainwashed. If you want to achieve something extraordinary, you have to break out of the collar of your mind. Unfortunately, most people were tightly bound by the chains, forced to move forward, and even treated the chains as a symbol of glory. Fang Yuan thought to himself and could not help but laugh coldly. After exiting the gates of the stronghold, he collected his scattered thoughts. There was an important matter today. He was preparing to enter the rock crack secret cave again. Chapter 130. The stone forest was still filled with a dark red light. Stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave, like giant trees that reached the sky. It was a magnificent sight. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fang Yuan thought, feeling helpless. Ever since the three clans formed an alliance, they had been sweeping away the surrounding wolf groups, causing Gu masters to appear near the rock crack and secret cave. Under such circumstances, even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself, he would still be in danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan did things cautiously, and his 500 years of life had nurtured him enough patience. During this period of time, he had been restraining his desires and did not come here. Only until winter passed and spring arrived, when the remaining wolves were wiped out and there were fewer Gu masters coming in and out, did Fang Yuan take a big detour in the outer sect and use the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself all the way here. Over a month had passed, and on the previously cleared path, there were more stone monkey groups migrating over. But fortunately, the number of monkey groups was small. Fang Yuan spent some effort, killing the monkey groups and advancing, finally reaching the center of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillars, an obviously man-made cave appeared in front of him. In the cave, rough stone steps led to the dark underground. Fang Yuan activated the white jade Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of faint jade light as he carefully walked down the steps. His left hand held a torch and his right hand was shining with moonlight. The moonglow Gu was ready to go. The surroundings were dark, and even with the torch, it could only light up a distance of 5 steps. In this situation, it would be much better if there was a Gu worm to illuminate the surroundings. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not have such a rich family background. One step at a time. After walking for a while, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. A crudely made stone door appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Golden Centipede Cave is a fatal disaster. Use earth listening to avoid it. Fang Yuan raised the torch and found some words carved on the stone door. Earth listening, Golden Centipede. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly as he seemed to have understood something. If I am not wrong. He squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. Soon he touched the moist ground in front of the stone door. Got it? His heart was filled with joy. He used his hands to dig up the soil and sure enough, he found a sepulchre flower. His heart gently pushed aside the petals. He took out a Gu worm from the heart of the flower. This Gu was quite special. It looked like a human ear, just a little smaller, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color. Dry and dull. Pinching it in his hand, it felt a little shriveled, like a pickled radish with a little warmth. Around the ears, roots extended outwards. There were dozens of these slender roots and they looked like the roots of ginseng. This was a rank 2 grass Gu. People called it Earth Communication Ear Grass. Looking at the Earth Communication Ear Grass in his hand, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed a few times. This Earth Communication Ear Grass came in time and could be used for scouting. It was perfect for him. The Earth Communication Ear Grass had a huge advantage, and that was its detection range of 300 steps. This range was quite outstanding among rank 2 investigative Gu worms. Moreover, the Earth Communication Ear Grass was easy to feed. Its food source was the ginseng's roots. This world's southern border was filled with deep mountains and forests. Ginseng was much more abundant than on Earth. Hunters would go hunting in the mountains and pick some from time to time. Especially ginseng, it was easy to store. As long as it was dry and sealed, it could be stored for a long time at room temperature. Moon orchid's petals would wither in a few days, but ginseng roots could be stored for a long time. Gu worms are raised, used, and refined. These three aspects are broad and profound, with extraordinary profundities. Although the earth communication ear grass is easy to raise, it is quite troublesome to use. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He pinched the earth communication ear grass in his hand and secretly activated his true essence. In an instant he had refined it. The earth communication ear grass was very outstanding, and its detection range was comparable to many rank 3 Gu worms. But the heavens were fair. To use the earth communication ear grass, refining it was not enough, there was a price to be paid. Like the zombie Gu and wood charm Gu, they had to be used together with other Gu worms. Otherwise, if they were used for a long time, the Gu master's body would be corroded and turn into a real zombie or tree man. Many Gu worms cannot be used just by refining them, as they require some special conditions. This earth communication ear grass is one of them. If I had this Gu, I would be able to scout out the situation and be able to move freely in the wolf tide. I could even make use of this wolf tide to achieve some goals. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, and decided to use this earth communication ear grass. The gains were greater than the losses, so even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the future. No matter which world, without effort, how can there be gains? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and kept the earth communication ear grass in his aperture. He looked deeply at the stone door and turned to leave. If he was not wrong, there was a danger on the other side of the stone door. He needed to use the earth communication ear grass to avoid it. Fang Yuan left the secret cave, but did not return to the village. Instead, he walked a few rounds outside, and after killing a few lone wolves and obtaining a few pairs of wolf eyeballs, he returned. He was still last on the battle merit board. Walking on the street, some Gu masters who recognized him looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Fang Yuan did not care and continued to do as he pleased. In the following days he used his meager battle merit points to exchange for ginseng roots, and fed the earth communication ear grass, allowing it to recover to a state of full vitality. Most of the clan's attention was drawn by the wolf tide, and no one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, perhaps his uncle and aunt would still pester him, but ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets, there was no more movement from them. It was hard to do things openly but easy to do things secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan quietly and smoothly completed some preparations. This night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was like a jade plate hanging high in the sky, and the gentle night curtain was like a veil, covering Qingmao Mountain. From time to time, a wolf's howl could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan shut the doors and windows tightly, and stood naked on the floor of the rented house. On the small table in front of him, there was a basin filled with warm water, and next to the basin was a white cloth, and on the white cloth was a sharp dagger. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a thick layer of cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks of the window, shining on the table. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he grabbed the dagger. On the shiny blade, it emitted a cold light and could be used as a mirror. Under the dim light, the young man's eyebrows were reflected on the dagger. It emitted a kind of coldness. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a martial arts manual on Earth, Sunflower Treasured Manual. The first sentence on the first page of Sunflower Treasured Manual was, "To train in this technique, castrate yourself. To obtain strength quickly, there must be sacrifice and sacrifice. So what if you castrate yourself? Without this kind of cruel decisiveness and sacrifice, how can you achieve your ambitions and realize your ambitions? Wanting to get something without sacrifice, that is a fairy tale to deceive children." In Fang Yuan's current situation, to be able to use this earth communication ear grass, what's the price to pay? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the cold blade. Softly chanting, "The moon was like frost in the night, the blade was especially cold. Without killing in the harsh winter, how can spring be seen?" As soon as he finished speaking, he struck like lightning. His hand rose and the blade fell, blood splattered. A piece of meat fell on the table. Fang Yuan's entire right ear was cut off. Blood spurted out. At that moment he first felt his ear go cold, and then an intense pain assaulted him. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Resisting the pain, he summoned the earth communication ear grass from his aperture. This earth communication ear grass had been raised by him to be full of life. It was already different from when he just took it out. When he first took it out from the earth treasury flower, it was dull and shriveled, but now it was warm and meaty, fat and big as an adult's palm. Touching it in his hand, It was full of elasticity, like the ear of a Buddha statue on earth. Fang Yuan pressed the earth communication ear grass to the wound on the side of his head, and a wave of red steel primeval essence poured into it. The roots of the earth communication ear grass immediately received a burst of energy, and started to grow at a visible speed, taking root at Fang Yuan's wound. This was another wave of pain. Fang Yuan felt as if there were tens of earthworms drilling into his brain from the wound. This feeling was not only painful but also disgusting. Normally, during this process, Gu masters would use other Gu worms to numb their nerves. But Fang Yuan did not have such conditions, and could only rely on his steel-like willpower to forcibly endure it. After all, it was a young man's body, and Fang Yuan's body could not help but sway as he endured such intense pain. More and more roots extended into the wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass and the bloody wound fused together, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. In the end, the wound no longer bled and there was not even a scar. But Fang Yuan's face was pale, and the pain only decreased slightly, but it still tormented him. Veins popped out on his forehead and his heart beat rapidly. At this point he was already halfway to success, but Fang Yuan's body still needed time to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He first took out a mirror and looked at himself in the faint moonlight. In the mirror, his face was pale and his brows were slightly furrowed. The left ear was small, while the right ear was more than twice the size, and was somewhat deformed. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and after looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied that there were no problems. He put down the mirror and took out a cloth, dipping it in the warm water in the basin, and started to wipe the bloodstains on his body. He was not wearing any clothes, so it was very easy to clean up the bloodstains. Some of the bloodstains flowed to his feet, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth that was laid on the floor beforehand. Fang Yuan cleaned up the bloodstains and finally picked up his original right ear from the table. He snorted coldly and activated the Moonglow Gu in his palm. Then he minced his right ear into minced meat to destroy the evidence. The remaining basin of blood was carried by Fang Yuan to the bottom of the bed, and a piece of coal was thrown in. After doing all this, Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had already decreased by more than half, but it still tormented him. Fang Yuan felt waves of pain in his head, and along with his heartbeat, it was throbbing. After an unknown amount of time he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 131. By the time Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the next day. His head no longer hurt, the pain had disappeared. He subconsciously touched his ear and the feeling was the same as before. It was as if the ear-cutting incident last night had never happened. He got up from the bed. The first thing he did was to find a mirror and look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was revealed. He wasn't handsome, but his pair of pitch-black and deep eyes made him seem extraordinary, revealing a trace of an unusual cold charm. The young man's ears were the same size, no difference. When he planted the earth communication ear grass last night, Fang Yuan's right ear was fat and big, the earlobe almost reaching his chin. But now it had become normal and from the outside there was no difference at all. This was because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and from his aperture, he transferred a small amount of red steel primeval essence. The primeval essence flowed along his body, all the way up to his right ear. Immediately, his hearing increased by several times, and the footsteps of countless people entered his ears. Although he was on the second floor, he had the illusion that he was stepping on the ground. Fang Yuan listened attentively, his primeval essence continued to move, and his hearing also increased. In the mirror, roots were slowly growing out of his right ear. These roots were like the roots of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, spreading out from the ear, sparse and growing, drooping towards the ground. At the same time his right ear also showed signs of growing bigger and fatter. Fang Yuan tried to stop activating the earth communication ear grass, and after a second, the roots that grew out from the ear all retracted back, and his right ear also returned to its normal shape. Of course, his hearing also returned to its original state. This way, I have an investigative Gu. Fang Yuan put on his clothes and took out a water basin from under the bed. The dark red blood water from last night, because of the coal that was thrown in, had already turned into a pool of black dirty water. The blood towel that was soaked in it was the same. The original blood red and white color had been covered by the black-gray color. It was easy for people to associate it with the greasy rag in the kitchen. This basin of water was carried out. Even if he poured it out in front of other people, he wouldn't give himself away. Summer was coming, and many of the clansmen had to clean the furnaces that had been used for the entire winter. It would often produce such a basin of dirty water. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Yuan entered the secret cave again. This time he did not come empty-handed. Instead he caught a young deer in the wild, tied its 4 hooves with hemp rope, covered its mouth with a metal cover, and used the stealth scales goo to conceal his body, bringing it to the stone door. He was not in a hurry to push the door open. Instead he activated the earth communication ear grass. The ginseng roots extended from the sides of his ears, and his hearing was instantly amplified several times. Dong dong dong. First he heard a faint sound. A slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer and longer, the heartbeat grew louder and louder. At the same time, the source of the heartbeat also increased. Fang Yuan didn't need to think to know that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eyed stone monkeys in the stone forest behind him. He closed his eyes and could imagine it in his mind. These strange sounds were like snails living in their own caves, curling up their bodies and sleeping. But these weren't what he wanted to sense. He continued to listen. His right ear had become a little fat, and the roots on his ears were 1/2 meter long. The roots were spiritual. They extended to the stone door, digging into a very shallow depth. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had received a huge boost. With him as the center, he could sense the countless sounds within a radius of 300 steps. This was the true use of the earth communication ear grass. Previously in the village he had only dabbled in it. If the earth communication ear grass's roots did not touch the ground, its detection range could only be considered average among rank 2 goo worms. But once the roots were rooted in the ground, its detection range would receive a qualitative increase. This was easy to understand. Using the theory on Earth, the speed of sound transmission was related to the medium. The speed of sound transmission on the ground and in water was much faster than in the air. In ancient China, some soldiers would sleep with a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once there was a cavalry attack, the soldiers would be woken up by the sound transmitted through the ground. If the sound was transmitted through the air, they would not be able to react in time. The roots were rooted in the stone door, and Fang Yuan immediately felt the movement behind the stone door. It was a series of sparse sounds that were very subtle and dense. Compared to this sound, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. If it was a newbie using the earth communication ear grass for the first time, they would have to think hard to guess what it was. But this sound was within Fang Yuan's expectations. But after listening for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He pushed the stone door open. The stone door was heavy, but he had the strength of 2 boars now, so it didn't take much effort. The stone door opened, and in front of him was a dark and serene tunnel. It stretched out horizontally, leading to the unknown and mysterious. Fang Yuan untied the deer he caught and threw it into the tunnel ahead. The deer was very intelligent, and it could sense the danger in the darkness ahead, not daring to move forward. Its big eyes looked at Fang Yuan, revealing a look of fear and pleading. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, and swung his hand with a moon blade. The moon blade was controlled by Fang Yuan to not be too powerful, and it slashed diagonally, leaving a shallow wound on the deer's body. Blood gushed out, and under the pain, the deer's fear of Fang Yuan took over, and it frantically ran forward in the darkness. The darkness quickly swallowed it. Fang Yuan urged the earth communication ear grass again, and this time the roots were rooted in the wall beside him. With his hearing improved, the first thing Fang Yuan heard was the deer's hurried footsteps, its heartbeat, and then a sudden wave of sparse sounds. In the Golden Centipede Cave, one could use the earth communication ear grass to avoid disaster. Fang Yuan knew that these sparse sounds were the sound of centipedes crawling. Suddenly he heard the deer's frightened cry. Obviously, it had barged into the worm's nest and encountered centipedes. Fang Yuan immediately imagined a scene in his mind. The deer was panicking and the centipedes swarmed it like a tide, surrounding it. The deer spun around in fear, stomping its young hooves, and whining as it felt the aura of death. The countless centipedes climbed onto its body. The deer fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling violently. But after a short while, its heart stopped beating. The centipedes covered its body, and started to devour the deer's flesh. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he suddenly heard a special sound. The buzzing sound was like a buzzing chainsaw. It was filled with an insolent, rude, and barbaric aura. If it were a newbie, they would be very confused. But with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he immediately guessed the identity of the voice's source. A rank 3 wild goo worm, chainsaw golden centipede. This was the king of the centipedes, the true killer of the Golden Centipede Cave. Fang Yuan could totally imagine it. A meter-long, 2 fists wide golden centipede, suddenly turning from stillness and crawling. On both sides of the centipede's body, there was a row of sharp, silver serrated teeth. As it crawled, these serrated teeth also moved rapidly like a chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival immediately caused the centipede group to go silent. It came in a fierce manner, and everywhere it went, the centipede group would scatter, revealing the deer's body that still had more than half left. It climbed onto the deer's body and opened its mouth, absorbing the deer's blood and devouring the deer's meat. When it encountered the deer's skeleton, it rolled up its body, and used the serrated teeth to lightly twist, easily grinding the bones into powder. Even the white jaguar's defense cannot withstand the chainsaw golden centipede's sawing. It seems that the flower wine monk wants me to use this earth communication ear grass to avoid this chainsaw golden centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada. It is not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was excited at the sight of the prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an excellent goo worm, and if he could use it, it would definitely be a powerful method. But to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede underground, even a rank 4 goo master would have to spend a lot of effort. Capturing and killing were two completely different things. The former's difficulty was much higher than the latter. Wild goo worms were mostly cunning, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, how could he pursue it? But Fang Yuan had the spring autumn cicada. As long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and leaked a trace of its aura, it would definitely make this worm cower, not daring to move. The spring autumn cicada was rank 6, and its aura had a strong deterrent effect on rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5 goo worms the effect was not great. As for other rank 6 goo of the same rank, there was no deterrent effect at all. This phenomenon was very interesting. Actually, thinking about it, human society was the same. Facing outstanding people, people would often admire and worship them. But towards people who were only slightly better than themselves, they would dare to offend them, thus it was usually competition and jealousy. But I am only at rank 2 middle stage. It is not impossible to subdue a rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede now, but the timing is a bit too early. Fang Yuan muttered. A rank 2 goo master was of course most suitable and handy to use rank 2 goo worms. Of course, rank 2 goo masters could also have rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not a common phenomenon. Firstly, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. Secondly, the higher the rank, the more inconvenient it was to use the goo worm, and a certain price had to be paid. It was like a baby waving a large hammer. If it tried to forcefully swing it, it was very likely that the weight of the hammer would pull its muscles and smash its own feet. The fawn has already alarmed the entire worm swarm. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days to half a month for this swarm to truly calm down. Now that I have probed it, I have already verified my guess, but it is not a good time to continue exploring. Why don't I put it aside for now and take it easy? This matter cannot be rushed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan closed the stone door again, and used the stealth scales goo to retreat. Chapter 132. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Qingmao mountain, as if a storm was brewing. On a remote hillside, a dozen strong lightning wolves bared their teeth and growled, surrounding Fang Yuan. These wolves had all 4 limbs, no longer the crippled wolves from before. If it was any other rank 2 goo master being surrounded like this alone, they would be in despair. But right now the situation was the exact opposite. Fang Yuan stood at his original position, calm and collected. As for the lightning wolves surrounding him, there was a hint of nervousness and fear in their expressions. The battle had already been going on for a while. On this bloody battlefield, a few lightning wolves had already fallen, silently showing off Fang Yuan's achievements. Kill! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. As the person being surrounded, he took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left. This lightning wolf was so frightened that it took a small step back. Then its fierce nature was stimulated. Its strong limbs suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. In the air, the lightning wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge but swung his right hand. Whoosh! An eerie blue moon blade flew out horizontally, piercing through the air and hitting the lightning wolf's open mouth. With a chi sound, this unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut into 2 from mouth to tail by this moon blade. Boiling wolf blood spurted out with a splash, falling like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white jade light, rushing through the rain of blood. He rampaged through the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack reacted, surrounding him from all directions. They opened their mouths to bite, but under the defense of the white jade goo they crushed their teeth. Their claws also returned empty-handed. Fang Yuan punched and kicked. With the strength of two boars, one lightning wolf after another was kicked away by him, or their skulls were directly smashed. They died on the spot. He had the upper hand. But good times did not last long. The primeval essence in his aperture was depleting quickly. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and his cultivation was ranked 2 middle stage. At most, his true essence was less than 50%. Seeing that his primeval essence was about to be exhausted, but there were still a few lightning wolves left, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think, stealth scales parasite. Instantly, his figure rippled like water and gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye he had disappeared. The lightning wolves stood still, not knowing what to do. They let out angry howls and began to patrol the hillside again, but to no avail. Fang Yuan was not far away, watching the lightning wolf's movements while taking out a yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. At the same time he continued to activate the stealth scales goo. Lightning wolves had outstanding eyesight. However, his sense of smell was not very sensitive. Fang Yuan used the stealth scales goo to restrain them. When his true essence recovered to 30%, the pack of lightning wolves finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement-type goo worm. If the lightning wolf really retreated, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Thus he removed the stealth scales goo. He revealed himself. How? When these lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, it was as if they saw their father's murderer, and they all rushed towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. When the lightning wolves were in front of him, he fiercely punched with his right fist. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light. It was incomparably hard. He fiercely hit the waist of a lightning wolf. Instantly there was a crisp crack. This unfortunate lightning wolf was sent flying far away by Fang Yuan's attack, its lumbar vertebra already fractured. It fell to the ground, frantically struggling and howling, but could no longer get up. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was now abundant, and his battle strength was strong. In a short while he killed another 4 lightning wolves. The remaining few lightning wolves had completely lost their will to fight. They looked at Fang Yuan in fear, letting out whimpering sounds, then turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs. Fang Yuan stood still, not giving chase. In terms of speed he couldn't compare to these lightning wolves, so chasing was useless. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious and did not rush to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. Earth communication ear grass. He half squatted down, using his palm to support himself, his right ear facing the ground. The ginseng roots on his ear grew out, stabbing into the soil one by one. Immediately, his hearing ability increased by several times, and everything within a radius of 300 steps was within his detection range. Countless sounds entered his ears. But there were no wolf packs attacking, or the footsteps of other Gu masters. It's safe for now. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, took out his dagger and started to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. These eyeballs he only handed over a small portion and kept the rest. If he handed them all over, such a battle result would definitely attract suspicion, and even secret investigations. Of course, Fang Yuan would try his best to avoid such trouble. After digging out the eyeballs of these lightning wolves, Fang Yuan immediately left this place. After killing another 2 wolf packs, the dark clouds in the sky had become extremely thick. The wind started to howl, blowing the green pine trees in the forest, and the leaves rustled. Howl? The howls of a large number of lightning wolves could be heard in the wind. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. According to his memories, today was the day the wolf tide would truly erupt. Using the earth communication ear grass again, Fang Yuan did not hear the sound of a large number of lightning wolves rushing over. He was not surprised and instead calmed down. This meant that the distance between him and the lightning wolves was at least 300 steps. This distance, along with his own speed and his familiarity with the terrain, was enough for him to safely return to the village. These lightning wolves are cunning, attacking in this kind of weather. The howling of the wind, the rustling of the pines to a large extent cover them up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, running at his fastest speed towards the village. After running for a few hundred meters, he bumped into a group of 5 Gu masters. It's Gue Fang Yuan. A young Gu master in the group noticed Fang Yuan and immediately raised his eyebrows, greeting him in a strange tone. He was Gue Peng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During his days in the academy he was naturally bullied and extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, his speed not changing as he brushed past him, not giving him a chance to speak again. This guy. Gue Peng was momentarily stunned, and immediately a stifling feeling welled up in his heart, slowing down his pace. He still had not found a chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. Little Peng, quickly catch up. If we want to maintain our position on the battle merit board today, we need to kill at least 50 lightning wolves. The group leader opened his mouth. Guyue Peng's angry expression immediately disappeared, and he hurriedly caught up with the group leader's footsteps. My current group. Rank 75 on the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is at the bottom of the 200 rankings. Such a difference is like heaven and earth. Speaking of which, I am also very lucky to meet a senior like the group leader who takes care of the newcomers. From the Wolf Tide till now, I have already gained a Gu Worm with the battle merit that I have received. My future is bright. How can Fang Yuan compare to me? Thinking about it, Guyue Peng felt much more balanced in his heart and even felt a sense of bliss. In this world, what can one achieve by fighting alone? Many people add fuel to the flames. The strength of unity is even greater. Clansmen are still the most reliable. With the help of the clan's strength, us newcomers can have a better and safer development. That Fang Yuan. What an idiot, he really thinks he's someone. Coincidentally solved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad, and now his tail is up in the sky. Although he became the group leader, he didn't even recruit a single member. He deserves to be at the bottom. But come to think of it, with such a weird personality, how can he recruit members? Thinking of this, Guyue Peng's footsteps became much lighter. After running for a while, he strangely did not encounter a single wolf pack. Guyue Peng raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was still afternoon, the sky had already turned dusky. The wind whistled over, and the dark clouds above their heads were extremely dense. They were churning rapidly, brewing thunder and torrential rain. But Guyue Peng was not the least bit afraid, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought in his heart, Fang Yuan returned in such a hurry, it must be because he is worried about this rainstorm. What a coward, what can a rainstorm do to him? Right at this time, the group leader's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. Group leader, what happened? The other four's gazes were naturally attracted to him. In this Gu Master group, this group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu Master, his scouting Gu Worm naturally did not have a large range like Fang Yuan's Earth Communication Ear Grass. At this moment, his face was pale, and he did not have the desire to explain further. Run! He screamed in fear, and under the shocked gazes of the other four, he turned and ran. Quickly follow group leader. The other group members were not stupid, and after they reacted, they immediately broke into a run. Howl. Continuous wolf howls came from behind, and from the sound one could tell that there were more than 1,000 lightning wolves. The 5 people in the group were all pale, breathing heavily as they ran with all their might. Wait for me. Guyue Peng ran with all his might, but he was still at the back. He screamed for help in panic. He could already feel the breathing of the lightning wolves behind him. But what made him despair was that the group leader who usually took care of him did not even turn his head around. The companions who usually patted their chests and talked about brotherhood and family did not seem to hear his screams. Howl. Behind Guyue Peng's ears, a wolf's howl suddenly came. The next moment he felt a huge pressure from behind him, and in an instant he fell to the ground. He fell on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. He subconsciously used all his strength and turned his head to resist. Gotcha. In the sky, a lightning snake suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure was immediately illuminated. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the fur on its body stood up, and in the corner of its mouth silver-sharp teeth could be seen. Guyue Peng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a thought reverberated in his mind, 100 Beast King. The wolf pack in the wolf den was huge, and not only were there 3 10,000 Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crisp sound, it bit off Guyue Peng's entire head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head, and started to suck the blood from Guyue Peng's neck, and gnawed on its flesh. Countless lightning wolves ran past its body. Rumble, the sound of thunder never stopped. Wah wah wah, the heavy rain started to pour. The real wolf tide had arrived. Chapter 133. The rain poured down and the lightning snakes danced in the sky, continuing for an entire night. Fang Yuan laid on his bed, hearing the shouts of the Gu masters outside, and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, and the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, when the wolf tide came, he was still a rank 1 Gu master. Thus, as a logistical force he hid in the village and escaped the disaster. But in this life he was already a rank 2 middle stage Gu master, and with the 4-flavor liquor worm he was making big strides towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like the other rank 2 Gu masters, defending against the wolf tide in the middle of the night. It's raining so heavily outside and I still have to fight against the lightning wolf pack in the dark. I'm really looking for trouble. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. He was not sleeping in the rented house but in an inn. If he was in the rented house he would definitely be captured by others. The clan's higher-ups have undoubtedly underestimated the wolf pack's battle strength. The most correct method is to hole up in the village and defend. Unfortunately, they were blinded by their past experiences. Fang Yuan thought as he turned around on his bed. Outside the window the rain poured down, covering the sky and earth. The rumbling of thunder could be heard continuously. On the streets, the sounds of Gu Master's urgent movements, footsteps, and angry shouts never stopped. At this moment, the wolf howls were extremely close to the village. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu Masters who risked their lives and left the village to fight, or the mortals who hid in their homes and shivered, or even Fang Yuan, who slept until midnight and woke up naturally. He did not get up either. In the darkness, he laid on his bed with his eyes open. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. Others were fighting for their lives, and one could imagine the thunderstorm outside the village. The Gu Masters and the wolf pack formed a lively and bustling stage. No matter which character it was, they were showing their true colors. Entering the role of a character, this was a good show. But Fang Yuan did not have the slightest awareness of entering the role. Instead, he felt an indescribable loneliness. Boundless loneliness. This was not because he was a transmigrator or a reincarnated person who carried secrets that could not be divulged. Instead, everyone was born to be lonely. Humans were like floating islands, drifting in the ocean of fate. When people met, it was like a collision between floating islands. As long as it was a collision, there would definitely be an impact. Sometimes, the lone floating ice islands stuck together in the name of interests, kinship, friendship, love, and hatred. But in the end they will all be separated, walking alone to destruction. This is the truth of life. It was a pity that people were always afraid of loneliness. They were always greedy for lively crowds and were unwilling to be idle. Because when they faced loneliness they would often face pain. But once a person could face this kind of pain, they would often have talent and courage. Therefore, there is a saying, the outstanding must be lonely. This is the taste of loneliness. Every time I taste it, my determination to pursue the devil's path is strengthened. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of the story of the human ancestor. Speaking of which, Renzu obtained Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask. Renzu was heartless. He couldn't wear it. Because before, Renzu had already given his heart to the Hope Gu, and from then on, he was no longer afraid of difficulties. But if Renzu wanted to use Attitude Gu, he needed a heart. Renzu felt troubled and asked Attitude Gu for advice. He said, "Oh Gu, Attitude can sometimes say everything. You know the problem I am facing now, so I want to ask you for advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is actually not difficult. Oh Renzu, you are currently lacking a heart, you only need to find a new one." Renzu was puzzled and asked again, "Then how do I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed, "The heart is nowhere but also everywhere. Finding a heart is both difficult and easy. With your situation you can get a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quickly tell me how to get it." Attitude Gu warned him, "This heart is called loneliness. Oh human, are you sure you want it? After you get it, you will feel endless pain, loneliness and even fear." Renzu did not take Attitude Gu's warning to heart and continued to ask. Attitude Gu could not go against Renzu's orders and answered, "You only need to look at the sky when there are stars in the night and don't say anything. When the sun rises, you will get the heart of loneliness." That night it was a good night with stars in the sky. Renzu followed Attitude Gu's words, and sat alone on a mountain, looking at the night sky. Before this, his life was difficult, and he had to constantly struggle for survival. He had no time to look at this beautiful and mysterious starry sky. Now as he looked at the starry sky, his thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of himself, thinking of how petty and weak he was, living a precarious and muddle-headed life. Although I have the Hope Gu, Strength Gu, Rules and Regulations Gu, and Attitude Gu, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this world. Even if I die tomorrow, it would not be surprising. If I die, will this world remember me? Will there be people who are happy for my existence, and will there be people who are sad for my departure? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world he was the only human, how could there be anyone else? Even with the Gu accompanying him, he still felt an unforgettable feeling, loneliness. The heart of loneliness. At this moment, when the human ancestor felt lonely, a brand new human heart suddenly appeared in his body. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on Renzu's face. But Renzu did not feel happy, instead he felt endless pain, despair, bewilderment and fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, he felt darkness and the end of the world had arrived. Thus he howled in pain and stretched out his finger, gouging out his eyes. His left eye landed on the ground and turned into a young man. He had a head of golden hair and a robust body. Once he appeared, he knelt at Renzu's feet, shouting, "O Renzu! My father, I am your eldest son, verdant great Sunday." At the same time, Renzu's right eye also turned into a young girl. She held onto Renzu's arm. She said, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate Guyue." Renzu laughed loudly. Tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. He said good 3 times, "I have children, I can finally bear the pain of my lonely heart. From now on, there will be people who will be happy for my existence and people who will be sad for my departure. Even if I die, you will all remember me." But, finally he heaved a long sigh, "I have lost my eyes, I can no longer see the light. From now on, the 2 of you will watch this world for me." The heavy rain continued for the entire night until dawn. Only then did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn, the pedestrians on the street all had heavy or sorrowful expressions. This night the clan's losses were not light. In fact, none of the 3 great clans of Qingmao Mountain escaped. They all suffered heavy losses. This was clear to Fang Yuan as soon as he saw the battle merit board. After a night, the battle merit board had lost 25 teams, all of them sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. Guyue Peng's team was also among them. For the next 10 days the situation became even worse. From bad to worse. First, 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf appeared, and then there was news of 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf in the wolf tide. Such news made the rank 2 Gu masters who were out tremble in fear. If they met a Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 teams to work together to deal with it. This did not even include the ordinary Lightning Wolf packs around the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 great clans had no choice but to send out rank 3 elders to deal with the crisis. Under such circumstances, the Gu masters' daily lives were filled with danger and were long and arduous. Even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales Gu, he had to be careful. After all, he might meet a Beast King level Lightning Wolf with the Lightning Eye Gu. Fortunately, he had paid a price earlier and could use the Earth Communication Ear Grass. This Gu's detection range was very large, allowing him to avoid large wolf packs every time. As such, the weather became hotter and hotter until the end of July. Although the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 great clans, the situation was already under control. Halfway up the mountain, the 3 Gu masters who had already gone through an intense battle faced a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The smell of death was already assaulting them. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. If I had 60%, no 30%, I wouldn't be chased by it like this. As the group leader, Xianxia looked at the approaching bold lightning wolf that was like a cat playing with a mouse, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain wall is in front, there is no way out, what do we do? A group member with a pale face said. What else can we do? We can only hope for reinforcements. I heard our clan's lord by Ning Bing has already come out and is rushing to the battlefield. This was a Gu master from the Bai clan village. There were originally 2 groups, one from the Xiong clan and the other from the Bai clan. They had worked together to face the wolf tide, but now there were only 3 people left. Rather than relying on Bai Ning Bing who we don't even know where he is, we might as well fight to the death. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. Beast Kings are scary because of the Gu in their bodies. I have a plunder Gu that can forcefully plunder the enemy's Gu worms. I just need to keep using it and not move. During this time you guys have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, temporarily blocking this bold lightning wolf for him. Even though they knew the chances were pitifully small, no one would be willing to die. If I can plunder it, I have a chance to live. Heaven protect me. Xiongzhan's eyes were fierce as he slowly raised his right hand. Whether they lived or died depended on this. The 3 men and 1 wolf did not know that high up on the cliff, a white-haired, white-clothed young man was calmly watching this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand on the ground, the other holding a wine flask and pouring it into his mouth. What he poured out was not wine, but only sweet mountain spring water. He did not like to drink wine but only water. This white-clothed young man drank water as he watched the show below him. Fight die. It's too boring for you to live such an ordinary life. Only this kind of life and death battle can add a trace of excitement to your lives. This way your lives will have value. He smiled lightly in his heart, not having the slightest desire to help. Even if he had this ability, even if his clan members were at the foot of the mountain. But so what? To him, loneliness was the deepest darkness, and the light of family was just an illusion. He, Bai Ningbing, would not do something so boring as saving people. Chapter 134. Guzhenren 132 Guzhenren's full text free reading section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass on the cliff. Bai Ningbing watched with interest. Under the cliff he was sitting on, an intense battle of life and death was unfolding. The bold lightning wolf walked slowly getting closer. 2 Gu masters blocked in front of it with a serious expression. Behind them, Xianxia was half squatting on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in a claw shape, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Gu. Suddenly he shouted, the primeval essence in his body surging towards the plunder Gu. A formless suction force burst out. Xianxia's right hand grabbed at empty air. He had the illusion that he was grabbing a Gu worm. But this Gu worm continued to struggle and wrestle with him. This force was huge, his center of gravity was already very low, but it still made him feel like he was being dragged forward. The success rate of the plunder Gu is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise it bodes ill. He gritted his teeth so hard that they emitted cracking sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was filled with malevolence as he fought with all his might. Xianxia had no way out. If he did not succeed he would die. Under the stimulation of death, he desperately poured primeval essence into the plunder Gu. With the injection of primeval essence, the plunder Gu residing in his right palm burst out with an even stronger suction force. The bold lightning wolf felt something was wrong and howled, suddenly launching a frenzied attack. The 2 Gu masters resisted with difficulty. Just as Xianxia was about to succeed, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! I don't have enough primeval essence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely withered. Once the plunder failed there would be a backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder Gu. Ow! Without the plunder Gu's restraint, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, howling loudly. The symbiotic Gu worm released its strength, causing lightning to flash between its teeth. Blue electric currents gathered together and shot out fiercely. The lightning passed between the 2 Gu masters, directly hitting the half-squatting Xianxia. Xianxia did not even have time to howl. He was turned into a piece of charred meat by the lightning, dying instantly. Run! The remaining 2 Gu masters no longer had any will to fight, fleeing in 2 different directions. The bold lightning wolf caught up to a person and pounced on him, crushing his throat. Finally, only the Clan Gu master was left. He was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat step by step to the edge of the cliff. I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he raised his head and howled in despair. He vented the fear in his heart. But his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Bai Ningbing on the mountain wall above his head. Lord Bai Ningbing. Lord Bai Ningbing. Is it really you? After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly shouted and cried tears of joy. Oh, I've been discovered. Bai Ningbing chuckled and slowly raised her right hand. He pointed his right index finger downwards, and an icicle appeared and shot downwards. The icicle shot towards the Gu master who was crying for help. Through his skull, from the top of his head to his jaw. Oh! His face was still filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Then he fell to the ground with a plop. This gave the bold lightning wolf a fright. It looked at Bai Ningbing above, the corner of its mouth splitting open, revealing its teeth that were covered in lightning. Ignorant beast. Bai Ningbing looked at it indifferently. With a light leap he jumped down from the 5-meter-tall mountain wall. In the air, he clasped his palms together, and frost energy spread in all directions. Then his palms separated to the left and right, and an ice blade formed. This ice blade was 7 meters long like a Japanese katana from earth, its whole body covered in transparent ice. The hilt was held by Bai Ningbing's pale hand. The bold lightning wolf's lightning shot up from below. Bai Ningbing sneered, and 2 puffs of pure white water vapor came out of his nose. With a whoosh, the water vapor circled around his body and formed a water ball shield. The water ball continued to revolve on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning struck this water ball barrier, causing it to dissipate. The water ball broke, revealing the white-clothed young man. Die. The young man's black eyes suddenly turned pure blue, like two blue crystals, showing ruthlessness and indifference. Blade light flashed. Bai Ning Bing lightly landed on the ground, a drop of blood dripping from the translucent white ice blade in his hand. The bold lightning wolf was like a statue standing still. After a breath's time, blood spurted out of its neck, and its huge wolf head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. As for its body, it fell down. The electric current goo that was residing in its body shot out like lightning, towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing lightly flicked his wrist, and a blade light flashed in the air. Under his blade, the lightning current goo exploded into a field of eerie blue electric currents and perished. Bai Ning Bing slowly walked towards Xianxia's corpse. The other goo worms are all ordinary goods. But this plunder goo is interesting. He found the plunder goo from Xianxia's corpse and kept it in his pocket. Although the three clans' agreement stipulated that after a goo master dies, even if the successor obtains the goo worm of the deceased goo master, they must hand it over. But Bai Ning Bing did not care about this rule. Even if it was exposed, so what? He was the symbol of Bai clan's rise, and would definitely receive the clan's protection. Bai Ning Bing was very sure of this. It's just that, this wolf tide is really boring. He caressed the ice blade with his hand, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the ice blade. Thinking about it, fighting with people is more interesting. He yawned and suddenly smiled. I wonder how Qing Shu, Xiong Li and the others have grown? After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, maybe they can give me some surprises, who knows? Days later. In the crowded plaza, Fang Yuan looked up at a huge banner. On the banner there were words written using the U-word Gu. The content was all the resources provided by the three clans. These resources included a wide range of resources such as food to feed Gu worms, rice for humans, salt, oil and other daily necessities, as well as Gu worms and Yuan stone. But behind these resources, there was a number signifying that they needed corresponding battle merits to exchange for them. A wolf eye could be exchanged for 10 battle merits. 5 battle merits was equivalent to a gene of rice. Using 25 battle merits, a Gu master could obtain a piece of Yuan stone. No doubt, the arrival of the wolf tide brought opportunities that were not available during peacetime. The battle merit board and this resource board had stimulated countless Gu masters, willing to shed blood and fight day and night against the lightning wolves. Especially recently with the outbreak of the wolf tide, the three clans took out their assets, stimulating the Gu masters' enthusiasm and raising their battle strength, helping the village tide over this crisis. As a result, there were many rare items on the resource list. Like now, Fang Yuan noticed this Gu worm. 3-step fragrant grass Gu. He mumbled, staring at the huge banner's content. 3-step fragrant grass Gu was a Gu worm that Fang Yuan needed, because it could assist in movement and increase Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these few days on the resource board, there were many Gu worms that appeared. But only this 2-step fragrant grass Gu suited Fang Yuan the most. But this grass Gu was not easy to get. Not only was it the only one on the resource board, it also required a lot of battle merits to exchange. If I use my true abilities, I can naturally accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass Gu. But if I do that, I will definitely arouse suspicion. That would not be nice. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to mass-produce vitality leaves. I can sell these rank 1 Gu worms to the clan and exchange them for battle merits. But this method is slow, and after accumulating enough battle merits, the 3-step fragrant grass Gu might be exchanged for by someone else. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. This method had its drawbacks and naturally could not be used. Then what should he do? He looked at the resource board and the battle merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards things like battle merits, he had a clearer and deeper understanding than anyone else. Battle merits were a type of emergency currency. During peacetime, the market used Yuan stone. Yuan stone was a hard currency, and because it had a high commodity value, it would never depreciate. But during the wolf tide, the demand for Yuan stone would explode, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to temporarily replace it. Thus, battle merits were born. With this auxiliary currency like battle merits, we can temporarily stop the economy from collapsing. Just like on Earth, when there is a war, the government will issue large amounts of paper money. Of course, if there is too much paper money, it will cause inflation. Battle merits are the same. The longer it goes, the more it depreciates. But during the village's life and death situation without battle merits, just using Yuan stone is even more unreliable. I can only choose the lesser of two evils. Thus, after the wolf tide, there will always be signs of economic depression. Sigh, such a crude economic system is not worth mentioning. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would be able to easily play around. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient and I cannot bear the risk. If I force it, I will be playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The crucial point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not strong. Without strength, just having intelligence was useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to trade with Strength Gu, and in exchange for strength, he gave up on intelligence. That is because strength is the foundation. As Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard people discussing beside him. Did you know? Bai Ning Bing made a move again. What, which Gu master is unlucky this time? It's Xiong clan's Xiong Li, that dejected one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ning Bing doing? Last time he injured Qi Shan and now he is dealing with Xiong Li. Under the wolf tide he is still so reckless. He has always been doing things his own way. He is already a rank 3 Gu master, but he still went to find trouble with a rank 2 Gu master. To show fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his strength to rank 2 realm. So boring it is hard to understand. Bai Ning Bing how, humph, he is just a dead man. But this reminds me. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart moved. He thought of a way to quickly obtain large amounts of battle merits. Gu Venerable 132_Gu Venerable's full text free reading section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass updated. Chapter 135. Quickly running. The trees in front of him seemed to be crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged agilely, running as fast as he could. His right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a bold lightning wolf that he had purposely provoked, as well as a few hundred strong normal lightning wolves. The lightning wolves were much faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its strong body moved like lightning in the complicated terrain, its speed extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Fang Yuan, suddenly Fang Yuan's body shimmered, and he disappeared. The bold lightning wolf could only slow down, looking around suspiciously. Fang Yuan ran far away again, revealing himself again. The bold lightning wolf's sharp gaze immediately found him. It growled angrily, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. As for the normal lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed coldly to himself, running again. After a few tries, he finally reached his destination. This time he completely concealed himself. The chasing wolf pack hesitated at the place where Fang Yuan disappeared. Soon after, the bold lightning wolf found a new target. In a valley not far away, 5 Gu masters were fighting with a wolf pack. Oh. The bold lightning wolf had limited intelligence, immediately forgetting about Fang Yuan. It raised its head and howled, and the lightning wolves behind it joined the battle in the valley like a tide. How can this be? The Gu masters who were fighting saw this scene, their faces turning ashen. I'm not talking about every wolf pack. Do they all have their own areas of activity? We painstakingly killed a bold lightning wolf, who would have thought another one would come. This time it bodes ill rather than well. Hurry up and send the signal for help. With the addition of this new wolf group, the pressure on the Gu masters rose sharply, each of their tone revealing a panicked emotion. The investigative Gu master among them quickly waved his hand and shot out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a small golden ball, but it had a pair of colorful wings. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, suddenly exploding, turning into a colorful flame. It could be seen from 100 miles away. This is the signal Gu, a rank 1 consumable Gu, often used to send out signals. We have already sent the signal. Everyone hold on and wait for reinforcements. The group leader of this Gu master group shouted at the right time, raising the morale slightly and stabilizing the morale of the troops. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared high up on the mountain wall. Looking down from above, he sneered in his heart. He had already investigated the situation of this Gu master group. The team closest to him was a small team. He was also surrounded by the wolf pack. That wolf pack was naturally led there by Fang Yuan on purpose. He wanted to tie up their hands and feet. Killing lightning wolves, 1 eyeball is only worth 10 battle merits. But to retrieve the Gu worms from the battlefield and hand them over to the clan's higher-ups, it was worth at least 1,000 battle merits. If I do this 2 or 3 times, I will have enough battle merits to exchange for the 3-step fragrant grass Gu. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Under his plan, the outcome of this Gu master group had already been decided. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I will lure away the lightning wolf pack and come back here to collect the Gu worms. Fang Yuan walked to the big tree beside the mountain wall. He sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Gu masters were resisting with all their might. Fang Yuan did not take the risk to lure the thousand-beast king frenzy lightning wolf, but chose the bold lightning wolf instead. This gave them time to struggle to their heart's content. Especially when among these Gu masters, there was one who had been defeated by Fang Yuan. It was Gu Manshur. He had the monolith Gu and had a strong defense, blocking the attacks of many lightning wolves by himself. However, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan chose this group. The more precious the Gu worm, the more battle merits one could obtain after collecting it. After collecting the monolith Gu, Fang Yuan could obtain 3,900 battle merits, raising his position on the battle merit board by over 20 places. Of course, the Gu worms of Qishan, Mo Yen and Qingshu were more precious than the monolith Gu. But the Qishan group had Guyue Teng, who had the snake communication Gu and could use heat to scout. Fang Yuan's invisibility was useless against the snake communication Gu. As for Mo Yen, she was a stronger investigative Gu master than Qishi with more varied methods. She had completed the clan's mission to observe the wolf's nest many times. The Qingshu group did not have a strong investigative Gu master. But because of Guyue Fangjing's existence, the clan would definitely have an elder secretly following and protecting them. If Fang Yuan wanted to lure them there, he would be seeking his own death. As for the other two village Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not too familiar with them. Framing someone was not an easy job. After choosing left and right, he finally chose a few groups. After following them for a long time, he finally found this suitable opportunity. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when the sounds of battle entered his ears. He opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone from his eyes. It's this boring scene again. He was sleeping at the edge of the cliff, and slightly turned his body to look at the scene in the valley. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, he suddenly saw a figure. His eyes flashed with a surprised light. He saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree, eating a wild fruit that he had picked. He was coldly looking at the battle below, indifferent. Bai Ningbing's interest was immediately piqued. He had never met a person like Fang Yuan. Since young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and intoxicated with emotions. But from Fang Yuan he felt a familiar sense of loneliness and coldness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. The wild fruit was obtained by Fang Yuan himself. With his experience he could naturally tell if it was poisonous or not. The wild fruit was juicy, sour and sweet. Fang Yuan was eating when his right ear twitched. He heard movement and it was right beside him. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher level of the cliff, and there was no movement because the flesh-hearing ear grass could not sense him. Now he moved his feet. He was immediately discovered by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity, and he turned his body to look. He saw a white-haired, white-clothed young man using an ice blade to stab into the cliff, sliding down and landing not far from him. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and he immediately recognized this person. Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai Village's rise. During rank 2 he killed a rank 3 clan elder, and now he has rank 3 cultivation at such a young age. He is the key person who changed Qingmao Mountain's situation by himself. If it was any other Gu master facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would definitely change, either nervous or fearful. But Fang Yuan's gaze only glanced at him for a moment before looking back at the valley. His expression was still calm, as if he was indifferent. It was all because Fang Yuan knew Bai Ningbing's background and secrets. He knew it clearly. Oh. Bai Ningbing walked over. He stared at Fang Yuan in a daze, his mouth slightly opened and his voice dragged. He stared at Fang Yuan curiously, as if he was looking at something he had never seen before. He walked closer, and the more he looked at Fang Yuan, the brighter his eyes became and the more interested he felt. This person's body. Why is there a familiar smell? Feels like I've seen him before. Feels like a long time ago. This is the feeling of a friend. Bai Ningbing's heart was stirred. Friend, he had always disdained and despised this word. Even despised it. He had never thought he would have friends. Those mortals around him could only look up to him. How could they have the qualifications to be his friend? Bai Ningbing had always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now he suddenly had this feeling. This feeling was extremely mysterious, but he was sure it was this feeling. Because when he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing's distance was a little too close. Fang Yuan turned his eerie black eyes and stared at him indifferently. Out of nowhere, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of Fang Yuan's gaze. This was a gaze that warned him. He quickly stopped his footsteps and stared blankly at Fang Yuan rudely, saying at the same time, "Hey, you really are an interesting person. If a Bai Clan Gu master who was familiar with him was here, they would definitely go crazy after hearing this." Since young, Bai Ningbing had never said such words of praise to someone. Fang Yuan ignored him, munching on a wild fruit as he watched the intense battle in the valley. Bai Ningbing walked around Fang Yuan, carefully observing him. It was like he was looking at the world's most novel food. He looked at Fang Yuan from all angles and suddenly squatted down, looking at Fang Yuan from below. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, his crystal-like white hair hanging on the ground. He did not care. His white robe dragged on the ground, but he did not care either. At this moment he was like an innocent child looking at his playmate, curiously looking at Fang Yuan's expression. He wanted to speak a few times but could not. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that there was no need to say them. Because he felt that Fang Yuan would understand. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth doubtfully. "The battle in the valley is not interesting at all. What is there to see?" But halfway through his words, his eyebrows rose up, showing an expression of understanding. "I understand. You were the one who lured these wolves here and you want to kill these Gu masters. But why didn't you do it yourself? Oh, you are afraid of leaving behind evidence. You are too cautious. From your aura I can tell that you are already a rank 2. If I were you, I would kill them if I wanted to and would have done it long ago." Suddenly he laughed like a child who had found the most fun toy in the world. His eyebrows danced in joy. "You are really an interesting person and the things you do are also interesting. Yee, I'm starting to like you." Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing again. He understood this person. Because this person was also a natural-born demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the secular world, ignoring all living beings. Surrounded by loneliness, disdaining emotions. This person was like a reflection of Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was more profound while he, Bai Ningbing, was purer. Simply put, they were the same kind of person. In his previous life's memories after the 3 clans survived the wolf tide, it was this man who exterminated the 3 clans, causing the lively Qing Mao Mountain to turn into an icy hell. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, slowly saying, "You must be very lonely." Bai Ningbing's eye sockets bulged, squatting on the ground, nodding his head and sighing in agreement. "Yes, these days are super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Xianxia Gu master. It was quite interesting, so I took this Gu worm. Take a look." He was like a cute child, taking out the plunder Gu as if showing his new toy to his companion. Fang Yuan glanced at the plunder Gu in his hand, laughing. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black pupils to blue crystals. He jumped up and stood up straight. "Ha ha ha." He raised his head and laughed, then said to Fang Yuan with an excited expression, "You know. That's right, I want to kill you. Come and kill me. A battle of life and death is the most interesting thing, and to meet such an interesting person like you, I swear I have never done such an interesting thing." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly opening his arms and sighing, "Ah. I feel that my life has never been so exciting. Thank you, although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you." Chapter 136. "Don't worry, you are only rank 2, I won't take advantage of you. I will also suppress my cultivation to rank 2. Come, let's have a fair fight." Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally as he shouted. Facing the crazed Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He stared at Bai Ningbing, his tone indifferent. "If you want to kill me, then come." Saying so, Fang Yuan took a small step forward, his body like a willow leaf falling from a high place. Bai Ningbing's laughter stopped abruptly, his embarrassment turning into anger. "Don't you run." He immediately ran, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly without making a sound, running straight towards the valley. The two charged into the valley, one in front and one behind. The wolf pack raged, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing one after another. Of the Gu masters who were forced into the valley, one had already died. The remaining 4 saw the wolf pack's movements, and their faces immediately showed joy. One of them even shouted, "Brothers, hold on, someone is coming to support us." "Why are there only 2? They saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's blurry figures. "It's him." As they got closer, Guiyue Manshi's expression changed. He recognized Fang Yuan. It was this man who defeated him in front of everyone. That pair of eyes evoked the nightmare in the deepest part of his heart. He would never forget Fang Yuan. He once swore that he would work hard and get back at him. But now, Fang Yuan personally came to save him. This added a complicated feeling to Guo Mansher's heart. Wait a minute, the second person is... They quickly recognized Bai Ningbing, each of them showing a shocked expression. Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing. Guo Mansher's eyes opened wide. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing again under such circumstances. Bastard, stop right there. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, weaving through the wolf pack. His entire body was glowing with a white jade light, resisting the biting and scratching of the lightning wolves. But because of this, the primeval essence in his aperture was decreasing rapidly. Not far behind him, Bai Ningbing also breathed out water vapor from her nostrils, forming a spherical water shield that covered her entire body. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the water shield. The force of impact was neutralized by the flowing water above them. Then they took advantage of the momentum and were flung out. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's cultivation was rank 3, but her performance was mediocre. According to his words, it seemed that he had really taken the initiative to suppress his cultivation and only used the power of a second-stage professional to deal with Fang Yuan. With the strength of a second-stage professional, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and she had a lot more quintessential essence. However, as he trudged through the wolf pack, he was getting further and further away from Fang Yuan. The key reason was the difference in strength between the two sides. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing was slightly weaker. Fang Yuan was able to withstand the charge of the pack of wolves and kept moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water vapor shield. Although it could neutralize a portion of the impact, it could not be like Fang Yuan, who could directly charge out and create a path. How? The bold lightning wolf's attention was also attracted by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, and the ordinary lightning wolves around it parted like the tide, creating a path. The bold lightning wolf moved its 4 limbs, charging straight towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped Gu masters could not help but show expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, who was behind Fang Yuan, he saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. But the next moment, Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan's figure ripple like water, and then disappeared from his vision. His laughter stopped abruptly. The Gu masters at the bottom of the valley were also in an uproar. The bold lightning wolf had lost track of Fang Yuan. With an angry roar, it did not stop and charged towards Bai Ningbing. A smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face again. Interesting, you are really interesting. Haha, then let's treat this as an appetizer before the main course. Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned from black to blue like the blue sky. He stood on one leg, extending his ice blade horizontally and starting to spin. The slender ice blade drew out rays of sword light. The light rays slashed in the air, forming a magnificent scene like a tornado. The snow-white blade formed an ice storm, wreaking havoc in the wolf pack. Countless lightning wolves crashed into this storm, and were cut into pieces of minced meat. But not much blood splattered, as the blood had already been frozen by the icy cold air. The bold lightning wolf howled, its ferocity aroused. The goo worm residing on its body also started to show its might, causing its whole body to be covered in golden electric currents. Its fur stood up, and the golden electric currents were like chains, wrapping around its body and limbs, forming a crude chain armor. Its 4 claws moved, and like a golden meteor, it fiercely charged into the ice blade storm. Bam! With a thunderous explosion, the ice blade storm suddenly stopped. A broken section of the ice blade flew into the air, and with a chi sound, it stabbed into a mountain rock. The white frost spread everywhere. The bold lightning wolf fell to the ground, its heart pierced by the ice blade. Such a fatal attack had already caused it to die. Bai Ningbing laughed and slowly retracted the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade had already broken in half, and the remaining blade was full of cracks and nicks. But he did not care, and only stretched out his left hand and lightly touched it. An icy cold air emitted from his left hand, starting from the handle and gently stroking upwards. Everywhere it passed, the ice blade was renewed, its sharpness restored. At the same time, a new blade formed on the broken section. The bold lightning wolf was dead and the wolf pack dispersed. But Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai's life-saving grace. A few Gu masters took the initiative to greet Bai Ningbing. Only Guo Mansher stayed on the spot, his expression fluctuating. Back then he was defeated by Bai Ningbing, and was extremely unwilling to accept it, and was released by the latter. Now that he had refined the monolith Gu and met Bai Ningbing again. But right now he no longer had the confidence to challenge the latter. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly and suddenly shook his arm. The ice blade drew a few shining blade lights in the air. Ugh. The three Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting Bai Ningbing to actually kill them. They had an expression of disbelief as they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Guyue Manshur roared in anger and shock. Killing people, what kind of brain do you have, can't you see it's so obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Damn bastard. Guyue Manshur clenched his fists, showing his anger. He gritted his teeth and scolded, our three clans have already formed an alliance, and you dare to kill our Guyue clan, this is a violation of the alliance. Whatever you want, come at me, I will accept it. Forget it, it's time to settle the grudge from back then. Saying so, Guyue Manshur screamed, and took a few big steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulged, forming a thick rock skin. His entire appearance had completely turned into a stone man. Courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his hand and slashing down. The sharp ice blade slashed down from above. First, it slashed at Guyue Manshur's head, then between his eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, throat, chest, all the way down. Rock fragments flew, and when the ice blade reached his abdomen, it broke again. But the icy cold air had already frozen all the life in Guyue Manshur's body. Plop. He fell to the ground as dead as he could be. The rock skin on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Bai Ningbing shook his wrist that was in pain, he had almost forgotten about letting Manshur go. He shook his head slightly and turned around. Facing the empty valley he shouted, you can come out. You want to kill these Gu masters, I'll do it for you. Come, let's have a life and death battle. Bai Ningbing had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's figure appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze turned heated, and he raised the ice blade in his hand, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered silently, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing scolded, chasing relentlessly. During the chase, Fang Yuan led Bai Ningbing to the nearest battlefield. Xianxia's group was fighting with a bold lightning wolf pack. This wolf pack was of course attracted by Fang Yuan. Everyone put in more effort, this wolf pack can't hold on any longer. The southeast direction sent out the signal Gu, it has already been some time. They need our help. Xianxia was trying to boost the morale, but he stopped halfway through his speech. He saw Fang Yuan as well as Bai Ningbing behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan admitted defeat, Xianxia no longer put Fang Yuan in his heart. Thus, his gaze quickly moved past Fang Yuan and towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing. Xianxia's eyes were filled with rage. Once he saw the white-haired young man in white clothes, his heart was filled with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word, he attacked. Especially when he purposely suppressed his cultivation to rank 2. Xianxia was caught off guard and lost the battle. His personal bravery and the clan's glory were all trampled by Bai Ningbing. To him, this was a huge humiliation, how could he not be angry? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing after Fang Yuan, Xianxia suddenly said. He was short, with a round bald head that seemed to shine. Xianxia was the same age as Fang Yuan, he had great aptitude, and was the Xiong clan's #1 genius newcomer. He was also a rank 2 now, and after many experiences he had already grown. Xianxia suppressed his urge to attack. Fang Yuan was only a member of Guyue clan, and not their Xiong clan. Although there was a 3-clan alliance, there was still a difference in intimacy. Since it was a fight between outsiders, it would be best if they did not implicate themselves. Xianxia's group was prepared to watch from the side, but how could Fang Yuan not expect this? His one sentence completely changed their stance. Fang Yuan quickly approached Xianxia's group, shouting in a panicked tone, I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me, Bai Ningbing wants to silence me. Chapter 137. What? Xianxia lost his voice. Plunder Gu? Only one person on Qingmao Mountain has this Gu worm, and that is my cousin Xiongzhan. Xiongzhang's expression darkened. Xianxia squeezed his eyes tightly, his eyes flashing fiercely. Others were afraid of Bai Ningbing, so was he. But fear did not mean weakness or fear. In his heart, he had already prepared to sacrifice himself for the clan and fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your hands or not? He took a big step forward, allowing Fang Yuan to pass by him and face Bai Ningbing directly. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, so what if it is? Xiongzhang's expression was gloomy as he questioned, speak. How on earth did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands? Xianxia also said, Bai Ningbing, I respect you as a senior. But you secretly took our Xiong clan's Gu worm and did not hand it over. You are openly violating the alliance agreement. Saying so, he waved his hand and a signal Gu appeared. With a bang, colorful fireworks burst out in the air. The colorful light from the fireworks shone on Bai Ningbing's face as he laughed loudly. What bullshit alliance agreement, I have never cared about it. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and found the process interesting, so I collected it. Xianxia heard this and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Roaring in a low voice, he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you watched as my cousin died in battle but didn't do anything. You bastard. The 5 people in the group were all one. Be it for public or private reasons, Xiongli group was at odds with Bai Ningbing. Battle was unavoidable and the scene was chaotic. On one hand, Bai Ningbing was under the joint attack of the 5 people in Xiongli group. On the other hand, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and still had to face the lightning wolf's bites. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and stood at a distance, watching calmly. The wolf pack moved like a huge millstone. The 6 Gu masters fought without any regard for themselves, and if they were slightly careless, they would end up in the wolf's mouth. Xiongjiang activated the roaming zombie Gu and his eyes turned green. Xiong Li's eyes were red while Bai Ningbing's eyes were blue like crystals. The battle between the 3 of them became the most intense part of the entire battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's power, Xiongjiang turned into a zombie and her defense against water and ice rose sharply, barely blocking Bai Ningbing's attacks. Meanwhile, Xiong Li activated the Grand Bear Gu, and with the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were extremely ferocious. With just 2 or 3 punches, even Bai Ningbing's water barrier would be destroyed. As for the other 3 Xiong Clan Gu masters, they could not interfere in this battle and could only do their best to deal with the lightning wolves. The bold lightning wolf attracted by Fang Yuan could have been easily taken down, but now it had become a huge threat. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Xiongjiang roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Phew. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly as she nimbly leaped backwards to increase the distance between them. At the same time, she swung her left hand and threw out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicle hit Xiongjiang's body, but Xiongjiang didn't feel any pain. When he turned into a zombie, even if his arms and legs were broken, he would not feel any pain. The icicle's cold air could freeze a normal person and slow their movements, but he felt a wave of cold comfort. Zombies were in physiques and couldn't resist fire, lightning or the sun, but they had enough resistance to this cold air. Bai Ningbing, you still want to toy with us in such a situation? Show me your true strength. Xiongli shouted angrily. Since the start of the battle, Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation and only showed the strength of a rank 2 Gu master. At the same time, the Gu worms she used were mostly rank 2. This made Xiongli feel like he was being looked down upon, and the resulting humiliation made his anger burn even more fiercely. You small fries, how can you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing laughed coldly and her attacks became fiercer, but she still suppressed her strength and didn't use a single rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan, who was watching from afar with his arms crossed, had a clear understanding in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't. Bai Ningbing, he has the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. According to this world's oldest legends, all humans were the descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons and each one is different. No 2 people are the same and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that people pay attention to the most is aptitude. A person with cultivation aptitude, when they become a Gu master, can rise above others. Those without cultivation aptitude are mortals, living at the lowest level of society, trampled and toyed with. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade and D grade. This was already known to the world. But in fact, above a grade there are even more outstanding aptitudes. As for this news, it was a secret. Clans would never publicize it, and only those with a certain status in society would know of it. Xiong Li and the rest naturally wouldn't know, and even the clan elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life, and had already broken away from his mortal body, so he naturally knew of this. There are 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they are called the 10 extreme physiques. Before the human ancestor completely died, he had 10 children. His eldest son is Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter is Guyue Desolate Een. Among them, there is one called Northern Dark Eye Soul. Renzu's legend is both true and false, and it reveals many secrets of a Gu master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 children represent 10 different types of aptitudes. Fang Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques surpasses a grade aptitudes. The most outstanding A-grade aptitudes can store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques can store 100% primeval essence in their aperture. But all things are in balance, and the 10 extreme physiques with 100% primeval essence are too perfect, and heaven and earth do not allow their existence. In Renzu's story, none of his 10 children had a long life. In reality, Gu masters with the 10 extreme aptitudes all die young, and it is very difficult for them to grow. Of course, if they truly grow to rank 6, they will be able to dominate those of the same rank, and even achieve the miracle of surpassing ranks when they are rank 6. Bai Ning Bing with the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique is like this. 100% primeval essence causes his aperture to be unable to bear the burden, and is in danger of collapsing at any time. To reduce this danger, Bai Ning Bing has to cultivate and use primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls, so that it can bear 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and extremely shocking. However, the higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the primeval essence, and the greater the pressure on the aperture, which in turn causes the danger to increase. Bai Ning Bing is like a lone boat floating on the sea. He has no fresh water and can only drink seawater to relieve his thirst. But seawater is salty, and will absorb the original moisture in his body, causing him to become more and more thirsty. The more Bai Ning Bing cultivates, the closer he is to self-destruction. But he can't not cultivate. The clan's expectations and the assassination attempts from Xiong village and Guiyue village force him to become stronger and stronger. As someone with the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, he should understand his situation. Knowing that he does not have much time left, and that his death is certain, he developed such a character. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This is no doubt a type of irony. Overly outstanding aptitude does not allow Gu masters to rise to the top, but instead becomes the main culprit for their demise. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everyone needs to drink and eat, but if you eat and drink too much, you will die from overeating. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter what world, there is no true perfection. There is no true perfect love and there is no true perfect work. If it is too perfect, it will lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ning Bing's cultivation unavoidably reached rank 4 realm. Finally, his aperture was unable to bear the burden of primeval essence and self-detonated. The 10 extreme physiques cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, and the self-detonation of a heaven-defying object was like a swan song, with extraordinary power. It directly killed everyone in the 3 villages, and turned the whole Qing Mao Mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, at that time, Fang Yuan, who had average cultivation, was bullied by Fang Jing, and could only join the caravan and escape by luck. To delay the arrival of death, Bai Ning Bing used Gu worms to dilute his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence into rank 2 red-steel primeval essence. At the same time, he rarely used rank 3 Gu worms. Because activating a rank 3 Gu worm once expended a large amount of red-steel primeval essence, resulting in a lack of stamina. Instead, it was better to use multiple rank 2 Gu worms consecutively, which would be of greater help to Bai Ning Bing in battle. This was the real reason why Bai Ning Bing suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength but still restrained himself and put himself in danger, that would be something only a retard would do. Bai Ning Bing was intelligent and quick-witted, and was nurtured with great effort, receiving a good education. How could he do such a foolish thing? It was just that he was so young, and his character was indeed different from normal people. But for a person who was about to die, what was there to worry about when he did things? It was because of this unrestrained and unbridled nature that he was not assimilated by the organization system, and developed a demonic heart. Otherwise, with this kind of living environment where everyone looked forward to him, nurtured him with great effort, surrounded by glory, surrounded by strong enemies and with a bright future, he would have long been assimilated by the organization, and developed the temperament of a leader. Bai Ning Bing was actually a very pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had never thought of dealing with him. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would not mind making use of him first, and get rid of this troublemaker in advance. The battle in the field was still going on. In just a short while, the situation had already changed. The bold lightning wolf was exterminated by Bai Ning Bing, and the wolf pack scattered and fled. The healing Gu master in Xiong Li's group also fell under Bai Ning Bing's blade, and he paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to be fractured, hanging down powerlessly in the following battle. But these did not hinder him from having the upper hand now. Xiong Li was a first-rate elite among rank 2 Gu masters, and his strength was on par with Qing Shu and Qi Shan. Xiongjiang was a newly emerged defensive expert, while Xiong was a genius newcomer, and now also had rank 2 battle strength. Adding in another Gu master, the 4 of them were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing together. Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle earlier, and expended a lot of red steel primeval essence. At the same time he killed the bold lightning wolf and the healing Gu master, and lost the ability to move his right arm. He could only abandon the ice blade in his right hand, and use his left hand instead. This way he could only temporarily put aside the method of using his left hand to activate the ice all. Thus, his offensive ability was reduced by almost half. Under such circumstances, he still had the upper hand, and his advantage was becoming more and more stable. It is after all the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Although the primeval essence was diluted with Gu worms, and also sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still preserved. The longer the battle, the greater his advantage. Fang Yuan watched, sighing inwardly. With my current battle strength, it is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan admitted to this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent and 44% primeval essence. Even the B-grade talents Xiong Xiong and Xiongjiang would be suppressed by Bai Ningbing if they fought together. It could be imagined that Fang Yuan's situation would be even more difficult than Xiong and the rest when facing Bai Ningbing alone. But, not being able to defeat you does not mean I cannot kill you. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he thought of this. This was the wisdom accumulated from 500 years of experience. Even though they were somewhat similar shadows. But compared to him, this 100-year-old demon Bai Ningbing was only a little demon that was prematurely matured by cruel fate. Chapter 138. Cold air spread everywhere, ice blades danced. Iron fists roared, fangs howled. The battle between Xiong group and Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. The battle did not last long. But as Bai Ningbing's pressure increased, Xiong and the rest felt that time was long and unbearable. Xiongjiang's expression was gloomy, Xiong head was covered in cold sweat, and Xiong gaze was solemn. At this point, even Xiong had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only used rank 2 Gu worms to fight, the battle strength he displayed was not something they could contend with even if they worked together. In fact, Bai Ningbing had not used his full strength yet. This was not intentional, but he had to keep a hand to guard against Fang Yuan. To Xiong and the rest, their motive was simple: they only wanted to kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was complicated. He had to fight with Xiong group on one hand, and defend against Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other. He had personally seen Fang Yuan use the stealth scales Gu, thus he had to split his concentration to guard against Fang Yuan's attack. But up until now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave already? Impossible. Although this is the first time we met, he is not someone who would easily give up. He will definitely make a move, he is just waiting for an opportunity. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blades, suppressing Xiong counterattack as he thought rapidly. Not only did he have to fight with Xiong group in terms of strength, he also had to fight with Fang Yuan's wits. Fang Yuan's delay in making a move gave him more and more pressure. An unsheathed sword was the most dangerous, because no one knew where the sword would stab. Although Fang Yuan did not make a move and watched the battle from afar, he had been pulling Bai Ningbing's concentration from start to finish. If not for this, Xiong group would have lost long ago, and would not have lasted until now. This Bai Ningbing is quite quick-witted. First he cleanly killed bold lightning wolf, making me one less pawn to use. Then he risked his injuries to kill the healing Gu master in Xiong group. All of this was the wisest and correct choice. Although he's fighting fiercely with Xiong and the others, he's still guarding against me. In the shadow of the distant forest, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and watched from afar, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. But he was not anxious at all. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Bai Ningbing's combat strength would be consumed. The recovery speed of the 10 extreme physiques was much faster than the first-grade physiques. But there would still be consumption. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture would be consumed, and the more the scales of victory would tip towards Fang Yuan. If the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture was used up, so what if she had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? One crescent blade was enough to behead him. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was also well aware of it. Although he had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with a cold light, and he took a big step back, pulling a distance away from Xiongli and the others. Then, his Adam's apple rolled up, as if something had been regurgitated from his stomach into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up and then he opened his mouth with difficulty. An ice-blue bird peeked its head out from between his white teeth. Its lively eyes looked around and soon found someone's gaze. It came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, and with a flap of its broad and strong wings, it flew towards Xiongli. The blue ice bird was very cute, looking like a pigeon. But when Xiongli and the others saw it, their faces turned pale. Rank 3 bluebird ice coughing goo? Dodge. Xiongli and the others hurriedly dodged, but this blue ice bird was different from the crescent blade. Once it was sent out, it would automatically lock onto the enemy. Bam! It crashed into the logistics goo master in Xiong Li's group and exploded. The surging cold air spread everywhere, and the dazzling blue light lit up the battlefield. In the next second, the blue light dissipated, revealing a translucent ice cube with a trace of blue. The goo master was sealed in the ice cube. His face still had the panic and fear from before his death, but he had already lost all signs of life. It was not that Bai Ningbing did not have a rank 3 goo worm, but once he used it, the rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be greatly consumed, and he would not be able to display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. This made it easier for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack in the following period of time. But Xiongli and the others were already scared stiff by this bluebird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing did not continue his attack, but turned around and tried to leave the battlefield. This was a wise move. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have the guts. Brother Xiongxan was also killed by him. Kill him and take revenge for brother Xiongxan. Xiongli and the others shouted angrily but could not catch up. Originally, the 4 of them could barely form an encirclement, but now that they lost one person, the encirclement was broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield at this moment, a moon blade flew out from the dense grass, and at the same time a figure pounced out. Clang! Bai Ningbing waved the weapon in his hand, dispersing the moon blade. But his abdomen was kicked by the person and he staggered back 3 steps. Using this time, Xiongli and the others rushed over again, surrounding Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not even look at Xiongli and the others, but stared at the person, laughing coldly. You finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xionglin's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, you did well. Xiongjiang was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Xiongli was silent. He looked crude, but his thoughts were much more meticulous than normal people. Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier, but now he suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle? This thought made him feel slightly uneasy. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as if victory was in his grasp, but his heart was slightly heavy. Bai Ningbing's action of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was well aware of his plan, seeing through it at a glance, but so what? He had to appear. Fang Yuan naturally saw Xiong Li's expression, and he had expected it. Don't worry, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've already informed the clan. As long as we hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive. Xiong Li immediately felt relieved. Xiong Lin and Xiongjiang's fighting spirit increased greatly, while Bai Ningbing suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, so his name is Fang Yuan, what an interesting guy. I want to kill you more and more. I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead, you're dead this time. Xiongjiang gritted his teeth and rammed into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you're too arrogant, I'll make you pay the price today. Xiong Lin shouted angrily, circling to Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, step back a little and hold the line for us, just stop Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would instead destroy their tacit cooperation. The battle began again. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, and he continued to attack, ignoring Xiong Li's words. Xiong Li and the other 2 were originally frowning. An outsider's attack would cause the battle formation to become chaotic, and there would be mistakes in cooperation. But Fang Yuan's every attack was sharp and ruthless, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of opportunities, which was a huge help to them. At first, Xiong Li still roared at him, but very quickly Xiong Li himself closed his mouth. His originally tightly frowned brows raised slightly, showing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not attack much, but he always hit the vital points of the battle. Once a master-level method was displayed, he immediately gained control of the battle situation. Xiong Li's group of 5 was at a disadvantage against Bai Ningbing, and even killed 2 of his members. But once Fang Yuan joined in, He cooperated with Xiong Li and the other two, firmly suppressing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, go and die. Xiong Li let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air and landed heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a fist, and fiercely smashed towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared in time, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction in which he attempted to jump. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to take Xiong Li's heavy attack head-on. Water Shield Gu. He breathed out 2 streams of water vapor from his nostrils, immediately forming a water ball barrier around his body. With a boom, Xiong Li's heavy fist hit the barrier and immediately broke it. But because of this, his fist lost all momentum, allowing Bai Ningbing to survive this crisis. Even so, Xiong Li still glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing deep admiration. If not for Fang Yuan's ingenious coordination, his attack would have been dodged by Bai Ningbing. He would not have forced Bai Ningbing to fight so recklessly, indirectly causing his primeval essence to be depleted. Water Shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not care about Xiong Li's gaze, focusing on Bai Ningbing, his brows slightly furrowed. It was this Water Shield Gu that repeatedly allowed Bai Ningbing to escape from danger. The defensive ability of the Water Shield Gu was even better than the White Jade Gu. But it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it had to be in a spherical shape, and rely on the flowing water to continuously reduce the force and spread the damage. Only then would it be able to display its greatest defensive ability. If Bai Ningbing's back was against the mountain wall, he would not be able to form a spherical barrier, and his defensive ability would be greatly reduced. There were many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but Bai Ningbing had always been careful, and had never been forced into a corner. As long as I break this Water Shield Gu, Bai Ningbing will be in a predicament. But what should I do? Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Bai Ningbing suddenly opened his mouth, and another blue ice bird flew out from his mouth. Xiong Li and the rest were afraid of this attack, but Fang Yuan had no fear. He snorted coldly and shot out a moonblade. With a bang, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing gave a low growl. He was too close, and after the ice bird exploded, the shockwave hit him instead. The shockwave sent him flying and he fell to the ground. At the same time, half of his left arm was frozen, and he lost his ability to fight. Perfect opportunity. Xiong Li saw this and his eyes shone with a bright light. He shouted, "Go die." His hands formed a fist and punched towards Bai Ningbing. This attack was extremely powerful, and Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, unable to display even half of the Water Shield Gu's defensive ability. If he was hit in the head by this fist, Bai Ningbing would die instantly and there would be no second outcome. Chapter 139. Seeing that Xiong Li's fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang revealed joyful expressions. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out, the flesh on his right hand and forearm suddenly turned into a transparent light blue ice, and from the outside, his bones could be seen clearly. His fingers formed a palm blade and like lightning he directly pierced through Xiong Li's heart. Ah! Xiong Li's pouncing body was immediately stopped. His eyes widened and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Xiong Li. The sudden turn of events made Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin unable to accept it. Do you really think that my right arm was really fractured by your punch? How naive. I have already used the rank 3 ice muscles Gu to cultivate this ice muscle, and its defense is outstanding. The reason why I kept pretending was only to give someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a disdainful smile. At the end of his words he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and he also stared at him. Puff. What? Ningbing. Xiong Li opened his mouth and spat out his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand emitted cold air, and directly froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Despicable and treacherous fellow, I'll fight you to the death. Xiong Lin personally witnessed Xiong Li's death, and under the immense pain and agony he erupted like a volcano, charging towards Bai Ningbing without a care. Xiong Lin calmed down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, stopping Xiong Lin. Leader is already dead, we are no longer his match. Quickly leave, I'll hold up the rear. Xiong Jiang forcefully endured the pain and shouted. Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin stood blankly on the spot, his eyes red. Xiong Jiang waved his hand, throwing him behind him and then took a step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Death Gu. The shadow under his feet suddenly came to life, and strangely distorted, connecting to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have Shadow Bond Gu. Once I am injured, Bai Ningbing will also be injured. You won't be able to kill me so easily. Xianglin, you're still young and your talent is even better than team leader and I. Hurry up and leave. Xiongjiang's eyes locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted. Big brother Xiongjiang. Xionglin's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he not know the drawbacks of the Shadow Bond Gu? In the previous battle, Xiongjiang had also used this Gu worm, but as long as Bai Ningbing had enough distance, the shadow would break. Xiongjiang's words were just to comfort him. Moreover, right now, Xiongjiang didn't have enough Zhenyuan and had already consumed a lot of it. Even the roaming zombie Gu stopped activating. Xionglin's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He turned around and glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Fang Yuan didn't answer. He just stared at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right hand. After a while, his right hand returned to normal. He sneered in a mocking tone, reinforcements? If they were here they would have arrived long ago. These words are a lie. TSK, you two are more naive than the other. Do you really think a small trick like the Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He disdainfully looked at the shadow under his feet, not caring at all. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xianglin clenched his fists, his eyes spewing fire as he roared. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at Bai Ningbing, his lips curling into a knowing smile. That move just now must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? After fighting for so long, how much primeval essence is left in your aperture? The Gu worm that Xiongli used for defense was only slightly weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu, but it was directly penetrated by Bai Ningbing. Such an attack was clearly not something a rank 2 Gu worm could possess. According to the scene just now, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing should have used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was very powerful and was famous among the rank 3 Gu worms. But if it was used excessively, it would harm the user. Joint problems were only a minor symptom, but in serious cases the body's muscles would be frozen, thus it needed to be used together with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his skin had already become ice muscles, and could resist frost and cold. Using this Frost Demon Gu could be said to complement each other. But Bai Ningbing had used rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, and would definitely consume a lot of primeval essence. But he had to use such a strong method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his primeval essence, allowing Fang Yuan to see through him. Thus, after killing Xiongli, he did not attack immediately, but used words to gain time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding calmly and admitting, "That's right, I do not have much primeval essence left. I endured not using my right arm to bait you into attacking. But you did not fall for it, hehehe. The real battle has just begun, isn't it?" Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. If Bai Ningbing denied this, he could attack boldly. But now Bai Ningbing directly admitted it with a fearless expression. Other than Bai Ningbing being a person who was about to die and was indifferent to life and death, he probably still had a strong trump card, thus giving him confidence. Ordinary Gu masters would only have 3 to 5 Gu worms. Even the likes of Qing Shu and Qishan were the same. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Yuan had Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, 4-flavor Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Ear Grass and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had as many as 7 Gu worms in his hands. Bai Ningbing was the hope of the Bai clan, a top genius who possessed the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. From the start of his cultivation until now, he had received the clan's full support. His wealth was definitely much deeper than Fang Yuan's. From the start of the battle, he had already displayed at least 6 different Gu worms. Fang Yuan was almost certain that he had other Gu worms. And it was these Gu worms that allowed him to remain calm despite his lack of primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome opponent was Bai Ningbing. Not only did he have talent, he was not afraid of death and had large numbers of Gu worms. These 3 points were crucial to the outcome of a Gu master's battle. Especially Gu worms. A strong Gu worm, or a Gu worm with strange abilities, could often allow a Gu master to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm. Even Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu's defense could be penetrated by it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Ningbing directly. Fang Yuan used Guiyue, Manshi, Xiongli and the others to probe Bai Ningbing's abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. In terms of talent, Fang Yuan was only C grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was like heaven and earth. Bai Ningbing had started cultivating earlier, and with the clan's full support, his goo worms were even better than Fang Yuan's. In terms of temperament, Bai Ningbing, who was not afraid of death, was almost invulnerable. Between the two, Bai Ningbing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This was a fact that had to be acknowledged and accepted. But the reason why battles were exciting was because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not necessarily fall. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to win as the weak, but he had to use all his methods and strength. Guyuer and Manshur are just the beginning, and Xiong Li's group is not the end. Thinking in his heart, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. A moon blade flew out and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face changed color. Fang Yuan's moon blade did not attack him, but beheaded Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly change sides. Bai Ningbing gave him too much pressure, and all his attention was focused on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence in his body, and to conserve it, he did not maintain the roaming zombie goo, which led to Fang Yuan's one-hit kill. Bai Ningbing's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed out of his ears, nose and even the corners of his eyes. Since the start of the battle, this was the most serious injury he had suffered. Shadow Bond Goo. With the effect of damage linkage, no matter how much damage the Goo Master with the Shadow Bond Goo suffered, the linked person would suffer 1/10 of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang was dead, his injuries would naturally be transmitted to Bai Ningbing through the Shadow Link. This kind of injury had a direct effect, and even if Bai Ningbing used the Water Shield Goo, he would not be able to block it effectively. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? A second later, Xiong Lin recovered from his daze, and he let out a shrill and angry roar. Fang Yuan ignored him, and his body shone with a white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had suffered such a serious injury, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His head was dizzy and his battle strength fell sharply. He saw Fang Yuan charging towards him and quickly retreated. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want to have a life-and-death battle with me? Fang Yuan chased closely behind him. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth and continued to run. He staggered but forced himself to stay focused, ignoring Fang Yuan's provocation. Although he knew he was going to die and was not afraid of death, he was not stupid. Danger was everywhere, but his heart became calmer. Xiong Lin stood on the spot, and did not choose to help Fang Yuan chase after Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing and also hated Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang Yuan chased each other, traversing through the mountains and ridges. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually healed, and his nose and eyes no longer bled. At the same time, his staggered footsteps became lighter and lighter. He was not blindly running, but in the process he secretly used goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan chased and was secretly shocked. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had almost used up all his primeval essence, but the time he gained along the way, the primeval essence he recovered was enough for him to heal his injuries. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude, what kind of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he understood, the more determined Fang Yuan became to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fang Yuan threw out a moonblade, and a basin-sized eerie blue moonblade flew out, piercing through the air and emitting a whistling sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arm was still cut. A wound appeared and blood gushed out, but a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the wound, stopping the bleeding. Bai Ningbing had already cultivated ice muscles, and once the skin was formed, it was like the black and white boar goose strength, no longer needing primeval essence to support it. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. His old injuries could not be healed, but new ones appeared. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to torture him to death. Chapter 140. No one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. Fang Yuan, you are really interesting. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent coming from Fang Yuan made him feel like he could not breathe. To him, this was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, giving rise to a morbid excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Take this. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a black goo worm. Fang Yuan's footsteps slowed as if he was facing a great enemy. But when he got closer, he found that this goo worm was Xiongjiang's plunder goo. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan caught the goo worm in his hand. The plunder goo was a black beetle of normal size, with a pair of pincers at the front of its head. There were small white spots on its back. Spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked, and with a spurt of primeval essence, the plunder goo was refined and kept in his aperture. He continued to chase. Bai Ningbing even used such a method. It meant that his injuries were severe and he was at the end of his rope. But because of this pause, the distance that Fang Yuan had closed with great difficulty was pulled further apart. It is a pity that I lack a movement support goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing long ago. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo in an instant? Bai Ningbing was shocked. He had refined this plunder goo for many days, and although he had some progress, the process was difficult and he did not succeed. This was because Xiongzhan's death was indirectly related to him. This plunder goo's will originated from Xiongzhan, thus it hated Bai Ningbing even more, and increased the difficulty of refining it. But Fang Yuan refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ningbing saw this from the corner of his eye, and his heart turned cold and shocked. Some special goo worms could achieve such an effect. But Bai Ningbing had never had one, but Fang Yuan had one? He couldn't help but fear Fang Yuan even more. The image of Fang Yuan in his heart became even more dangerous and mysterious. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. As time passed, Bai Ningbing recovered more true essence, and her injuries became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become smaller and smaller. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. If this continued, Bai Ningbing's injuries and true essence would soon have a considerable recovery. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonglow goo to heal his injuries, the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's aptitude was too outstanding and could be said to be blessed by heaven. The recovery rate of his Jinchi was even faster than Fang Yuan absorbing the Yuan Stone. Unless we encounter a pack of wolves ahead and are surrounded, or the appearance of a goo master group could temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it's the Bai family's team, then I'll be in danger. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, and he was already thinking of retreating. Their chase was very long, but they didn't encounter a pack of wolves or a goo master group. This meant that Bai Ningbing, who knew the direction of escape, also had an investigative goo worm and was able to evade in advance. Qingmao Mountain was huge and they could escape in all directions. Fang Yuan couldn't let Bai Ningbing only choose one direction to escape in. The most important thing when facing the wolf tide is to stay together and not get separated by the wolf pack. Once we get separated, it'll be dangerous, Guiyue Qingshu said to Fang Jing as they hurried. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend and defeat them head-on. But if it's the frenzy lightning wolf pack, we need to retreat first, then use the signal goo and wait for the surrounding goo master groups to gather. We need at least 3 groups to have the confidence to defeat the frenzy lightning wolf pack. Of course, the opponent in the wolf tide is not only lightning wolves, but also goo masters. Saying so, Guiyue Qingshu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Obviously it was Bai Ningbing. These days Bai Ningbing went around challenging others, purposely suppressing his cultivation and only using rank 2 red steel primeval essence to find trouble with Xiongli, Qishan and the others. In his words, Guiyue Qingshu was his next target. If we meet Bai Ningbing, Guiyue Qingshu continued, if we can avoid fighting, it's best not to. When Fang Jing heard that, he could not help but feel indignant. In his heart, although Guiyue Qingshu looked gentle on the outside, he was strong on the inside and had his principles. From Guiyue Qingshu he felt a strong sense of kinship. He respected and loved Guiyue Qingshu, and naturally didn't want Bai Ningbing to surpass him. Everyone is talking about Bai Ningbing, what kind of person is he? Fang Jing frowned and asked. The other 3 people in the group couldn't help but fall silent. Guiyue Qingshu smiled warmly at Fang Jing. He is Qingmao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Jing listened carefully. You are still young and have a great talent, you might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you grow up, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him. Do you still remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising your head, sometimes people need to lower their heads. Fang Jing looked at Qingshu, and when his gaze met Qingshu's gentle eyes, he nodded and replied, I understand, don't worry big brother Qingshu. That's good. Qingshu said, but suddenly the investigative goo master in the group said, not far ahead, there is a goo master running quickly. Everyone's expression changed. Healing goo master Guiyue Yaohong said with a serious expression, it should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack, let's go and save them. Fang Jing blurted out, could it be Bai Ningbing, isn't he a lone wolf? It could be, it could also not be. But if it really is a lone goo master, no matter which village he is from, he is our ally now. We should go and save them. Guyue Qingshu said and took the lead to change their direction. The four people by his side naturally followed closely behind. But very quickly the investigative Gu Master said, "It's not just one Gu Master, not far behind the first Gu Master, there is another Gu Master. So there are two Gu Masters. Then it should be like what Big Sister Yao Hong said. It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack." Guyue Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief. Guyue Qingshu's expression did not change, but the other three's expressions relaxed. Right now, if one looked from a bird's eye view, Qingshu Group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were getting closer to each other on the rugged mountain road. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. He had an investigative Gu worm, and sensed a 5-man Gu master group heading towards them. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had an investigative Gu worm, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. Every Gu worm only had one ability. There were advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Take Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass for example, it was the same. It could hear sounds and was most sensitive to footsteps. But it could not determine the gender of the person. And if a Gu master used the silent steps Gu to conceal their footsteps, he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who they were, Bai Ningbing chose to retreat for safety reasons. But this time the situation was different. Qingshu Group was made up of elites, and their investigative Gu masters were also skilled. There's someone? Soon after, Fang Yuan also sensed the existence of Qingshu Group. As he ran, the whiskers on his right ear fluttered. Because he was not rooted in the ground, his investigative range was not even half of his peak. Bai Ningbing changed his direction again. But Qingshu Group quickly changed their direction. This time, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were smart and immediately understood. This unknown small group was the biggest change and would definitely affect the final result of this battle. If it is a Bai clan group, then I will immediately use the stealth scales Gu to retreat. But if it is from the other two villages, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He also knew that this choice of his carried an element of risk. If it was a Bai clan Gu master with an invisibility detection method, then he would be in a desperate situation. But if he lost this opportunity, it would be hard to find another chance to kill Bai Ningbing. Moreover, no matter which Gu master it was, Fang Yuan had a 2/3 chance of winning, while Bai Ningbing only had a 1/3 chance. Fang Yuan had no reason not to take the gamble. As they ran, the two sides got closer. "We're almost there, just behind that corner." The investigative Gu master pointed at the corner on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but slow down their footsteps, waiting for the upcoming rendezvous. A white figure suddenly turned the corner and appeared in front of them. "Bai Ningbing." Fangjing blurted out. Of course he had seen Bai Ningbing's portrait. The faces of the other four, even Qingshu couldn't help but darken. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, looks like he encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. Serves him right. Alone in the wolf tide, what is he trying to do? For a moment, no one took the initiative to face him. Bai Ningbing's demeanor and actions clearly showed that she was running away. This made Qingshu and the others feel pleased when they saw this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from the corner, "Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I will kill you today." He said this with the intention of probing. Using the earth communication eargrass, he knew that the other side of the corner was the unknown 5-man team. If it was the Bai clan team, his question would naturally lead to an intense rebuttal. At the corner, Guyue Qingshu and the others heard his words and stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is chasing after Bai Ningbing? Are you kidding me? How could something like this happen? Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, then who is the person behind him? Guyue Yao Hong and the others looked at each other, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Guyue Fangjing was surprised and suspicious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan had already turned the corner. Ha! Guyue and Qingshu's originally serious expression suddenly froze. The other four had their eyes wide open, but when they saw Fang Yuan appear, their eyes almost fell out. This. Guyue and Yao Hong opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother? Fangjing was flabbergasted. It's him? Even with Guyue and Qingshu's extraordinary composure, they were also shocked. Chapter 141. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qingmao Mountain. With his strength alone, he changed the power structure of the 3 great clans. The moment he started cultivating, he took the lead, making all the A-grade geniuses pale in comparison. No one would doubt his future achievements. Even his enemies had no choice but to admit this. But now, someone was chasing after him, forcing him to flee in such a pathetic manner. This was something that Xianxia and the rest did not expect. What made them even more shocked was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was Fang Yuan of the same clan. Their impression of Fang Yuan was still at the arena, and the incident where he helped the clan chase away the river-swallowing toad. And because Fang Yuan admitted defeat to Xiong Li, it made them underestimate his true strength. When did Fang Yuan become so strong? The crowd found this hard to accept. Fang Yuan turned the corner. Guiyue Qingshu. When he saw the figures of the Qingshu team, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Looks like I've won this time. Bai Ningbing, looks like today is the day you die. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan shouted, "Little brother, you're here. This is great, quickly stop Bai Ningbing. Not only did he kill Xiong Li's team, he also killed Guiyue Manshur and the rest of my clan. This is a heinous crime. What? Our 3 great clans have signed an alliance agreement. No, if it's Bai Ningbing, he can do anything he wants. I see. No wonder Fang Yuan could chase after Bai Ningbing." Qingshu and the rest were shocked and enlightened. Looks like Bai Ningbing had lost his mind. After a few fierce battles, his battle strength had fallen to the lowest point, and Fang Yuan coincidentally gained the upper hand. Am I, Bai Ningbing, really going to die here? No, my primeval essence is barely enough to self-detonate the frost demon parasites. I still have hope of winning. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart. In front of him was the Qingshu team, and behind him was Fang Yuan's pursuit. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, there was a rift between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Of course, Fang Zheng would not listen to Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing didn't know this. As an outsider, looking at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan's similar appearance, Bai Ningbing made a firm decision. He suddenly raised his right arm and poured all the primeval essence he had accumulated in his aperture into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The flesh and blood on his right arm once again turned into light blue ice. Outside the ice, one could clearly see his white arm bones. Bang! With a loud explosion, Bai Ningbing's entire right arm suddenly exploded. For a moment, clouds and mist rose, and a strong chill spread in all directions. Gotcha. In this hot summer, pure white frost spread on the narrow mountain path, covering the soil and swallowing the trees. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. He actually abandoned his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was stunned by Bai Ningbing's ruthlessness. Quickly retreat. Guiyue and Qingshu grabbed Fang Zheng and quickly retreated. Large tracts of ice and frost surged towards them like waves. If they were really frozen, it would be troublesome. Not only the Qingshu team, Fang Yuan was no exception. He retreated 100 steps before the frost gradually stopped. Originally, this mountain path was lush and verdant, with fragrant grass and lush trees. But now it had become a world of frost. The trees were all frozen and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Fang Yuan stepped on the thick snow and walked into the center of the mountain path. He saw Bai Ningbing's entire body was frozen in ice. Like an insect in amber, his expression still showed his savagery, determination, and viciousness. He has already committed suicide? The Qingshu team also rushed over. Seeing this, Fang Zheng muttered. No. Qingshu's expression was very solemn. Bai Ningbing has already cultivated ice muscles. This layer of ice won't freeze him to death. Instead, it has become his protective armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing and swung his hand with a crescent blade. The crescent blade landed on the ice on Bai Ningbing's body, making a crisp sound. On the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide and long ice crystal, there was only a shallow knife mark. But soon, the chill in the ice crystal spread again, making up for the knife mark. Fang Yuan, is what you said true? Qingshu turned his gaze to Fang Yuan and asked. Of course. Xiong Lin from the Xiong Li team is still alive and can testify. We can't stay here for long. I'll tell you the details later. It's more important to leave this place first. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He already had the intention to leave. He couldn't cut off this layer of ice crystal. Even if they worked together to remove it, it would take a lot of time and consume a lot of primeval essence. Once Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their battle strength would drop, while his primeval essence would be fully recovered. Once the battle started, the situation would not be optimistic. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Fang Zheng couldn't help but ask loudly. Bai Ningbing has already lost his right arm. After the intense battle, his body and mind are exhausted. We can break this layer of ice crystal and at the same time launch the clan signal goo. With the clan's strength, we can eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's heart moved at these words. Since Fang Yuan can chase after Bai Ningbing, why can't we do it? The Gu masters looked at each other, thinking of this in their hearts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will be the heroes of the Guiyue clan. But if we kill him, aren't we afraid of the Bai clan starting a war? Now is the wolf tide. No, because of the wolf tide, even if we kill Bai Ningbing, the Bai clan will have to swallow this bitter fruit. That's right, the dead geniuses are not geniuses. The group members started discussing, their eyes filled with the yearning for fame and glory. So stupid, how can you imagine the power of the northern dark eye soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, laughing coldly in his heart. These people were courting death, he wasn't going to accompany them. Guiyue Qingshu also started to hesitate. He had a deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing compared to the others. He didn't know the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, and didn't really yearn for the fame of killing Bai Ningbing. He didn't care about fame and wealth, and was once the next clan leader Guiyue Bo was nurturing. For Fangjing he gave up this position. What he truly cared about was the clan's benefits, and his heart belonged to the clan. The rise of the Bai clan is all because of Bai Ningbing. If I kill Bai Ningbing, then my Guiyue clan will still be the #1 clan in Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing has rank 3 cultivation, I have the wood charm Gu, and have the ability to fight against a rank 3 Gu master. Moreover, he just lost his right arm and won't be able to get used to it in a short period of time. This will be the biggest flaw in a life and death battle. Thinking of this, Guiyue Qingshu's eyes focused. Fang Yuan had been observing Qingshu's expression, and looking at him now, he understood his choice. Guiyue Qingshu, if he disregards the consequences and uses the wood charm Gu, he will be much stronger than ordinary rank 3 Gu masters, and have the ability to fight above his rank. But against Bai Ningbing, who has the northern dark eye soul physique, it won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally return to rank 3 realm. Now that he has enough time in the ice crystal, he can remove this layer of suppression. When he breaks out of the ice, he will most likely be a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing had strong innate talent, and when he was at rank 2, Fang Yuan had to borrow external strength to contend against him. Once he becomes rank 3, his battle strength would increase by several times. At the same time, Fang Yuan was the culprit who caused him to lose his right arm. Once they fought, with his reckless nature, he would definitely make Fang Yuan his primary target. Moreover, in front of Guiyue Qingshu, Fang Yuan had some misgivings, and did not want to show his true battle strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave, and regardless of other people's persuasion, he resolutely left the battlefield. He really left? What a coward. If it's good that he left. If he interferes, it will instead destroy our tacit cooperation. When I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing earlier, I was really shocked. Now it seems that Fang Yuan is still Fang Yuan, a coward who actually admitted defeat in the Gu battle convention. Speak less, everyone has their own ambitions. At least before he left, he told us a lot of the latest information about Bai Ningbing. Moreover, if he returns to the village to report, we will not lack reinforcements. Qingshu looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. Leader, your temper is too good. Why do you need to absolve a coward like Fang Yuan? That's right, although Fang Yuan is Fangjing's younger brother, in my opinion, the two brothers are like heaven and earth. I actually rarely talk to Fang Yuan anymore. Fangjing's face turned red, feeling ashamed for Fang Yuan's desertion. Fangjing, you leave too. Guiyue Qingshu suddenly said. What? Fangjing's eyes instantly widened. You are the only A-grade genius in our clan, we cannot lose you. Although Bai Ningbing lost an arm, the following battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. For the clan we can all die, but you, Fangjing, cannot die. Guiyue Qingshu's words caused the other four to be moved. Well said. With a bright laugh, an elderly Gu master appeared. Lord Clan Elder. Fangjing quickly greeted. He recognized this person, it was a very senior clan elder in the clan. The clan elder walked closer, looking at Guiyue Qingshu with an admiring gaze. Guiyue Bo has adopted a good godson, able to fight to the death for the clan. With this kind of resolve, why would we worry about our Guiyue clan not growing stronger? Fangjing had not grown up yet. Ever since Wang Er's assassination, the clan had sent an elder to follow Fangjing at all times, playing the role of protection. But Fangjing, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you also don't need to go back. Isn't it just Bai Ningbing? I've always heard people say how amazing he is, saying that he already has the clan elder's strength. Now it seems he is just a brat. How much battle experience can he have? Harming himself at the drop of a hat, too inexperienced. The elderly Gu master snorted in disdain. Guiyue Qingshu wanted to stick to his point, but it was not good to refute the elder's idea. As a junior he had to respect the old and cherish the young. How could he refute and question the elders at the drop of a hat? Chapter 142. The time that Bai Ning Bing broke out of the ice was earlier than anyone had expected. The ice crystal first cracked, the cracks spreading and expanding before completely breaking apart. The clan elder Guiyue Qingshu, Guiyue Yaohong and the rest had already surrounded him. Guiyue Fangjing was standing on a hill far away, watching the battle from a high vantage point while remaining vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appeared, he would immediately warn them. Bai Ning Bing, you dared to kill my clan's Gu master, openly violating the three-clan alliance. A life for a life, it is only right and proper. What else do you have to say? The clan elder snorted coldly. Bai Ning Bing ignored him, instead looking down at his right arm. He stretched out his left hand in vain, but on the right side of his body he only felt empty air. His brows gradually furrowed, his expression as gloomy as water, lightning flashing between his brows. He actually forced me to cut off my right arm. That guy is called Fang Yuan, right? From how Xiongli, Qingshu and the rest called him, Bai Ning Bing already knew Fang Yuan's name. As he said this, Bai Ning Bing's blue crystal eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. His whole body emitted the aura of a rank 3 Gu master. Just as Fang Yuan expected, he could suppress his cultivation, so naturally he could also remove this seal. But in the previous battles he did not have enough time to remove this seal. Now with his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence, his aperture was filled to the brim. The heavy primeval essence brought a huge pressure to the aperture walls. Bai Ning Bing knew, right now he was moving towards destruction. A Gu master's aperture produces primeval essence, and in turn the primeval essence would nourish the aperture. In fact, as long as the primeval essence exists in the aperture, it would have a nourishing effect on the aperture walls. But this effect was not obvious, far from the effect of a Gu master actively expending primeval essence. Just like the calm sea water, it would still have a corrosive effect on the surrounding reefs. It was just that this effect was not as obvious as the waves hitting the reefs. But for the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, after reaching rank 3, even if one did not consume primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence was stored in the aperture, the effect of nourishing the aperture walls would be the same as a normal Gu master consuming primeval essence. This was the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. It could allow a Gu master's cultivation to rise rapidly. Moreover, this nourishing effect would become stronger and stronger as one's quintessential essence increased. At rank 4, as long as there is primeval essence in the aperture can be nurtured, and the effect is several times better than normal Gu masters actively expending primeval essence. For ordinary Gu masters, the higher their realm, the slower their cultivation speed. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the exact opposite. The higher the physique, the stronger the physique and the faster the cultivation speed. Until the Gu master self-detonated. To make an analogy, it was like a person free-falling from a high altitude. The lower he went, the faster he went. When he fell to the ground, the worse he fell. The cultivation of the 10 extreme physiques was to fall from the highest point. The speed of cultivation was getting faster and faster, but it only brought about a short period of glory in the process of falling, and the fear of impending death. Like a meteor falling to the ground or a moth flying into a flame, when he reached his most glorious moment, that would be the time of his death. Earlier, Bai Ning Bing took the initiative to dilute his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence. That was the reason. Now that his aperture was once again filled with white-silver primeval essence, Bai Ning Bing could feel that his cultivation was slowly accumulating and improving every minute and second. He actually forced me to use my white-silver primeval essence, and even sacrificed the frost demon Gu. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ning Bing's killing intent became denser. As he asked, his blue eyes swept around, but he did not find Fang Yuan's figure. The frost demon Gu that he self-detonated was a rank 3 Gu. He had failed 3 times, and expended a large amount of resources before he succeeded in fusing it. Now that it self-detonated, it was a pity. Although Bai Ning Bing advanced to rank 3, it had not been long. Even with the clan's nurturing, he could not enjoy the resources alone. Thus he only had 2 rank 3 Gu. Now that he sacrificed the frost demon Gu, only the blue bird ice coffin Gu was left. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Since young, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he would have already attacked crazily, and no one would be able to stop him. Bai Ning Bing's disregard made the Guiyue clan elder feel a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, eat this old man's crescent blade slash. He shouted loudly and pounced forward. Umph. Bai Ning Bing swung his left arm, and the cold air instantly formed into a slender ice blade. The ice blade that he had condensed before was only a meter long, but now it was 2 meters long, and the ice blade was even sharper, emitting cold air. Clang. The elder raised his hands, flickering with moonlight. Clashing with the ice blade, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The elder's face was filled with shock, and he took a step back, clasping his palms together and slashing diagonally. Golden moon slash. A crescent moon blade that was 1 meter long and completely golden gave off a trace of a domineering aura as it shot out. The golden moonlight shone on Bai Ning Bing's pale face, and he laughed coldly, raising the ice blade in his left hand and slashing. Clang. The moon blade and ice blade collided, and the golden moon disappeared, while the ice blade also shattered into small ice shards. This is a battle between rank 3 Gu masters? So strong. Be it the ice blade or the golden moon blade, I can't block them. From afar, Fang Jing was dazzled, not fully understanding the situation. How can this be? It is clearly a rank 2 ice blade Gu, but it blocked my rank 3 moon blade and golden moon. The elder stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique had an amplifying effect on ice and water-related Gu worms. And this amplification, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the greater the extent. When Bai Ning Bing was rank 3, he could use rank 2 Gu worms with rank 3 power. When he was rank 4 using rank 4 Gu worms, the effect could even surpass rank 5. Previously, Bai Ning Bing suppressed his cultivation, and only retained the recovery ability of his primeval essence. Now that he removed the suppression and returned to rank 3, the true power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique could be seen. Humph, old thing, there are still many things you don't know. Bai Ning Bing's feet stopped, and the ice blade in his hand stretched out horizontally, and started to spin crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amidst the intense wind he spun faster and faster. Ow! The wind seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and in just 2 breaths' time, a 5-meter-tall ice blade storm had formed on the spot. The wind was like a tornado, and the pure white frost aura surged and spread, freezing people's limbs. Quick, hide. Even the elders didn't dare to take the brunt of the attack head-on as they hurriedly dodged. But the other rank 2 Gu masters could not dodge in time. The ice blade storm swept over at a speed that was more than 3 times faster than before. 2 male Gu masters were unfortunately swept into the storm, and their screams stopped. In an instant, they were chopped into countless pieces by the ice blades, losing their lives on the spot. Save me. Guiyue Yaohong screamed in panic as she was about to be swept into the storm and die. Green vine Gu. Guiyue Qingshu's palm emitted green vines, and the vines coiled around Guiyue Yaohong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to pull her back, the ice blade storm had already swept over, swallowing Guiyue Yaohong in one gulp. Crack crack crack. The ice blade cut through the female Gu master in an instant, cutting her into 5 to 6 parts. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen by the cold air. Following that, these 5 to 6 parts continued to be cut apart, turning into palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yaohong. Qingshu's eyes widened as he saw this. Sister Yaohong. On the slope, Fang Jing could not accept such a tragic scene, and knelt on the ground in a daze, tears flowing down his face. Damn it. Steel Cloak Gu. The clan elder took a deep breath, and his body emitted a black light, as if he was wearing a layer of steel armor. He used his arms to protect his face, and his legs flew, charging straight towards the ice blade storm. Clang clang clang. He courageously charged into the storm. In just a few breaths' time, the ice blades cut the clan elder's body countless times, making crisp sounds. After a moment of stalemate, the storm abruptly stopped. Bai Ning Bing and the clan elder stood facing each other. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Bai Ning Bing's pair of blue eyes became even purer. His white clothes and white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The ice blade in his left hand had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from piercing the clan elder's heart. The elder slowly lowered his head and stared at his left chest, letting out a sound of helplessness and astonishment. Bai Ning Bing let go of his left hand, directly abandoning the ice blade, and walked towards Guiyue Qingshu, passing by the clan elder. Behind him, the clan elder's face and body were gradually covered in a layer of blue frost, and he fell to the ground with a plop, never to get up again. From afar, Fang Jing, who saw this, his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and an intense fear invaded his entire body. All of this was beyond his imagination. A grand rank 3 clan elder died just like that. How could this Bai Ning Bing be so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me and I can give you a quick death. Bai Ning Bing walked towards Guiyue Qingshu. Bai Ning Bing. Guiyue Qingshu let out a deep sigh, staring at Bai Ning Bing without fear. You and I have fought no less than 10 times, you are getting stronger and stronger, and now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot make me betray my clansmen. Let's fight. With just you? Hehe. Bai Ning Bing sneered in disdain, turning to look at Fang Jing, slightly raising his eyebrows. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Guiyue Qingshu's expression changed and he took a big step forward, blocking Bai Ning Bing. Don't even think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ning Bing's expression sank. You are an interesting opponent, keeping you alive can add some fun to my life. But my mood is terrible now, don't be ungrateful. Obediently tell me where did Fang Yuan escape to? Guiyue Qingshu used his actions to give the most direct answer. He slowly closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. With charm Gu. Chapter 143. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu, Qingshu's eyes turned emerald green. At this moment his aura suddenly changed. From a lively human aura, it turned into a deep and serene forest aura. Bai Ning Bing could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. He curled his lips unconcernedly. It seems I have not fought with you for a long time, you have some interesting methods now. Icicle Gu. With a thought, 5 sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Go. Bai Ning Bing pointed his finger and the icicles shot out. Crack crack crack. 2 vines stretched out from Qingshu's palms. The vines danced in the air as agile as 2 green snakes, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicles changed direction, brushing past Qingshu's shoulder and shooting into the frozen ground, the hard mountain rocks, and the ice sculpture-like forest. Qingshu used skill to break through force, causing Bai Ning Bing to return empty-handed. Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly. Your whip is getting better and better. But I want to see how many icicles can you block. Saying so, Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone with a faint blue light. 10 icicles appeared at the same time, floating in front of him and shooting towards Qingshu. Next, another 10 icicles condensed. This happened 3 to 5 times and in the blink of an eye, it became an icicle rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The icicles pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying sound. Qingshu dodged as he waved the green vines in his hands, forming shadows. His whip technique had gone through countless times of bitter training, and had reached the stage where he could control it as he wished. But there were too many icicles and Qingshu was bound to lose if he defended for too long. In the end, his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle pierced through his right shoulder, and the tip appeared on his back. Pine Needle Gu. Qingshu endured the pain, and with a flick of his long hair, countless jade-colored pine needles shot out. The pine needles flew towards Bai Ning Bing, and he activated Water Shield Gu in time. His Water Shield Gu was strengthened, becoming much thicker, reaching a defensive strength no weaker than a rank 3 Gu. The pine needles shot into the water shield and their speed slowed down before being expelled by the flowing water in the water shield. However, this also forced Bai Ning Bing to stop her icicle attacks. Guiyue Qingshu took advantage of this opportunity, endured the pain and forcibly pulled out the icicle from his shoulder. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On one hand it was because of the cold air of the icicles. On the other hand it was because his body was continuously turning into wood. Bai Ning Bing removed the water shield Gu, and his gaze was immediately attracted to Guiyue Qingshu's wound. Through the hole in his clothes he could clearly see Qingshu's wound, revealing the veins of trees, and then healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the newly grown skin, a tree ring pattern was formed. At the same time, Guiyue Qingshu's ears began to grow longer. His long hair turned emerald green, and green leaves began to grow from the ends of his hair. His hands also turned from normal flesh and blood to dark and restrained. His skin began to harden and turn brown like tree bark. This was the first time he had disregarded the consequences and used the wood charm Gu. The wood charm Gu caused him to continuously turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Guiyue Qingshu could feel the rich natural primeval energy in the air. Ordinary Gu masters could not sense this primeval energy. Only special life forms like tree spirits could sense it and absorb it to use. Guiyue Qingshu felt like he was soaking in a mother liquid, the thick primeval energy wrapped around him, giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. On his body the moon whirl Gu did not change, but the green vine Gu, pine needle Gu and vitality leaf were showing signs of growth. When Qingshu used the identity of a tree spirit to activate these wood element Gu worms, their power would also increase. Guo Qingshu breathed in deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich natural primeval energy in the surroundings allowed him to have an endless supply of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He knew that if he was greedy for this powerful and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm Gu without restraint, then he would eventually become a dead tree man. Everything had a price. Guo Qingshu quickly suppressed this fear. He looked at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus the intense battle began. Green vine and ice blades entangled, icicles and pine needles shot at each other. On one side was the northern dark ice soul physique. His primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. On the other side was the wood charm tree spirit body. The natural primeval energy was at his disposal. This battle had already surpassed the level of an ordinary rank 3 Gu master. Fang Jing stood on a hill far away dumbstruck. He had never seen such a hardy and fierce battle. Normally speaking, a Gu master's primeval essence was limited, and had to calmly calculate the usage of every bit of primeval essence. Carefully, like treading on thin ice. But now, be it by Ningbing or Guo Qingshu, they were both using it without restraint. It was as if their primeval essence was limitless. The whole mountain path was destroyed by them, giant trees toppled and destroyed and mountain rocks crumbled and shattered. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Bluebird ice coughing Gu. Bai Ningbing saw an opportunity and suddenly opened his mouth. An ice blue bird flew out from between his teeth. The bird chirped its body like a dove. But under the amplification of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually grew to the size of an eagle, and after flying for a while, it pounced towards Guo Qingshu. Guo Qingshu could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. Bam! After an explosion, Guo Qingshu was frozen in an ice crystal the size of a house. "It's over?" Bai Ningbing sighed, not having had enough. He looked at Guo Qingshu, who could not move in the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thank you for providing me with such an interesting experience. This battle was my most exciting battle so far." "Qingshu, you died a worthy death. I have already remembered it." "Lord Qingshu." On the slope, Fang Jing shouted in shock. "What are you shouting for, ant-like thing? The next one is you." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, walking towards Fang Jing. But at this time, the sound of the ice crystal shattering entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that in the ice crystal, Guo Qingshu was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. His body started to grow bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master martial attire was soon torn apart. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized green vine leaves grew one after another, intertwining into a dense green color. His fingers turned into sturdy wood, and his arms and legs turned into thick tree branches, with the general shape of his hands and feet remaining. With a bang, the ice crystal shattered completely. Guo Qingshu stood up. His appearance was already beyond recognition. The originally delicate and gentle human face had completely turned into the face of a tree spirit with a sharp nose and large eyes. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was incomparably sturdy. His brown tree bark was as thick as armor, covered with large amounts of green leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing looked at his transformation in shock. Compared to Guo Qingshu, he was like a child under the feet of an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is much harder to refine than my frost demon Gu." Bai Ningbing finally thought of the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can directly use the primeval energy in the air. No wonder Guo Qingshu's primeval essence is so abundant. He came to a realization and was even more puzzled. He asked the question in his heart and said directly, "Qingshu, you used the wood charm Gu like this. Aren't you afraid of turning into a dead tree man? So what if you beat me? You are destined to die." Bai Ningbing. Guo Qingshu's voice became deep and drawn out. "I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, both adopted by the clan leader, but we walked on completely different paths. The death of one tree in the forest is nothing. As long as the forest exists, countless trees will grow and rise. Let's have the final battle, my old enemy." Saying so, hundreds of green ancient vines attacked Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan? So foolish. Bai Ningbing was moved and quickly retreated. But the green vine's speed was several times faster than before, and soon caught up to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing controlled his body and nimbly dodged. Green vines as thick as an arm brushed past his body, and smashed into the soil or rocks under his feet. For a moment, soil splattered and rocks flew everywhere. Water shield Gu. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time, and quickly raised his water shield. Qingshu had already seen through this Gu's weakness. and did not attack forcefully, but controlled the green vines to wrap around the water shield. Then he suddenly retracted his strength, and the water shield goo immediately made a poochie sound. The water on the surface flowed rapidly, crashing into the green vines and creating splashes. The water shield could not withstand the green vines' binding strength, and became smaller and smaller, showing signs of collapsing. Not good. Once the water shield breaks, the green vines will bind me, and I will be killed by Xianxia. Bai Ningbing, who was inside the water shield, was determined. In the next second, the water shield broke with a bang. Whoosh! An ice blade storm burst out from within and became bigger and bigger. Bai Ningbing purposely removed the water shield goo's defense. Since defense was not enough, he would use offense to fight offense. At once, the temperature fell and cold air spread everywhere. The pure white ice blade storm charged towards Xianxia, and the green vines could not block this white ice tornado, and were cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. Good. Xianxia was not afraid, and his huge body bravely advanced towards the ice blade storm. With a muffled sound, he crashed into the white tornado. He opened his arms and hugged it. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp ice blades cut his body, and in an instant countless green leaves fell, and large amounts of tree bark were cut off. The intense pain of being sliced into pieces came, and Xianxia growled in pain, but did not relax and gathered all his strength, pulling inwards. The ice blade storm was actually compressed by his strength. Damn it! This madman who does not care about his life. Bai Ningbing cursed in his heart. This situation was hard to get off, and he could only condense the ice blades, spinning faster and faster, and continue to fight with Xianxia. The ice blades cut Xianxia's body and gradually wore out, but quickly became sharp again under the ice blade goo's power. The battle was in a stalemate. The battle had broken out of the control of either side, and no one could stop their attacks. Either Xianxia would kill Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing would kill Xianxia. Both sides used offense against offense, and the battle was full of tragedy and desperation. Chapter 144. Fangjing stood far away, not even daring to breathe loudly. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. Victory or defeat would depend on the result of this clash. Lord Xianxia, do your best. Fangjing was so nervous that his body was trembling. He knew he would only cause more trouble if he went over. He could only cheer for Xianxia loudly. As if hearing Fangjing's voice, the ice blade storm became smaller and smaller, forcibly suppressed by Xianxia. Damn it, I actually encountered a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, turning slower and slower, but his primeval essence recovery could no longer keep up with the expenditure. He was at his wit's end. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery speed was very fast, but the recovery speed of rank 3 cultivation was slightly inferior to the Wood Charm Goo's natural primeval essence. But if Bai Ningbing cultivated to rank 4, his recovery speed would far surpass the Wood Charm Goo. However, in a battle of life and death there were no ifs. Regardless of victory or defeat, the result had to be accepted. Eventually the ice blade storm stopped, but Xianxia also paid a heavy price. His hands were the size of carriages, only 2 fingers were left on his left hand, and 3 on his right hand. Both of his palms were mostly cut off by the ice blades. But when his hands gradually closed in the middle, new tree trunks rapidly grew out from his palms, intertwining with each other. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage trapping Bai Ningbing inside. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. The primeval essence in his body had already dried up. He could only let Xianxia do as he pleased. We won. Seeing this scene from far away, Fangjing shouted in joy. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart. He watched as the 2 palms got closer and closer. Once the 2 palms completely closed in, he would be squeezed into a bloody meat patty by the huge force. But the palm's speed became slower and slower, stopping in the middle. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong with Xianxia, and was immediately overjoyed. Damn it, just a bit more. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all feeling, and he had completely turned into a tree. At the same time, he gradually lost the feeling of his internal organs and lungs. The Wood Charm Goo's power corroded his body. He was about to die. No, it can't end like this. I can still use the Green Vine Goo. Xianxia forcefully braced himself and activated the Green Vine Goo. Thick green vines shot towards Bai Ningbing through the cracks in the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged repeatedly, but he had been through a few battles, and his stamina consumption was too great. In addition, the space in the cage was limited. making it difficult to move around. In the end, a vine wrapped around his right foot and he tripped on the ground. It's over. Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly urged his vines to follow. At the moment of life and death, the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered to its lowest usable level. He unhesitatingly expended his primeval essence and poured it into the ice blade goo, forming a new ice blade. The sharpness of the ice blade cut through the green vines that were wrapped around his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled away in a sorry state, barely dodging more than 10 green vines. The green vines shot towards the ground, instantly piercing through the thick ground. Soil flew everywhere and the green vines attacked again. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, using the ice blade to block with difficulty. The green vines attacked from all directions and life and death were in the balance. Once Bai Ningbing made a mistake, he would be captured and killed by the green vines. But he was a genius after all, and under the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all his potential, and his dodging and blocking movements became simple and direct. Although he was tripped by the green vines from time to time, and was surrounded by danger, he managed to preserve his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blade one by one, and the number of green vines was decreasing. It was not that Guiyue Qingshu did not want to use the green vine goo to grow more green vines. But the natural primeval energy in the surrounding air had almost been completely absorbed by him. Although he was further away and the primeval energy in the air was spreading towards him, the meager amount of primeval energy was not enough to satisfy the needs of the green vine goo. There was even worse news. The wood charm goo's power had already completely corroded Guiyue Qingshu's body, and was starting to corrode his consciousness. Guiyue Qingshu's consciousness started to show signs of being in a trance and was interrupted from time to time. The breath of death was already spitting on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was not resigned to this and roused his spirit, making his last effort to kill Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see, and the wood charm goo's power had already corroded his eyes. He could no longer hear and his ears were also useless. He only had a little sense of touch left. Relying on Bai Ningbing's counterattack, he determined the latter's position and attacked. His hard work paid off, and Bai Ningbing was finally captured due to exhaustion. A vine coiled around his neck and lifted his whole body up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing immediately felt difficulty breathing, and even if he opened his mouth wide it was of no use. At the same time as Qingshu, he was also walking towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, and the intense battle had already ended. On the ground there were 5 corpses with their eyes wide open. They were all by Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu for sneak attacks, the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars, and 500 years of battle experience, he displayed astonishing results. Although he told Qingshu that he was returning to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to conceal his body, and went around the mountain path battlefield, going to the place where Manshur and Xiongli died. He retrieved the Gu worms on the 5 corpses, and when he arrived at the place where Xiongli died, he found that the corpses were gone. Not to mention their Gu worms. Looks like Xiong collected their corpses. What a pity, I was hoping to get Xiong brown bear innate strength Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Leaving Xiong alive was not his wish. But at that time he killed Xiongjiang and Xiong was already extremely vigilant, and to kill him would require some effort. At that time Bai Ningbing was right beside him. If Fang Yuan and Xiong had an internal conflict, Bai Ningbing would be pleased. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiong. He had already cultivated the strength of a bear, and might have already handed it over to the clan. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant mountain path battlefield. The intense battle between Qingshu and Bai Ningbing naturally caused a huge commotion, and could not be hidden from the surrounding wolf groups and Gu masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qingshu's side, he had seen the power of the wood charm Gu with his own eyes in his previous life. A fierce battle with Bai Ningbing was definitely unavoidable. He was not willing to give up this chance and thus chose to wait in the surroundings. From time to time, Gu masters would be attracted by the sounds of battle, and Fang Yuan would attract the wolf groups to restrain them. If he could not restrain them in time, Fang Yuan would take action himself. The sounds of battle in the mountain path battlefield have almost stopped. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. His right ear's ginseng root stretched out and rooted into the mountain wall, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some details of the battlefield on the mountain path. Honestly speaking, Guiyue and Qingshu's performance could be considered to have exceeded their usual standards. And after Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the impact on his battle strength was even greater than Fang Yuan had imagined. But immediately, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard a large number of footsteps, rushing towards the mountain path battlefield from two directions. One of the directions was from Guiyue village. The Gu masters in the other direction were clearly from Bai Clan village. There were at least 20 Gu masters in each direction. It was not something the bold lightning wolf group could block, and Fang Yuan could not lead two wolf groups to restrain this group of people. It seems the news of this battle has been found out by someone. These are the reinforcements sent by the two clans. I need to hurry and enter the mountain path. Fang Yuan was the closest, and was the first to enter the mountain path. The scene in the battlefield was not out of his expectations. From the crack of the cage, he saw Bai Ningbing hanging by vines on the verge of death, but still with a single breath. The defense of the ice muscles is supporting Bai Ningbing's life. "A pity you met me." Fang Yuan's killing intent surged, and he ran towards Bai Ningbing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of pine needles rained down on Fang Yuan. It was Guiyue Qingshu's pine needle Gu, attacking Fang Yuan. What's going on? Fang Yuan retreated, dodging this pine needle storm. He looked at the giant tree spirit that Bai Ningbing had transformed into, and understood. It seems Guiyue Qingshu's consciousness has already blurred to the point where he cannot differentiate friend from foe. Relying on the obsession in his heart, he attempted to capture and kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone who intrudes into this battlefield will be regarded as an interloper by him. At this time, the Bai Clan Gu masters appeared on the mountain path. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, their faces were filled with horror. "Lad over there, you better not act rashly." A rank 3 Gu master shouted at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with threat. "This Bai Ningbing is really lucky." Fang Yuan saw this and laughed coldly in his heart, immediately knowing he could not deal the final blow. First of all, Qingshu's consciousness was already blurred, and one green vine was not enough to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles defense. Fang Yuan had to break through Qingshu's blockade to get close to Bai Ningbing. This way he would attract most of his attention and might even help Bai Ningbing escape. Even if he tried to force his way in, the Bai Clan's rank 3 and rank 2 elite Gu masters would definitely stop him. They would not just stand there and do nothing. Moreover, dealing with Bai Ningbing was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence had already recovered. At least he could use the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan killed Bai Ningbing in the end, these Bai Clan Gu masters would not let Fang Yuan off. They would kill him as soon as possible. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The distance is too long. There are at least 20 steps between me and Bai Ningbing. And my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Moreover, for a dying Bai Ningbing, I would lose my life and disrupt my rebirth plan. This is not worth it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This seemingly cowardly action made the Bai Clan Gu masters who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. Soon after, Fang Jing also rushed over. Lord Qingshu. He had a joyous expression, fearlessly running towards Guiyue Qingshu. But immediately after, he was hit back by a wave of pine needles. "Group leader, it's me, Fang Jing." He shouted in bewilderment, realizing something was wrong for the first time. But why would Guiyue Qingshu agree to him? "Big brother, what happened to Lord Qingshu?" Fang Jing was perplexed and panicked, asking for help from Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, instead squatting down and forming a claw with his right hand towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu worm and quickly felt like he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out from Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai Clan leader, but Bai Ningbing did not use it and quickly reached rank 3. But now it was Fang Yuan's doing. The red steel relic Gu flew out from Bai Ningbing's body and landed in Fang Yuan's hand. A group of Bai Clan Gu masters were so anxious that their eyes turned red, shouting, "Scoundrel, stop if you don't want to die. You dare to snatch our Bai Clan's Gu worm right in front of us." "It's a red steel relic Gu," Fang Yuan sneered, not saying a word. Once the red steel relic Gu was in his hands, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to refine it. But he did not keep it in his aperture but kept it in his chest, giving the illusion that he did not refine it on the spot. He grabbed again and this time a gray beetle flew out. Stone Aperture Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu worm's origin. His gaze flashed and he refined it again, keeping it in his chest. Damn it, another Gu worm. Stop him, he is so unrestrained, he simply does not put our Bai Clan in his eyes. Say Bai Ningbing. Kill these guys. Bai Clan's Gu masters shouted as they rushed over from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing was heavily nurtured by the clan, and all the goo worms on her were top quality. Now that it was snatched away by Fang Yuan in front of everyone, everyone felt their hearts bleed. This was worse than killing them. Fang Jing was so shocked that he took a step back when he saw this group of people charging at him. Fang Yuan, however, was indifferent. In the current situation, he and Fang Jing were standing on the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai Clan Gu masters were on the west side with Guiyue, Qing Shu and Bai Ning Bing blocking the way. So. The pine needles fell like rain. Damn it. Bai Clan's Gu masters cursed, but were stopped by Guiyue and Qing Shu. Guiyue Qing Shu is not far from death. The remaining time is only enough for me to use the plunder Gu one more time. What will it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down and activated plunder Gu. Every time plunder Gu was activated, it consumed a lot of primeval essence. The stronger the target Gu worm, the harder the process, the more primeval essence would be consumed. If the plunder failed, the Gu master would suffer a backlash. Thus, the plunder Gu was of little value and had not many uses. But now Bai Ning Bing was on the verge of death. His consciousness was hazy, and he was close to the end of his rope. It was not difficult to plunder his Gu worms. Among the Gu worms on Bai Ning Bing, the most valuable was undoubtedly the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was comparable to the Wood Charm Gu, and could turn a person into a frost demon. But if used for too long, the Gu master's life would be extinguished, turning into an ice sculpture. Bai Ning Bing knew its drawbacks, and had never used the Frost Demon Gu like Guiyue Qing Shu. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable was the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it was residing in Bai Ning Bing's throat. If he could grab the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, that would be the best situation. But the Plunder Gu was only rank 2, and it was not strong enough to fulfill the Gu master's wishes. In the end, Fang Yuan grabbed Bai Ning Bing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad. The Water Shield Gu combined with the White Jade Gu would provide Fang Yuan with an even better defense. The tree spirit that Guiyue Qing Shu had transformed into was pushed down by the Bai Clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and rescued Bai Ning Bing, who had lost his right arm and had fainted. Just as they were about to attack Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, Guiyue clan's reinforcements arrived. After confronting each other for a while, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. Qing Shu was dead and Bai Ning Bing was heavily injured. Under the wolf tide, this kind of sacrifice was shocking enough. If a large-scale battle occurred, the pressure on the clan's survival would be too great. No matter which world it was, the reason why people fought was mostly for the sake of benefits. But the biggest benefit in the world was undoubtedly survival. Finally, Guiyue Qing Shu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by Guiyue clan's Gu masters. Both sides guarded against each other and left the battlefield. The sky was raining and it was gloomy. A group of people stood on a hill behind the village. This was the graveyard. Almost every once in a while there would be a few new graves here. In this world it was hard for humans to survive. Be it external or internal factors, there would always be many sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was hoarse and deep, echoing in everyone's ears, adding to the pressure in their hearts. We have the same name, we come from the same clan, we have the same blood flowing in our veins. We are so close, but we are forever separated by life and death. Right now, my heart is filled with sorrow. Wait for me. One day in the future, I will also lie beside you. Let us turn into dust and soil and carry our bloodline. In front of a new grave, this group of people lowered their heads, many were sobbing softly, and some were looking at the names on the tombstones with sorrow. The cruelty of life and death was like a white bone hand, tearing open a bloody wound in everyone's heart. It was just that some people were already numb from the pain, while some people's hearts were still young. Guiyue Fangjing was among the crowd, his lowered eyes staring at the tombstone, Guiyue Qing Shu. Dead. His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment. Yesterday's battle. The entire process and situation were still vivid in his mind, deeply engraved in his heart. His experience was limited, and he could not understand Guiyue Qing Shu's tragic sacrifice. Now that the reality was placed in front of him, he could not accept it for a moment. Dead? That Lord Qing Shu who always smiled warmly, always gave me pointers, took care of me and let me go, he really died? Why did this happen? Why in this world? Why is it that good people die easily and bad people live forever? Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Fangjing subconsciously clenched his fists. The real sensation made him feel even more grief. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters could be heard. Sighed to think this time. Even Lord Qing Shu was sacrificed. People will always die. But it is such a pity. I heard that Bai Ning Bing still had one breath left and was saved. May he rest peacefully underground and bless us to survive this wolf tide. The crowd gradually dispersed and finally only Fang Jing was left. The young man's lonely figure faced the mountain of tombstones and graves. Lord Qing Shu. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was bewildered, he was regretful, he was helpless, he was grieving. Plop. Plop 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 plop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the ground and causing the green grass and tree branches to droop. The smell of the soil rushed into Fang Jing's nose and he cried in pain. His cries mixed with the sound of the rain. His 10 fingers dug into the mud, trying to grab Qing Shu's life. But he only managed to grab 2 clumps of soil. The rain started. Bai Ning Bing lay on the soft bed, looking at the rain with a blank expression. His right arm had already been treated and was wrapped in white bandages. His eyes had returned to their black color, and his cultivation was rank 3. He did not suppress his cultivation to rank 2. When he awoke from his slumber, he suddenly felt dispirited and uninterested in life. He had been lying there quietly with his eyes open for more than 10 hours. He allowed his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nourish his aperture. He was too lazy to care about it. This rain stirred the deepest memories in his heart. It was in this summer rain that he was officially adopted by clan leader. The patriarch's benevolent and hopeful gaze landed on him. The congratulatory voices of the surrounding elders surged over like a tide. The little him stood barefoot on the cold floor, staring at the rain outside the window, feeling lost and lonely. What is the purpose of living? This question that had troubled him for more than 20 years, and would likely continue to trouble him until he self-destructed, appeared again. Is it for kinship, for the clan? Bai Ning Bing could not help but think of Guiyue Qing Shu. Ever since he was young, he had seen such sacrifices many times. Some were Bai clansmen, some were Xiong clansmen, Guiyue clansmen. He could not understand this passion. He seemed to be a cold and emotionless person by nature. Guiyue Qing Shu could not give him an answer. Thus Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Bai Ning Bing's mind. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree behind him, eating a wild fruit he picked, and watching the battle at the foot of the mountain. He was so excited that his body was trembling, shaking with excitement, because he saw himself in Fang Yuan's deep and serene eyes. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to have something more than him. That something was the answer to this question. The rain became heavier, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. What is the purpose of living? In the dark study room, Guiyue Fangjing asked the same question. Clan leader Guiyue Bo sighed. He looked pitifully at the soulless young man in front of him. Then he looked at the rain outside the window. Fangjing's confusion was understandable. The inevitable death often forced people to think about the value of life. Do you know? More than 10 years ago there was a young man in the same situation as you. He asked me the same question. After a long time, Guiyue Bo spoke slowly. That person was your team leader, my godson, Guiyue Qing Shu. Fangjing was slightly stunned. He raised his head. A pair of red and swollen eyes showed a desire for an answer. Chapter 146. I told him, there are thousands of reasons for a person to live. I can't answer why you're alive, only you can. Find it yourself. Guiyue Bo answered. Then what's your answer, clan leader? Fangjing blinked in confusion and asked. Guiyue Bo chuckled. In his eyes, Fangjing and Qing Shu's images seemed to overlap. In the past, Guiyue Qing Shu had asked a similar question. The clan leader thought for a while, then repeated his answer. There will always be sacrifices in an organization. From the moment a person is born, it means death. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but there is one thing that can warm the heart and illuminate our soul. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifices are common. Guiyue Qing Shu was Guiyue Bo's adopted son. He had raised him for many years. Now that he had sacrificed himself, as his adopted father, Guiyue Bo was naturally grieved. But as the clan leader, he had seen too many sacrifices. When he had the awareness of life and death, he could accept the sorrow and pain. Fangjing lowered his head again. He did not speak, as if he was thinking. The clan leader smiled and took out a letter from his desk drawer, then passed it to Fangjing. This is Guiyue Qing Shu's letter. It recorded the answer he had pondered for many years. Now I'm giving it to you, you can take a look. This is his answer. Without a doubt, this letter had an unparalleled attraction in Fangjing's heart. He immediately opened it. When he saw the first line, his tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Guiyue Qing Shu's familiar handwriting. Between the lines there was his unique gentleness. At the beginning of the letter, it recorded his confusion and pain. Then it was the process of his constant thinking over the years, the events that touched him. As Fang Jing looked at this letter, it was as if he had experienced Guiyue Qingshu's life. He followed the pace of Guiyue Qingshu's life, all the way to the end of the letter. There was a passage at the end. The clan is like a forest and each of us is like a tree in the forest. The old tree extended its branches to shelter the new saplings from the wind and rain. When the new trees grew into towering trees, the old trees would fall and become nutrients in the soil to nourish the land and give birth to new trees. People will always die, heaven and earth will not remember us. However, the new trees were proof of the old tree's existence. Just like that, he kept witnessing. This forest of the family will become increasingly vast, and it will move towards prosperity and prosperity. People die all the time. As a Gu master, they could not hide the outcome of death. Even rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Gu masters could only live a little longer. I felt fear in the face of death. But I deeply understand that one day Guiyue Qingshu will also die. Perhaps they would die of old age or illness, or perhaps they would die in battle. May I then go to my death in peace and without regret. At the end of the letter. Lord Foster Father. I have asked you that question before, I think I have already found the answer. After reading this letter, Fang Jing sobbed uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Qingshu. When he made a mistake, he did not blame him but instead comforted him. When he suffered a setback, his encouraging gaze. In his frustration, he used his warm hand to rub his head. Guiyue Bo kept this letter. In the future, when you think of the answer, you can also write me a letter. Go back and have a good rest. The Wolf Tide's crisis has not ended, you need to contribute your strength. Oh. Fang Jing slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What is it? Guiyue Bo asked. I have already found my answer. Fang Jing's tone was filled with an indescribable determination. I want strength. To protect my loved ones, to protect them from harm. I want to protect the clan, to strengthen the clan. I want to see the Wolf Tide no longer torment us. I want to see my companions feel happy and happy. I do not want this kind of sorrow to continue. I want to use my hands, my body, my soul, to protect the people around me. Guiyue Bo showed a surprised expression. At this moment he seemed to see Guiyue Qingshu. Qingshu, you did not die in vain. Looking at Fang Jing's shining eyes, the clan leader sighed in his heart. An old tree fell, and in the soil where it slowly rotted, a new sprout was already growing rapidly. Renzu could not bear the loneliness. Thus he gouged out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter. Only then did he get rid of the loneliness slightly. But good times did not last long. This pair of children gradually became greedy for the scenery of the world, putting their father Renzu at the back of their minds, often playing and forgetting the time, and even forgetting to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything, his eyes were filled with darkness. But sometimes he could actually see a bit of light. Regarding this, he was extremely puzzled, asking the Attitude Gu for guidance. Attitude Gu told him, "Oh, this is the eternal light emitted by the Belief Gu." Belief? When Bai Ningbing saw this, she sneered and casually threw the book that recorded the ancient legend in her hand. The door opened at this moment, and the person who came in was almost hit in the face by this book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The person who came in was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling, I know you are in a bad mood, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal your injuries. In the past, I asked the clan elder to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected even attacking the clan elder. You suffered a loss this time, right? But this is also a good thing. Since young, your path has been too smooth. As long as you don't die or sacrifice yourself, this loss is nothing. Your injuries are no longer a problem, but the wolf tide is getting fiercer. The clan needs your strength now. A group of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, lying on the bed, saying indifferently. The clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not good, it can even be said to not be optimistic. According to our investigations, there are already no less than 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs roaming around the village. Your failure has greatly affected the clan. Your failure has greatly affected the clansmen. I hope that this evening you will appear in public. As long as you don't fall, it will greatly raise our clan's morale. Do you understand? I understand this is just a small matter. Bai Ningbing mumbled, his face full of impatience. If it was anyone else who had such an attitude towards the clan leader, they would have been severely punished. But Bai Ningbing was a different matter. The Bai clan leader sighed helplessly. He closed the door and left. Only Bai Ningbing was left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a lonely and lost expression. He did not tell anyone about the trouble in his body and the premonition of death. From the clan's records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. In the limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the Sure Death Aptitude. When the aperture walls reached the limit, the power of the self-explosion would be extremely strong. Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing and was very lenient towards him. If he told others about the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, Bai Ningbing did not doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What is the purpose of a person living? In the past, when he thought about this question, Bai Ningbing would feel very lost. Then he would feel bored, anxious, resentful and other negative emotions. But now he had a sense of calmness in his heart. People would always grow. Not to mention a genius like him. In the past he knew that he would die for sure, and in his despair he yearned for life and had a kind of fear towards death. But now, when he really almost died, he accepted it. Letting the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence nourish his aperture, he was no longer anxious. It was because he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer to this question was. This answer had long been in Fang Yuan's heart. This kind of feeling was indescribable and it was extremely mysterious. But he was clear about it. Moreover, the stone aperture goo was in Fang Yuan's hands now. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. He muttered softly, his eyes shining with a bright radiance that was as dazzling as diamonds. Stone aperture goo. In the rented room, Fang Yuan looked at the goo worm in his hand and fell into deep thought. The stone aperture goo was shaped like a dice, square, grayish-white in color and extremely hard. This goo was an expendable goo, disappearing after one use. Its use was to turn the aperture walls of the goo master into a hard stone wall. This move completely squeezed out the foundation and potential of the aperture, allowing the goo master to instantly reach the peak of cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now at rank 2 middle stage. After using this goo, he could instantly reach rank 2 peak stage. But the price he had to pay was that Fang Yuan would never be able to advance to rank 3, and would also lose the ability to recover his primeval essence. From now on, he could only use Yuan Stone to replenish his primeval essence. The stone aperture goo was used by goo masters who had no other way out. Some goo masters' apertures suffered irreparable damage and had cracks that could not be healed, so they could only use this goo. Or under special circumstances, the goo master had no hope of advancing, and had to raise his cultivation in a short period of time to survive. Thus they used the stone aperture goo. The cost of refining the stone aperture goo is very high. Bai Ningbing refined this goo worm in order to turn her aperture into a stone aperture, to prevent death from descending upon her. Unfortunately, this method can only delay the arrival of death, and cannot stop the self-destruction. If the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique could be broken so easily, why would it be called one of the 10 extreme physiques? This stone aperture goo was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic goo and water shield goo from Bai Ningbing were very useful. As for the goo worms that Fang Yuan took from Guiyue Manshur and the others, they were not outstanding. After returning to the village, he handed them over to the higher-ups of the clan and exchanged them for large amounts of battle merits. Due to the wolf tide, Qingshu and Bai Ningbing's fierce battle was suppressed by the 3 mountain strongholds, and they endured it silently. All 3 sides needed each other's strength to get through this crisis. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade goo. But he used the excuse of buying it from the caravan to temporarily gloss over it. Chapter 147. As the person involved, Fang Yuan was naturally investigated by the clan. But this investigation did not go deep, as the clan's higher-ups were all focused on the increasingly severe wolf tide. Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass and stealth scales goo were still hidden, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could push all the blame onto the caravan. Anyway, under the wolf tide, transportation was already cut off, and the caravan would not come. In this situation, the clan could not get confirmation from the caravan, and the investigation would only drag on. By the time they could get results, Fang Yuan would have already cultivated to rank 3 and left Qingmao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquor worm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a different story. No matter which one was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the village. The 4 flavors liquor worm represented a brand new secret refinement method, and had great significance. Even if Fang Yuan pushed all the blame onto the caravan, he could not explain it. He would definitely be investigated by the clan. Once the spring-autumn cicada was discovered, any wolf tide would die. This was a rank 6 goo. Even if the clan leader Guiyue Bo saw it, he would immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. What bullshit kinship, what clan leader position he could give up on it? He would definitely force and snatch it without a second word. July, a hot summer day, the air was like flowing fire, filled with the smell of blood. The wolf tide was getting more and more serious, and the battles were getting more intense. Many people began to realize that the scale of the wolf tide this time was one of the rarest in the history of the past. The bold lightning wolf group was reduced to a supporting role, thousands of frenzy lightning wolves roaming around the village. The living space of humans was compressed to an extremely low level. Even the headquarters of the Guiyue clan was the same. Not to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A portion of the lucky villagers, through various connections, managed to survive in the village. But even more villagers had to leave their homes, and to avoid the wolf pack, they started to travel over mountains and rivers. Their destination was another village on the mountain. But along the way there were fierce beasts and wild goo. Almost all the lightning wolves in the mountains and plains compressed their hopes of migration into tiny particles. This was a journey of despair. These mortals had already been abandoned by the Guiyue clan, and they would all die along the way. Not to feed the fierce beasts. They were killed by the swarm of insects. Be it mortals or Gu masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually held high positions in the clan, had no choice but to personally go into battle. The Gu masters who went into seclusion earlier. He was called up again. When the wolf tide ended, less than 1/10 of them would be able to survive. The cruelty of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The strong preyed on the weak and the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be avoided with a few warm words. Fang Yuan sat on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind entering his aperture. In the aperture, 44% of the red steel sea was surging, rising and falling. This true essence was so red that it was almost black. It was dark red peak second revolution true essence. Second revolution true essence was called scarlet iron true essence. But in the 4 different small realms of beginner, intermediate, advanced and peak, there was a slight difference in the red iron true essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red in color. Rank 2 middle stage primeval essence was crimson in color. He had reached the advanced level. It was crimson. Peak was crimson. Many days ago, Fang Yuan had advanced from middle stage to upper stage. The original dark red primeval essence, after being refined by the 4 flavors liquor worm and replenished by the Yuan stone, had completely turned into the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, in the aperture, the surrounding aperture walls were no longer glowing water membranes. Instead, they were layers of thick stone membranes made of white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were submerged in the red steel sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring-autumn cicada's figure gradually appeared, the 4 flavors liquor worm immediately dove deep into the sea with a whoosh. At this time, the entire primeval sea would be as smooth as a mirror under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, without a single ripple. The spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings had completely recovered, like a pair of fresh green leaves. But its main body was still withered like before. Fang Yuan would inspect the spring-autumn cicada every once in a while. Right now he could clearly feel that the spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the past, the spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient, unable to open its mouth and only able to drink liquid food to maintain its life. But now this patient could get off the bed and open his mouth to eat more food to replenish his nutrients. The recovery speed was naturally getting faster and faster. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both obtained from Bai Ningbing. One was the water shield goo, floating in the sea like a jellyfish. The other was the red steel relic goo. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because the 4 flavors liquor worm had refined its primeval essence and had been nurturing the aperture, accumulating the essence to the point of a qualitative change. Fang Yuan had yet to use this red steel relic goo. Just based on cultivation, Fang Yuan was already the 3rd strongest ranked 2 Gu master in Guiyue clan. Xiong Li and Qing Shu had already died, and even in the entire Qingmao mountain Fang Yuan was in the top 5. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yen, they were originally upper stage, but not long ago they had both advanced to peak stage. After Qing Shu's death, the low morale of the clansmen was boosted. Fang Yuan was improving, but others were also improving. Previously, Qi Shan and Mo Yen had been stuck at upper stage for a period of time, suppressed by Qing Shu who was at peak stage. Especially under the stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide, the Gu masters developed a serious thirst for strength, squeezing out their potential and causing their cultivation to rise. But in terms of battle strength, I am definitely the #1 ranked 2 Gu master in the whole Qingmao mountain. Now that I have used this red steel relic Gu, my cultivation has risen to peak stage, and with my rich experience I can even fight against a rank 3 Gu master to a certain extent. Fang Yuan pondered. His low profile and forbearance earlier had now brought him great results. With C-grade aptitude being able to achieve such progress, the clansman would be shocked. Even the A-grade aptitude Fangjing was only at rank 2 middle stage. Of course, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan could not reach the stage of defeating a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was able to kill a rank 3 Gu master because of the northern dark ice soul physique. Guyue and Qingshu could also do it because of the wood charm Gu, a powerful and unique rank 3 Gu worm. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan also had a trump card that was stronger than the two of them, Spring Autumn Cicada. But this rank 6 Gu worm was quite special. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. Spring Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered if he forcefully used it. Whether he could revive or not was a huge question mark. The red steel relic Gu was only effective on rank 2 Gu masters. It was worthless to not use it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Gu worm. There was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Lord Fang Yuan, it's me, Guyue Jianghu. After the knock, a person shouted. Fang Yuan frowned. This Jianghu was getting more and more overboard, coming to find him again and again wanting to buy more vitality leaves. The more deaths and injuries there were, the higher the price of vitality leaves, to the point where there was no stock in the market. How many times have I told you, I don't have any extra vitality leaves here, get lost. Fang Yuan snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for a mere yuan stone? Outside the door, Jianghu smiled flatteringly. Lord Fang Yuan, please calm down. You also know the current situation. I have no other choice, right? Many Gu masters know that I sell vitality leaves here and come looking for me. My days are not good either. How about this? I will increase the price by 10%. Lord Fang Yuan, please do me a favor and give me a dozen pills to save my life. At the end he begged, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That's your problem, what does it have to do with me? You are getting more and more daring, forgetting our agreement, you actually brought someone else here. Xianxia stood outside the door, smiling bitterly. He looked at the elderly Gu master beside him. He had no other choice, this Gu master was too domineering, insisting on following him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this elderly Gu master spoke. I am Guyue Yi, I believe you have heard of me. This time I want to buy some vitality leaves from you. I hope you can give me some face and spare some time to produce some. Give you face? What face do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Guyue Yi had some fame. He had originally retired, but because of the wolf tide he was summoned back by the clan. At his peak he was a rank 3 cultivator. But because of his injuries his cultivation fell to rank 2 peak stage. Now that he was old, his cultivation fell to rank 2 upper stage. Although he had the same cultivation as Fang Yuan, his battle strength was no longer enough. Guyue Yi's face was ashen. He had long heard that Fang Yuan was a loner and eccentric, with a bad temper, arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone. Before he came he was mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to sell his face to Fang Yuan, but this method that had always been successful was useless against Fang Yuan. At once, he felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. His face was completely thrown away this time. This disrespectful dog. He cursed in his heart but did not leave. He needed vitality leaves. He was an experienced person and knew the importance of vitality leaves. Sometimes a piece of vitality leaves could save his life. The older one gets, the more timid they become. In the past, when he was young, he would be motivated and filled with hot blood. He wanted to protect his clansmen, wanted to change the world, wanted to become the clan's hero. At that time, he had the resolve to face death with equanimity. But now that he was old and calmed down, he had seen through it all these years. He finally came back to his senses. Especially after his children were sacrificed, his heart turned even colder. Any kind of organization would require sacrifices. Because resources were limited. Although resources were being produced at every moment, resources were also being consumed. With this addition and subtraction, the total amount was still limited. To survive, people needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These were resources. To cultivate, Gu masters needed Gu worms, yuan stone, food. These were all resources. To become stronger, they needed more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, where would I get more resources? It was better for you to die than for me. What protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, these were all justifications for sacrifice. There was no organization that did not encourage self-sacrifice. But the higher-ups would never say it out loud. They would promote protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, happiness and so on, and give all kinds of benefits. But when the person died, what was the use of having benefits? What could a dead hero enjoy? Look at that Guiyue Qingshu. He died, happily, and was buried in the ground, his name carved on the tombstone, and his spirit influenced the heroes that came after him. Chapter 148. Xianxia looked at the ashen-faced Guiyue beside him, his heart feeling somewhat pleased. This old man had forced him to bring him here. Xianxia only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. He was naturally inferior to Guiyue, thus he had no choice but to bring him here. Now that he had lost face, Xianxia was rather envious of Fang Yuan's carefreeness. Guiyue really wanted to slap Fang Yuan countless times and teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But for the vitality leaf, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Little friend Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young and don't understand the importance of connections. There will always be times when you need help from others. Think about it, if you come to me for help in the future and I treat you the same way, how would you feel?" Bullshit connections. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. The so-called unity was only because everyone was weak. Connections were indeed necessary on Earth. After all, there would be no qualitative difference between people in terms of strength. But this world was a world where cultivation was possible. It was fundamentally different. Connections were just an accessory to strength. As long as one was strong, connections would follow. Those who pursued connections would definitely need help from others. There was no need for connections. As long as one was strong enough, anything could be easily obtained. If not given, they would just snatch and kill. Why would there be a need for connections? Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to spread these demonic thoughts. But since he had already been disturbed, there was no harm in doing this business. Thus he said, "It's not that I can't sell it to you. 1 vitality leaf for 68 pieces of yuan stone. How many do you want?" Guiyue was shocked by this seller and hurriedly said, "Little friend Fang Yuan, your price is too expensive." Fang Yuan snorted, "You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are vitality leaves in the resources provided by the clan. You can also exchange for them with battle merits." Guiyue smiled bitterly, "How would I not know this?" However, the vitality leaves and the supplies were all sold to those who had connections. Medicine Hall Elder Guiyue Yaoji is covering the sky with one hand. How can I interfere? Little friend Fang Yuan, why don't you do me a favor? I will definitely repay you in the future. In my opinion, 60 yuan stone is a fair price. I never expect anything in return. You've wasted enough of my time. 70 yuan stone. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave, Fang Yuan replied. Guiyue was so angry that he stomped his feet. Little friend Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fang Yuan chuckled. Times have changed. It's now 72 yuan stone. Every time you speak, I'll waste some time. If I'm unhappy, I'll raise the price. I hope you know what to do next. Hearing this, Guiyue's face revealed an extremely angry expression. He wanted to say something, but no matter how many times he opened his mouth, no words came out. His old face alternated between green and red. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was beside him, secretly laughed. Finally, Guiyue gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves." You can give the yuan stone to Xianxia now. As for the vitality leaves, you can go get them from him 3 days later. Fang Yuan said. These words were too much. Exchanging money and goods was the most basic of fairness. But Guiyue still paid the money and gave Xianxia several bags of yuan stone on the spot. His movements were faintly trembling. This was not much of his savings. He had lived frugally for a long time. But now it was being exploited by an unscrupulous merchant. In the end, he walked out of the bamboo house with endless depression. Lord Fang Yuan, you are truly taking revenge in such a manner. But I'm afraid you've offended Guiyue badly. This old man, when he was young, he would definitely take revenge. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Outside the door, Xianxia said carefully. Let him be. Those who take advantage of their seniority will eventually be eliminated by the clan. Fang Yuan opened the door, and Xianxia quickly handed over the bags of money in his hands. To fight against the wolf tide, the clan would have to expend a large amount of resources. With less resources, the huge organization would not be able to sustain itself, and would naturally have to lay people off. These old fellows were wasting precious resources if they were alive, and were destined to be eliminated. Eliminating the old and weak from the wolf pack was equivalent to driving these crippled wolves out. In human society it would not be so obvious. Evil deeds would always be covered with a layer of light. Thus these old Gu masters were recruited. So what if Guiyue saw through this world? Being in the system, being in the pugilistic world, he had no choice. The clan relied on the righteousness of protecting the clan to recruit them and make them sacrifice themselves. Who would dare to disobey? There was a saying on earth, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. They could not even control their own life and death, but there would always be countless people fighting to be ministers. This was the charm and cruelty of the system. After the past wolf tides, how many of those old Gu masters survived? This Guiyue, don't mention 5 vitality leaves, even if you gave him 50 he might not be able to live. Fang Yuan stood at the door laughing coldly. Xianxia heard this tone, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Fang Yuan had a kind of aura, icy cold, like the howling north wind, suppressing him so much that he did not dare to raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia, his eyes deep and dark, continuing, "From now on, unless there is a fixed time, you are not to look for me. If you go against this, you will have to bear the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves on my behalf is just giving your brother face. But face is given by others and also thrown away by yourself. You have to take care of yourself." Jianghu listened to Fang Yuan's reprimand, not daring to make a sound. Thinking of Guiyue's miserable state, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Also from now on, the price of the vitality leaves will be raised to 70 yuan stone per piece. Fang Yuan continued. 70 yuan stone? Jianghu swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock, his eyes shining as if he had seen the rolling yuan stone. But he still had some lingering fear and said carefully, "Lord Fang Yuan, raising the price like this, will others think that we are profiting from the war? Won't there be a little suspicion of taking advantage of the situation? If we do this, we might incur the wrath of the masses." Wrath of the masses? So what if it is? Just do what I tell you to do. What's with all this nonsense? If someone wants to cause trouble, just say that I am selling the vitality leaves. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Yes. Jianghu quickly nodded. Fang Yuan's words were exactly what he wanted, and he was prepared to do so. He was only a rank 1 minor character and could not offend too many people. He had already done so earlier, pushing all the trouble to Fang Yuan. A minor character also had a minor character's survival wisdom, and Fang Yuan was naturally well aware of Jianghu's thoughts. But with different cultivation in different periods, Fang Yuan would have a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic Gu, he would be rank 2 peak stage close to rank 3. He could be considered to have started to grow, and with this strength his life would be different. Previously he needed to keep a low profile, but now he needed to be strong. Only by being strong could he obtain the greatest benefits. As for this Jianghu, he still had some value. He had some thoughts, but as long as they did not infringe upon Fang Yuan's interests, he could completely tolerate it. Even if he revealed some unimportant trump cards, it was no big deal. During peaceful times, those higher-ups had nothing to do and there might be some trouble. But with the wolf tide now, who could care about these minor details? After the wolf tide, it was uncertain if the Guiyue village could still exist. Half a month later, the lightning wolves surged like the tide, and the Gu masters retreated step by step. "Xiong Yuanzhen, you have to hold on. The Guiyue village is not far away." Xiong Jiaoman looked at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes red as she shouted loudly. "Big sister, I can't do it anymore. I have something in my heart that I want to say to you." Xiong Yuanzhen was on the verge of death, his injuries were severe and his face was full of death. "All right, say it." Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew that although this Xiong Yuanzhen was usually a man of few words, he had a crush on her. At this moment she also knew what Xiong Yuanzhen wanted to say to her. But Xiong Yuanzhen opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say the words, "I like you." He died, dying from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were too severe to heal. His body was full of wounds, all caused by the lightning wolf's bites. The most terrifying and fatal wound was on his chest, extending from his right shoulder to his navel. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. "Big sister, the situation is bad, another bold lightning wolf pack is coming." The investigative Gu master shouted, his voice filled with fear. Xiong Jiaoman's crying stopped, and she put down Xiong Yuanzhen. She was the group leader, her group members needed her. The dead were gone, but the living still had to face this cruel world. "This group of damned wolf pups, there's no end to them. Xiong Jiaoman cursed fiercely. Her body was hot, her face was beautiful, and her vulgarities had a unique charm. Listening to her words, the others couldn't help but feel at peace. Xiong Jiaoman cursed as she observed. The result of her observation made her feel discouraged. She could kill one bold lightning wolf pack, and if there were two she could kill her way out. But now there were 4 bold lightning wolf packs, and the most sensible method was to retreat into the valley behind them, and activate the signal Gu, waiting for reinforcements. Retreat into the valley. Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she mobilized the 2 giant bears to bring up the rear. These 2 giant bears had been raised by her to be fat and healthy. One brown, one black, their fur smooth and shiny, but their bodies were full of wounds. When Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 successfully retreated into the valley, only one of the 2 giant bears was left. The black one had killed tens of lightning wolves and was finally exhausted, and was drowned by the lightning wolf pack. A goo worm shot out from the bear's corpse and returned to Xiong Jiaoman's hands. This was the bear enslavement goo. It could be planted on a bear and allow the goo master to control the giant bear. Of course, this type of bear could only be an ordinary beast. The bear enslavement goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, and could not enslave a bear king. If it could enslave a bear king, it would be strong. Because a bear king, even the lowest 100 beast king, would have hundreds of wild bears as subordinates. If a goo master could enslave a beast king, it would mean that they have a beast group to control. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements. But I hope they can come soon. Xiong Jiaoman breathed heavily, sighing. They retreated into the valley, and their defensive area was greatly reduced, and the pressure from the wolf pack immediately decreased. But they also lost their path of retreat, and the blood and continuous battles would attract more and more wolf packs. Thus the crisis was not over. Hey! Right at this moment, a voice came from the cliff above them. Everyone quickly looked up and saw a young man standing above. It's him, Gue Fang Yuan. The 7 Gu masters of Xiong village were first roused, and then their faces showed a complex expression. Chapter 149. Ever since the intense battle between Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing all the way, became famous and everyone knew about him. These days Fang Yuan showed his strong side in the wolf tide. He hunted lightning wolves alone, and his results were shocking. He was one of the new generation. If not for his eccentric personality and bad reputation, his status might be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yen. But to the Xiong clan, Fang Yuan was Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiaoman and the rest saw Fang Yuan, their faces showed complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked down from above, waving the tree vine in his hand, saying leisurely, "You can choose to wait for reinforcements, or use my tree vine to climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Things on the battlefield could never be explained clearly. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest naturally chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan asked for a reward. This made the Xiong clan Gu masters very angry. "Fang Yuan, we are allies, how can you do this?" Someone shouted angrily. "You actually want the bear enslavement Gu, how dare you?" Someone mocked. Fang Yuan was unruffled. "1 bear enslavement Gu, 700 yuan stone in exchange for the lives of 7 of you, this price is very cheap. You can reject it, I will go back and report your situation to the clan. Hee, but when the reinforcements will come, and whether they will be attacked by the wolf pack on the way, I can't say for sure." Everyone became silent. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. "Alright, I agree. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiaoman chose to give in for the sake of the bigger picture. Her words were filled with bitter mockery towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This result was within his expectations. He threw down the tree vine, laughing coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He had wanted to wait for these people to die, and then retrieve their goo worms, earning him a large amount of battle merits. But their signal goo had already attracted the attention of several surrounding goo master groups, and they were all rushing over to reinforce them. To not let his hard work go to waste, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement goo master. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest used the tree vines to escape from the wolf group. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived. One of them was the Qishan team. This caused the 7 Gu masters, whose faces were already ashen, to turn even more unsightly. Xiong Jiaoman was filled with regret. Not long ago, she removed the consciousness of the bear enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fang Yuan to refine the Gu. It was impossible for him to back out now. "Fang Yuan, I'll remember you." Xiong Jiaoman fiercely glared at Fang Yuan. "Remember or not, that's your problem." Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He turned around and left. Miss Xiong, we meet again. On the other side, the Qishan team welcomed her with a very polite tone. Ever since the incident with Bai Ningbing, Guiyue clan lost Qing Shu, and Xiong clan lost Xiong Li. They were all victims, thus their relationship became closer. In terms of politics, Bai clan had become the target of resistance from both clans. Even though the alliance still existed. Little sister greets brother Qishan. Xiong Jiaman barely relaxed her brows and cupped her fists towards Qishan. This time I came to ask for help from Guiyue clan and asked them to send some reinforcements. Xiong clan has already been surrounded by the wolf group for 6 days and 6 nights. These days the wolf tide was getting more and more serious. The lightning wolf group had already encircled the village. They had even attacked wantonly. Xiong clan was the lowest among the 3 clans. Being at the foot of the mountain, they naturally bore the brunt of the attack. In fact, this was already the 3rd time they had been surrounded. They needed reinforcements to coordinate from both inside and outside to defeat these lightning wolf groups. The matter of reinforcements shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we have a good cooperation the last 2 times? But this matter has to be reported to Lord Clan Leader first. Everyone please follow me. Qishan said. Xiong Jiaman and the rest followed the Qishan group and arrived at Guiyue village. Guiyue village had already set up layers of defense. The outer village walls were heavily reinforced and dozens of towers were set up. Below the village walls were dug trenches with green spear bamboo pieces stuck in them. The village walls had already been planted with iron vine goo and poison flower goo. Looking at it, the walls were covered with sharp thorns and poisonous flowers that were about to bloom, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Entering the main gate, the nearby buildings, be it residences or taverns, were all requisitioned and transformed into temporary fortresses. Xiong Jiaman's group of 7 had trekked all the way from Xiong clan, passing through the wolf group's blockade. Thus, they were first led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. More than 10 healing gu masters were stationed in the bamboo building, most of them rank 1 gu masters and 2 rank 2 gu masters. But what made Xiong Jiaman and the rest slightly surprised was that the person in charge of this situation was not the 2 rank 2 healing gu masters, but a young girl. Place this fainted one on the rattan chair. There is a person with a fracture in his lower leg, Guiyue Xing, come over and treat him. Flesh wounds, Afeng, come over to stop the bleeding, Aixen, come over to disinfect. Xiaohua, help the one with the fracture put on a splint, then come over here to bandage it. The young girl had jet black hair, a small cherry mouth, her eyes bright like crystals, her face had some baby fat, and her voice was soft and sweet. But when it came to handling matters she was very capable, making people look at her in a different light. Xiong Jiaman suddenly thought of someone and asked, "This sister, are you Guiyue Yaolu?" Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know my name. After Guiyue Yaolu had arranged everything, she walked over and greeted politely. Sister Yaolu, you are a famous person. You inherited Lord Yaoji's benevolent heart and have superb medical skills. Although you are only rank 1 now, you are still one of Qing Mao Mountain's 10 rising stars. Even in the Xiong clan there are many people who admire you. Xiong Jiaman knew that the young girl in front of her had a deep background. She came here to ask for Guiyue clan's help, so she naturally put in good words. Sister Jiaoman, you are flattering me. Guiyue Yaolu was still young after all, her face flushed from the praise and she shyly lowered her head. At this time, a Xiong clan gu master beside her said unhappily, although they are both the 10 rising stars, that Guiyue Fang Yuan cannot be compared to you. Don't mention Fang Yuan. I get angry from the bottom of my bones when I mention him. There are no heroes in this era, let this lad become famous. This person's character is really too bad. He can actually be named one of the 10 rising stars and at the top. It really makes me want to vomit. These words immediately attracted the agreement of the others. This even included the gu masters of Guiyue clan. Guiyue Fang Yuan? What did he do this time? Someone asked curiously. He took one of my bear enslavement gu. He also gave me 700 yuan stone as compensation for saving us. I have never seen such a shameless scoundrel who forgets his morals at the sight of profit. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. This is nothing, there are even more despicable things. His heart is even blacker than coal, selling 1 vitality leaf for 80 yuan stone. He is simply taking advantage of people's difficulties, greedy and shameless to the extreme. He is too arrogant and arrogant. One of my friends wanted to join his group. But not only was he rejected, he even ridiculed him in public. What is there to be arrogant about? He is only a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, squandering the inheritance his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Then he snatched a red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I have these two gu, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Guyue Qingshu is still the best. He is humble and gentle, but unfortunately he died too early. On the other hand, his brother Fangjing is full of righteousness and has a chivalrous heart, as well as Lord Qingshu's humble demeanor. He is the complete opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiaoman did not expect that her words of complaint would cause such a strong reaction from so many Guyue clansmen. She was taken aback. She did not expect Fang Yuan to be such a failure as a person, being hated by so many people. She felt strange and could not help but ask, since he is so unpopular, why doesn't anyone teach him a lesson? The bamboo building immediately became silent. Guyue clansmen looked at each other, not saying a word. In fact, there were people who disliked Fang Yuan's way of doing things, as well as the profits from selling them at a high price. There were many people who found trouble with him, but the result every time was that the troublemaker got into big trouble. After many times, no one found trouble with Fang Yuan anymore. And Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the number one of the 10 rising stars in this wolf tide. All status was rooted in power. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the number one. No matter how bad his reputation was or how unpopular he was. Is that Fang Yuan again? Guyue Yao Lu frowned as she muttered to herself. She had never seen Fang Yuan before but had heard of him many times. The young girl did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan might be my senior, but his way of doing things is too out of line, and his conduct is also too excessive. This time he actually threatened Sister Jiaoman and asked for the bare enslavement gu. He simply does not care about the alliance between our clans. No, I need to talk to Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise he will be a disgrace to Guyue clan. Thinking of this, the young girl felt that it was necessary to teach Fang Yuan a lesson from the clan's perspective. Of course she did not have this ability, but she believed that her grandma Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yaoji definitely had it. In her eyes, her grandma was almost omnipotent. You want me to teach Guyue Fang Yuan a lesson? Yaoji looked at her granddaughter with a dazed expression before becoming nervous. My good granddaughter, did he bully you? She quickly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it was Xiong clan's sister Jiaoman. He actually threatened her and asked for a bare enslavement gu and 700 yuan stone. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's face will be thrown away by him. Guyue Yaolu said. Yes, Grandma knows about this. Good granddaughter, you can leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you. Yaoji muttered. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you don't know, this person is too despicable, raising prices, bullying the weak. He simply does all sorts of evil. After the young girl left, Yaoji fell into deep thought. She had wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson for a long time. The reason was not Yao Li's naive reason, but because Fang Yuan's benefits were worth making a move. First was the liquor worm. Although Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan previously. But that was for her granddaughter Yao Lu. She still needed a liquor worm as a material to finally refine a rank 3 gu that she needed. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. Most of the 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan was controlled by Yao Ji. Relying on selling the vitality leaves, she had greatly consolidated her authority and position. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. Previously I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he did not sell it to me. He really has guts. Now he recklessly raised the price of the vitality leaves, making a huge profit. Does he really think that I, the Medicine Hall Elder, only exist in name? Chapter 150. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. One was the battle merit list, where Fang Yuan was currently in the top 10. The other banner recorded all kinds of resources, all of which could only be exchanged for with battle merit. But at this moment, in the crowded plaza, many gu masters' gazes were attracted by a newly announced decree. The content of the notice was, the wolf tide is fierce, the clan's gu master casualty rate is increasing day by day. To strengthen the healing ability, the Medicine Hall ordered all gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand over their 9-leaf vitality grass to the clan. The Medicine Hall will organize manpower and carry out a unified production. At the end of the notice was a list of names. The names of the gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass were listed. Needless to say, Fang Yuan was naturally on the list. At this moment he was standing at a far corner looking at this notice. His expression could not help but turn ugly. At first glance he immediately realized that this was Guyue Yaoji targeting him, making a move against him. This Guyue Yaoji, she asked me to buy the liquor worm but did not give up. I had already accumulated enough battle merit and wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but was secretly stopped by her. This time she actually coveted my 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Guiyue Yaoji's actions could be understood. People of the same trade were natural enemies. Guiyue Yaoji controlled the sale of vitality leaves to consolidate her authority, deepen her influence and maintain her connections. But Fang Yuan secretly sold them, raising the price. This imperceptibly violated her benefits and shook her influence. I have many goo worms now: white jade goo, moonglow goo, plunder goo, water shield goo, earth communication ear grass and so on. 9-leaf vitality grass is my main source of income. If I lose this goo, it will be like pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Guiyue Yaoji's move is really ruthless. Fang Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding goo masters entered his ears. The medicine hall's move is really great. There are too few vitality leaves, it cannot satisfy our needs. Every time a batch appears on the list of supplies, someone will immediately buy it. Elder Yaoji is truly benevolent and benevolent. Look at this name list, some of them are goo masters from Qi and Mo faction. By doing so, she has undoubtedly offended many elders in power. Lord Yaoji is wholeheartedly working for the family. She is worthy of respect. Sigh, only Lord Yaoji would have such boldness. If it was any other family elder who would dare to do this. Look, the content of the announcement has changed. Qi faction and Mo faction's goo masters handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd went wild. Gathering the 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production meant more vitality leaves. To them this was great news. Fang Yuan looked over and indeed saw, behind the names of these goo masters, there was an addition of the words "turned in." And because of this, his name became even more prominent. His heart became even heavier. Guiyue Yaoji was after all a shrewd old fox. She was proficient in scheming. This move was to use the general situation to pressure Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan stubbornly resisted, he would attract even more trouble and give himself a handle. It was not a wise move. This was the power of the clan system. If the clan wants you to sacrifice, they would not say it directly, but instead put on a bright front, wrapping it in righteousness, forcing you to submit. Like those retired goo master elders, asking them to sacrifice their lives, who would dare to defy? Now to collect the 9-leaf vitality grass, she wanted Fang Yuan and some other goo masters to sacrifice their own benefits to satisfy everyone. This was fundamentally for Yaoji's benefit. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be going against the clan and alienating the masses. They would be traitors, they would be reactionary. To resolve this matter, delaying and acting shamelessly won't work, it would instead make me more passive. Because these are all small schemes, Yaoji's move is wrapping it in righteousness, any small schemes will be destroyed. The only way to solve this problem is to use an even greater force to fight back in a dignified manner and defeat this force of hers head-on. Fang Yuan already had a fundamental solution in his heart. This plan was simple and grand, it was to advance to rank 3. The status of rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters was completely different. In the clan, as long as a goo master advanced to rank 3, he would immediately become a clan elder, joining the decision-making circle. Even the clan leader could not easily infringe on their benefits. Don't look at this announcement, the Mo faction, Qi faction and other goo masters obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was as if they had sacrificed their own benefits. Actually, behind the scenes, Guiyue Yaoji had already completed a secret exchange of benefits with Guiyue Lian, Guiyue Mo Chen and other clan elders. This was a political transaction. But most people could not see the truth behind the scenes, thus they were deceived by Yaoji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 goo master, even if he handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely receive sufficient compensation in other aspects. Why was Guiyue Yaoji in such a hurry to deal with Fang Yuan? Firstly, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and at the same time, some goo worms on Fang Yuan were what Guiyue Yaoji wanted. Secondly, Fang Yuan was already a rank 2 peak stage. If she did not make a move against him, when he becomes a rank 3 clan elder, there would be no more chances. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. To the clan, rank 2 goo masters can be sacrificed, but rank 3 goo masters are the pillars. Losing even one person is a huge loss. Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble now. The clan did not investigate Qing Shu's death in detail. I kept the water shield goo, plunder goo and so on, and the clan turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation has improved so quickly, the clan's higher-ups have seen it, but they have been enduring and did not probe into my secrets. Fang Yuan was well aware of his current situation. On the surface he was strong and glorious, but behind him, danger lurked everywhere. The clan did not target him, because the wolf tide had drawn all their attention. If they could not resist the wolf tide, the clan would perish. Under such pressure, Fang Yuan's matter was only a minor detail. But once the wolf tide passed, the clan's higher-ups would have the energy. How could they not find him to settle the score? Back in the academy, the clan elders did not deal with Fang Yuan because he was too weak. Small skirmishes did not infringe on the clan elders' benefits, so they did not put Fang Yuan in their eyes. But now it was different. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already ranked 2 peak stage. One more step and he would be a clan elder. Just this cultivation had already touched the nerves of the clan elders. His every move would be seen by the clan elders and remembered in their hearts. Any newly promoted clan elder would affect the entire political structure of the Guiyue clan. Thus, the recruitment and suppression of Fang Yuan would come one after another. As long as Fang Yuan did not enter the system and did not enter the camp, these recruitment and suppression would become more and more intense. The middle faction was also a camp. No one would tolerate the current Fang Yuan drifting away from the clan system. If I advanced to rank 3, although there would still be recruitment and suppression, it would be much easier than rank 2 peak stage. This is the point of a qualitative change, a threshold. Crossing it would be a whole new world. At the same time, rank 3 cultivation would allow me to advance and retreat freely. At worst, I can just leave the clan. Fang Yuan was very clear about this situation. But advancing to rank 3 was not an easy matter. Especially for Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was an almost insurmountable obstacle. In his previous life he was stuck at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Later on he paid a huge price and obtained a Gu, raising his aptitude, and only then did he cross this hurdle. In Gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance as long as there was enough time. It was a painstaking effort. But large realms, each one was a checkpoint, getting harder the further one advanced. Especially from rank 5 to rank 6, the difficulty was beyond imagination, harder than ascending to heaven. Fang Yuan's advancement from rank 1 to rank 2 was already extremely difficult. Now that he wanted to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was simply no possibility of success using normal methods. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had 500 years of life experience, and in his vast memories, there were 2 to 3 folk recipes. To put it nicely, it was a different path, but to put it bluntly, it was a crooked path. The method that Fang Yuan chose now was the most suitable for his current situation. To advance to rank 3, he needed to refine a strange and bloody Gu worm, called Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. This was a recipe that an ancient demonic path sect leader, in order to strengthen the cultivation of his subordinates, racked his brains and created. Man-Beast Life Burial Gu was specially used for rank 2 Gu masters to break through to rank 3. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was searching for secrets and coincidentally obtained this recipe, leaving a deep impression on him, and had always kept it in his heart. Most importantly, the materials needed for the fusion were not rare items. Normally, with Fang Yuan's conditions, he would need 2 to 3 years to collect these, but the wolf tide gave him a lot of opportunities. These days he had already collected enough Yuan stone and Gu worms. There was only one left. He needed the right time. Everyone, come and see, the medicine hall has just sent out a notice. They are actually gathering 9-leaf vitality grass, and unifying the production of vitality leaves. That's great news, Yizichen said. In the bamboo building, a group of Gu masters surrounded the notice on the wall, their eyebrows dancing as they read. Haha, like this, that Fang Yuan is going to cry. Who asked him to sell vitality leaves recklessly, exploiting our hard-earned money? I really want to see Fang Yuan's expression now. It must be very ugly. Many people were gloating. This really helped us vent our anger. But we still have to thank Lady Yao Lu for this. Without her persuading Lord Yao Ji, how could such a day have come? Yes, we really have to thank Lady Yao Lu. Not only is Lady Yao Lu beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice for us and upholding justice. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. The surrounding people were praising unceasingly. Guo Yao Lu shyly lowered her head, but she was very happy in her heart. Sister Yao Lu. At this time Xianxia man walked into the bamboo building. I am here to say goodbye. I have seen the medicine hall's notice. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. People like Fang Yuan are black sheep, they need to be dealt with. Sister Jiao Man, are you leaving now? Guo Yao Lu looked at her with concern. Xianxia man placed one hand on her waist, the other giving a thumbs up, pointing at the group of Gu masters standing outside the door. I have already asked for reinforcements, I need to hurry back. I will see you next time. Yao Li's heart immediately surged with sadness. When Xianxia Man left, there were 10 Gu masters, but when she arrived, there were only 7 left. Now, these Gu masters outside were about to enter the cruel battlefield. How many could return safely? Chapter 151. Yao Lu watched as Xianxia Man and the rest walked out of the door, getting further and further away. But this parting was extremely short. Just 15 minutes later, Xianxia Man and the rest returned to the bamboo building. Bad luck, we met with the wolf tide. Xianxia Man smiled bitterly, explaining. The Gu masters in the bamboo building heard this and their expressions tensed. Xianxia Man and the rest had the advantage in numbers, but they were still forced to retreat to the village, showing the scale of the wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to attack the village, Xianxia Man said again. As soon as she finished speaking, the alarm rang through the entire village. The village was silent for a while before it started to boil. This alarm, there's a large-scale wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, 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 gather the group members, there's going to be a huge battle. Damn it, I just came back and I still want to have a good sleep, some of the Gu masters cursed, while others pursed their lips with a cold expression. At once, on top of the bamboo building and on the streets, Gu masters could be seen moving quickly, rushing towards the 4 main doors and the outer walls of the village. Inside the village's outer walls, at regular intervals, there would be a wide wooden ladder erected, allowing Gu masters to climb. And the towers were higher than the outer walls, like mighty and majestic guardian warriors. Fang Yuan mixed in the crowd, arriving at the bottom of the outer wall. A Gu master was stepping on the wooden ladder, climbing up. Fang Yuan pulled him down and climbed up himself. Which bastard? The Gu master wanted to scold, but seeing that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately shut his mouth. Fang Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, activating the white jade Gu and peeking his head out a little. Outside the stronghold, there were thousands of lightning wolves all over the mountains and plains. As far as the eye could see, there were countless green wolf eyes, causing a chill to rise in one's heart. Most of these wolves were hungry, and some were so hungry that their bodies were thinning. There were too many lightning wolves and it had become a disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and to the wolf pack there was less and less food. To them, the village that was filled with people was a hysterical temptation. A wolf is a kind of beast full of patience, more terrible, more dangerous, more crazy than a hungry wolf. A lightning wolf that had eaten its fill would not attack the village. Other than these ordinary lightning wolves, there were also bold lightning wolves. Although it was mixed in the wolf pack, the bold lightning wolf was still extremely conspicuous. Their bodies were the size of calves. There were more than 30 of them. Many people could not help but inwardly gasp when they saw this scene. This was already the second time this year that Guyue's village had been besieged by a pack of wolves. However, the scale of the attack this time was more than twice as large as the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all strong like bulls, and were at their peak condition. Ordinary lightning wolves would not be able to eat, but as the king of the 100 wolves, they naturally had sufficient food. After all, resources had to be provided to the higher-ups of the organization first. The lower class would be exploited, and the benefits would be sacrificed to provide for the upper class. Be it human society or wild beasts, they all had something in common. These bold lightning wolves are still not a true threat. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and continued to search. Soon he found 3 huge wolves behind the pack of wolves, hidden in the shadows of the forest. Thousand Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Every Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as big as an elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted when he saw this, but quickly returned to normal. He continued to observe, only to find that there were more and more bold lightning wolves gathering from all directions. There was no sign of the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Without the Thunder Crown Wolf, the village was safe. In his memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused huge casualties to the Guyue tribe. If not for the tribe leader and elders working together to resist, and if not for Guyue Qingshu risking his life to fight, Guyue's village would have been destroyed. Since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had changed many things. Guyue Qingshu had already been sacrificed, so Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. It was completely possible for the Thunder Crown Wolf to appear earlier than expected. Thus, he immediately rushed over to observe. Oh whoa! The 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks and let out long howls. Amidst the howls, countless lightning wolves received the order and charged towards the village. In the village, the Gu masters had already made their preparations, waiting for the battle. The rank 1 Gu masters all stood at the corner, their hands pressed against the cold wall. Some rank 2 Gu masters climbed up the wooden ladder, while others gathered at the top of the tower. Behind them, there were also Gu masters stationed in the temporary fortresses that were modified from buildings. Some were the backup team, while others were the medicine hall's healing Gu masters. Investigative Gu masters shuttled back and forth, continuously reporting the battle situation to the rear. Some clan elders were at the back, while others climbed up the tower, watching from the side with their arms crossed, reserving their strength to suppress the situation. They're here. Fang Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes shining with a cold light. The lightning wolf pack covered the entire mountain, gathering into a tidal wave and pouncing towards the village. Puchi puchi. They first fell into the trenches dug by the wall, and then their bodies were pierced by the bamboo spears, like dumplings in a pot of boiling water. Some died on the spot while some lightning wolves were still alive, howling in pain. The wind blew and the smell of blood permeated the air, while the howls of wolves filled the ears. The frenzied attacks of the wolf pack did not stop, instead they were stimulated and attacked even more wildly. One by one the lightning wolves fell into the pit, using their lives to pave the way for their successors. The lightning wolves behind stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and crashed into the village wall. For a moment, dull thumping sounds could be heard. One lightning wolf was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the continuous barrage of lightning wolves caused the entire wall to shake. The rank 1 Gu masters under the wall suppressed the fear in their hearts, desperately pouring their primeval essence into the iron vine Gu and poison flower Gu. The brambles on the village wall stabbed into the lightning wolves' bodies. The poison flower Gu gave these iron vines a slight poison, and the poison corroded the lightning wolves' bodies. The lightning wolves clawed at the village wall, opening their mouths and biting crazily, causing their injuries to worsen. The poison accumulated, causing their movements to become slower and slower. Chi chi chi. The rank 2 Gu masters standing on the wooden ladder as well as on the tower, shot out their moonblades. The moonblades shot into the wolf pack, causing blood to splatter everywhere and wolf limbs to fly. The bold lightning wolves entered the battle, immediately causing casualties to the Gu masters. At Fang Yuan's corner, a thin blue electric current pierced through, hitting the village wall and piercing through it. An unlucky rank 1 Gu master inside was electrocuted to death on the spot. The bold lightning wolf that killed the Gu master quickly became the focus of attention. Countless moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the cover of the surrounding lightning wolves, and actually only suffered light injuries. Ow! It opened its mouth and electricity flashed in its sharp fangs, gathering into an electric current that pierced through the air, charging towards Fang Yuan. Water shield Gu. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and from his nostrils, he breathed out 2 streams of light blue water vapor. The water vapor expanded and formed a water ball shield that covered him. The electric current hit the water shield, causing it to shake for a while, but it barely broke. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan took the initiative to remove the water shield, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The angle of the moonblades was tricky, and the bold lightning wolf dodged one, but the second one cut its right front leg, causing its movement to slow down. Then the third slash landed on its head, causing a wound and shattering its left eye. It screamed in pain, but the other Gu masters saw an advantage, and another wave of moonblades flew out, enveloping it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly dismembered, its whole body bathed in blood, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Its body swayed a few times and then completely collapsed. The surrounding wolves were in a state of panic as if ripples had arisen. But at this moment, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves guarding behind them. The wolf pack only stirred for a moment, before baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging towards the village wall. Fang Yuan threw a few more moonblades and went down the wooden ladder. In just this short period of time, his dark red primeval essence had already been consumed by more than half, and he needed to replenish it. Seeing him come down, a rank 2 Gu master immediately took his place, climbing the wooden ladder. Most Gu masters who had long-range attacks would climb the wooden ladder, or gather at the top of the tower. They would focus on the bold lightning wolves. The threat of the bold lightning wolf was much greater than ordinary lightning wolves. Some of the bold lightning wolves had Gu worms that could assist them in jumping, and could even jump into the village at once. Fang Yuan walked down the wooden ladder and kept walking towards the back. There were people coming and going, and many were like him, with their primeval essence almost depleted and came down to rest. The other Gu masters were here to replace them, rushing to the battlefield and contributing to the clan's battle strength. This was simply a war. The strength of a rank 2 peak stage was minuscule. Only rank 3 Gu masters were the mainstay, able to control the situation. Fang Yuan came to a bamboo building. This bamboo building had been modified and strengthened a lot. He went through the door and many Gu masters were sitting cross-legged inside, each holding a yuan stone, quickly replenishing their primeval essence. Some healing Gu masters were moving through the crowd. Some were squatting on the ground, bandaging the injured Gu master's wounds, with medicine boxes placed at the side. Fang Yuan found a corner to sit down, and immediately a healing female Gu master came over. He shook his head at her, and the female Gu master understood, walking towards another Gu master. With this rotation by 10 in the evening, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf pack did not decrease, and instead many more lightning wolf packs heard the frenzy lightning wolf's howls and rushed over. It seems this wolf tide will last until night. A clan elder gazed outside the village, showing a worried expression. At night, the Gu master's vision would be weakened. On the contrary, the lightning wolves had excellent vision and were not affected. This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it already has such intensity. The situation does not look good. Another clan elder beside him sighed deeply. Guyue Yaoji's face was also dark. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters, and the first-hand information on casualties was gathered in her hands. On a thin piece of bamboo paper, the casualties during the day were recorded. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling that it was heavy. The number of casualties far exceeded the same period in history. But she understood this was not because the Gu masters' fighting quality had deteriorated, but because there were too many wolves this year and they were too crazy. How is the collection of the 9-leaf vitality grass? Looking at the blood-red setting sun, Yaoji took a deep breath and asked lightly. The subordinate immediately reported. There were still 3 people who had not handed it over and Fang Yuan was one of them. Yaoji heard this and snorted, asking, "Where is Yao Lu now?" Miss Yao Lu is near the east gate, leading the healing team. I tried to persuade her many times, but she insisted on not retreating, and wanted to continue fighting at the front lines. The subordinate knelt down in fear as he said this. Yaoji pondered for a while, nodding lightly, and waved her hand to dismiss the subordinate. Near her granddaughter, there was a clan elder guarding her. There was also Xiong Jiaoman's group, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that it was the safest place at the front lines. Although Yaoji spoiled her granddaughter, she also supported her courage. Those in power had their own considerations. These experiences will be the political capital for her, Guyue Yao Lu, to inherit the medicine faction. Chapter 152. The golden full moon hung high in the sky. Clouds floated in the sky, casting a shadow. The bright moonlight to Gu masters was a huge piece of good news. Outside the village, it was a tragic battlefield. The wolf corpses piled up from the pits, reaching half the height of the village walls. This provided a good platform for the lightning wolves that were charging at them. Some ordinary lightning wolves relied on jumping and clawing to jump over the village walls and into the village. But these lightning wolves would first stagger due to the difference in height, and then immediately be killed by the concentrated firepower of the Gu masters who were waiting for them. Fang Yuan was standing at the top of a tower with several Gu masters around him, continuously shooting moonblades and other attacks at the wolf pack. Overlooking the entire battlefield, the towers were the main firing points. The Gu masters cooperated and destroyed large numbers of bold lightning wolves. Kill, 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 kill all these wolf cubs. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, persevere for a while more. The clan's safety is on us. The surroundings were noisy. Some were crazy, some were in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fang Yuan stood there coldly, shooting out moonblades from time to time as he observed the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility was still not as good as daytime. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were still standing at the back, their figures faintly discernible. As long as they were not injured, no matter how many lightning wolves there were, they were just cannon fodder. Even bold lightning wolves were just high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf leisurely took a step forward, opening its mouth and spitting out a lightning ball. Rank 3 explosive lightning Gu. This lightning ball was not very big, only the size of a millstone. But it was dark blue in color, condensing large amounts of lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it fiercely hit Fang Yuan's tower. Up until now, the battle had been in a stalemate. Many Gu masters were numbly fighting, and when the lightning ball hit them, they could not react in time. Water Shield Gu, White Jade Gu. Fang Yuan had just raised his defense, and in the next moment, his vision was filled with white light. Bam! The deafening sound almost shattered his eardrums. An invisible force surged over and sent him flying high into the air. In the midst of the raging lightning, the water barrier only lasted for 2 breaths before collapsing. The remaining electric current struck Fang Yuan's body. Even with the white jade goo's defense, he still felt numb from the electric current. Plop! He fell from a height of 3 to 4 meters and fell to the ground. The white jade goo was not the rainbow dress goo. It could not reduce the recoil, causing Fang Yuan's back to hurt. He hurriedly crawled up from the ground, blinking his eyes as tears streamed down his face. After 3 breaths, his vision gradually recovered. Only half of the original thick stone tower was left. Countless charred corpses were scattered on the ground. There was also a large hole in the outer wall. At this time, there was a continuous stream of lightning wolves coming through the hole, flooding into the stronghold. The frenzy lightning wolf had finally entered the battle. The combat power of 1,000 Beast King was indeed extraordinary. The several Gu masters who were standing beside Fang Yuan earlier on the tower had already died without an intact corpse. Only Fang Yuan survived. In his aperture, the jellyfish-like water shield Gu was extremely dispirited. Once the water shield broke many times, the water shield Gu would not be able to withstand it and die. The white jade Gu was the same. Gu worms were often strong but also weak. Take this thunderclap Gu for example. The lightning balls it shot were strong and fast, very hard to defend against. But it had a flaw: it could not be shot continuously and needed to take a few breaths before the second lightning ball could be shot. Bam! But just as Fang Yuan stood up from the ground, another lightning ball flew towards him. To think that this Wolf King has 2 thunderclap Gu. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged. He tried not to use the water shield Gu, only using the white jade Gu for defense. Beast, don't be so arrogant. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared in mid-air, his body emitting golden light as he forcefully blocked this lightning ball. It was a clan elder. But one clan elder was not enough. Soon, another 2 clan elders stood up and fought side by side. One frenzy lightning wolf required at least 3 coordinated Gu master groups to hunt together. If it was a rank 3 Gu master, at least 3 people would be needed to defend against it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps, passing through the crowd. Everywhere it went, the wolves retreated. It gradually started to jog, then its speed became faster and faster. Lowering its head, it started to attack the village walls. Seeing this, the rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters all fled in panic. Only the 3 clan elders remained at their original position. This part of the battlefield was vacated by tacit agreement and left to them. The 3 clan elders and this frenzy lightning wolf engaged in an intense battle. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also attacked the village, opening up a battlefield in 2 other areas. 9 clan elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed 3 large battle groups. Everywhere they went, lightning exploded and bamboo buildings collapsed. The Gu masters or lightning wolves that were dragged into the battle did not have a good ending. The lightning wolf group was still breaking through, but Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he stood at a corner of the battlefield, watching the 3 large battle groups from afar. Without a doubt, this wolf group's attack had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves, one has 2 thunderclap Gu on its body, its attack power is strong. One has the thunderwings Gu, able to fly for a short period of time, its mobility is the strongest. And the last frenzy lightning wolf has the thunder howl Gu, relying on sound waves to kill enemies. Fang Yuan observed for a while, gradually understanding the details of these 3 frenzy lightning wolves. On the 1,000 Beast King's body, there were mostly 3 or 4 rank 2 and rank 3 wild Gu worms. As long as they understood the situation of these Gu worms, the Gu masters would be able to make the correct response. Once targeted, the unintelligent frenzy lightning wolf's attacks would be monotonous, and the result of the battle would be decided. As expected, after a while, the few clan elders retreated and were replaced by other clan elders. They cooperated with each other, and their tactical advantage allowed them to quickly gain the upper hand. After an intense battle, they controlled the situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome has been decided. Just as Yao Ji let out a breath of turbid air, a roar suddenly came from the eastern gate. One of the lightning wolves grew larger and larger. From the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, it swelled with the wind and grew to the size of a giant elephant. There's actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many clan elders were shocked upon seeing this scene. Previously, their attention was drawn by the other 3 groups, and the entire battlefield's layout was focused on these 3 points. Thus, the manpower at the eastern gate was slightly weaker. Not good. Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji's old face turned pale, and she immediately rushed towards the eastern gate like lightning. To think there would be such a change. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 breath concealment goo. Using this disguise, it mixed in with the lightning wolf group and deceived the goo masters at the eastern gate. Fang Yuan focused his attention and saw that the eastern gate situation was not good. The sudden appearance of the frenzy lightning wolf had directly smashed through the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves followed behind the bold lightning wolves in 2s and 3s, howling crazily as they charged into the village. Guiyue Yao Lu saw the lightning wolf group surging towards them like a tide, and she was dumbfounded. Fortunately, she had Xiong Jiaoman, a veteran, by her side. At the critical moment, Xiong Jiaoman took over the situation and ordered, "Quick, quick, close the doors and windows tightly. Only by defending and waiting for reinforcements can we have a chance of survival." But just as she finished speaking, with a bang, the roof of the bamboo building received a fierce attack from the frenzy lightning wolf, collapsing down. Guiyue Yao Lu screamed. With such a sudden change, the young girl completely lost her composure. She was still too young and only had rank 1 cultivation. Earlier, she had forced herself to stay here because she felt safe, but never did she expect to be in such a dangerous situation. "Beast, stop!" Guiyue Yao Ji shouted as she ran. She could only watch as the frenzy lightning wolf crashed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in danger, and she could not do anything to help. At the critical moment, it was Xiong Jiaoman who stepped forward. With a thought, the remaining brown bear roared and charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf slapped with its right claw, sending the 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened and closed its mouth, biting the brown bear's head into pieces. How could an ordinary beast defend the power of a 1,000-beast king? But taking advantage of this entanglement, Xiong Jiaoman had already dragged Guiyue Yao Lu and ran forward, creating a small distance between them. The frenzy lightning wolf roared, naturally not willing to let its prey escape. It leaped, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, jumping in front of Xiong Jiaoman. Suddenly seeing the frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Guiyue Yao Lu was so scared that her legs went soft. Xiong Jiaoman dragged her, naturally not daring to charge forward, and could only retreat towards the direction of the village. Just as the frenzy lightning wolf was about to pounce, Guiyue Yao Ji arrived. A light purple moon blade slashed on the frenzy lightning wolf's back, lightly turning into a cloud of mist and entering the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf coughed twice, having been poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, raising its head and roaring. The fierce sound waves spread in all directions, forming an invisible force. The thunder howl goo was intimidating. This was not the thunder howl goo but the sound wave goo. The sound waves vibrated the air, forming an invisible force. Pushed by this force, Xiong Jiaoman Guiyue Yao Lu and flew out, separating in midair. Xiong Jiaoman crashed into a bamboo building, and there was no more movement. As for Guiyue Yao Lu, she directly flew out of the village through the broken east gate. She was in a daze from the fall, and just as she was about to get up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her. Bah! She let out a sharp scream, and at the critical moment, a moon blade flew over and killed the lightning wolf. She quickly stood up and saw that her savior was a young male goo master. The lower half of his body was buried under the collapsed wall. The male goo master's blurred bloody face smiled at her, and the next moment, his throat was bitten by the lightning wolves that swarmed over. Guiyue Yao Li's face was covered in tears. She cried as she ran. This battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of her identity and background, there were goo masters who lent her a helping hand from time to time. But most of them could not even protect themselves and could not help her out of this predicament. Guiyue Yao Ji was also entangled by the frenzy lightning wolves, and could not attend to her. Guiyue Yao Li's heart was in a daze, and all she could see were the claws and teeth of the lightning wolves. In the midst of her panic, she suddenly heard a voice, "Take a step back." She subconsciously did as she was told, and coincidentally dodged a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right," the voice said again. Yao Li's consciousness was still in a daze, but her body had already moved. A wolf's mouth made a cracking sound and it almost bit her. The voice continued, and the young girl completed her tasks meticulously. Sometimes when she made a mistake, a moon blade would fly out of nowhere and help her out of trouble. When there were no more lightning wolves around her, Yao Lu realized that she was safe. But unknowingly she had left the village and stood in a remote forest. A person's figure appeared in front of her. She immediately stared with wide eyes. "Guiyue Fang Yuan, you helped me?" No, I just helped myself. Fang Yuan grinned and could not help but reveal a trace of evil. Chapter 153. What? Guo Yaolu heard this and was stunned. Fang Yuan had already moved like lightning, his palm grabbing the young girl's delicate neck. JSK, he knocked her out. The young girl fell down and Fang Yuan's arm quickly grabbed her by the waist. The stealth scales Gu was activated, and their figures disappeared from the spot. When Guo Yaolu opened her eyes in a daze, she found herself in a dark cave. She shook her dizzy head and subconsciously wanted to stand up, however she soon discovered that she was tied to a rock. All the Gu worms on her body were taken away by Fang Yuan using the plunder Gu, and refined into his. She was just a 15-year-old girl with a weak body. How could she struggle free from a rope that was as thick as a finger, and had several twists and knots tied into it? Being tied up in this unfamiliar environment, the young girl's heart naturally surged with fear. She recalled the scene when she was knocked out, and even the most naive person would know that Fang Yuan was going to harm her. But how will Fang Yuan deal with me? What does he want to do to me? Is it because I reported him to Grandma and he wants to take revenge on me? The young girl could not move her limbs, but her thoughts were rapidly churning. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, and she could not help but cry. Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save Lulu. She cried, feeling an unprecedented sense of loneliness and fear. She did not know where Fang Yuan went, but her cries echoed in the cave. Does Fang Yuan want to imprison me here? Let me taste bitterness after starving for 7 to 8 days, and never dare to say bad things about him again? Guo Yaolu cried for a while and suddenly thought of a possibility. Too evil? Fang Yuan, I will definitely not let you off. She gritted her teeth fiercely. Her impression of Fang Yuan was already extremely bad, and now it had reached rock bottom. Guo Yaolu had never hated someone so much since she was young. Just at this time, footsteps could be heard. Not long after, Fang Yuan's figure appeared from the shadows. Fang Yuan, what do you want? Let me go. Otherwise my grandma will punish you. Seeing Fang Yuan, Guo Yaolu struggled with all her might. Her pair of tender legs kicked the ground like a deer that had fallen into a pit. Quite energetic. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Guo and Yaolu were just about to open their mouths and continue cursing when they suddenly saw a big bear slowly walking over from behind Fang Yuan. Bear. Her eyes widened and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly. He stretched out his hand and stroked the black fur of the bear. His cold voice echoed in the cave like a chilly wind. It's not easy to find such a wild bear in the wolf tide. It took me a lot of time. Guo Yaolu reacted quickly. She was quick-witted and quickly recalled that Fang Yuan had asked for a bear enslavement Gu from sister Xianxia. So it's like this. She sneered and opened her mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan walked over and squatted in front of her. What do you want? The young girl tried to shrink back, but Fang Yuan easily used his right hand to firmly pinch her cheek. Cute and lively, indeed very likable. Fang Yuan commented indifferently. His right hand moved down and grabbed Yao Li's collar, forcefully pulling it. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing the pink doo-doo underneath. Ah! The young girl was stunned for a moment before she suddenly screamed and struggled violently. Even if her tender skin was bleeding from the hemp rope, she didn't care. Fang Yuan sneered and continued to tear. Chi. Soon the young girl's clothes were torn, leaving behind only a few pitiful tattered cloth pieces, revealing large patches of milky white skin. Don't. She was extremely afraid, crying loudly. Thinking of the possibility that Fang Yuan would teach her a lesson, her whole body trembled. Fang Yuan did not continue as she expected. Instead he stood up and slowly retreated. The young girl's cries turned into choking sobs. But at this time, the black bear opened its paw and slowly walked over. The young girl's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. At this moment she felt an intense aura of death. Whoosh! The bear's paw slapped, creating a sound of air breaking. With a crisp sound, the young girl's head was hit by the bear's paw, the huge force instantly breaking her delicate neck. Her head was twisted at a strange angle, bending to the side. A moment ago the young beauty was still alive, but now she was dead. The warm corpse was tied to a huge rock like a broken doll. Even without Fang Yuan controlling the bear enslavement Gu, the black bear had already lowered its head and started to enjoy this sumptuous meal due to its hunting instinct. It first bit the young girl's throat, blood spurted out and splattered on its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and delicate chest, like a pair of unbloomed flower buds. The black bear bit off the young girl's right chest, tearing open the flesh and revealing the pale white ribs. At this time the black bear used its paw to slap, breaking these ribs. The young girl's internal organs were squeezed, causing blood to spurt out. Without the obstruction of the bones, the black bear's mouth went deep into the young girl's body, biting on the still beating heart and swallowing it. The heart went through the throat and into the stomach. This winged bear that had been hiding due to the wolf tide for a long time without food, immediately howled in satisfaction. After howling, it lowered its head again and started to eat the young girl's internal organs. Poochie poochie. The black bear opened its mouth and large amounts of blood flowed out, producing the sound of water. After a while the black bear finally poked its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the huge wound stretched to her abdomen. But towards the shining white intestines, the black bear did not seem to be interested. It started to shift its attention to the young girl's white and slender legs. The young girl's hands were all slender and smooth like jade. The black bear took it in one bite, chewed it a few times and swallowed it into its stomach, producing crunching sounds. The young girl's thighs were also delicious. The flesh was tender and had a virgin fragrance. After the black bear had finished eating, only the white thigh bones were left. In the midst of shaking, the young girl's head finally fell to the ground. To be honest, she was really cute. She had a pair of bright black eyes, a round nose that was slightly tilted, pink skin like a flower, and 2 rows of white teeth in her small mouth. But now, the blood had drained from her face, and her skin had become deathly pale. Her black hair was loose, covering half of her face, and her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and anger. She died with everlasting regret. Feng Yuan crossed his arms as he watched and admired Guyue's expression. He couldn't help but think of a Buddhist saying on earth, "There is no form of me, no form of man, no form of all living beings, no form of those who live forever. Beauty is just a skeleton, white bones and flesh. I am the self, there is no self. Break away from egoism and recognize your ordinary self." The selfless aspect meant that everyone was equal and there was no difference. Humans were humans. They no longer treated humans as nobles and belittled other creatures as lowly. They said, "No human face," meant that all living beings are equal, there is no difference. Living beings were all forms of life. They no longer regarded life as noble and thought that other lifeless rocks and streams had spirituality. That is, there is no distinction between living things. In other words, everything in the world is equal, there is no difference. Everything had its own lifespan, and the phrase, "those without lifespan," meant that regardless of whether they existed or did not exist, they were all equal, and there was no difference between them. No matter how beautiful a man or woman was, they would eventually turn into skeletons. White bones and flesh were one, but the people of the world loved the flesh more than the white bones. This was because they didn't recognize the equality between the two. This Buddhist saying was to let people see through all appearances and see the truth. Beauty was the appearance and so were all living beings and lifespan. Seeing through all the wrong appearances, one would see Tathagata. Seeing through and seeing through, treating everyone equally, all living beings were equal. That was why the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the tiger and cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. This was because he had great compassion in his heart and saw all living beings as his own. He loved everything and loved everything. Whether it was me, others, animals, plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, as well as things that did not exist, he loved them. Mortals stood there and watched the bear eat people. Some hot-blooded men jumped out and shouted, "Beast, don't eat people," or "Beautiful girl, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you," and so on. These were the love and hate of mortals. They loved the girl and hated the giant bear. They didn't see through it. They were obsessed and couldn't see through the pink skeleton. If Buddha were to stand here and watch a bear eat a man, he would sigh and sing, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" He would save the girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was the love and hate of Buddha. He loved the girl and loved the giant bear, treating both equally. But at this moment, Feng Yuan was standing here. Looking at the girl's tragic death, there was no ripple in his heart. This wasn't because he was used to life and death, but because he had broken through appearances and was no longer obsessed. No appearance, no appearance, no appearance of all living beings, no appearance of lifespan. He treated all living things equally and all living things were equal. That was why the girl's death was no different from the death of an ant, a fox, or a tree. But in the eyes of mortals, the girl's death would arouse their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they wouldn't think it was too much. If it was an old woman being eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a murderer who had committed countless crimes being eaten, they would have clapped their hands and cheered loudly instead. In fact, all living beings were equal. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living beings as dogs. Nature was fair. It didn't care about love or hate. It was heartless and would never treat all living beings differently. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. What did the disappearance of a living being mean to the vast nature, to the deep and vast starry sky, and to the long river of history? If it died, it died. Who could not die? The girl, the giant bear, the ant, the fox, the tree, the old woman, the murderer, they were all lowly. They were all lowly. They were all dogs. As long as one recognized this, they would break through all appearances and see the truth, and they would have divinity. If this divinity took a small step toward the light, it would be Buddha. If it took half a step toward the darkness, it would be devil. Devil. Chapter 154. An hour later, Guyua's medicine music was almost completely devoured by the black bear. The black bear did not seem willing to eat the intestines in the girl's head. But Fang Yuan did not want to see this happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, it was best for the wild beast to eat the human until nothing was left. Only then could the success be guaranteed. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, close to 10 types of materials were needed. Among them, the two most important ones were human and beast. This person had to be a virgin and have Gu master aptitude. And this aptitude had to be at least C grade. Of course, B grade and A grade were even better, as they could greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. This beast was referring to the beast enslavement Gu. Bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu, and so on. Even deer enslavement Gu and bull enslavement Gu were fine. But carnivores like bears, wolves and tigers were more convenient. If it was deer or bulls that were herbivores, they would need a Gu worm to control the beast enslavement Gu and force them to eat the human. After the wild beast swallowed the human, it would need to quickly fuse. If the wild beast digested the human's flesh and bones, the fusion would not succeed. Seeing that the black bear was unwilling to swallow the medicine music's intestines and head, Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed, activating the bear enslavement Gu on the black bear. The black bear roared, but under Fang Yuan's coercion, it had to swallow the intestines and head. At the same time, it bit off the girl's white skeleton and swallowed them one by one. The bone spikes were sharp, and under Fang Yuan's coercion, many bone fragments pierced into its mouth and esophagus, causing the bear to cry in pain. But Fang Yuan continued to forcefully urge it. Its body was no longer listening to its own commands. In the end, the black bear stuffed the entire vertebra into its throat as if it was swallowed whole. Fang Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger and a single orifice charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's open mouth, and drilled into its body. The black bear howled in pain. The charcoal Gu's power caused its organs to burn. The black bear's body was trembling violently. It screamed miserably and wanted to roll on the ground, but the bear enslavement Gu controlled its every movement. After burning for several minutes, Fang Yuan pointed his finger and 3 fire oil Gu flew out. Fire oil Gu was a rank 1 consumable Gu. Once it was thrown into the black bear's body, it would explode into a large amount of fire oil, increasing the intensity of the fire in the black bear's body. The black bear's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and threw several Gu worms into its body. These Gu worms were all his battle merits. He kept exchanging for them. The black bear lay on the ground, completely motionless. After a while, red flames shot out from its 7 orifices and behind its buttocks. Then the flames suddenly grew bigger and instantly spread to its entire body. Ignited into a giant torch. The entire pitch-black cave was illuminated by the fire. However, this flame was not an ordinary orange-red, but a strange blood-red color. Fang Yuan waited patiently for a moment. When this flame was about to extinguish, he steadily sent out the final Gu. This was a rank 2 poison Gu. It was thrown into the flame. Immediately, a huge change occurred. A lump of white light was born from the flame. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Fang Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his coin bag and threw them into the ball of light one by one. The light lump digested the yuan stone and rapidly expanded. After Fang Yuan threw over 1,000 yuan stone, the light lump expanded to the size of a room door and suddenly shrunk. Whoosh! The flame on the bear's corpse was extinguished and the cave fell into darkness once again. A Gu worm flew towards Fang Yuan while swaying. Man-beast life burial Gu. Rank 3 consumable Gu worm. It looked like a black spider with hairy legs. But its head was a bear's head and its back was covered with blood-colored markings, drawing the outline of a young girl's face. Looking at this face, it was Guiyue Yaolu. She seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, as if she was staring at Fang Yuan, filled with hatred and resentment. Fang Yuan, however, laughed heartily, not caring at all. When a person dies, their Tao disappears, even when they were alive. What could they do to Fang Yuan after death? He opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed this man-beast life burial goo. Man-beast life burial goo crawled into his throat and into his esophagus, turning into a black and red stream of water. The stream flowed from top to bottom, like an inverted heavenly river, entering the aperture. After entering the aperture, this black and red stream of water flowed into the red steel primeval essence sea. Almost instantly, the entire primeval essence was dyed a strange black and red color, emitting a bloody aura. Fang Yuan willed and quickly mobilized the black and red primeval essence, using the time to cleanse the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture shook violently and the transparent white crystal walls cracked and shattered. What replaced it was a completely new spherical light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fang Yuan did not relax, and immediately expelled the remaining black and red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence could not be used if it was injected into a goo worm. It would cause the goo worm to die. If it was left in the aperture for a long time, it would contaminate the light membrane aperture wall, causing one's aptitude to drop. After Fang Yuan expelled the black and red primeval essence, he picked up a yuan stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, the first wisp of silver mist appeared, then condensed into water droplets, finally forming a silver primeval sea. Rank 1 Goo Masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and rank 3 white silver primeval essence. But this white silver primeval sea was not pure, instead it was mixed with a layer of black and red color. This was the side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled the accumulated white silver primeval essence out of his body, before condensing primeval essence again. The second time, the black and red color in the primeval sea was reduced by more than half. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled all the white silver primeval essence again, condensing primeval essence again. After several times, the black and red color was reduced to an undetectable level, even if Fang Yuan expelled his primeval essence again. He could not reduce this residue. This was the unavoidable side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. The effect of the man-beast life burial goo was extraordinary. It could raise a rank 2 peak stage goo master who had no hope of advancing to rank 3. It was simply defying heaven and changing one's fate. Thus, there would naturally be some imperfections. To get rid of this black and red color, it was not impossible. The most common method was to use the cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo could cleanse the different primeval essence in the aperture. It had once appeared in the treehouse of the caravan, but unfortunately it was bought by the Qi family. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this black and red color in a short period of time. You bunch of useless good-for-nothings, what are you all doing? You can't even find a living person? In the medicine hall, Wei Xiaobao was stunned. In the medicine hall, Guiyue Yaoji flew into a rage, her roar causing the windows to tremble slightly. Her heart was filled with anxiety, fear, worry, and irritation. 3 days and 3 nights had passed, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves had been exterminated, and Guiyue village was safe. But her granddaughter, Guiyue Yaolu, was nowhere to be seen. Even though she mobilized all her connections and combed through the entire battlefield, and even searched the vicinity of the stronghold on a large scale several times, she still couldn't find any new clues. The last to see Guiyue Yaolu were the Goo Masters. Some of the Goo Masters who participated in the battle. The last scene they saw was, Guiyue Yaolu was trapped in the wolf pack, panicking and unable to choose a path, and was surrounded by danger. These words all indicated that Guiyue Yaoli's situation was truly grim. She was likely to be eaten by the wolf pack. But Guiyue Yaoji was unwilling. She wasn't willing to accept this cruel reality. If it was any other girl they would have died. But Guiyue Yaolu was her granddaughter. She had been nurturing the medicine faction's inheritors since young. She was so obedient and smart, making people feel pity for her. So lively and cute, making people laugh. These days Guiyue Yaoji did not sleep or rest, her mind filled with images of her granddaughter. Guiyue Yaoji had taken good care of herself, but in just 3 days she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her heart felt like it had been dug out, and the emptiness was filled with endless pain. Under her roar, dozens of Goo Masters lowered their heads, enduring the old lady's merciless scolding. Reporting to Medicine Hall Elder, subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Goo Master walked in quickly. What is it? Is there news of Yaolu? Guiyue Yaoji's eyes brightened, quickly asking. Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is gathering the elders in the clan pavilion to verify it. The Gu master quickly reported. Guiyue Yaoji's eyes dimmed, impatiently waving her hand. If it's not news of Yao Lu, why bother me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became the new clan elder? Halfway through her words, Guiyue Yaoji suddenly reacted, frowning slightly. This was too sudden, without any warning. The appearance of a new clan elder would affect the politics of Guiyue clan. This was a hidden blow to the medicine faction that had lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the Gu masters standing started to discuss in whispers, guessing the identity of this new clan elder. Guiyue Yaoji frowned, directly asking, "Who advanced to rank 3? Replying to Lord Yaoji, "It is Guiyue Fangyuan." The Gu master answered. "What? It's him." In an instant, Guiyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk. To her this was completely bad news. In the hall, the Gu masters also burst into an uproar. "Are you kidding me? It's actually Fangyuan? Isn't he C-grade talent? How did he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he reaches rank 3 he is a clan elder, the clan's higher-ups. When we see him in the future we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is simply soaring to the sky. Didn't they say he was dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. I thought he was eaten by lightning wolves." The Gu masters were shocked, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Guiyue Yaoji's ears twitched. A woman's intuition made her develop strong suspicions towards Fangyuan. She suddenly changed her mind. She wanted to make a trip to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 155. He actually advanced to rank 3. Rank 3 aura is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no doubt about it. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guiyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a youngster who was standing upright in the hall. It was Fangyuan. To think that this Fangyuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, thinking about it, it is not too sudden. Did you all forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo, his cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The group of clan elders were shocked and puzzled, they were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fangyuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time he actually had such an achievement, it is really unexpected. Guiyue Mo Qin, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed inwardly. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago when Fangyuan was still in the academy he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guiyue Mo Qin could no longer remember. But afterwards, Fangyuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards he looked at Fangyuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude he did not have much hope for him. Who would have thought? He actually had such an achievement today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reaches rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have an impact on the old political structure. It would create an impact. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guiyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guiyue Lian, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. This is Fangyuan. There must be a secret. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic goo, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Xianxia doesn't have. Guiyue Bo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Xianxia, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guiyue and Xianxia were still alive, he probably had to have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guiyue Yaoji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and wrinkled. Under his eyelids, his gaze was extremely sharp, and it almost instantly locked onto Fangyuan. Guiyue Yaoji quickly walked closer, saying, "Fangyuan, you actually advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to inspect your aperture." The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body. Seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer. Gua Yao Ji, you want to inspect my aperture? What right do you have? In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu Master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time the aura of rank 3 was real. How dare you? A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. Why can't I inspect you? Based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph. Old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Earlier you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I did not sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass? I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now. You better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words sharp as knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If he were a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu Master, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone. But now that he was a rank 3 Gu Master, his status was equal to the elders, and the situation was different. Seeing Fang Yuan and Gua Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's thoughts were deep. Even if they were not shrewd, they would train themselves to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. Lat, you dare to slander me? Gua Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in front of everyone? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Gua Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits. There were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Gua Yao Ji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, the lingering voice of Gua Yao Ji echoed. The old woman's entire body was trembling slightly. This silence made her feel that she was alone and powerless. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu Master, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Gua Yao Ji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups must not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu Master, although the clan leader had not officially announced it, but his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Gua Yao Ji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder. He did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage. The barefooted did not fear those who wore shoes. On the other hand, Gua Yao Ji was already very old. Although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position and had a wide network, this was her weakness. She was old and could not afford to lose. The heir of the medicine faction, Yao Lu, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide. Even the elders could die. The situation was unstable. The newcomers took their positions and the elders stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Gua Gu Master, the number of clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide was not small. To the elders, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves without any huge benefits. They had no time to participate in other people's battles. Gua Yao Ji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood, a formless pressure enveloped her body and mind. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. She felt like a crippled old wolf standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolves stood in the shadows and stared at her indifferently with their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan, who was standing in front of her, was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young. He was so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. Truly, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Gua Yao Ji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more violently. Her aura was also gradually decreasing. But when Gua Yao Li's figure appeared in her mind, she forcefully opened her blurry old eyes. Her aura suddenly rose again. She opened her mouth and said, Fang Yuan, you came these 3 days. Why did you disappear? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name among the Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But the tone of his speech was even harder to resist. His words hid treacherous and sinister thoughts. She was after all the most senior, a politician with high status. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. None of the people here were fools. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed suspicious. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known by everyone. Guiyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so openly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to advance to rank 3. Elder Guiyue Lian can testify for me on this point." What? Guiyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guiyue Lian. This master of the Qi faction, one of the 2 most powerful elders in the Guiyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression. But under everyone's gaze, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, so he reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint. They would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. "I didn't expect Guiyue's cultivation to be related to Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid it is greatly related. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I didn't expect it to be the Qi faction. Fang Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast, I'm afraid it is the Qi faction's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Jing's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning." Some of the elders were discussing, while others were feeling emotional. So this Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background. He has already submitted to the Qi faction. We must be careful when dealing with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's the Qi faction. Guiyue Yaoji's face was pale. When she heard Guiyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with the Qi faction's background were 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 156. Guiyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He had originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but because of his aptitude he gave up. Now his old rival Guiyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started investing in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could his heart not be heavy? Apart from being heavy, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guiyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guiyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guiyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guiyue Lian should have been gloating and looking at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But looking at him now, his face was gloomy as though he had suffered some sort of loss. This was too strange. What happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement did they make? Guiyue Mo Chen couldn't figure it out. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guiyue Lian was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guiyue Cheng faking his aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guiyue Lian, and his grandson Qi Qing knew about this. How did an outsider like Fang Yuan know about this? Guiyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This would be a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on a faction like this? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guiyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back. Because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qiqing could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already an elder, they wanted to kill the elder. The seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master he could not be dealt with in a short period of time. The bigger the commotion, the harder it would be to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan. There was no benefit to the Qi bloodline, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a form of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came suddenly, and he didn't know how many tricks Fang Yuan had up his sleeves, so he could only accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out, attracting the firepower for Fang Yuan. This was simply putting him, Guiyue Qi Lian, on fire to roast. But even if Guiyue Lian knew this, what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Guiyue Yaoji, I know you are feeling unbalanced. Yes, that granddaughter of yours with great aptitude is dead. She died without a complete corpse and your medicine branch has no successor. But I, AC great aptitude kid, managed to advance to the 3rd rank. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me, I can understand. What did you say? Guiyue Yaoji stared with his eyes wide open, unable to restrain his anger. Little thing, I am telling you Guiyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yaoji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But he suddenly changed the topic. You, Guiyue Yaoji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here and with Lord Clan Leader. Guiyue Yaoji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guiyue Yaoji's actions were indeed a little overboard, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and ignoring the proper business to search for her own granddaughter. Guiyue Yaoji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guiyue Yaoji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend it. To the clan elders, upholding the clan's rules was protecting their own interests. Guiyue Yaoji's actions these few days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Guiyue Yaoji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guiyue Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Guiyue Yaoji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yaoji, and the Qi faction that Fang Yuan joined would probably also be angered by Yaoji. But in fact, his Qi faction was really innocent. Was he, Guiyue Lian, an idiot? Why would he offend Guiyue Yaoji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guiyue Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his Qi faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasy into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guiyue Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt whether Guiyue Yaoji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I suggest temporarily revoking her position as the medicine hall clan elder. At the same time we can inspect her again. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, Elder Qilian is also in favor of my suggestion. What? Guiyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guiyue Lian's attitude was so clear. Did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yaoji? He had long coveted the huge benefits in her hands. Wanted to get involved? What? As the person involved, Guiyue Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be furious? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Guiyue Yaoji, he even dragged him, Guiyue Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was clearly framing him. Framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guiyue Lian, was the Grand Shi faction leader. He was caught by this scoundrel Fang Yuan, but he could do nothing about it. Elder Qilian, you also have this attitude? Guiyue Bo's gaze flashed. He asked. Guiyue Lian gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his anger. At this point he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan and could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yaoji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is near, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the Healing Gu Master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. Of course, he would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own interests to seek. In these words, he had already tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yaoji. But even so, just as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guiyue Yaoji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I have offended Yaoji. At this moment, Guiyue Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yaoji. Someone quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yaoji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guiyue Yaoji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days she was mentally exhausted. Moreover, she was provoked by Fang Yuan and Qilian together, adding insult to injury. It would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yaoji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest and recuperate is for her own good. Lord Yaoji is unconscious. The medicine hall cannot go a day without someone managing it. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Guiyue Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guiyue Yaoji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, haha, Guiyue Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guiyue Lian deliberately said this, of course he had a deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Guiyue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Finishing, Guiyue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan and cupped their hands, all of them smiling. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 157. He actually advanced to rank 3. The aura of rank 3 is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no mistake. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guiyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a young man standing upright in the hall. It was Fang Yuan. To think that this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only see great aptitude? How could it be so sudden? Actually, thinking about it, it is not sudden. Did you guys forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo, his cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation sigh. The clan elders were shocked and puzzled, they were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fang Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time he actually had such an achievement, it is really unexpected. Guiyue Mo Qin, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed in his heart. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guiyue Mo Qin, had already forgotten. But afterwards, Fang Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude he did not have much hope for him. To think that he actually had such achievements today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reached rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guiyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guiyue Lian, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. There must be secrets on this Fang Yuan. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic goo, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Xianxia doesn't have. Guiyue Bo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Xianxia, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guiyue Xianxia was still alive, he would also have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guiyue Yaoji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and full of wrinkles. Under her drooping eyelids, her gaze was extremely sharp. She stared at Fang Yuan almost instantly. Guiyue Yaoji approached him quickly and said, "Fang Yuan, you can actually advance to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally, I want to check your aperture." The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body and seeing Yaoji walking over, he could not help but sneer. "Guiyue Yaoji, on what basis do you want to inspect my aperture?" In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now, he was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time the aura of rank 3 was real. Audacious. A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yaoji immediately stared with wide eyes. Why can't I inspect you? Just based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph. Old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Previously you wanted to buy my liquor worm but I didn't sell it so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass? I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words like knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If it was a rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone if he said such words. But now, with his rank 3 cultivation, his status was already equal to the elders, and the situation had changed. Seeing Fang Yuan and Guiyue Yaoji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's mind was deep. Even if one was not shrewd, they would still train to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. "Lat, you dare to slander me." Guiyue Yaoji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in public? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Guiyue Yaoji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Guiyue Yaoji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, Guiyue Yaoji's lingering voice resounded. This old woman's body was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel that she was alone. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Guiyue Yaoji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups could not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already rank 3, and although the clan leader had not officially announced it, his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guiyue Yaoji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder. He did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage. He had nothing to lose. On the other hand, Guiyue Yaoji was already very old. Although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position and had a wide network, this was her weakness. She was old and could not afford to lose, and the heir of the medicine faction, Yao Lu, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide. Even the elders could die. The situation was turbulent. New people took their positions and old people stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Guiyue clan, there were many clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide. To the elders, it was difficult to even protect themselves without huge benefits. They had no time to get involved in other people's battles. Guiyue Yaoji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Standing now, an invisible pressure enveloped her body and mind, causing a layer of cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolf pack stood in the shadows, using their deep green eyes to stare at her indifferently. The Fang Yuan standing in front of her was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young, so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. It was really, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guiyue Yaoji felt that she was really old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more, and her imposing manner gradually decreased. But when Guiyue Yao Li's figure appeared in her mind, she forced her blurred eyes open, and her imposing manner rose again. She opened her mouth. Fang Yuan, why did you disappear these 3 days? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name in the list of Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But her words were even harder to resist, with treacherous and sinister thoughts hidden in her words. She was after all the most senior politician. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. No one here was an idiot. Fang Yuan advancing to rank 3 was indeed fishy. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known to everyone. Guiyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he was naturally prepared. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to break through to rank 3. Elder Guiyue Lian can testify for me on this point. What? Guiyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guiyue Lian. This chief action clan head, one of the 2 most powerful elders in Guiyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression, almost to the point of dripping water. But under everyone's gazes, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, thus he reluctantly opened his mouth. This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint. They would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. I can't believe that Guiyue's cultivation has something to do with Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid there is a huge connection. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan has a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I can't believe it is chief action. The reason why Fang Yuan's cultivation can be so fast is probably because of Chief Action's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Jing's brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning. Some of the elders were discussing, while some of the other elders' emotions were in turmoil. This Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background. He has already joined Chief Action. We must be careful with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble now. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. His chief action. Guiyue Yao Ji's face was deathly pale. When she heard Guiyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with chief action background were two completely different concepts. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 158. Guiyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but he gave up because of his aptitude. Now his old rival Guiyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started to invest in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could he not feel heavy? Apart from being serious, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guiyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guiyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guiyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guiyue Lian should have become cocky and looked at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But now Mo Chen's face was gloomy as if he had suffered a loss. This was too strange. What had happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement had they reached? Guiyue Mo Chen couldn't understand. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me? Guiyue Lian's heart was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guiyue Cheng's aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guiyue Lian, and his grandson, Qiqing, knew this secret. He, Fang Yuan, was just an outsider. How did he know? Guiyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the entire Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This was practically a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on such a faction? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guiyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qiqing could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already a clan elder. If one wanted to kill a clan elder, the seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time, and the commotion would be even more troublesome. Falling out with Fang Yuan wouldn't benefit the Qi faction at all, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a kind of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came out of nowhere, and he didn't know how many trump cards Fang Yuan had, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out to attract the firepower for Fang Yuan. It was like putting Guiyue Lian on a rack to roast. But Guiyue Lian knew this, so what could he do? At this time he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Guiyue Yao Ji, I know you are feeling very unbalanced. Yes, your B-grade granddaughter died without a complete corpse, and your medicine faction has no one to continue. But I, a C-grade talent kid, advanced to rank 3. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me. I can understand. What did you say? Guiyue Yao Ji stared with wide eyes, unable to restrain her anger. Little thing, I'm telling you, Guiyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But he suddenly changed the topic. You, Guiyue Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Guiyue Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guo Yaoji's actions were indeed too much, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and not doing proper business, to search for her own granddaughter. Ew. Guo Yaoji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guo Yaoji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, defending the clan's rules was equivalent to defending their own interests. Guo Yaoji's actions these days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Guo Yaoji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guo Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Guo Yaoji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yaoji, and the chief faction that Fang Yuan had joined would probably also be angered by Yaoji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he Guo Lian a fool? Why would he offend Guo Yaoji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guo Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasies into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guo Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt if Guo Yaoji has the ability to continue managing the Medicine Hall. I propose to temporarily revoke her position as the Medicine Hall clan elder, and at the same time, conduct another inspection on her. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause he continued, my suggestion, Elder Qi Lian is also in favor. What? Guo Yaoji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guo Lian's attitude was so clear, did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yaoji, coveting the huge benefits in her hands and wanted to meddle? What? As the person involved, Guo Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Guo Yaoji, he even dragged him, Guo Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was blatantly framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guo Lian, the Grand Qi faction leader, was helpless against this scoundrel Fang Yuan. Oh, Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Guo Bo's gaze flashed as he asked. Guo Lian gritted his teeth, slowly standing up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would not be able to control his anger. Now that things had come to this and he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan, he could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yaoji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is imminent, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. He naturally would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own benefits. In these words, he had tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yaoji. But even so, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guo Yaoji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I've offended Yaoji. At this moment, Guo Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yaoji. Someone quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yaoji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guo Yaoji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days she was mentally exhausted, and after being provoked by Fang Yuan and Qi Lian, adding insult to injury, it would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yaoji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest is for her own good. With Lord Yaoji in a coma, the medicine hall cannot be left unattended for a day. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Guiyue Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guiyue Yaoji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, haha, Guiyue Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guiyue Lian deliberately said this, of course he had his own deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Guiyue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation level is true, he has indeed reached rank 3. According to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Saying so, Guiyue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with a face full of smiles. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 159. Congrats, congrats. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising, a role model for the younger generation. I look forward to seeing Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor when we work together in the future, haha. A group of clan elders surrounded Fang Yuan, saying all sorts of beautiful words. The academy elder stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. He never thought that there would be a day when Fang Yuan would be promoted to an elder. In that year he was most optimistic about Fang Jing, followed by Qiqing and Ma Bei. Who would have thought that the first one to be successful would be Fang Yuan? How can my little achievement compare to the achievements of all the seniors? I owe it all to the family's nurturing to be where I am today. Academy Elder, I have always remembered your teachings. A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face, he was humble and cautious. The Academy Elder never thought that the prickly Fang Yuan would take the initiative to greet him. He was stunned for a moment, then showed a gratified expression. Looks like you have matured a lot these years. Elder Fang Yuan, work hard. The family needs new blood like you, I am proud of you. Fang Yuan once again thanked the Academy Elder sincerely, and at the same time he responded to the other elders. He had 500 years of experience, this kind of acting was a piece of cake. He advanced and retreated, his words were gentle, his attitude was humble, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Guiyue watched coldly from the side. The more he watched, the colder his heart became. This Fang Yuan's way of dealing with the situation, his every word was so reserved. Was he really just a teenager? Could it be that he was born to be a politician? The Academy Elder was shocked. He thought back to when they were in school. Fang Yuan was so unruly, even exploiting his classmates. He felt a headache because of this. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an earth-shattering transformation. On the other hand, Guiyue and Imo Chen were not surprised by Fang Yuan's behavior. He had already experienced Fang Yuan's schemes. At this moment, looking at Fang Yuan's cultured and refined manner, becoming the center of attention and the center of the crowd, he sighed in his heart that Guiyue had practiced a good move. This exchange was casual and did not last long. But no matter what the clan elders were thinking, no matter where they stood, they couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They all sighed in their hearts. Rumors were indeed unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan politely declined the invitations of some elders and left the Patriarch Pavilion with a smile on his face together with Guiyue. Are you satisfied now? Not only did you topple Guiyue and Yao Ji, you even dragged our Qi family into this. Qi Lian finally stopped pretending in the study, and the smile on his face was replaced by anger. Fang Yuan sat opposite him and said with a smile, speaking of which, you have to thank me for this matter. With Guiyue and Yao Ji's downfall, it is your Qi branch that has gained a great advantage. Guiyue's eyes flickered. Humph, young man, your thinking is too simple. Qi Zhong may be a member of my Qi branch, but his wife is from the Yao branch. The clan leader appointed him as a temporary medicine hall elder only to balance the internal strife between my Qi and Yao branches. How on earth did you know about Qiqing? At the end of his speech, Guiyue suddenly asked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, flashing with the sharpness of an eagle. Fang Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, Old man, I don't have enough yuan stones on me. Give me 3,000 first. Bang. Guyue fiercely slammed the table and growled in a low voice, "Fang Yuan. Don't think that just because you know this secret that you can control my qi branch. I'm old and don't have many years left to live. At worst, I'll give up my life. I can accept cooperation, but I won't be threatened. I won't allow what happened today to happen a second time. If you carelessly make enemies and then casually drag my qi branch into this mess, you will definitely regret it. Do you really think that secret can destroy the entire qi branch? Don't be naive." Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes distant as he let Guyue berate him. After Guyue slammed the table, his aura was as shocking as a tiger, but the more he spoke, the weaker it became. In the end, it was obvious that he was out of breath and lacking confidence. Until he stopped talking, Fang Yuan leisurely smiled, "Old man, don't be so angry. I'm indeed short on money recently. I'm not asking for these 3,000 yuan stones from you for free, I'm borrowing them from you. I can write an IOU for you." Guyue coldly snorted, his tone slightly relaxed. "You won't be lacking in yuan stones. You've just become an elder, so you don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to elders. As long as you're an elder, you'll get 100 yuan stone every week. And this is the amount during peacetime. Now that the wolf tide is here, you'll get 300 yuan stone every week. Not only that, you can also get a rank 3 gu worm for free. At the same time, the clan's recipes from rank 1 to rank 3 will be open to you. You can choose as many recipes as you like to refine your rank 3 gu worm. There are also other privileges. For example, ordinary gu masters can only marry one wife. After becoming an elder, they can marry one wife and 2 concubines. So it's like that." Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this, but on the surface, he showed an expression as if he was hearing it for the first time. "But even so, I still want to borrow 3,000 yuan stone. I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 gu worm naturally requires a large amount of yuan stone." Fang Yuan, sincerely, said. Guyue was silent. He pondered, with Fang Yuan's status as an elder, he won't go so far as to not pay back his debt. Then what about his reputation? But what if he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 yuan stone be for naught? Wait, isn't it better if he dies? Qiqing's aptitude can continue to be concealed. But this secret, how did he know? Who else knew about it? I might as well lend it to him first and lower his guard before probing him. Thinking so, Guyue did not persist and took out a pen and paper. Fang Yuan wrote an IOU and made a fingerprint. Guyue called the housekeeper and instructed. Soon a few full money bags were brought over. Fang Yuan weighed each money bag in his hand, but did not find any problems. He really needed this yuan stone. To refine the man-beast life burial gu, he had almost used up all his savings. These 3,000 yuan stone could be considered a timely rain. Advancing to rank 3 was just the beginning. He needed to refine a rank 3 gu worm, to truly possess the fighting strength and survivability of a rank 3 gu master. Regarding this, he already had a rough plan in his heart. 3,000 yuan stone might not be enough. But it was not important, the chief action would be his large bank. Borrowing yuan stone this time was just the beginning. If there was a first time, there would be a second time, first time unfamiliar, second time familiar. As for paying back the debt, after getting the yuan stone, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave but smiled, "I still want to borrow something." "Don't push your luck." Guyue's expression sank, but he still said, "Speak, what is it?" "Cleansing water gu." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said frankly. The caravan had once sold a cleansing water gu. If anyone was most likely to buy this gu, it was most likely Guyue gu. Because he used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson Qiqing's aperture, raising his cultivation. This caused the aperture to contain a strange aura that could only be removed by cleansing water gu. Absolutely not. Guyue gu resolutely refused. He had indeed bought that cleansing water gu, but this gu worm was prepared for his grandson Guyue Cheng. If he wanted to buy it again, he would have to rely on luck. Don't be so ruthless. Fang Yuan chuckled. A cleansing water gu or the chief faction's reputation, which is more important? I believe Lord Guyue Lian, as the chief faction's leader, can clearly distinguish between them. Guyue Lian's expression completely sank, turning cold. He fiercely stared at Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, you need to know what you are doing. You are extorting me, extorting the Grand Chief Faction's leader. No, I am not extorting, this is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water gu, I will return you a new one in the future. I can also write an IOU for this. Fang Yuan smiled, but his tone was firm, showing his determination to obtain it. Don't even think about it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. An hour later, Fang Yuan left Qi clan with 3,000 yuan stones and a cleansing water gu. Meanwhile, Gu Lian was sitting in the study, looking at the 2 light IOU slips written by Fang Yuan on the table. The anger in his heart was like a surging river, surging endlessly. Qi faction's weakness was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Qi Lian to be in an extremely passive position. Fang Yuan's victory was also within reason. 3 days later, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his face reflecting a white light. A white ball of light floated in the air. The Gu fusion had reached its final stage. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light while throwing yuan stone after yuan stone into the ball of light. The ball of light suddenly disappeared, and a brand new Gu flew into Fang Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a large ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was dotted with black spots. Its size was relatively large, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Gu. Finally, the fusion is complete. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was his second fusion. Sky Canopy Gu was fused from the rank 2 White Jade Gu and a Water Attribute Defensive Gu. Fang Yuan's first fusion used the Water Shield Gu and the White Jade Gu. The fusion failed and the Water Shield Gu died. The Water Element Defensive Gu worm he used this time was exchanged with Fang Yuan's last bit of battle merit points. However, this Sky Canopy Gu was not Fang Yuan's first rank 3 Gu. His first rank 3 Gu worm was directly taken from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming a clan elder, the clan would reward a rank 3 Gu for free. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the Thunderwings Gu. This Gu was the spoils of war that the clan elders obtained after killing a frenzy lightning wolf. It could condense a pair of lightning wings, allowing the Gu master to fly for a short period of time. With the Thunderwings Gu's assistance in movement, Fang Yuan's last weakness in battle strength was filled. Chapter 160. Lord Fang Yuan, this is the secret room, please enter. In the dark underground tunnel, a rank 2 Gu master old man was walking in front, leading the way for Fang Yuan. The secret room that stored the clan's Gu worm fusion recipes was not far ahead. After Fang Yuan advanced to clan elder, his status changed drastically. The clan's collection of fusion recipes, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5, he had the authority to look through them. If it was an ordinary rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, they would have to use yuan stones or battle merits to exchange for the recipes. This secret room was located underground in the village, and was extremely secretive. Even if the village was razed to the ground, this secret room would still exist. Back then, the founder of the Guyue village, the first-generation clan leader, found a spirit spring in this underground cave, and made the decision to establish the village here. After generations of clan leaders' management and development, the underground cave of the Guyue village had become the Guyue clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Gu masters did not have the authority to enter this place. Only clan elders and clan leaders, as well as the Dark Hall Gu masters in charge of guarding this place, had this authority. Many Gu masters only came here once in their lives. That was the aptitude ceremony. The youngsters would come to the Spirit Spring Flower Sea and use the Hope Gu to open their aperture. Other than that, unless there was a special reason, the underground cave was absolutely forbidden for unauthorized people to enter. Even the Gu masters guarding this place had gone through strict selection. After all, the spirit spring in the underground cave was the foundation of the entire Guyue village. The large amounts of yuan stones that condensed from the spring supported the cultivation of all the Gu masters in the Guyue clan. As they walked along the tunnel, the sound of their footsteps reverberated unceasingly. The murmur of a flowing river could be vaguely heard. That was the underground river in the cave. After a while, the Gu master led Fang Yuan to a stone door. He patted his stomach and a Gu flew out of his aperture, and in a flash, it hit the stone door. The stone door's surface rippled, like a stone thrown into the water. Next, the light on the stone door's surface changed and gradually disappeared, revealing the secret room inside. The secret chamber was not small. It was about an acre in size. Every few steps, there would be a stone table half the height of a person. Dozens of stone tables had white jade plates on them, and there was a Gu worm resting quietly on the plates. These Gu worms came in all kinds of colors and were about the size of a fist. They looked very similar, like silkworms. On its head were 2 compound eyes similar to those of a bee or a dragonfly. His compound eyes were brightly colored, like enamel glass. However, its surface was not soft. It was covered with a layer of glossy carapace, and the carapace even had a metallic luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time in this secret chamber. Let me introduce them to you. These rank 2 digital shadow Gu all had a recipe recorded in them. The green digital shadow goo contained almost all the rank 1 recipes in the clan. The red and black digital shadow goo contained a rank 2 recipe. The white goo contained a rank 3 recipe. The orange digital shadow goo contained the rank 4 recipe. As for the rank 5 recipe, it is naturally in the purple digital shadow goo at the center of the stone platform. At the side, the elderly goo master introduced. The digital shadow goo was a type of goo worm that could record images. One step further would be the rank 3 photo audio goo. After fusing it into a photo audio goo, not only could it record images, it could also hear sounds. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo audio goo to leave Fang Yuan his last words regarding the inheritance. But recording the recipe did not require sound, thus the digital shadow goo was enough. The fusion recipe was extremely precious. If it was recorded on ordinary bamboo paper, if it was stolen, not only could it be used to fuse the Guiyue clan's unique goo worm, it would also be a serious leak of the clan's information. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. An experienced goo master could tell the strengths and weaknesses of the fused goo worm from a recipe. If the recipe was leaked to a clan, it would be a huge loss. In future battles between goo masters, the clan's goo masters could be countered by the enemy. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, graded, and specially preserved. The digital shadow goo was easy to refine, and the cost was not high. It was the most common method of preserving recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shadow goo belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it does not hinder you from activating your primeval essence and reading it. It is just that with your current status, you are still unable to read rank 4 and rank 5 recipes. There are 2 more points. The secret room is the clan's important place. Your every move here will be monitored in secret. Every day you can only stay in this secret room for 15 minutes at a time. After the time is up, you will have to come out. The elderly goo master said again. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, I do not have the authority to enter. I will stand at the door. Once the time is up, I will call you out. The elderly bowed. Fang Yuan stepped into the secret room. Just as he entered, the stone door behind him turned from virtual to real, locking him in the secret room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was quiet. Footsteps echoed in his ears, and on the surrounding walls, there were a few water-like goo. The light emitted from their bodies rippled like water, and as the light and shadow changed, there were layers of ripples, bright and dim. Fang Yuan took out a red and black goo worm, and injected his white-silver primeval essence into it. Immediately, the digital shadow goo's compound eyes shone with 2 pillars of rainbow light. He slightly raised the digital shadow goo, and aimed the compound eyes at the white jade plate on the stone platform. The 2 pillars of rainbow light converged on the white jade plate, and after a series of changes, words appeared. This was a recipe on how to refine the moon's cargo. First, it listed the pros and cons of the moon's cargo. The advantage of the moon's cargo was its attack range, which was twice that of the moonlight goo. Its weakness was that its attack power was not outstanding. Next was the refinement recipe. The moon's cargo was refined from the combination of the moonlight goo and the scar stone goo. Next was the matters to take note of during the refinement, and the trick during the refinement. If you add some jade stones in the middle of the refinement, or at night when there was plenty of moonlight, refining outdoors would have a higher chance of success. Finally was the experiences of the refiners of the past. This part had the most content, with a voluminous amount of over 10,000 words. Fang Yuan looked at it and memorized some things in his heart. After all, it was the crystallization of countless people's experiences and experiences. Some of the content even Fang Yuan did not know. After all, the moonlight goo was a goo unique to the Guiyue clan. In his previous life, he had never obtained the position of clan elder, and came here to read. Time was limited, so Fang Yuan hurriedly glanced at it, and put the digital shadow goo back to its original position, and then specifically looked at the white digital shadow goo. In the white digital shadow goo, it recorded the refinement recipes of rank 3 goo worms. Most of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, and the goo worms needed were all based on the moonworld goo, moonscar goo, and so on. Fang Yuan did not look at it in detail, and to save time, he only glanced at it hurriedly. He had previously combined the moonlight goo with the little light goo to refine the moonglow goo. On the basis of the moonglow goo, there were only 3 refinement recipes that caught Fang Yuan's eye. The first was the rank 3 golden moon goo. The range was still the same as 10 steps, but the attack power was increased. Once it was shot out, the golden crescent was half a person's height, and emitted a trace of domineering might. The second was the frost moon goo. The moon blade was eerie white and cold, emitting a frosty aura. The victim would feel the cold enter their body and their movement would be slow. The third was the Phantom Moon Goo. This goo was special, it was not used to attack, but once activated, it would allow the goo master to create a phantom, diverting firepower and confusing the enemy. Especially this Phantom Moon Goo, if it was refined, it could be used as a base to advance, and above that would be the rank 4 Moonshadow Goo. Moonshadow Goo can be planted into a goo master's aperture, and suppress the goo master's primeval essence. In the records regarding the Phantom Moon Goo, there was also some information about the Moonshadow Goo, providing a reference. Moonshadow Goo, isn't it the goo that the rank 4 clan leader used to plot against the Flower Wine Monk? Fang Yuan saw this and his heart moved, his brows furrowing. There were many goo worms in this world, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew 1 out of 10,000 goo worms. He originally did not know much about the Moonshadow Goo, but now that he knew its use, his heart was filled with doubts. The Moonshadow Goo had a special effect, suppressing a rank 4 goo master's primeval essence by 30%, a rank 5 goo master by 15%, and a rank 3 goo master by 60%. In other words, AC grade talent like Fang Yuan, with only 40 to 50% primeval essence, if hit by the Moonshadow Goo, would not be able to use any primeval essence, and their battle strength would plummet as if they were crippled. Of course, if it was Fang Yuan himself, using the Moonshadow Goo against him would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog with no return. This was because once the Moonshadow Goo entered his aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would show its might, and under its pressure, the Moonshadow Goo would be instantly refined by Fang Yuan, becoming his possession. What made Fang Yuan suspicious was that it was not the Moonshadow Goo, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember on the image wall, the Flower Wine Monk's image was covered in blood and wounds. Earlier when he fought with the 4th generation and the clan elder, he only suffered light injuries. I thought those injuries were caused by the Moonshadow Goo, but I never thought that the Moonshadow Goo's effect was only to suppress primeval essence, preventing the goo master from using it. Then how did the Flower Wine Monk's injuries come about? Fang Yuan was a cautious person, and the more he thought, the more puzzled he became. After the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elder, and temporarily retreated, what happened? If the Moonshadow Goo was not the main cause of his death, then what was the reason? In an instant, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk's inheritance became confusing in Fang Yuan's eyes. Lord Fang Yuan, it has already been 15 minutes, I believe you must have gained something. No matter what, please come back tomorrow. At this moment, the stone door turned into nothingness again, and the old goo master stood at the door and said respectfully, "All right." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he put down the photographic shadow goo in his hand, and left the secret room. Whether it was the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Mirage Moon, these fusion recipes were not what he wanted. That was because these goo worms ate large amounts of moon orchid petals. Moon orchid petals were hard to store and could only be stored for a few days. In Fang Yuan's plan, he wanted to leave the Guiyue village and roam the world. If he refined these goo worms without food to feed them, they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still some rank 3 recipes that he did not see. I'll come back tomorrow. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 161. Gujinren 157_Gujinren free reading _section 157. Blood Moon Goo. The next day, secret room. Colorful lights gathered on the white jade plate, forming a recipe, Blood Moon Goo. Using the fusion of rank 2 Moonglow Goo and Blood Chi Goo, a rank 3 Goo is formed. Once activated, the moonblade will be blood red, the size of a basin, and if a wound is formed, it will bleed non-stop. This is it. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it, memorizing the recipe. He closed his eyes and recalled, then opened his eyes to compare. After repeating this for 3 to 5 times, he was sure he had memorized the recipe without any mistakes. Compared to Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Phantom Moon, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Goo was much more unorthodox. In the fusion recipes of the first 3, there were close to 100,000 words of fusion knowledge and experience. But this Blood Moon Goo's recipe only had a few thousand words. It could be seen that in history, there were very few Goo masters who chose to fuse the Blood Moon Goo. The Blood Moon Goo's attack power was barely passable, and its range was only 10 meters. Even if it attacked and created a bleeding effect, the effect was not good. Rank 1 to rank 5 Goo masters, because of their limited primeval essence, would usually be able to determine the victor in a short battle. The bleeding effect in a real battlefield was only a small problem. Against Goo masters who specialized in healing, they would have corresponding methods to counter it. And the Blood Moon Goo had a huge flaw. During a few days of every month it would ooze blood. Blood flowed out continuously, and in this period of time, its attack power would fall to a third of normal. But it had a great advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed. It was much easier to feed than Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Phantom Moon. Its food was no longer moon orchid petals. It needed fresh blood. Although there was a lot of blood, there was no limit to the type. It was hard to say in Western Desert, but in Southern Border, there were thousands of miles of undulating mountain ranges, and all kinds of wild beasts could be seen in the depths of the forests. Killing them would allow one to extract their blood on the spot. To the Blood Moon Gu, its food was all over Southern Border. It could be seen everywhere. Next, I will fuse this Blood Moon Gu. Fang Yuan quickly made up his mind. He had already memorized the detailed steps of the fusion and the things to take note of. He already had the Moonglow Gu. But the other Gu, the Blood Qi Gu, was slightly troublesome. The Blood Qi Gu was precious. It could replenish the Gu Master's blood Qi. A Gu Master who possessed the Blood Qi Gu. They were full of energy, and even if they were injured or lost too much blood, the Blood Qi Gu could replenish it. Thus, their survivability in the battlefield was higher than ordinary Gu Masters. Xianxia had once yearned for a Blood Qi Gu. If the Blood Qi Gu was used with the roaming zombie Gu, the repercussions of the latter would be reduced to zero. This greatly extended the time he could remain a zombie, and he no longer had to worry about the consequences. He was already a well-known figure among rank 2 Gu Masters and had a high status, but until he died in battle, he didn't get what he wanted either. In the secret room, Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the digital shadow Gu on the stone table in the center. Today he had more than enough time. Out of the 15 minutes he only used 5 minutes. There were still 10 minutes left. The yellow-skinned digital shadow Gu recorded a rank 4 recipe. The purple digital shadow Gu recorded a rank 5 recipe. The owners of these digital shadow Gu were all secret hall clan elders, but the one in charge of feeding them was the clan. Gu worms could be borrowed. As long as the Gu worms will recognized it. The digital shadow Gu's will was one with the secret hall clan elder. Fang Yuan had advanced to clan elder. His identity was recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus he could freely use a portion of the digital shadow Gu. But the secret hall clan elder didn't think Fang Yuan had the authority to read the rank 4 and 5 recipes. Thus, the yellow and purple digital shadow Gu, even if he activated his primeval essence, would not respond. In fact, even wild natural Gu worms could obtain their will's recognition. Those beast kings were like this, thus they borrowed the power of Gu worms. Humans also had such situations like the legendary rank 5 river swallowing toad, Jianghu. If Fang Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to instantly refine these Gu worms and obtain the recipe, he could do so. But the consequences of doing so were not something Fang Yuan could bear. And the benefits he could obtain were not enough to move him. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse refine the rank 1 Moonlight Gu. This Gu originated from the first clan leader, and it was on this basis, after hundreds of years, that it developed to such a large scale and grand occasion. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu to a high rank. Reverse refinement was to reduce high-level Gu worms to low-level ones. Between one upgrade and the other, because the process was different, the result could be a brand new Gu worm. The Moonlight Gu was not a natural Gu worm, but a reverse refinement by the first clan leader. In this world, many Gu worms were created on the basis of natural Gu worms by Gu masters, creating brand new species. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, his knowledge of the entire Gu world was limited. And in the clan there would be one or a few unique Gu worms. These Gu worms were not rare natural Gu worms, but new species that were reverse refined. Based on this foundation, the Gu masters developed a clan's unique strength. Guyue clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu, by clan Stream Gu, all were in such a situation. If common Gu worms were used, then it would be easy to be targeted. A clan's foundation was in the Spirit Spring, which could produce Yuan Stone. Next was at least one unique Gu worm, so that one's strength could not be completely interpreted. Then there was the bloodline. Bloodline was an important bond that held the clan together. Thus, even though the Moonlight Gu was only a rank 1 Gu worm, the reverse refinement recipe's value was even higher than many rank 4 or 5 recipes. The reverse refinement recipe of the Moonlight Gu had always been kept by the clan leader. Of course, other than the clan leader, there would always be a loyal clan elder who knew the recipe in secret. At the same time, the photographic Gu's recipe was also properly hidden. Fang Yuan obviously could not find the recipe in this secret room. This recipe is extremely valuable. If I can get my hands on it before I leave, that would be the best. But there is no need to force it. Fang Yuan saw through this and was indifferent. To him, he did not intend to build an organization or force. The Moonlight Gu's recipe was not a necessity to him. But rank 3 Gu worms like the Blood Moon Gu are what I need the most. Although Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his Gu worms were rank 3. He could not display the true battle strength of a rank 3 Gu master. I have the Thunderwings Gu, Sky Canopy Gu, and if I refine the Blood Moon Gu I would have 3 rank 3 Gu worms. But this is far from enough. Ordinary Gu masters depended on the clan. With the cooperation of the clansmen and resources, they only needed 3 or 4 Gu worms. That was enough. But Fang Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and travel far away, so he needed at least 6 Gu worms to be able to deal with all aspects. According to his experience, these 6 Gu worms had to provide him with help in 6 aspects: attack, defense, healing, storage, scouting and movement. In terms of attack, the Blood Moon Gu barely qualified. In terms of defense, the Sky Canopy Gu could do the job. In terms of movement, although the Thunderwings Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence, it could allow Fang Yuan to fly for a short period of time. It was very powerful. But in terms of healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass was weak. It was after all a rank 2 Gu worm, and if it advanced further, Fang Yuan would not be satisfied. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its advantage was, it could produce rank 1 Vitality Leaves. Selling Vitality Leaves could give him an endless supply of Yuan Stone. It was like a money tree. But from now on, Fang Yuan would have to travel in uninhabited places. Even if he produced Vitality Leaves, he would not be able to find other Gu masters to exchange for Yuan Stone. In terms of scouting, the Earth Communication Ear Grass had a wide range, and although it was rank 2, it could barely be used. In terms of storage, Fang Yuan did not have any. This was the most important point. One person moving alone, logistics first. Before the army moves, rations and fodder first. It could be said that this was the foundation to support the other 5 aspects. Storing food to feed Gu worms, human food was one aspect, but the crucial point was the storage of Yuan Stone. Without Yuan Stone, a Gu master would lose the motivation to cultivate. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had not made any progress. Before he could get his hands on the storage Gu worm, he would not leave the village. The logistics Gu worm used for storage needs to have a wide range, able to store food in Yuan Stone. Then it needs to be easy to feed. Finally, it would be best if it could extend the shelf life. But even in the 3 clans resource board, there is no Gu that suits my needs. Looks like I can only use the Chi faction to squeeze out more of their foundation. 15 minutes passed. Fang Yuan walked out of the underground cave thinking in his heart. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. A middle-aged male Gu master stood at the exit, clearly waiting for Fang Yuan. You are? The person smiled. I am Guyue Zhong, currently acting as the Medicine Hall clan elder. So it's him. Fang Yuan came to a realization and could not help but size up this person. Guyue Zhong had a proper appearance, with a square face and a steady aura around him. Like Fang Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was already at rank 3 middle stage. After Fang Yuan made Guyue Yaoji faint from anger, Guyue Zhong was appointed by the clan leader to temporarily lead the Medicine Hall. And his wife was an important member of the Medicine faction. This was Guyue Bo's political move to balance the conflict between the 2 factions. But no matter what, Guyue Zhong had risen to the top because of this. Here are 300 Yuan Stone. This is a week's allowance for the clan elder. I knew you were here, so I brought it here for you. I hope you don't mind my decision. Guyue Zhong said, passing a money pouch to Fang Yuan. This man? Fang Yuan squinted, receiving the money pouch. Clan elder's allowance had to be personally received by the clan elder. But Guyue Zhong could receive it on his behalf. From a certain perspective, this was hinting at Fang Yuan's connections and status in the clan. But this kind of hint was just right, mixed with a friendly acknowledgement, which made people feel that it was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I came to find Lord Fang Yuan this time because I have a request. Soon after, he got straight to the point, directly stating his purpose. Oh, you want me to hand over the 9-leaf Vitality Grass? Fang Yuan showed a profound expression. Guzhenren 157_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 157. Blood Moon Gu's update complete. Chapter 162. Guyue Yaoji once fancied the 9-leaf Vitality Grass in Fang Yuan's hands, so she used her authority to set up a policy to hand over the 9-leaf Vitality Grass. But when Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became a clan elder, he made a powerful counterattack, causing Guyue Yaoji to faint on the spot. forcing Guiyue Zhong to take the stage. Guiyue Zhong took the initiative to find Fang Yuan, this time to persuade Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It is not impossible to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and said, "There is a saying that goes, times have changed. Today is different from the past. In the past, Guiyue Yaoji wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was a command from the top, you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. But now, Fang Yuan was already a clan elder, his status was only lower than the clan leader Guiyue Bo, and he was on equal footing with Guiyue Yaoji and the others. Therefore, Guiyue Zhong persuaded Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was not a command from the top, but an equal transaction, an exchange of benefits. The 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. The vitality leaves were a small source of income in short supply. Fang Yuan had so many gu worms on hand now, and a large portion of their feeding expenses were supported by it. However, there was nothing in this world that was not for sale, it was just that the benefits were too small to be moved. Although the 9-leaf vitality grass was precious as long as the price was right, why couldn't it be sold? The so-called gu was just a tool. It was a means to achieve one's ambition. So what if it was the spring-autumn cicada? As long as the situation was right. Abandoning it could exchange for greater benefits, why not do it? If you want to obtain it, you must first learn to give it up. Fang Yuan naturally had such awareness, so he looked at Guiyue Zhong. Guiyue Zhong smiled, "If you are willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, then I am willing to compensate you with this token." Saying so, he took out a token. The token was simple, triangular in shape with a rounded tip. On the front, there were 3 words stacked in the shape of a pagoda, "Order of Reward." On the back there were also 3 words, "Reward for Meritorious Service." The Order of Reward was a reward for meritorious service. You are a newly promoted elder, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. This reward token was specially given to gu masters who made great contributions to the clan. Even the elders. Very few people have them. With this token he could go to the family's underground wormhole. Choose any gu worm. The gu worms in the wormhole. They are all rare items. 4 of the top 10 gu worms on the resource list came from this underground wormhole, Guiyue Zhong explained. Fang Yuan was tempted. He was not surprised by this. The Guiyue clan was a clan that had stood tall for hundreds of years. It was impossible for them to not have some foundation and accumulation after such a long time. In fact, as long as it was a family with a long history, they would have a secret place similar to the underground wormhole to store gu. He only wanted to obtain the gu worms here. They had to be meritorious officials, and they had to have made great contributions. At the same time they had to be loyal. Fang Yuan had just been promoted to elder, he was still far from this qualification. "I want to leave the clan, so I need to store gu worms. This token is a good choice." But Fang Yuan was worried. The 9-leaf vitality grass could be given up, it was indeed of great help to Fang Yuan, but it could not be used in the future. Its healing effect was not outstanding, and the vitality leaves it produced could not be used for continuous healing. Fang Yuan was worried that even if he exchanged for this token, he might not be able to find the ideal gu in the wormhole. Guiyue Zhong had been observing the situation, he misunderstood Fang Yuan's hesitation and said, "In the wormhole there are not only rank 3 gu worms, but also rank 4 gu worms. Elder Fang Yuan, you will not lose out. If you regret it in the future we can exchange it back. But it will take some time and it has to be done secretly." Fang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Qi Zhong again. This is an outstanding person. He sighed in his heart. A new official has to make drastic changes. This Qi Zhong understood his position very well. Not only did he have to compromise with the clan leader, he also had to compromise with the Qi faction and the medicine faction. But at the same time he had to show his abilities. Fang Yuan handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass had a special meaning to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast, there are so many outstanding people. Under the beast tide, there are constantly old people sacrificing themselves and new people taking over. From a certain perspective, this is also the replacement of the clan, only then can it maintain its vitality and allow the clan to stand tall. Fang Yuan thought. Too many old people would cause an organization to rot and turn dark. Thus, the elimination mechanism was the only way for an organization to maintain its vitality. Guiyue Zhong was only one of the representatives. Survival of the fittest was the natural way for vitality to flourish. The human body's metabolism could maintain its vitality. The gu worms in the hands of a gu master should not remain the same, only with change can there be improvement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took the token from Guiyue Zhong's hand and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass at the same time. Fang Yuan's initiative allowed Qi Zhong to quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. He placed this grass goo into his aperture, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had ambition in his heart. Temporarily becoming the medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity for him. If he could grasp this opportunity, it was not impossible for him to advance from temporary to official. But to achieve this, he would need to compromise with the three parties. But politics was the art of compromise. When Yao Ji was in power, she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. But after he took over, he could make Fang Yuan hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. This was not only expressing goodwill to the medicine faction and carrying out Yao Ji's legacy, it was also unknowingly showing his own ability. For this, he did not hesitate to give up the reward token that he had painstakingly accumulated. Lord Qi Zhong, it was a pleasure talking to you. I wonder if you have time after this? Fang Yuan said as he kept the token. Guiyue Zhong's gaze flashed, feeling somewhat puzzled. After a while, in the guest hall, Guiyue Dong too and his wife greet the two elders. Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed their heads. They bowed towards Fang Yuan and Qi Zhong, their attitude extremely respectful, even carrying a trace of fear. After the news of Fang Yuan being promoted to elder spread, it set a benchmark and role model for many Jianghu masters, and also brought shock and fear to his uncle and aunt. This Fang Yuan, he was only AC grade, how did he suddenly advance to rank 3 and become an elder? Even if it was Guiyue Fangjing. A grade aptitude, he was only rank 2 upper stage now. After such a shock there was fear. They could not help but be afraid. As long as they thought of how they bullied Fang Yuan in the past, they would feel fear in their hearts. Life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being poor. With the identity of an elder it was different. They were afraid that after Fang Yuan made his fortune, they would come looking for revenge. But Fang Yuan still came looking for them. Not only that, he even brought another elder with him. They come with ill intentions. They come with ill intentions. Guiyue Dong too lamented in his heart. Fang Yuan smiled, uncle and aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have been promoted to an elder, I am still the nephew of the two of you. Come sit down. Saying so, he sat on the main seat. Guiyue Zhong also sat on the other side. These two seats were originally for his uncle and aunt, they were the seats of the host. But when Fang Yuan and the rest sat, his uncle and aunt did not have any objections or dissatisfaction. They even sat on the lower seat. They were hesitant and cowering. This was the power of an elder. His uncle and aunt looked at each other and sat down anxiously. They sat upright and still. Their expressions were reserved and they only sat on half of the chair. At this time, a servant came up to deliver tea. Guiyue Zhong remained silent and did not drink. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was unruffled. After tasting the tea, he asked, I wonder how uncle and aunt are doing recently. Fang Yuan asked with a smile, but in his uncle and aunt's eyes, it was even scarier than a thunderous rage. Especially his aunt, when she thought of how she had insulted Fang Yuan, she was so scared that her body was trembling. Sigh, the wolf tide is here, life is in turmoil. Especially the wine shop was forced to close down, the rent of the bamboo buildings is also decreasing. Honestly, our family is so poor that we can't even feed ourselves. His uncle actually shed tears when he said this. He had taken good care of himself in the past, but now he was no longer rosy. His hair had turned white and his wrinkles had increased. Especially when he responded to the conscription, it was obvious how poor he was. But Fang Yuan also knew that he had been in charge of the wine shop for many years, he still had some savings. Now that he said it pitifully, it was probably because he was afraid of his revenge, and wanted to use his pitiful appearance to gain sympathy. This uncle is usually smart, why is he so stupid when it comes to me? If I came for revenge, would I bring Guiyue Zhong? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He did not like his uncle and aunt, but it did not mean that they had no value. Uncle and aunt, you have taken care of me a lot. My achievements today are all thanks to your nurturing. Today I just received my allowance from the elders. Here are 300 yuan stone, please accept it. As he said this, Fang Yuan passed the money bag to his uncle. What? Guiyue Zhong's expression at this moment was too interesting. There was uneasiness in the shock, fear in the uneasiness, and disbelief in the fear. His aunt was also stunned. She stared blankly at the money bag in Fang Yuan's hand. What was going on? Instead of the revenge they imagined, they were given 300 yuan stone? Fang Yuan's words just now were harsh to their ears no matter how they listened to them. Take care of, nurture. These words were full of sarcasm, making them feel even more strange. What is this Fang Yuan planning? What does he want? How does he want to torture us? His uncle and aunt looked at each other, hesitating. They did not dare to accept the money bag. Since it is elder Fang Yuan's filial piety, just accept it. Guiyue Zhong said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, yes. His uncle nodded repeatedly and accepted the money. Although he was nicknamed the Hidden Elder, he was nothing compared to the current medicine hall elder. He held the 300 yuan stone with both hands. Even with his stingy character, he felt that the money bag was too hot to handle. He really wanted to throw it away immediately. Since uncle has already accepted it, then I shall take my leave, Fang Yuan said as he left. His uncle and aunt wanted to see him off, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Stop looking. In the corner, Mother Xin sighed and said to her daughter, Xin Shui. Xin Shui's expression was gloomy. She only retracted her gaze when Fang Yuan and Qi Zhong's silhouettes completely disappeared. Mother, did I make the wrong choice? She asked. Elders could marry one wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful, she might have become Fang Yuan's concubine. I really didn't expect Fang Yuan to reach this stage with his C-grade aptitude. Mother Xin shook her head helplessly. Girl, don't take it too hard. Fang Jing has a great aptitude, he won't be any worse than him. Yes. Xin Shui agreed, her dim eyes blossoming with a faint light. In this world, mortals are so lowly. Just look at her, how many things could move the hearts of Gu masters? Since she has already given her body to Fang Jing, that is the bet of her life. There is no turning back. Chapter 163. Howl. 4 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks and howled loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Heavy rain poured down, the curtains of rain intertwined and dark clouds covered the sky. It caused the sky to darken, greatly hindering one's vision. Quick, there's a gap near the east gate, Shengnan's group will go up. Healer? We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these wolf cubs. Competing with the wolf howls were the shouts of Gu masters. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle. Surrounding the village, the battle line stretched on like a raging fire. The people's shouts, the wolf howls, the sound of heavy rain and the sound of the wind mixed together. The densely packed lightning wolves charged towards the village wall like a tide. The pit in front of the village wall had already been filled up by thick wolf corpses. Under the lead of bold lightning wolves, the wolf pack had an extremely strong charging force. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu masters were fighting on the front lines. Large numbers of moon blades shot towards the wolf pack, flipping over the lightning wolves one by one. But the wolf pack also had lightning bolts and lightning balls that shot towards the village, causing casualties to the Guiyue clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the casualty report from the medicine hall, please take a look. A messenger Gu master rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, he bowed and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master and had become a clan elder. He was given a mission by the clan and became the leader in suppressing this western area. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze from the battlefield and received the bamboo report, saying to the Gu master, "You may leave." The Gu master bowed again and left. His speed was fast, using a Gu worm to increase his speed, he quickly left and rushed to the next area. Any Gu master assigned to deliver messages had at least one movement assistance Gu worm, some even had 2. Fang Yuan opened the report and glanced at it. The casualty figures on the battle report were quite shocking. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the Guiyue village almost 10 times. The casualties of the clan's Gu masters were extremely severe. Guiyue Zhong, who was the temporary elder of the medicine hall, was under even more pressure. He was originally a middle-aged man, but when Guiyue Zhong saw him by chance these few days, he actually had some white hair. However, because Fang Yuan had the memories of his previous life, he was mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe in the history of the Guiyue clan. Casualties are unavoidable. He thought to himself as he activated the moonlight in his palm and crushed the report into powder. Only the elders of the clan had the right to read these reports. If they were to be announced to the public, it might cause panic. Even though the Guiyue stronghold was already panicking enough, the feeling of unease was getting heavier by the day. At this moment, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer pure blue. Instead, it was blood red. This was a rank 3 blood moon Gu. In order to refine this Gu, Fang Yuan had failed once. It wasn't until the second time that he succeeded. As for the materials for the fusion, they were naturally obtained by squeezing out Guiyue's cultivation. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering the aperture in his body. In the aperture walls were shining, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, but there were no impurities, it was pure white. The primeval essence droplets were all white, with a metallic silver luster. This was a rank 3 Gu Master's white-silver primeval essence. The water accumulated into a sea, and the aperture was a sea of white-silver primeval essence. Originally, there was a layer of dark red filth on the surface of the silver sea, but now it was gone. Fang Yuan had already used the cleansing water goo that he extorted from Guyue's cultivation. The aftereffects of the man-beast life burial goo had been completely eliminated. But this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude had dropped by a little. Originally it was C grade 44%, but now because of the man-beast life burial goo, it had dropped by 2 points, and the aperture could only hold 42% primeval essence. But this price, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. In the end, he still had to thank Guyue's cultivation. If not for his cleansing water goo, that dark red filth would contaminate his primeval essence for a long time, and Fang Yuan's aptitude would drop even more. A big ladybug with a white shell and black spots was flying in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy goo. The stealth scales goo with the appearance of a stone fish was submerged in the primeval sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing on the sea. As for the newly refined blood moon goo, it looked similar to the moonlight goo, and was residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent moon mark. As for the rank 3 thunderwings goo, it was residing on Fang Yuan's back. It was like 2 lightning tattoos. What was worth mentioning was the spring-autumn cicada. Its condition was getting better and its recovery speed was also getting faster. This situation made Fang Yuan secretly happy, but also somewhat worried. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu Master, and he was only a rank 3 Gu Master. With his current aperture, he might not be able to hold the fully recovered spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was getting stronger, like a paper tube filled with iron. The aperture might not be able to hold it. If there's really no other way, I can only leave it by my side. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This move had a huge disadvantage. Rank 6 Gu worms were all related to the Tao, and contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. Leaving it outside for a long time would cause the laws to resonate, and unless it was in hibernation, the commotion would not be small, and would cause all sorts of phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was the only way. How? At this time, a loud wolf's howl entered his ears. Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his consciousness. Lord Elder, Frenzy Lightning Wolves have joined the attack. Guyue Jiangjian and the other elders are defending near the east gate, and hope you can go and help them. A Gu Master hurriedly reported. Crack. With the sound of thunder and lightning, 2 wings appeared on Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue electric currents, and their appearance was simple and abstract. But with just a flap of the wings, it brought Fang Yuan up into the sky, its speed extremely fast, rushing towards the east gate battlefield. Flying in a straight line, Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield in just a few breaths' time. The Frenzy Lightning Wolf was trying to attack the east gate, and a few elders were near the entrance, fighting fiercely with it. The Frenzy Lightning Wolf suddenly jumped out of the battlefield, and its tail swept towards a rank 1 Gu Master girl in the corner. This Gu Master's face turned pale, and hearing the sound of the wind, seeing the wolf tail sweeping towards him, he cried out bitterly in his heart, "It's over." With his ability he might not be able to dodge or block it. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and hugged her. The girl only felt the world spinning in front of her, and when she came back to her senses she saw that she was already flying in the air. The wolf tail swept below her, and a 2-story bamboo building suffered a heavy blow, on the verge of collapse. Her expression turned even worse. If she was hit by the wolf tail she would have turned into meat paste. Immediately after, she realized that she had been saved. Who was it that saved her? She raised her eyes to look at this person and was stunned. It's him? Guyue Fang Yuan. For a moment, the girl's heart was filled with complex emotions, and it was hard to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates, and Fang Yuan had once snatched her Yuan stone, so she naturally hated and loathed Fang Yuan. But she could not help but admire Fang Yuan's achievements. Especially when the news of Fang Yuan being promoted to clan elder spread, she was shocked and in awe. Like Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but she was still a rank 1. Now she was saved by Fang Yuan. This was a life-saving grace. She was grateful towards Fang Yuan, but also shocked and in awe. There was still a trace of hatred, but it seemed to have disappeared completely. The battlefield here is dangerous, retreat far away. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and landed on the ground, putting down the girl in his arms. He had some impression of this girl, she seemed to be his classmate, but he could not remember her name. After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer flying but sprinted over and joined the battlefield. The Thunderwing's goo was fast, but its consumption of primeval essence was not slow either. Fang Yuan was a C-grade talent, and among rank 3 goo masters in terms of primeval essence reserves, he was at the lowest level, thus primeval essence should be used more sparingly. Blood Moon Goo. He waved his hand and a moon blade flew out. This moon blade was blood red, and when it hit the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it immediately caused a wound and blood flowed continuously. The girl stayed on the spot, staring blankly at Fang Yuan's fighting figure. Slowly, her eyes started to shine with an indescribable light. 17 to 18 years old, it was the age of love. This Fang Yuan, what do you think? Far away, clan leader Guiyuebo saw this scene and asked a trusted aide beside him. The aide immediately said, I heard Elder Fang Yuan has already responded to the medicine hall's call, and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. He had just received the first allowance and gave it all to his uncle and aunt, as a sign of filial piety. These days he has repeatedly participated in killing frenzy lightning wolves, and his attacks are sharp and ruthless, gaining many merits. Not only that, he has saved his clansmen many times. His reputation is getting better and better. There are already some rumors in the clan. Prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more valuable than gold, let's see the new elder of the Fang faction, etc. From what I see, although Fang Yuan is only a C-grade talent, he is quite an outstanding battle talent. He came at a good time. With his parents' inheritance, just that 9-leaf vitality grass alone is an endless source of income. He has used 2 red steel relic goo, but to be able to cultivate to rank 3, there is still luck involved. As he said this aide could not help but reveal a slightly jealous expression. He was also a C-grade talent, but only had rank 2 cultivation. To reach this step today he had used up most of his life. And that Fang Yuan was only 17 years old, but he was already a clan elder. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Guiyuebo listened to his aide's words, nodding his head non-committally. The aide's words represented the majority of the clansmen's opinion, but it was somewhat superficial. Guiyuebo had been the clan leader for many years, and his horizons were naturally higher. Fang Yuan handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, so he must have made some kind of deal with Guiyuezhong. Giving all the subsidies to his uncle and aunt was probably not a sincere gesture, but a political show. The main propagator of this matter was Guiyuezhong. As for saving people, whether it was sincere or not, it still needed to be investigated. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer acted alone. Even if it was an act, it was worth being gratified. His actions after being promoted to clan elder were to actively get close to the clan, and to contribute to the clan. And the clan's prosperity naturally required these contributions. Thinking of this, Guiyuebo instructed, those people from Dark Hall, these few days of investigation have not yielded any results. Forget it, let's temporarily stop the investigation on Fang Yuan. Yes, subordinate will inform them now. The aide retreated. Guiyuebo stayed on the spot, squinting his eyes. He thought inwardly, despite all sorts of reasons my cultivation speed is still quite fast. This Fang Yuan definitely has some secrets on him. But at this time the wolf tide is serious, every bit of strength must be used wisely, wasting it on Fang Yuan is a waste. But the investigation is necessary, we can only wait until after the wolf tide. Chapter 164. With a boom, the frenzy lightning wolf's elephant-sized body fell to the ground. Its mouth was wide open, its eyes losing focus, its life leaving it. Its body was covered in wounds and fresh wolf blood flowed out continuously, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The rain continued to pour down, diluting the wolf blood and spreading it in all directions. The ground was muddy, and the few clan elders standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf's corpse were panting heavily. Their bodies were drenched by the rain and even splashed with wolf blood and mud. They were in a sorry state. We finally killed it. This frenzy lightning wolf has a defensive goo worm on its body. It's really hard to deal with. Luckily we had Elder Fang Yuan's blood moon goo, accumulating its injuries, or else killing it would have been even more difficult. As the elders spoke, they looked at Fang Yuan one after another. When they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they did not think much of it. But now it seemed that it was very effective against the frenzy lightning wolf. Elders, you are too kind. If not for your help and protection, I would not have been able to attack so fiercely. Fang Yuan wiped the rain off his face, saying politely, "Don't say that, it's what we should do. We are old, we did not feel it before, but now that we have fought alongside Elder Fang Yuan, we have a deep feeling. Yes, yes. The few clan elders laughed. In the battle just now, Fang Yuan advanced and retreated, his attacks were sharp and ruthless, and his handling of the situation was very experienced, causing the few clan elders to have a whole new level of respect for him. Especially Fang Yuan's humble attitude, not arrogant nor rash, he was not as arrogant and unruly as the rumors made him out to be, causing the few clan elders to have a good impression of him. I still have many areas to learn from you, Fang Yuan said respectfully, but a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. This blood moon gu had its pros and cons. After using it so many times, he had some experience. The blood moon gu was good at prolonged battles, causing injuries that could not be stopped. Thus, the longer it lasted, the more serious the enemy's injuries would be. But this was based on the fact that the enemy did not have a healing gu worm to counter it. Nature was balanced, there was no strongest gu, only strong and weak. The biggest weakness of the blood moon gu is that there would be a few days every month when blood would seep out, causing the gu's battle strength to plummet. It's my main method of attack, but it seems like it's a little unstable. However, if I can subdue the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine treasury, I can make up for it. These days the situation was very tense. The wolf tide kept attacking the mountain village. As an elder, Fang Yuan was even more eye-catching than before. He had no chance to go to the secret cave in the stone crack. Quick, do your best to save our people. Clean up the battlefield, don't miss a single gu. Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing gu masters immediately rushed over. Thank you elders for your hard work, please accept our medicine hall's special treatment. The leading gu master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the rest. And, it's Li Chun from the medicine faction. Several clan elders recognized this person and slowly nodded their heads, immediately changing their expressions. They were very polite to Fang Yuan, their faces full of smiles. But towards this person, their expressions were reserved, carrying the arrogance of a superior. This was the difference in status. This Gu Li Chun was only a rank 2 gu master. I have no injuries, I don't need any treatment. Elders, let's chat again when we have time. Fang Yuan nodded towards the other clan elders. Elder Fang Yuan's talent is outstanding, to be uninjured after the battle, truly a young hero. Sai, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hee, Elder Fang Yuan, please take care. The few clan elders immediately laughed and said, Elder Fang Yuan, please forgive this subordinate for offending you, let our medicine hall's healing gu masters examine you. Guiyue Li Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction. Fang Yuan angered Guiyue Yaoji to the point of fainting, causing the latter to lose her position. He naturally had disgust towards Fang Yuan, but as the leader, he naturally had to ask about his position. Thank you for your kindness, there is really no need. Goodbye everyone. Fang Yuan patted Guiyue Li Chen's shoulder, smiling as he bid farewell to the others. The clan elders either smiled or nodded in response. After he left, their expressions changed one after another, and they became solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only a C-grade aptitude, had already grown to this stage, it was truly rare. Fighting alongside him, they could feel his coldness and ruthlessness. Just thinking about it made them feel fearful. Back when they were 17, what kind of achievements did they have? Especially when they saw him smiling and patting the shoulders of the medicine faction members, such shrewdness and talent in politics. It was truly shocking. Lord Fang Yuan, do you still recognize me? On the road, a person with a respectful and fawning expression greeted Fang Yuan. You are. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this person was a student of the same batch as him. However, he couldn't remember his name, he only remembered that whenever he stole his yuan stone, this person would always obediently hand it over. It could be seen that there was a shrewdness hidden within his weak temperament. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Guiyue Dingzong. It is this lowly one's honor to be your classmate for a year. Actually, after the news of your promotion to clan elder spread, many of your classmates admired and envied you, wanting to find an opportunity to ask you for some cultivation experience. I wonder if you are free tonight? Guiyue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, nodding slightly. That's fine. However, I need to change my clothes, this rain is making my entire body uncomfortable. This lowly one has already prepared hot water and new clothes. There are also a few virgin maids waiting to serve you. Guiyue Dingzong smiled, his expression rippling. Fang Yuan shook his head and refused. No, before that, I still need to go to the underground cave. So that's it. Guiyue Dingzong was immediately moved. Only clan elders could freely enter the underground cave. To people of their level, it was the clan's restricted area. Next, his smile became even more humble, his waist also drooping, his words revealing a flattering tone. Lord, please go ahead and do what you need to do, this lowly one's time is not valuable, waiting for you is also a kind of honor. Fang Yuan nodded, no longer speaking. He took a step and walked away. Guo Dingzong hurriedly took a step back, giving way, slightly bending his waist as he watched Fang Yuan leave, entering the underground cave again. This secret room that stored precious goo worms was very spacious, almost as big as the square on the ground. But the number of goo worms stored inside was not many, only a few dozen. Kong Declaration Grass, Return Space Cicada, Skeleton Dragonfly, Phoenix Butterfly, there were rank 2 to 4. But rank 2 goo were rather rare, among them was Love Separation. This was the number 1 poison goo among rank 2, even a rank 3 healing goo might not be able to heal the damage it caused. This Love Separation was used by Wang Er back then. After being killed by the clan, it had been kept here ever since. Most of the goo worms were rank 3 and there were few rank 4 goo worms. Fang Yuan originally did not have high hopes. Although the clan had a deep foundation, it was still a mid-sized clan, with 2 other clans competing against it, and the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that he would actually find a rather ideal goo. Tusita flower. Rank 3 grass goo, shaped like a red lantern, its green leaves were oval, the leaf flesh was thick and plump, divided into 3 pieces, the distance between them was the same, pointing in 3 different directions. This Tusita flower was as famous as Tusita grass. Not only could it store food, it could also store Yuan stone. It was one of Fang Yuan's ideal goo worms. I didn't expect that the Guyu village would also have this Tusita flower. With it, I can solve the problem of logistics. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, immediately choosing it. Actually, the clan definitely has rank 5 goo worms. In the history of Guyu clan, there were 2 rank 5 experts. They definitely left behind goo worms. But it is impossible to leave them here. These rank 5 goo worms are the clan's trump card, and are fed by the clan with all their resources. Rather than feeding, it is more like offering. Fang Yuan left the cave. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy, and the air was not very fresh, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed into a clean set of clothes, before slowly making his way to the gathering location. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here, your presence brings light to my humble abode. Guo Dingzong was already standing at the door, looking at him eagerly. He saw Fang Yuan from the corner of the street from afar, and hurriedly welcomed him with a flattering smile. He led Fang Yuan to the bamboo building, where a sumptuous banquet was already prepared, and a group of people were seated. After seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly stood up. Next, all kinds of flattering words flooded towards Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Greetings, Elder Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, I haven't seen you for a day, but you are even more elegant than before. This lowly one is full of admiration. To be able to be classmates with Elder Fang Yuan, I am truly fortunate. Now that I think about it, it is a dreamlike experience. Fang Yuan glanced around, seeing that these people were all from the same batch as him. They were all familiar faces, and he had snatched Yuan's stone from them before. No problem. He smiled lightly, sitting on the highest seat. Serve the dishes, serve the good wine. Guo Dingzong shouted, and the servants immediately became busy. All sorts of dishes were served like flowing water. The taste was excellent. This Guo Dingzong's family still had some assets. To be able to prepare such dishes under the wolf tide, they had indeed paid a price, showing their sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one would like to propose a toast to you. Elder Fang Yuan, please do as you please. This lowly one cheers. Fang Yuan was really very casual, pouring a cup of wine, only taking a sip each time, but no one had any objections. Toasting and toasting, the wine went on for 3 rounds. He suddenly raised his wine cup, stood up and said with a smile, there are always times when one is young and frivolous. I was a little immature in the past and did some things. I hope everyone will forgive me and not mind. With him standing up, no one else dared to sit down and all stood up. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was bringing up the past, and was talking about the Yuan stone incident. They hurriedly shouted, not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan is a true man, a true hero. To be able to catch Elder Fang Yuan's eye on this lowly one's Yuan stone, that is our honor. That's right, Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor has always been deeply engraved in my heart. This cup of wine, Fang Yuan downed it, and the entire hall immediately cheered. Chapter 165. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup and sat down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. These people were not all from the same school. For example, Ma Bei, Qiqing and others with deep backgrounds were not among them. It's about time I should leave. This banquet was not bad. Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave. Guiyue Dingzong was instantly overjoyed after being praised. He hurriedly stood up and took out a money pouch. The pouch was naturally filled to the brim with yuan stones. He bowed and smiled flatteringly. Today, after listening to Lord's teachings, this lowly one was enlightened and learned a lot. This is just a small gift to express my gratitude. He was full of nonsense. Since the start of the banquet, he had only been bootlicking. When did he ask for any cultivation topics? But everyone acted as if this was really happening. They loudly cheered and encouraged Elder Fang Yuan to accept it. Fang Yuan did not refuse. He smiled and naturally took the money pouch. Following that, the second and third person came up to give gifts. All of them were yuan stones. Well said, well said. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled as he accepted all of them. How could Fang Yuan carry tens of bags of yuan stones? When Guiyue Dingzong saw this, he immediately called over a few servants to help Fang Yuan carry the bags. In a short time, Fang Yuan had collected close to 10,000 pieces of yuan stones. Finally, Fang Yuan stood up and raised his wine cup again. It is fate that brought us together. You and I will remember this camaraderie. It is worth a toast. Yes. Lord Fang Yuan said it very well. His words are incisive and wonderful. He said exactly what we are thinking in our hearts. Everyone stood up and praised as they raised their wine cups. They either had no background or did not have a strong background. They were afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge after he was promoted to elder. At the same time, they wanted to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, raised his hand and raised his glass. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the moonlight that was like a veil, illuminating the courtyard outside. The cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. It was so real that it was cruel. In this hall, the decorations were elegant and the lights were bright. Wine, women, and wealth filled the air. Everyone had an exaggerated smile on their faces. It was like a warm paradise on earth. This is the charm of an organization. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a clear light as he stared at the thick wine in the cup, his thoughts drifting. In the past, when he robbed and blackmailed his classmates, it was just a few pieces of yuan stone, but that was enough to incur the wrath of the masses. Now he didn't even mention it to them, and they were already rushing to deliver the yuan stone to him. Each bag contained more than 100 yuan. On the surface, it seemed that Fang Yuan had the status of an elder. But it was actually because he was previously outside the system, and now he was in the upper echelons of the organization. Under the system, the members were all willing to be exploited. Even without Fang Yuan hinting anything, there would be people who would take the initiative to bribe, people who would take the initiative to seek refuge, and women who would throw themselves at him. This world was like this, and it was the same on Earth. The people of this world are so ridiculous. They were robbed for nothing, and when there was a slight loss, they would retaliate fiercely and cry out for injustice. They would bribe the upper echelons, give gifts, bodies and virginity, but they were all willing. They were even afraid of not doing it well. The reason why I could obtain so many yuan stones tonight is because of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Guiyue, Qingshu, Mo Yen and Qi Shan. Talents like Guiyue and Qingshu, who had B-grade talent, were actually much more talented than Fang Yuan in terms of cultivation. But these people cultivated slowly, and for a long time they were stuck at the second-grade realm. Was this because they didn't work hard? He laughed coldly. This was the system's exploitation and oppression. However, this kind of exploitation and oppression was often invisible. Ordinary people would never be able to see through it. Take Fang Yuan's current situation for example. The yuan stones that these people gave, if used on themselves, would definitely be a boost to their own cultivation. So as long as there was bribery, it was a form of exploitation. Countless lower echelons would fight to bribe the upper echelons, and this was the upper echelons raising funds to increase their authority. Other than money, there was also the exploitation of time. Elites like Guiyue and Qingshu naturally didn't need to bribe others, but their time was being taken up. Usually, they would ask you to do this and that, ask you to run errands, and even say that this was the attention and favor of the upper echelons. If they used this time to cultivate, Guiyue and Qingshu would have already broken through the peak stage of rank 2, and reached rank 3. If he used the wood charm gu, he might even be able to kill Bai Ningbing. The subtlety was that the clan elders were not willing to let a junior like Guiyue and Qingshu advance to rank 3 so quickly. Such a powerful chess piece, if he really became rank 3 he would be on equal footing with them. How could they order him around? Who would be willing to have their authority divided? Thus, they purposely dragged and suppressed him, even saying that they thought highly of him, but he needs to be polished to become a jade. This is the truth of the system. If one couldn't see through this, then no matter how heroic one was, no matter how talented one was, they would still be nothing more than a dragon or tiger chained by chains. They would only be slaves. People like Guiyue Qingshu, Guiyue Zhong and the others, no matter how talented and capable they are, so what? Although he thought of so many things, his thoughts moved like lightning, and the outside world only lasted for a moment. Everyone please have a drink. Fang Yuan moved the wine cup to his lips, then raised his head and drank it all. Everyone hurriedly drank, not daring to leave even half a drop. Farewell. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and walked away. Behind him, the servants each held a yuan stone and followed suit. Everyone hurriedly sent him off. You all can drink, there's no need to send me off. Although Fang Yuan said this, no one dared to do so, they all left their seats and flattered him. Fang Yuan said again, I like peace and quiet. Everyone looked at his expression, then dropped the subject and stayed in the hall. Looking at Fang Yuan's receding figure, some sighed, some were silent and some sighed, Elder Fang Yuan is truly an extraordinary person, so carefree. They were all frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the moon through the fog. They only felt that Fang Yuan was carefree, but they could not see through the system. Actually, as long as they joined the system, they would be exploited, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader would be sacrificed, dedicating a large amount of time and effort to manage the clan. It was just that the situation of the lowest level members being exploited was even more serious. The higher the level, the greater the benefits they enjoyed. At the start, Fang Yuan snatched the yuan stone and created opposition, acting independently, not even letting his own younger brother off. In order to avoid this level of exploitation, he had sufficient time and energy to break through to the third rank, becoming a clan elder. This result shocked countless people. Now he had become a clan elder, gentle and refined, with high status and authority, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing others to be extremely envious. This separation and joining, this and that, this was filled with deep wisdom. But how many people could see it clearly? Fang Yuan was not being exploited, but enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this was carefree. All right, place the items on the table and you may leave. Fang Yuan said. The servants did not dare to have any objections. After placing the items on the table, they bowed towards Fang Yuan and left. This place was no longer the house that Fang Yuan had rented in the past. Ever since Fang Yuan became a clan elder, the clan allocated a brand new bamboo building for him. There was a study room in the bamboo building as well as a secret room for cultivation. But the servants did not have one. Fang Yuan had to find one himself. Tusita flower, come out. With a thought from Fang Yuan, silver primeval essence poured in, and the Tusita flower imprint on his tongue immediately came to life. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light. The Tusita flower slowly rotated like a lantern, floating in the air and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the Tusita flower, and immediately the red light expanded, turning the surroundings into a sea of red. One by one, the primal stones flew out of the bag and into the Tusita flower, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. After a while, the red light faded. Fang Yuan opened his mouth slightly, and the Tusita flower flew back into his mouth, landing on his tongue and turning into a red lantern imprint. This Tusita flower is a rank 3 goo. It can store yuan stone and other things. It is one of the best rank 3 storage goo, and can store up to 30,000 yuan stone. But considering that it also needs to store other things, I can store up to 15,000 yuan stone. Although this was Fang Yuan's first time using this goo, with his rich experience from his previous life, he quickly deduced its limit. Yuan stone was the most basic resource for a goo master's cultivation. Without yuan stone, a goo master would seriously lack motivation. Moreover, yuan stone could quickly recover primeval essence, and was a great help in battle. Especially for a goo master who was alone, yuan stone was the most basic form of protection in the wilderness. Normally speaking, a goo master needed at least 10,000 yuan stone to ensure a goo master's basic supply for a certain period of time. And every once in a while, it needed to be replenished. A reserve of 15,000 yuan stone to Fang Yuan was too little. But it was still at an acceptable level. I borrowed 3,000 yuan stone from Qi Lian, and with today's harvest, I won't have to worry about yuan stone in the short term. Now I have 6 main aspects: the Blood Moon Canopy for offense and defense, the Thunderwings Goo for movement, the Tusita Flower for storage, and the Earth Communication Eargrass for scouting. The only thing I lack is a healer. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Previously there was a 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but Fang Yuan handed it over. Thus there was Tusita Flower. But this rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass, Even if he kept it, Fang Yuan was not too satisfied with its healing ability. Among the rank 3 healing goo there are a few that are more ideal. Like the endless life goo, it can heal continuously and consumes little primeval essence. In this aspect it is most suitable for a goo master with poor aptitude like me. There is also the undying grass. It can preserve a sliver of life and hang on to one last breath. It is a top-notch life-saving goo. The most ideal is the self-reliance goo. This goo is special, it relies on the goo master's own strength. As long as the goo master's strength is great, it can stimulate the goo master's metabolism, thus healing injuries. But these 3 goo, where could Fang Yuan find them? As for the Guiyue clan, even the underground wormhole had been searched by him, but he did not find any. There was no way such a rare goo worm would appear on the substance list. The only thing that had hope was the flower wine monk's inheritance. But this possibility was minuscule and Fang Yuan did not have any hope. He already felt that the flower wine monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be a goo that Fang Yuan needed at the very end? If that was the case, then it would be too ideal, too perfect. But Fang Yuan knew that this world was cruel and incomplete. If he really placed his hopes on it, then he would be naive. But even so, it is time to explore this inheritance. At least that chainsaw golden centipede should be in my hands. Fang Yuan had some thoughts in his heart. Chapter 166. Guzhenren 162_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance, Fang Yuan could not leave. He was in the limelight after becoming the clan elder, and with the frequent activity of the wolf tide, there were many tasks assigned to him, giving him no chance. Look / when he finally arrived at the rock crack secret cave, it was already more than 10 days later. Late summer night. The light rain had just stopped, bringing with it the scent of autumn. In the sky, a golden moon, round like a plate, hung high up in the sky. Faint wolf howls could be heard, mixed with the cicadas' cries. Fang Yuan hid himself on the slope and turned around to take a look. Guiyue village was lit up with countless lights. The broken walls were repaired again and again, and had long lost the peace and tranquility of the past. It was like a huge beast that had gone through countless battles, lying on the ground and panting. After rebirth, even the progress of the wolf tide changed a lot. In my memory, the Thunder Crown wolf had arrived 3 days ago. But now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a glance, then turned his gaze away. Tonight was the time he had fought for, he had to make good use of it. After a while he entered the rock crack secret cave again. The cave entrance was covered in dust, but there were no footprints, showing that this place had not been discovered yet. This little detection method was not very useful, but in Fang Yuan's experience, it was surprisingly useful. Of course, he did not only set up this method. After a few inspections he confirmed that this secret cave was temporarily safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since his rebirth, more and more things had changed. Especially during the wolf tide, goo masters moved out frequently. Who knows, someone might discover this place. He walked into the tunnel and entered the second secret room, pushing open the stone door and arriving at the mountain rock forest. In the rock forest, there were many jade-eye stone monkey groups migrating along the previously cleared path. But now Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 goo master. Although the Blood Moon goo was a rank 3 goo master, its attack power was not outstanding. But it was definitely much better than the rank 2 Moonglow goo. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating close to 10 monkey groups and reopening the path. He came to the center of the room and climbed the rough stone steps to enter the third secret room. The stone door blocked his way, and on the stone door was engraved, "In the Golden Centipede Cave there is a fatal disaster. Use the earthly hearing to avoid the disaster." Last time he stopped here. But this time, he resolutely pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. He held a torch in his hand. It illuminated a radius of 10 steps. The Golden Centipede Cave was spacious. The main road was at least 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. There were also many slightly narrow branches that branched out in all directions. Wherever Fang Yuan went, fire would illuminate and darkness would recede. At first only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the cave, but not long after, rustling sounds came from all directions. The voices converged into one. It was endless. Soon, countless centipedes appeared at the edge of the fire. They were ferocious. However, due to the bright firelight he did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew. As time passed, more and more centipedes appeared. The stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not care. If he was rank 2 and only had the white jade goo's defense, he would not purposely create such a commotion and attract the centipedes. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the attacks of the centipedes. The only thing he had to worry about was the Worm King here, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had already appeared. Fang Yuan purposely moved a trace of white-silver primeval essence from his aperture and let it flow out of his body, revealing his rank 3 Gu Master aura. This aura made the Chainsaw Golden Centipede feel an intense threat. To it, Fang Yuan was a strong wild beast that had stepped into its territory. It needed to kill him immediately. Fang Yuan and it were confronting each other. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was over a meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. At first, it landed at the edge of the area illuminated by the fire. It coiled its body like a python lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But soon it moved slowly, its countless limbs supporting its body as it pressed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura made it alert but not afraid. If it was a rank 4, it would not take the initiative to press forward. If it was a rank 5, as long as its aura leaked out, it would turn around and escape. Fang Yuan raised the torch high. The flame on the torch was burning, illuminating the surrounding cave with light and shadows. In the light of the fire, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's dark golden shell shone with a faint light. The sides of its body were filled with silver serrated teeth. As it pressed forward, the serrated teeth also moved slowly, like a slowed-down electric saw, making a buzzing sound. The other small centipedes surrounded Fang Yuan from the ground and walls. Some of them climbed to the top of the cave, then fell down, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulders and back. Fang Yuan did not care. He activated the Sky Canopy Gu, and a thick layer of white crystal light appeared on his body, forming a vague armor that tightly wrapped around him. The poisonous limbs of the centipedes could do nothing to this white crystal armor. Some of the twisting centipedes crawled on his face and ears. It might be disgusting, but Fang Yuan's mental fortitude was strong enough to ignore it. In his previous life, when he was in the wilderness, he ate everything. He even ate centipedes that were not poisonous. Actually, the taste was not bad. It tasted weird at first, but he got used to it after a while. He only focused on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede advanced slowly, shortening the distance between it and Fang Yuan. When it was 3 to 4 steps away, Fang Yuan stopped the leakage of his white-silver primeval essence, causing his aura to weaken. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede acutely sensed it, and its speed increased like a golden line. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance and climbed up Fang Yuan's calf. Its speed was really fast, and when it moved, a golden light flashed. By the time Fang Yuan reacted, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed the centipede's head. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede struggled intensely, and even though Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, he was gradually losing strength. Especially since the Chainsaw Golden Centipede had a row of serrations on each side. It started to spin rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. A strong tearing force ground the Sky Canopy Gu's white crystal light. At once, Fang Yuan's white-silver primeval essence in his aperture decreased rapidly, and at the same time the white light was like sparks, being ground by the serrations. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light-silver primeval essence, and he only had 42% in reserve, so it could not withstand such consumption. But Fang Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. Even if he could not get rid of the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he still had a trump card. Spring-Autumn Cicada. He willed, and the Spring-Autumn Cicada's figure appeared in his aperture. The Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery was much better. Its 2 wings were not only fresh and tender like leaves, its body also had the glossy luster of a noble tree. But overall it still gave off a dry feeling. It had already recovered by 20%, and its aura was naturally stronger. This aura was released. The struggling Chainsaw Golden Centipede immediately withered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm. Facing the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, it did not dare to move at all. Fang Yuan felt it the most. A moment ago he was still holding onto the Chainsaw Golden Centipede tightly, as if he was holding onto a poisonous python, trying to stop it from biting. In the next moment, it turned into a soft rope made of grass. Fang Yuan smiled and activated his white-silver primeval essence. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede had already surrendered. Fang Yuan's will was immediately destroyed. The wild will in its body was completely destroyed. In a few breaths' time, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede was already under Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan released his hands. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's countless limbs moved rhythmically. It climbed up the white crystal armor, circling around Fang Yuan's waist, and coiled around his arm. The surrounding centipede swarm dispersed like the tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural will, could control the swarm. But now that Fang Yuan's will had replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the swarm. Fang Yuan did not exterminate the centipede swarm and let it leave. In another decade or so, there might be a new chainsaw golden centipede in this swarm. But this no longer had much to do with Fang Yuan. He allowed the chainsaw golden centipede to cling onto his shoulder, and went deeper into the cave. This centipede cave was connected in all directions, and after walking for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after listening for a while he eliminated the middle path. He chose the right path, and after walking for half an hour he found that it was a dead end. He could only retreat and change to the left path. He kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and with the aura of the golden centipede, it was the most effective against these centipedes, and so everywhere he went the swarm of insects avoided him. This greatly facilitated his exploration. Not long after entering the left path, he found some clues from the exposed walls after the swarm of insects moved away. This is a sign of artificial mining. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Evidently, this passage was opened up by the flower wine monk using the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan followed this path and slowly walked down, patiently exploring. There were many centipedes living in this path, and this was good news for Fang Yuan. Because there was a swarm of insects living here, he could eliminate the possibility of many traps. This passageway was much longer than he had expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours exploring and walked for close to 1.5 li. The slope of the path became more and more downward, and Fang Yuan gradually went deeper into the ground. Every once in a while he would stop and use the earth communication ear grass to listen, to eliminate as much possible danger as possible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. What is this sound? Fang Yuan gradually heard a strange sound. Immediately he realized what this sound was. This is the sound of water? Could it be? His heart moved and he already had a vague guess. At the end of the path he saw a crystal wall. Behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there were streams of grayish-white water, forming a spiral shape rotating around each other. It was like a miniature tornado, rising and falling, growing and multiplying endlessly. Just as I guessed, this is a natural spirit spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes could not help but focus. Immediately he saw that there was something else in the spirit spring behind the crystal wall. A blue and white flower bud was floating leisurely in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Chapter 167. Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus in front of him, and the doubts in his heart dissipated by half. He deduced the rough history. Turning back time close to 1,000 years ago. A rank 5 Gu master expert, alone, came to Qingmao Mountain, and coincidentally found this natural spirit spring in the underground cave. He was overjoyed and set up camp here, moving the mortal villages at the foot of the mountain, forming the embryonic form of the Guyue village. He wantonly married hundreds of wives and concubines, spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of the Guyue clan, the founder of the Guyue village. After the first generation passed away, time passed. The second generation, third generation, and finally the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader had a great aptitude, and also cultivated to rank 5, bringing the clan to another golden age. One day a demonic Gu master came to the village. He was a bald man dressed in pink and was a loner. He loved to violate the chastity of innocent girls. He was the famous demon of the demonic path at that time, the flower wine monk. This flower wine monk had some sort of fortuitous encounter, and knew the recipe to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He made a lot of preparations and was just short of a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. He searched left and right, and finally chose the spirit spring in the Guyue village. Initially he used the moon orchid as a pretense to get close to the higher-ups of the Guyue clan, and finally found out the truth of the Guyue clan. Then, in the battle with the fourth generation clan leader, he used his great battle strength to almost obtain a complete victory. Not only did he kill the fourth generation, he even got rid of most of the clan elders. But he was poisoned by the Moonshadow Goo. The Moonshadow Goo was a goo that restricted the use of primeval essence, and was not fatal. But the flower wine monk was concerned about refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and did not want to massacre and attract unnecessary attention, hindering the refinement. Thus he chose to act in secret. Finally he secretly used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to dig a tunnel, and stealthily came here. Using the materials he had prepared, he successfully refined the heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. This heavenly essence treasure lotus had a great origin. Its refinement recipe was created by a righteous Gu master thousands of years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was only a rank 3 flower Gu. But after it advanced to rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, it was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal Gu. Its value was comparable to spring-autumn cicada. Heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, it could produce yuan stone for Gu masters. However, the cost of fusing it was extremely high. To refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, a natural spirit spring was needed. This spring had to be filled with elemental energy. It couldn't be an elemental spring that had been used for many years and had a weak foundation. After the fusion was successful, the spirit spring would be completely useless, losing the ability to produce yuan stone and becoming the most ordinary spring water. The value of a natural spirit spring was enormous. Just look at how it fed Guyua tribe and countless Gu masters for close to 1,000 years. It was clear. Refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus would require the destruction of such a spirit spring. But this was just the beginning. In the future, to advance to rank 4, he would need to waste 7 spirit springs. At rank 5 he would waste another 9 mouths. At rank 6 he would need to waste another 11 mouths. Besides this, he would need to use other precious Gu worms as supplementary materials, each of them priceless. If I had this heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be like having a miniature spirit spring with me. Heavenly essence treasure lotus is only rank 3. The yuan stone it produces cannot compare to a normal spirit spring, but it is enough to support my cultivation expenditure. There were many benefits to this. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could directly produce yuan stone. His income would definitely be much higher than the 9-leaf vitality grass. With yuan stone, not only could he advance his cultivation, he would also have enough money to exchange for it. With this treasure lotus, Fang Yuan could reduce the amount of yuan stone he had to carry. In the Tusita flower, he could only store food and other things, greatly reducing the burden on his logistics. But I heard that the process of refining this treasure lotus is complicated and mysterious. The treasure lotus goes from nothing to something, and during this period, it seems illusory yet real. Ordinary people cannot see it with their naked eyes, only through crystals can they see it clearly. This Gu is delicate and needs to be nurtured in the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights. Only when this treasure lotus has 9 complete lotus leaves can it be plucked and stored in the primeval sea in the aperture. If I am too hasty, all my efforts will be wasted. All my previous hard work will turn into bitter water and flow away. Fang Yuan did not know the exact recipe of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he only knew some secret rumors. To him, he had no idea how to further refine it. But even so, this rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus was still of great help to him. At this moment he looked through the crystal wall and observed carefully, only to find that this flower bud actually only had 8.5 lotus leaves, with only half a leaf remaining. It was still a little short of 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan did not find it strange. Hundreds of years had passed, the spirit spring's foundation had been depleted and was no longer as good as it was during the 4th generation. This heavenly essence treasure lotus was equivalent to condensing most of the spirit spring's essence, and the yuan stone produced by the spirit spring was constantly being depleted, causing its foundation to decrease. Thus, the treasure lotus gradually turned around and replenished the spirit spring's losses. Only when there were losses would there be remnant leaves. The heavenly essence treasure lotus can only be plucked if it has 9 leaves. Right now there are only 8.5 leaves. If I want to pluck it, I will have to throw yuan stone into the spring. Yuan stone was the crystallization of the spirit spring. It could nourish the treasure lotus and allow it to grow again. But don't underestimate this half a leaf. To grow it, a large amount of yuan stone would be needed. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be the effect of the moat Gu. Fang Yuan tried to touch it with his hand, and found that this wall was both real and illusory, like a shadow of light. His hand went into the wall, but there was no obstruction. But he quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to go deep into the spirit spring. The spirit spring was most taboo to be polluted. He poured in his primeval essence, activating Tusita flower and taking out a yuan stone. He threw the yuan stone into the crystal wall, and as if the wall did not exist, the yuan stone went through it and quickly entered the spring. It crashed into the heavenly essence treasure lotus phantom. The blue and white flower bud of the heavenly essence treasure lotus immediately shook like water. Almost in an instant, this yuan stone was digested by the heavenly essence treasure lotus. When the flower returned to normal, Fang Yuan focused his attention, but did not see any changes in the leaf. His expression was calm and he threw in tens of yuan stone, but the leaf still did not grow. Fang Yuan continued to throw in yuan stone, and at the same time, counted the number of yuan stone in his heart. When he threw in more than 500 yuan stone, he saw the leaf grow by a little. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. According to this calculation, he would need to throw in more than 50,000 yuan stone at once. If he threw it in batches as time passed, the clan would continuously take out yuan stone, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus would consume itself to replenish this spirit spring. More than 50,000 yuan stone. I already have more than 10,000 with me, I still need 40,000. With his status as a clan elder, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to gather 40,000 yuan stone. But the real problem was, once this heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, this spirit spring would be completely destroyed. At that time, it would definitely attract the wrath of the entire clan, and they would go crazy in their investigation. Fang Yuan was experienced, but his methods were limited. If he really did not care about the consequences, he would definitely be found. In reality, the higher-ups of the clan had long suspected him, but due to the wolf tide, they did not act up. Once the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the first suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would be hunted down by the entire clan. I will not give up on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Even without the recipe, who knows what will happen in the future. But once I pluck this goo, it will be like poking a hornet's nest and I will be killed. Fang Yuan thought to himself. To collect this heavenly essence treasure lotus, he had to wait for the right opportunity to appear. This heavenly essence treasure lotus should be the last of the flower wine monk's inheritance. But there are still many suspicious points in this whole matter. In order to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the flower wine monk came here. But what unforeseen event happened that caused him to be heavily injured, and he hurriedly set up this inheritance before he died? The reason the flower wine monk set up the inheritance, Fang Yuan already knew. It was to take revenge on the Guiyue clan. If the heavenly essence treasure lotus was taken out from the spirit spring, no matter if it was successful or not, the natural spirit spring would definitely be destroyed. Without the natural spirit spring, the Guiyue clan would not have a base to stay here. Falling apart was something that would happen sooner or later. Forget it, without any new evidence, there will be no progress in dwelling on this suspicious point. Let's return to the village first. Finally, Fang Yuan shook his head, and began to return along the path he came from. But before he left the secret cave, a shrill and loud wolf howl could be heard continuously. This sound? Fang Yuan's heart sank and he hurriedly walked out. Walking to the riverbank outside the stone crack, a thick smell of blood assaulted his nose. Although he was still a distance away from the village, the battle cries, wolf howls, and explosions interweaved together, making it extremely noisy. Fang Yuan turned invisible and climbed up a hill. It was now dawn and the sky was dimly lit. Countless wolf packs, like a tide, rushed towards the Guiyue village in waves. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across and his body shook. At the back of the wolf pack, he found a lightning wolf that was as large as a small mountain. King of beasts, Thunder Crown Wolf. This wolf's body was slender, its limbs strong, and its entire body was covered in blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur were distributed on the wolf's claws, head, and tail. Especially the fur on its head, it was all puffed up, forming the shape of a towering crown. It half squatted on the ground and was as quiet as a statue. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that were constantly howling around it only served to accentuate its elegance and nobility. It was only sitting on the ground, but it already brought great psychological pressure to the Guiyue clan. We finally welcomed the King of Beasts. The Guiyue village has reached a crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan looked towards the village, where countless Gu masters were fighting intensely, trying their best to resist the crazy wolf tide. Suddenly, close to 10 figures leapt out from the village walls, going against the wolf tide and going against the flow, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. These people were all clan elders, and among them the clan leader Guiyue Bo was in the lead. Chapter 168. To fight the Thunder Crown Wolf, they had to take the initiative. Its strength was too great, and if they let it into the village it would cause a huge loss. This team was strong, with the rank 4 clan leader Guiyue Bo as the spearhead and the other clan elders as support. They had a great impact force. The wolf tide surged, but they went against the flow. Their teamwork was strict, like a warship, splitting the wind and waves, advancing forward bravely. Everywhere they went, they were invincible. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the greater the pressure from the wolf tide. Guiebo's face was calm. Suddenly, he stretched out his right palm and slashed fiercely in front of him. Swoosh! A golden moon blade, the size of a grown man, formed in an instant and shot forward. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After flying for a few meters, the moon blade suddenly changed, splitting into three. The three moon blades moved side by side, bringing with them the sound of the wind. Like a knife cutting through flesh, three bloody paths were carved out. The wolf pack fell down, broken limbs flying everywhere and miserable cries could be heard. A frenzied lightning wolf growled, pouncing towards the Gu masters from the right. Let me. A clan elder took a deep breath and suddenly turned from a skinny man to a fat man. There was a loud bang. He used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying. The frenzied lightning wolf was aggressive, and the greater the impact, the stronger the rebound. It was thrown high up in the air, drawing an arc in the air and landing hundreds of meters away. The other clan elders also displayed their abilities. Some had long hair like needles, shooting out from time to time, sweeping away groups of lightning wolves. Some had light armor on their bodies, enduring the biting of the lightning wolves. The Thunder Crown Wolf slowly stood up from its half-sitting position. It stared at the Gu masters charging towards it, its eerie eyes flashing with vigilance. It opened its mouth and let out a low growl, revealing its sharp and jagged teeth. The frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves heard its growl and immediately mobilized, pouncing towards the Gu masters. The Gu masters' charge slowed down, feeling a strong obstruction. Clan leader. Clan elders were counting on you. You must win. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on them. Countless cries rang out in the hearts of the clansmen. This was the most crucial battle. If they were defeated, the entire stronghold would face the danger of annihilation. If they won, they would have survived the most difficult moment of the wolf tide. This was a battle that would decide the life and death of the Guiyue clan. None of the clan elders retreated. They pushed forward while bathed in blood. Even though they did not lose a single person, they were all wounded. They killed their way through the encirclement and faced the Thunder Crown Wolf head-on. Healing like Gu. Suddenly, a middle-aged female elder stretched out her hands, and a pure white warm light surged out. It first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then onto the elders' bodies one by one. This was a rank 3 Gu worm that could heal groups, immediately stopping the bleeding of the Gu masters' wounds, healing their light injuries and healing most of their heavy injuries. Accept the challenge. Guiyebo roared. When the 5 elders heard the signal, they swung their hands and shot a crescent blade towards the sky. A clan elder suddenly roared, his muscles bulging and expanding to 3 times his original size, turning into a white-haired gorilla. It leapt to the front of the group, its 10 fingers clasped together. Guiyebo stepped on its hands. It growled and kicked with all its strength, throwing Guiyebo into the sky. Moon Invitation Gu. Guiyebo opened his left hand, emitting a hazy whirlpool of purple moonlight. The elders' crescent blades were attracted by this purple moonlight whirlpool, swallowing them one by one. Slash! Guiyebo's eyes shone with a sharp light, and with a thunderous voice, he chopped down with his palm. Whoosh! Wind and thunder roared, and a purple crescent blade, larger than a horse carriage, fiercely slashed towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This crescent blade seemed slow but was actually fast. In an instant it hit its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled, and at the crucial moment, its body lit up with a lightning armor. Bam! The next moment, an intense explosion occurred, and the sky was filled with eerie blue lightning and deep purple moonlight. Countless people squinted their eyes, and the air currents surged, sending countless ordinary lightning wolves flying. After the intense light disappeared, the Gu masters were already engaged in an intense battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all experienced and had great teamwork. An old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, shooting out needles like rain. A woman's nostrils were filled with fire like snakes, and she breathed out a wave of orange flames, attacking from both sides. 3 Gu masters, one turned into a white ape, and the other had skin as hard as steel, restraining the Thunder Crown Wolf. One threw out a puppet Gu, injecting primeval essence into it, turning it into a rattan shellgrass soldier or a red spearwood soldier, acting as cannon fodder and attracting firepower. The healing Gu masters stayed at the periphery, activating healing light Gu from time to time. There were also defensive Gu masters protecting them. The Thunder Crown Wolf was stunned. On its right forelimb there was a huge wound and blood flowed out continuously. This was the result of that purple crescent blade. It growled continuously, falling into the Gu master's meticulous trap. It wanted to exert strength but was unable to do so. The Gu masters moved and jumped around it like fleas around cats and dogs. They continued to move and pull space. Their teamwork was extremely good. But good times did not last long. The Thunder Crown Wolf gradually adapted, and the wounds on its body healed. It was obvious that there was a healing Gu worm in its body. This is very bad news. The existence of a healing Gu meant that this was a war of attrition. Wild Gu worms could directly use the natural primeval essence in the air, but Gu masters could only use the primeval essence stored in their aperture. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and its body flashed with lightning. Its speed doubled. The white ape that the clan elder had transformed into did not dodge in time, and was caught off guard. The Thunder Crown Wolf bit into it, and with a swing of its head, it tore it into two. It tore a gap in the battle line, and with a swing of its tail, waves of purple-blue lightning shot out. The Gu masters could only retreat. In the face of danger, clan leader Guiyue Bo stepped forward. He was a rank 4 expert, his attacks were sharp and his defense was outstanding. He was like a pillar of strength, using all his strength to turn the situation around. Mountain rocks crumbled, lights and shadows exploded. The battle expanded, and the aftermath wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Not a single lightning wolf dared to join the battle. The battle became more and more intense. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries worsened and blood flowed non-stop. Some wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. The Gu masters also suffered heavy losses, losing 6 clan elders one after another. If not for the clan elders in the village rushing out to provide support, the battle would have already collapsed. Everyone hold on and we will win. Guiyue eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he tried to raise the morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was covered in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. Its strength, speed, agility and other attributes had all increased by 2 times from its original foundation. Bam! With a loud sound, its right claw smashed a clan elder into meat paste. With a swing of its tail, the wind howled and an electric net flew over, covering a group of grass puppets, turning them into charcoal. I can't. My puppet Gu has been used up. The clan elder shouted in panic. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the true terror of the myriad beast king was displayed, causing everyone to despair. Guiyue brows furrowed, almost crushing his teeth. He suddenly shouted, "Trap it, use the iron chain snake." The clan elders felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. When the wolf tide started, they had already deduced countless tactics. This tactic was only used as a last resort. Wind rope Gu. A clan elder shouted, breathing out a green wind from his nose, coiling around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp Gu. Another clan elder growled, squatting down and slamming his palms on the ground. The ground under the Thunder Crown Wolf's feet immediately turned into a swamp. With such a 2-pronged attack, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other clan elders stretched out their hands, shooting out black shadows from their sleeves and pants. These black shadows were as thick as a fist and more than 2 meters long. Looking closely, every black shadow was a snake Gu. These snakes were shaped like iron chains, their bodies dark and gloomy, with iron rings intertwined around them. Only the snake's head was normal. After flying out, they slithered on the ground and quickly climbed onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails were connected, biting each other tightly. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a metal net, taking root in the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf in place. But this situation was only temporary. As the Thunder Crown Wolf continued to struggle, the iron chains broke one by one. In just 5 to 6 minutes, this iron chain snake formation collapsed, no longer able to trap the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qi Guang, Suaping, stay behind and prevent the wolf group from attacking the iron chains. The rest of you retreat to the village with me. Guiyue shouted coldly, choosing to retreat. But the other clan elders were not surprised, they already knew the clan leader's intention. They retreated to the village and an elder immediately came to receive them. Lord Clan Leader, everything is ready. Guiyue nodded and led everyone to the clan leader pavilion. In the square in front of the pavilion, there were already many Gu masters sitting on the ground, more than 100 of them. These Gu masters were all heavily injured and could not enter the battlefield in the short term. Each of them had a calm expression as if they were facing death with equanimity. As for those with better mobility, they were fighting on the front lines. At this point in the battle, the clan had already given their all. When the battle was at a critical juncture, even the mortals were mobilized, using their lives to form a great wall of flesh and blood, temporarily blocking the wolf tide and giving the Gu masters time to breathe. Guiyue Bo and the clan elders came to the ancestral hall of the clan leader pavilion. In front of the ancestral tablets they all knelt on the ground. Ancestors above, this junior is ashamed. The wolf tide is surging and the village is in a life and death situation. I beseech ancestors to help us. Guiyue Bo said in a deep voice, and the ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence. Drip, drip. The blood of some clan elders seeped out from the hastily bandaged wounds and dripped onto the ground. Guiyue Bo and the clan elders held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. In the past, the first-generation clan leader had a premonition of impending death and left the village. Before leaving, he left behind his will. If the clan met with a calamity in the future, facing the danger of extinction, he could pray to his own tablet, and at that time, a Gu worm would descend from the sky and help the clan through the crisis. In history, the Guiyue clan had met with several major crises and passed through them all like this. This was the final trump card of the Guiyue clan. Chapter 169. The ancestral hall was deathly silent. The clan elders and clan leader lowered their heads, feeling like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. After a Gu master dies, the Gu worms they leave behind still have the will of the person. They cannot be considered wild Gu worms, and have lost the ability to directly use the primeval energy in nature. These Gu worms can be considered as the Gu master's life, continuing in another way. Everyone's heart was filled with unease. The first clan leader had passed away for close to 1,000 years. Was the method he left behind still effective? This was an unknown. After all, it had been 200 years since the last crisis. Why did they retreat? On the hill, Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but feel suspicious. In his previous life in the village, his cultivation was too low, and he could not come into contact with the clan's secrets. But soon, his body shook as he found a group of flying insects descending from the sky. This is... Fang Yuan squinted his eyes into a line, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There were over 100 of these Gu worms, flying and coiling around each other, forming a red cloud that spiraled down and landed in the village square. Buzz buzz buzz. The noise of the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and some clan elders raised their heads, showing an expression of wild joy. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Clan leader Guiyue Bo's heart was relieved, and he respectfully bowed before standing up. Let's go and take a look. The clan leader sighed. Other than joy on his face, there was also pain and sorrow, his expression complex. Leaving the ancestral hall, standing in the corridor of the tall building, everyone saw that on the square, there was a red whirlwind blowing, and the Gu worms were wreaking havoc. These Gu worms were only the size of a fingertip, shaped like flying mosquitoes. They had a sinister appearance and were completely red. They burrowed into the bodies of the Gu masters sitting in the square, absorbing their blood and primeval essence, and in a few breaths of time from one to several. The number of Gu worms increased and there were constantly new flying Gu worms, burrowing through the Gu master's skin, flying out and burrowing back in. Screams and snorts could be heard in the square, but not a single Gu master escaped. Before they came, they had already been informed of this by the clan elders. For the clan, they were willing to use their bodies to nurture Gu, using their own sacrifices to exchange for the clan's survival. These are the good sons of my tribe. Guiyue Bo watched this scene from upstairs. His voice was extremely low, and his hands that were holding onto the windowsill were trembling slightly. The rest of the elders had pained expressions and remained silent. This situation was exactly the same as the family's records. This group of Gu worms left behind by the first-generation ancestor had to be fed with the lives of Gu masters before they could be satisfied. Only then would they be able to help the clan resist external enemies. Soon this group of flying Gu were full. They flew up again. Their momentum was even greater, and in a short period of time, the swarm's numbers had increased by dozens of times. Leaving behind a pile of white bones on the square, they formed a scarlet hurricane that whistled towards the wolf pack outside the village. It really is the flying guillotine. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he watched the scene from the hillside far away. This blood guillotine was a rank 5 Gu worm, nurturing and using in one. It was extremely mystical. It feeds on Gu master's vital blood essence, and after it is full, it will split and split from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. If it was hungry and could not find food for the time being, it would devour each other, reducing the size of the group to maintain its own consumption of life. When the flying guillotine was at its peak, the flying insects covered the sky and earth, able to destroy entire villages, and were even more terrifying than many rank 6 Gu worms. When it was weak, there were only 1 or 2 of them and they were all alone, not even comparable to a rank 3 Gu. Especially when this flying guillotine evolved further, it would become the famous rank 6 demonic goo blood deity. Among the top 10 demonic goo in the world, it was ranked 7th. When Fang Yuan created the blood-winged demon sect in his previous life, the first thing he wanted to refine was not the spring-autumn cicada, but the blood deity. Unfortunately, there were many things in this world that he could not do anything about. Due to various reasons, he could only settle for the next best thing and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of flying guillotines numbered in the tens of thousands. They swept through the battlefield like a hurricane, and everywhere they went, the wolves howled. They swept left and right, drilling into the bodies of the lightning wolves. In just a few breaths, the blood of the lightning wolves was sucked dry by the flying guillotine. But this beast blood could not split the flying guillotine. Only a goo master's blood essence that contained primeval essence could have this effect. One by one, the lightning wolves were turned into dried corpses, falling to the ground, losing all signs of life. Only bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves could spit out electric currents that could restrain these flying guillotines. However, they usually only managed to electrocute a small group of flying insects before they were swarmed by the densely packed flying guillotines behind them, sucking them dry. Oh! The iron net broke, and the Thunder Crown Wolf regained its freedom, letting out an angry howl. The flying guillotines sensed it and gathered together, forming a large red cloud that covered an area of several mu, firmly covering the Thunder Crown Wolf. The Thunder Crown Wolf's tail swung around and blue electric plasma burst out. Hundreds and thousands of flying guillotines were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. The crackling sound was like firecrackers exploding. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the unpleasant smell of the burning flying guillotines. The flying guillotine was indeed a rank 5 goo worm, but it was not controlled by anyone and could only attack by force. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many rank 4 goo worms, and some of them had a wide attack range which countered the flying guillotine. The flying insects surged like a red cloud, and the Thunder Crown Wolf that was the size of a small mountain roared and struggled, howling as it moved. The Thunder Crown Wolf's huge body had become its weakest point, and was targeted by the fingertip-sized flying guillotines. The battle was intense and large numbers of flying guillotines fell to the ground. The Thunder Crown Wolf's scales were broken, and some of the flying guillotines drilled into its body, sucking blood wantonly. The Thunder Crown Wolf had no choice but to spray electric plasma on its body, electrocuting these flying guillotines to death. This way, its muscles were gradually roasted, emitting a rich meaty aroma. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Countless lightning wolves, under the Thunder Crown Wolf's call, charged towards the insect swarm. The goo masters could be said to have narrowly escaped death, and all of them held their breaths, nervously watching the grand and tragic slaughter in front of them. The insect swarm was like a whirlwind of death. Countless lightning wolves could not get far before collapsing. However, the lightning wolves sacrificed themselves, causing the insect swarm to expend their energy. The number of flying guillotines decreased, and the cloud-like density gradually turned into a thin mist. Towards the end, they only danced in the air, like a whirlwind. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled to get out, whimpering as it ran away. More than half of its blood had been sucked, and now its limbs were sore. Its running speed was not even a tenth of its original speed, and the electric currents on its body were sparse to the extreme. As the leader of the wolf pack, once the Thunder Crown Wolf left, the rest of the lightning wolves lost their will to fight. They also ran away with their tails between their legs. We finally withstood it. The goo masters saw this and were stunned. Some of them collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive. Many goo masters had complex expressions, some were happy and some were sad. In the wolf tide, how many clansmen were sacrificed? Buzz buzz buzz. The sparse flying guillotine swarm flew into the sky, circling around the Guiyue village once, and then disappeared into the clouds. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. With the Thunder Crown Wolf's defeat, the Guiyue village was safe. In fact, the wolf pack was almost dead and was no longer in scale. This wolf tide could be said to be over. However, the wolf pack was vengeful, and as long as this myriad beast king was not dead, it would come back again in the next wolf tide. After a few years of recuperation, it would be even more cunning and stronger. Right now it was at its weakest. Killing it and taking the goo worms on its body could make up for some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Guyen, you two stay behind and deal with the aftermath. The rest of the clan elders, follow me and chase after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Guiyue Bo hurriedly made the arrangements, and immediately led the remaining 7 clan elders who could still fight out of the village, chasing after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed and he weighed his options. Although the clan's strength is weak, the situation is not chaotic. Moreover, these flying guillotines are suspicious. I should follow the clan leader and observe the situation. He concealed his figure and walked down the hill. The Stealth Scales Gu and Thunderwings Gu could not be used at the same time. Thunderwings Gu was a rank 3 Gu, and once activated, it would form a pair of lightning wings. The rank 2 Stealth Scales Gu could not conceal it. Against a rank 3 clan elder, the Stealth Scales Gu's concealment ability was not reliable. Fang Yuan could only follow the traces and follow from afar, not daring to get too close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the Rock Crack's secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he suddenly appeared now, the clan elders and clan leader would be furious and question him. Moreover, there were many things that Fang Yuan could not explain clearly. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries were heavy, and its speed was not fast. After chasing for about half an hour, Fang Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and cursing in the valley ahead. He stealthily moved over, climbing up a mountain rock, and saw a group of Gu masters fighting. That Thunder Crown Wolf was lying on the ground, with many new wounds on its body, blood flowing non-stop, and it was on the verge of death. Its eyes were dim as if it was on the verge of death. Old Bai Mao, you guys are really shameless, daring to come and take advantage of us. Yi Guobo, your words are wrong. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Guobo and the Bai clan leader fought fiercely. There were 3 Thunder Crown Wolves in the wolf den, all of them were myriad beast kings, each leading a pack of tens of thousands of wolves. They did not belong to each other and no one could suppress the other. The wolf pack's movements were always about teamwork. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves also developed intelligence, and started hunting the 3 remaining beast packs on Qing Mao Mountain. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts and even more so, prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a large-scale hunt where everyone went out of their nest. On Qing Mao Mountain, Guiyue, Xiong and Bai clans had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years, and naturally had their own trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, and was still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty. Bai clan had risen in recent years, and their overall strength had already surpassed the Guiyue clan. After killing the Thunder Crown Wolf and repelling the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought a group of clan elders and rushed to the Guiyue village to see if there was anything to take advantage of. Who would have thought they really did take advantage of a loophole and trapped the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley? On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many Gu worms, some as high as rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, skull, eyes and fur were all precious refinement materials. The Guiyue clan would definitely not give it up, and in their anger they started an intense battle. Yi Fang Yuan, you really came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On the mountain wall, a cold laugh could be heard. Fang Yuan raised his head, and saw a white-clothed young man descending from the sky, an ice blade whistling through the air, mercilessly slashing towards his face. Chapter 170. White clothes, one arm, snow-white hair, blue eyes. If not by Ning Bing, who else could it be? Before the ice blade even reached his body, Fang Yuan felt a cold aura assaulting him, like a cold star falling to the ground. The killing intent was cold and merciless. Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie black, not moving in the face of danger. He leapt backwards and poured his primeval essence into the sky canopy Gu, creating a white armor to protect himself. With a muffled sound, the ice blade heavily struck the ground, and in that instant, a pile of white icicles burst out, protruding from the ground. Crack crack. The sharp icicles protruded all the way, extending in a straight line towards the direction Fang Yuan was retreating, forming an ice path. Fang Yuan lightly flipped to the side, dodging it. The mountain path was narrow and he slid down into the valley. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why do I always want to kill you when I see you? Tell me. Bai Ning Bing excitedly shook, laughing maniacally. His laughter attracted the gazes of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ning Bing and Fang Yuan, their expressions varied. Lord Bai Ning Bing, I'm here to help you. A Bai clan Gu master who was standing at the side shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it's our clan's Fang Yuan. A Guiyue clan Gu master shouted. I know. Clan leader Guiyue Bo's expression was uncertain. He dodged the Bai clan leader's attack and made up his mind, shouting, deal with this first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously disappeared before the wolf tide, causing Guiyue clan's higher-ups to be suspicious of him. Adding on the huge pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters, no one went to help Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing looked at the arrival of his helper. But he was furious, shouting at the person, Go away, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you lost an arm, it is detrimental to your battle. You are our Bai clan's hope, we cannot touch you. Let me clear the obstacles for you. The Bai Clan Gu master shouted. As he leaped, he charged in front of Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu and an orange-yellow light surged out of his palms. Bang! He patted the ground lightly. When the yellow light entered the ground, a mound of earth immediately rose up. The mound moved rapidly towards Fang Yuan, growing larger and larger. Suddenly the mound exploded. A yellow and muddy hand appeared. This hand was incomparably huge and was as tall as an adult. It grabbed at Fang Yuan from afar, and its might was suffocating. Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully. The gigantic hand was about to grab him and kill him. Suddenly, a dark golden light surged out of the aperture, forming a dazzling light band that wrapped around Fang Yuan's body. When the giant hand reached him, it was twisted a few times by the dark golden belt of light and shattered. What kind of goo is this? Bai Ning Bing was shocked. The dark golden light dissipated. The true appearance of the goo worm was revealed. It was more than a meter long and as wide as 2 fists. The dark gold carapace exuded a domineering aura, and the sharp silver teeth on both sides of its body flickered with a cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Come! Fang Yuan shouted and shook his right arm. His right hand turned into a palm. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless legs climbed agilely on his body. Its body twisted like a snake, coiling around his right arm. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fang Yuan's right palm, all the way to his forearm. Fang Yuan swung his arm, and the meter-long golden centipede swung its tail. It drew an arc in the air, making a light sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the limit. Its length of nearly 2 meters immediately shrunk to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its 2 legs shrunk into the carapace. Only 2 rows of silver teeth were left. At first glance, it was as if Fang Yuan was holding a dark gold and silver sword with a pointless blade. The Bai Clan Gu master who came to help was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. Gu masters nurture Gu, refine Gu and use Gu, all of them were profound. Fang Yuan's usage could be said to be bold and imaginative, pushing the limits of one's imagination. In fact, this usage was not invented by Fang Yuan. In his previous life, 300 years later, there was a new talent of the demonic path, known as the Chainsaw Mad Demon. He used the rank 4 Lightning Tooth Killer Centipede, which was one of the directions of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede's advancement. But in this life, Fang Yuan's usage of it was unprecedented. I'll show you. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, activating his aperture's primeval essence and pouring it into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of silver teeth started moving crazily, letting out a manic sound that caused one's heart to tremble. Thunderwings Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and a pair of eerie blue lightning wings formed behind him with a swoosh. Swoosh. The thunder wings flapped and he shot out like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. This speed caused the Bai Clan Gu master's pupils to shrink, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of death assaulted him and he screamed, activating his strongest Gu worm. His body shone with a thick yellow light. The yellow light was like armor, but before it could fully form, Fang Yuan had already charged towards him. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, like a demon god coming out of a nightmare to kill his way into the mortal world. His movements were fierce, completely stretching out his muscles, and the strength of 2 boars burst out to the limit. The golden centipede was like a sword, drawing a beautiful golden shadow in the air. The sawteeth spun crazily, fiercely slashing at the Bai Clan Gu master's waist. Crack, crack, crack. The yellow light armor was crushed by the sawteeth, and before it could fully form, it disintegrated in an instant. The sawteeth pierced into flesh like cutting butter. Fang Yuan swung and his flesh was minced into pieces, his spine snapped, and his organs were instantly destroyed. The Bai Clan Gu master's upper body flew up, but his lower body remained on the spot. Plop. His eyes were wide open, looking at his lower body in horror, and he died in extreme shock. This commotion caused the attacks of everyone in the midst of a fierce battle to stagnate. They looked at Fang Yuan, their gazes filled with shock and anger. This Bai Clan Gu master was a rank 3 elder and was quite famous. But Fang Yuan's attacks were wild, pressing forward with indomitable will, killing him in an instant. His body was covered in blood, and the Bai Clan Gu master's flesh and bones were still on him. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of sawteeth spun crazily, Such a ferocious might that people could not help but look at it. What a good goo worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes suddenly shining with crazed excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Let's fight. He shouted, his expression as passionate as fire, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Noisy. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice. He turned around and counterattacked. Bam! The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade fiercely collided, and with a cracking sound the sawteeth cut into the ice blade. Ice shards flew in all directions. The next moment the chainsaw golden centipede broke the ice blade, and swept towards Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He decisively gave up on the ice blade and retreated, pulling out a distance of over 2 meters. The chainsaw golden centipede was only 1.5 m long when shrunk. Including Fang Yuan's right arm, it was still a little short of Bai Ningbing's size. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended its body. This? Bai Ningbing was shocked, not expecting such a change. He was hit in the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with the protection of the ice muscles, a large wound was still cut open. At that moment he felt a strong force surging towards him. He unavoidably flew backwards, crashing into a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the surface of the rock, but the ice muscles quickly stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed violently, and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a thunderous wind. The wind howled in his ears. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, and without raising his head, he quickly rolled away. Bam! The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky, carrying a fierce aura as it heavily struck the huge rock he was lying on. The silver edges of the blade moved crazily. The huge rock crumbled. If this attack landed on me, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing felt a chill in his heart, and an unyielding anger rose in his heart. Ever since the battle with Guiyue Qingshu, he did not suppress his cultivation and allowed it to grow freely. Although he lost an arm, his cultivation was still intact, but he was actually suppressed by a rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Unwillingness, humiliation, anger, kill. He roared, and with a flick of his wrist, primeval essence poured into the ice blade goo in his palm, creating a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing charging over, Fang Yuan sneered and went on the offensive. He had obtained the black and white boar goo, and his strength was above Bai Ningbing's. Right now, the chainsaw golden centipede was as light as a tree branch. Cut, chop, hack, twist, twist. The golden centipede's blade moved crazily, and in Fang Yuan's hands, it was sometimes agile like a bee, sometimes heavy like an elephant, sometimes fierce like a tiger, and sometimes soft like a snake. More importantly, the golden centipede moved according to Fang Yuan's will, shrinking and lengthening at times, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes straight and sometimes curved, making Bai Ningbing very uncomfortable and unable to defend against it. He screamed loudly, retreating step by step, his body full of injuries. His white battle robe had already turned into a ragged beggar's attire. Fang Yuan's black wind danced, and his expression was cold as he displayed his proficient sword skills, blade skills, axe skills, and rod skills. He combined all of them together, and the chainsaw golden centipede became a deadly weapon. Goo worms also depended on who was using them. Good one, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing screamed. Countless ice blades were destroyed, and he finally realized that he could not fight with Fang Yuan head-on. His body was bathed in blood, and his ice muscles' defense was almost broken, but this made him even more passionate for battle. If close combat was not possible, then long range. Bluebird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance away and spat. Birds flapped their wings, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not flustered, and his expression did not change. With a flick of his left wrist, the blood moon blade intercepted these ice birds, causing them to self-destruct in the air. Others were usually only good at using one hand's moon blade, but with Fang Yuan's rich battle experience, he could use his left hand's moon blade skillfully and skillfully. Bai Ningbing saw that this did not work and used icicle goo. Icicle after icicle flew out and mixed with the blue birds, forming a concentrated attack. Fang Yuan only had one long-range method, and could only choose to intercept the more threatening ice birds. As for the icicles, he dodged them and used the sky canopy goo to block them. Bai Ningbing finally gained the upper hand and was about to increase his battle prowess when he suddenly saw Fang Yuan sneer, and with a flick of his right hand, the chainsaw golden centipede left the ground, and quickly burrowed into the ground. The hidden threat was simply too great. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She cursed out loud and hurriedly leaped back. Chapter 171. You forced me to do this. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time he secretly activated the whirlwind goo and fierce wind goo. The white ice blade storm rose again. At first it was only a small wave, but soon it expanded. Icy winds howled, frost and snow flew everywhere. Ice spread on the ground, effectively restraining the chainsaw golden centipede's underground assault. This ice blade storm was Bai Ningbing's unique move. It also displayed the battle talent of this northern dark ice soul physique. This was the combination of the ice blade goo, whirlwind goo and fierce wind goo, forming the profundity of both offense and defense. Without the cooperation of 2 or more defensive goo worms, it was impossible to resist. The fierce winds howled, the blades froze, and the white storm spun like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and wanting to swallow Fang Yuan. This was the simultaneous attack of 3 goo. The attack was fierce and fierce, able to freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy goo's defense, Fang Yuan might not be able to block it. As the storm approached, Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression. The lightning wings on his back spread, and he flew backwards like lightning, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Now was different from the past. If it was before, his movement speed would not be able to match this storm, but now the storm could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and he nimbly made a turn in the air, flying towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased closely behind him. Don't come over. Get lost. Be it the Bai Clan Gu masters or the Guiyue clan, they were all cursing and shouting. Fang Yuan sneered without saying a word, charging forward with his head down. From the ice blade storm behind him, Bai Ningbing's laughter could be vaguely heard, chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. Don't even think of going any further. A Bai Clan Gu master stood in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan hooked his hand, and a thick golden line jumped out from the ground, landing on his right arm like a huge sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent sound of the saw teeth moving could be heard, causing this Bai Clan Gu master's eyelids to twitch. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand, while his left hand shone with a bloody light. The blood moon Gu was ready to fire, and his whole body was covered with a layer of white armor. The lightning wings on his back shook violently, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a white storm the size of a small mountain. His aura was simply monstrous, and his eyes emitted a fierce killing intent. It was as if he had become a fierce general who could move freely on the battlefield. He wanted to trample all his enemies into minced meat and chop all his opponents into broken bones. That Bai Clan Gu master felt an unparalleled pressure. Veins popped out on his forehead as he suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. But as he shouted, he saw Fang Yuan charging towards him with an indomitable will. He suddenly stopped shouting and started running. He was scared. The fear in his heart caused his fighting spirit to slacken. Fang Yuan didn't care about him. He rushed towards the dying Thunder Crown Wolf in the valley. Strong winds howled with ferocious momentum. Wherever he went, Gu masters would avoid him. The Thunder Crown Wolf roused its spirit, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning flashed in its sharp teeth. The dignity of a myriad beast king made it unwilling to accept death, and even at death's door, it had to retaliate. Just as Fang Yuan was about to crash into the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor crashing into the earth. But at the crucial moment he suddenly stomped his feet and rushed into the sky, flying diagonally out of the valley. Not long after he flew out of the valley, he heard an intense explosion behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's miserable howls and the Ice Blade Storm's roars mixed together. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's ingenuity, but it had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to control. Of course, this storm collided with the Thunder Crown Wolf because of Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was fiercely suppressed by the White Storm. It was already on the verge of death, and now it was even harder to resist. Its scales were sliced into pieces, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and its white bones were exposed, but they were quickly cut into pieces by the ice blades. Damn it! Seeing this, the Guiyue clan members all cursed. The Bai Clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing's method, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would not be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind. Instead, he spun faster and faster, as if enjoying the pleasure of killing a myriad beast king. One by one, Gu worms turned into rays of light, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild Gu worms were living on the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, mutually benefiting each other and working together to survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was on the verge of death, they were like the crew of a shipwrecked ship, naturally abandoning this sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them. Quick, stop these goo worms. The two clan leaders shouted almost at the same time. The scene was in chaos again. The clan elders attacked each other, trying to stall each other. The two clan leaders could not free themselves, and in the end, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement goo worms managed to fly out of the valley. The wild goo worms scattered in all directions. Fang Yuan concentrated, trying his best to distinguish them. Unfortunately, my investigative goo is the earth communication ear grass. It cannot strengthen my vision. This thunder crown wolf definitely has a healing goo on it. Whether I can catch it or not will depend on my luck. This was purely a test of luck, but Fang Yuan had no other choice. There were thousands of investigative goo worms, but he only had the earth communication ear grass. His lightning wings spread and he charged towards the nearest goo worm. This goo was covered in a layer of blue light and was flying far away. Fang Yuan caught up to it and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards it. Whoosh! An intense electric current burst out from its body, attacking Fang Yuan. Lightning wings were formed from electric currents. It had speed but was not agile. Fang Yuan grunted and relied on the sky canopy goo to take this electric current. He could have gone against it and grabbed this goo, but he wisely chose to give up. This goo's ability had already been exposed. It could activate electric currents to attack enemies, and was clearly an offensive goo worm, not the healing goo that Fang Yuan wanted. Fang Yuan gave up on it and pounced towards another goo worm. As he got closer, he could see the goo's full appearance. Its body was like a light blue glass flying in the air, and its semicircular shell had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Goo. This was a defensive goo, able to form a semicircular electric shield. Fang Yuan had already decided to let it go, and looked around, finding his third target. But at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that luck was not on his side. He could only settle for the next best thing, grabbing the Thunder Shield Goo in front of him. The Thunder Shield Goo raised a lightning shield, and the eerie blue electric currents flickered, attempting to block Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and the spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out. This Thunder Shield Goo immediately withered as if it had died. The shield dissipated and it fell towards the forest below. Fang Yuan lightly grabbed it, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined it. Stealth Scales Goo. His body rippled like water and he disappeared on the spot. Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing shouted, lightning flashing in his eyes. This was the rank 3 Lightning Eye Goo, able to borrow the power of lightning to see through invisibility. But it did not have the ability to see through things. Fang Yuan paid attention this time, and although he was invisible he still used the rocks and forest to hide his tracks. Bai Ning Bing looked around and roared in anger, finding nothing. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, and immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out the Yuan stone. Although he advanced to rank 3, the primeval essence in his aperture was only 42%. Although he had the upper hand in the battle earlier, he could not maintain it for long. Now there was only a thin layer of primeval essence left in his aperture, less than 30%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, a Goo Master's battle strength would plummet. In extreme situations they could not even win against mortals. The Yuan stone continued to shrink, and natural primeval essence continuously poured into Fang Yuan's body, and the primeval sea in his aperture started to rise. When he was rank 1 and rank 2, he could use the Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence at an impressive speed. But after reaching rank 3, because the quality of the Goo Master's primeval essence greatly increased, he needed to consume even more Yuan stone, and take a longer time to replenish it. The sounds of Goo Masters fighting could be heard continuously, and after 8 to 9 minutes, Fang Yuan finally filled his aperture to the limit. He came out from his hiding spot, and found that 5 clan elders had died in battle. Among them there were 3 from Guyue clan and 2 from Bai clan. Every clan elder was the pillar of the clan, and to think that so many had been sacrificed at once. Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader fought intensely, both feeling heartache over the losses, and their eyes were bloodshot. Other than that, there were 3 groups surrounding the wild goo worms. Ordinary Goo Masters did not have the help of the spring-autumn cicada, and it was very troublesome to capture wild goo worms. They had to capture the goo worms, but they could not be too heavy-handed, and had to have a sense of propriety. 8 to 9 goo worms flew out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, and no one knew how many the clan elders had captured, but there were still 3 left. The clan elders surrounded these 3 goo worms, chasing and intercepting them. If one side attacked, the other side would definitely interfere. This caused the situation to be in a stalemate with no one gaining an advantage. Water cage goo cover. A Bai-Clan goo master shouted and spat out a water ball. The water ball expanded to over 2 meters and covered the wild goo worm, trapping it within. Bam! At the next moment, a golden moon blade slashed the water ball cage, causing it to explode. The goo worm swaggered away, escaping without a trace. Seeing this goo worm fly far away, the Bai-Clan goo master scolded loudly. The goo worm was in their hands and they let it go just like that. The Guyue clan goo masters were even more furious. All the goo worms were supposed to be their spoils of war, but the Bai clan interfered, and they did not get any benefits at all. Bai clan's grandson, despicable and shameless, die for me. Guyue clan, you can't hold on any longer. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up and trample all of you under our feet. Both sides were enraged and were in a frenzy of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot and they fought fiercely. Fang Yuan watched the goo worm fly away, and could only focus his attention on the other two groups. In the middle of each group there was a wild goo worm. Maybe there was a healing goo, but the possibility was small. Fang Yuan knew that there was no such thing as having your wishes come true in this world, but even so, he still wanted to give it a try. However, just as he was about to charge forward, wolf howls came out like a bugle call, rising and falling. Following that, a horde of lightning wolves rushed over like a tide. There was no lack of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the most shocking one was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Thunder Crown Wolf. Is there a fourth Thunder Crown Wolf? The clan elders were shocked and shouted in fear. Chapter 172. The wolf pack surged forward, howling as it approached. The situation took a turn for the worse, causing the two clan leaders and the clan elders' expressions to change. Although the two clans had successfully resisted the wolf tide, they were in a precarious situation and barely held on. Now that such a strong wolf tide had appeared, they had no strength left to resist. At once, the clan elders and the two clan leaders stopped fighting. Didn't the report say that there were only 3 Thunder Crown Wolves? An elder cried out involuntarily. That's not right, this Thunder Crown Wolf is injured, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very big. Guyu Bo forced himself to remain calm. Don't tell me this is the Thunder Crown Wolf that attacked Xiong village? An elder slapped his forehead and shouted. The possibility of this was quite high, with an 80 to 90% chance. The clan elder's mood was still heavy and someone said bitterly, this wolf pack has already appeared here, doesn't that mean Xiong village is already? Damn this Xiong village, why are they so useless? They can't even defend against a wolf tide. Someone cursed loudly. But there were also people who were optimistic. Look, this Thunder Crown Wolf's front limbs are heavily injured, its muscles and bones are all atrophied. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their dejected morale was slightly raised. It was true. This Thunder Crown Wolf's hind limbs were well developed, but its front limbs were short and its muscles atrophied. This caused it to only use its hind limbs when running, jumping like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a Thunder Crown Wolf. Bai clan leader suddenly thought of something and his body shook. It's a lightning leakin. Fang Yuan already had an answer in his heart. 5 tigers, 1 tiger, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves and 1 leakin. The leakin was also a wolf, but it was much smarter than a wolf, and often acted as the wolf pack's strategist. This lightning leakin in front of them looked like a Thunder Crown Wolf, so it was normal for investigative goo masters to misunderstand it. But it was a true myriad beast king with intelligence no less than a human. This lightning leakin might be weaker than a normal Thunder Crown Wolf in terms of close combat. But it had human-like intelligence, making it far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown Wolf. Adding on the countless lightning wolf army, it was no wonder Xiong village was exterminated. Let's go. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and flew into the air. The elders in front of them had already fought for a long time, and their battle strength was greatly exhausted. It was utterly impossible for them to pose a threat to the wolf pack. More importantly, they were suspicious of each other, and it was difficult for them to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild goo worms flying around in the field, he did not care about them. They had to retreat or else they wouldn't be able to leave. Knowing one's own limitations and being able to let go were the most important things in the world. Let's retreat. The wolf tide is too strong. We can't defeat it. Go back to the stronghold and set up the defenses. Even though the elders had yet to recognize the identity of the lightning leakin, they all had thoughts of retreating. But at this moment, the lightning leakin suddenly howled and opened its huge mouth. The wolf fangs were jagged like blades, and between the fangs, a mass of black gas appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black ball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The black ball shot out explosively, drawing a slightly curved black arc in the air before smashing onto the ground. Missed? This Thundercrown Wolf is done for, its aim is too terrible. The elders shouted while Fang Yuan flew even faster. Boom! The black ball of smoke suddenly exploded, and with an intense explosion, the black smoke spread out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of 100 li. This is a rank 4 wolf smoke goo. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had already made the most accurate and sensible reaction at the first moment. However, the black smoke spread too quickly and enveloped him directly. For a moment, he felt like he was in the middle of the night, unable to see his own fingers. The choking smoke was everywhere, making breathing difficult and extremely uncomfortable. But luckily he had the Thunder Wings goo. As long as he flew upwards, he would be able to escape the range of this wolf smoke. Crack. At the next moment, a bolt of lightning split apart the layers of black smoke, like a lightning snake or a mad dragon, crossing 100 li and striking towards Fang Yuan. This was the lightning Liken's attack. Lightning was so fast that it was hard for people to react. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed his thinking speed, and he reacted first. Lightning Shield Goo. Sky Canopy Goo. A circular lightning shield suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. At the same time, his body lit up with a layer of white armor. The raging lightning was so bright that it was blinding. Like a roaring heavenly dragon, it bombarded the lightning shield first. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it was torn apart by the devastating lightning. The lightning struck Fang Yuan's body. At that moment, even though Fang Yuan had closed his eyes, he still felt the piercing pain. A huge force surged and knocked him down. He almost fainted. The lightning wrapped around him and numbed his muscles, almost making him forget to breathe. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Intense pain assaulted him, causing him to wake up. He endured the pain and numbness all over his body and quickly climbed up. The lightning shield goo was already dead, and the Thunder Wings goo was also affected. It was on its last breath and could not be used anymore. The Sky Canopy goo's injuries were not light, and it was slightly dispirited. After all, it had suffered such a strong impact from the lightning. The lightning Liken's attack just now was definitely the power of a rank 4 goo. The higher the goo's rank, the difference in power of a rank was like heaven and earth. A rank 4 offensive goo needed at least 2 rank 3 goo to defend against it. Of course, the reason why the lightning shield goo died was because it had fought for a long time, accumulating many injuries. To think that this lightning Liken thought so highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing his surroundings. It was pitch black and there was thick smoke everywhere, making it impossible to tell his location. Be careful, that lightning crown wolf has shrunk to the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, and is hiding in the wolf pack. At this time, from the depths of the black smoke, an elder's shout could be heard. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he heard this. This lightning Liken was too cunning and very vicious. It seemed to want to capture all these goo masters in one fell swoop. Just now, it targeted Fang Yuan and did not want to let a single one go. The surroundings quickly lit up with countless pairs of wolf eyes. Low growls and the sound of the wolf pack's charging wind could be heard towards Fang Yuan. In such a pitch-black environment, the goo master's vision was greatly hindered. But the wolf pack had no problem because these lightning wolves had abandoned their sense of smell and had excellent vision. I need to escape as soon as possible. Who knows if I will meet that lightning Liken. Even if I don't meet it temporarily, I will be surrounded by the wolf pack. With only 40% of my primeval essence left, I won't be able to fight a battle of attrition. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, and he activated the earth communication ear grass. More than 10 roots grew out of his right ear, spreading outwards. Countless sounds could be heard. There were wolf howls, sounds of battle, the panicked growls of clan elders, and the blood-curdling screams of lightning wolves before their deaths. Too chaotic. The earth communication ear grass's scouting range was very wide, but it could not differentiate the details. Fang Yuan frowned and could only move towards the side with fewer sounds. But very quickly he encountered a pack of more than 100 lightning wolves. The lightning wolves charged out of the black smoke, each of them extremely fierce. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede, and at the same time activated the sky canopy goo. The chainsaw spun crazily, and the golden centipede was like a large sword, twisting the black smoke and slashing at the wolves' bodies, creating a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan was like a drowning boat, cutting his way through the thorns. One by one the lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But soon there was a second one, a third one after another charging towards it. This lightning leakin is too sinister, actually letting the wolf pack surround me from behind. Fang Yuan rushed in one direction and after a while he kept encountering lightning wolves. He suddenly understood. He retreated as he fought and soon his whole body was bathed in blood. The pressure was too great, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The wolf pack charged at him from all directions, making it hard for him to deal with all of them alone. Guiyuebo, what do you say? At this time the Bai clan leader's voice came from deep within the smoke. Fine, let's work together and break out of here first. Guiyuebo's shout followed closely. This was also because of the situation. Only by working together would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they fought alone, their primeval essence would be quickly depleted by the lightning wolves, and they would be eaten by the wolf pack. Their ending would definitely be miserable. Oh, damn it. The next moment, a wolf's howl was heard, followed by an intense explosion. The two clan leaders shouted at the same time, and could no longer organize the clan elders. Obviously the lightning leakin had launched a sneak attack. It had intelligence that did not belong to a human, and once it attacked, it destroyed the two clan leaders' plans, and disrupted the clan elders' plans to resist. Without the two clan leaders suppressing the situation, could the clan elders cooperate sincerely? This was a huge question. I can't. I have expended too much primeval essence, I need to borrow other people's strength. After charging for a while, Fang Yuan felt tired. He had the strength of two boars, but his muscles were still aching all over. His primeval essence was already insufficient, and there were injuries all over his body. The sky canopy goo could only be used intermittently. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, and its teeth were already broken. In a short period of time, it had killed no less than 1,000 lightning wolves, and among them were a few bold lightning wolves. Among them, a few had defensive goo worms and were harder than iron and stone. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invincible, and without its teeth, its cutting ability fell drastically, becoming a tragic sight to behold. Fang Yuan did not linger and moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass and tried his best to distinguish. Once he heard the frenzy lightning wolf's heavy footsteps, he would immediately change directions and try his best to avoid it. He could not fight 1,000 beast king like the frenzy lightning wolf alone. Once he was pinned down and fell into a heavy encirclement, he would definitely die. I can't accept this. Suddenly the clan elders' miserable cries came from the thick smoke, and the voice stopped abruptly. In the black smoke, the wolf tide surged and many clan elders died tragically in the wolf's mouths, letting out unresigned howls. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but his expression was cold. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His heart did not waver in the slightest. In his previous life, there were many more dangerous situations than this. The current situation was not too bad, and the two clan leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin, so Fang Yuan still had hope. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Fang Yuan heard the sound and immediately changed his direction. He could not hold on any longer, and whether it was the Guiyue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, it was beneficial to him. Kill, kill, kill. From afar, he could hear the Gu master's loud roars and was in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan rushed over, but his momentum suddenly stopped. Bai Ningbing. Chapter 173. Bai Ningbing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fang Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking. Although Bai Ningbing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ningbing's strong desire to live, and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ningbing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? Fang Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding. Then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life is quite interesting. Interesting? Fang Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fang Yuan swung his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed, its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life and death battle? Fang Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be stronger than him. But this was in line with his intentions. If Fang Yuan's attitude softened in order to survive and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fang Yuan, and would even feel a sense of humiliation wanting to kill Fang Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I'm already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fang Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Even a rank 9 Gu master. Even the human ancestor only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fang Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes. Let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life, only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death, but that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him, he was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fang Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die? Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, Path? What is a path? Fang Yuan sneered and continued to get closer. Everyone has their own path, I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path? In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the Holy Land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Path. Not bad, I want to find my path. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fang Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death. As long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fang Yuan and said meaningfully, I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering. He suddenly laughed and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning Aigu, but my vision is obstructed and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me or you can attack me at any time and sneak attack me. It all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed and the surrounding wolves howled. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. All right. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes, But you better be prepared for my sneak attack. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning aigu, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fang Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning aigu, and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes when he charged he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision. But it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fang Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference he could not determine the direction. Cooperate. Bai Ningbing's lightning aigu, and Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two gu stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction we will face your Guyue village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said, "No, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour." Fang Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Hee, then let's turn towards the southeast, how about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry, it is closing up soon. Then let's charge. Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fang Yuan, and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally the two were 5 steps apart and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning aigu and the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through. Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade gu. Chainsaw golden centipede. The long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back, before breaking into pieces. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fang Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two. But precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning leakin attacks Guyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering, Path, no regrets, yes, even Rinzu has to die. There is life and death as long as it is interesting, so what if I die? Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fang Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled. But his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Chapter 174. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away, witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark eye soul physique. But you want to fight me another day, huh? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fang Yuan decided to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fang Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qingmao Mountain. But Fang Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning lichen is more cunning than the thunder crown wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guyue clan, it will be hard to resist. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide. Or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qingmao Mountain's situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the lightning lichen, then Qingmao Mountain will definitely become the lightning wolf's territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the lightning lichen is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs and I will definitely be investigated. Fang Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was Bai clan, Guyue clan or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal Gu worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as well as a healing Gu from the clan treasury, then I will be on my way. Fang Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder. He could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain Yuan stone and Gu worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunderwings Gu could not be used for the time being, so Fang Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain path safe. Soon, the Guyue stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Gu master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man. His eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fang Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word 3. At this age he was already a rank 3 Gu master. His cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius. But Fang Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet and throat, allowed Fang Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fang Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Xueleng. Fang Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask, and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Gu master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the #1 southern border divine investigator Tai Xueleng. He was impartial and emotionless. Many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Xueleng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. He had been famous for a long time and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader and the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fang Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise, and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf and encountered some trouble. We met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Xueleng, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guiyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Xueleng immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guiyue Bo, will die here today. Humph, even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guiyue clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the 2 clan leaders. The lightning leakin was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. Come on, you coward! The Bai family patriarch roared. But the lightning leakin shrunk back again, and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Cunning thing, sigh. Guiyue Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died. But the lightning leakin had intelligence that did not lose to humans and did not fall for it. My life is over, damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves. Just as the 2 clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar. Both of you persevere. The voice reverberated in the forest. The 2 clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the 2 clan leaders. You are? The 2 clan leaders asked at the same time. I am Tai Xueleng. Hiss, Bai clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Xueleng was here. Guiyue Bo knew the reason and was overjoyed, so it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. A bunch of evil beasts. Tai Xueleng's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the Gu worm in his aperture. Boom. A formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous Gu could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Xueleng had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Howl howl, the lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Howl. The lightning leakin at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts. Tai Xueleng stared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rumble, the air rippled and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rank 5 iron hand grappling Gu. The lightning leakin had a crafty nature and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning leakin, chasing after it. The lightning leakin could not escape, and with a loud growl, its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed, and the lightning Leakin was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Xueleng anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Xueleng and the two clan leaders with hatred, before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. It's escaping. Quickly stop it. The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Xueleng just stood at the same spot, not making a move. Divine Investigator, please make a move. Guobo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Xueleng slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl also rushed over, and saw the scene of the lightning Leakin being forced away by the iron hand. Father, you are injured, how can you fight? The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. Ruanan, this lightning Leakin is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it. Tai Xueleng said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Father, how are you? The young girl, Tai Ruanan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Xueleng. No need to make a fuss, it's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood. Tai Xueleng laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Xueleng's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life. The two clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives. The Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Guobo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Xueleng away? He knew Tai Xueleng's motive and smiled proudly. I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jianghu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guo clan will definitely cooperate with you. Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Xueleng said, that's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter Tai Ruanan will be in charge. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. Chapter 175. What? Father, you want me to solve the case? The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. What, you're not willing? Tai Xueleng smiled. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruanan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Xueleng nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years, you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old, this injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old, the rest is up to you. Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure? The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality, Ruanan. Tai Xueleng smiled and turned to face Guobo. Guo clan leader, rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice. You're too kind. Guobo quickly cupped his hands. Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust. The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Xueleng's cup. The wolf tide had just passed and Guo's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Xueleng, Guo's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Guobo sat on the main seat with Tai Xueleng and the young girl Tai Ruanan beside him. In addition, there were Guo Zhong, Guo Guyen, Guo Lian, Guo Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Guo clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Guo Lian, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed. But when he heard that Tai Xueleng was coming, he forced himself to stay strong, to attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Guiyue Mo Qin, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leaken. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leaken's meal. Guiyue Bo stood up, held the cup with both hands and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Xueleng raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself and never drink too much. Because of this he never got drunk. Guiyue Bo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Xueleng had seen this kind of situation many times and comforted him. Chief Guiyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leaken is also injured and the Lightning Wolf Pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years they probably won't attack again. This time the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and fewer, and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leaken would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf, 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf and myriad Beast King Thunder Crown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Chief Guiyue knew this truth better than Tai Ruanan, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great. Just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Guiyue mountain stronghold strength was at rock bottom, and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruanan did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 thunder chi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the 3 clans join forces. Guiyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fang Yuan. But this possibility is too small. Even in our Guiyue clan, there are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid. Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been exploring the flower wine hidden treasure in the rock crack's secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fang Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Guiyue Bo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fang Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change and followed everyone's gaze, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruanan as a peer. Fang Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent, as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Xueleng's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guiyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of Divine Investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Xueleng started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinsheng's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guo Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fang Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guo Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guo Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Who would have thought that Guo Yaoji would do the same in this life? Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fang Yuan, to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guo Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and screamed, "You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me and frame me? How can you be so despicable? How did our Guo clan produce such a thing like you?" Guo Yaoji. Guo Bo's expression changed and he shouted, "Sit down, we have an important guest here, where is the propriety of yelling?" Guo Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guo clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fang Yuan, and angrily sat down. After Guo Bo dealt with Yaoji, he shifted his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go?" Fang Yuan, he is Fang Yuan? Tai Xueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Xueling came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jianghu. But he did not expect that this young elder was Fang Yuan. All of a sudden Tai Xueling's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, he guessed that Fang Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Xueling's attention, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fang Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fang Yuan and expose Fang Yuan. They never thought that Fang Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Xueling is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Xueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. Chapter 176. In the banquet there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fang Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. These words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning leaken and the elimination of Gu masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many Gu masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners, and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guiyue clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now, only Fang Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fang Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fang Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fang Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Guiyue sighed. Since Fang Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. But no matter the result, I hope you can accept it. The others all had different expressions. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak as if he had already accepted his fate. Guiyue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fang Yuan had one as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder, Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fang Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fang Yuan. If he forced Fang Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. But such actions are in line with Tai Xueling's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Xueling was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fang Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jianghu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Guiyue Lian suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fang Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guiyue asked. Fang Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Guiyue Lian speak up for him? Even though Fang Yuan had something on him, during this wolf tide, the chief faction's successor, Guiyue Cheng, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the chief faction had already done their best to protect Qiqing. But the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fang Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Guiyue Lian take the initiative to cover for him? Guiyue Lian sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Guiyue Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with elder Fang Yuan. My granddaughter, Guiyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fang Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Guiyue Bolian's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Guiyue Bo nodded, looking meaningfully at Fang Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Fang Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Guiyue Bolien was so biased towards Fang Yuan. His words, exonerating Fang Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Guiyue Bolien continued, Elder Fang Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder, this old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Qi Lian has worked hard and made great contributions. This is understandable. Humans are not plants. How can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair. How to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Guiyue Bo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future. I hope everyone can understand. Tai Xueling did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Fang Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Guiyue Lian. After the banquet ended, he invited Fang Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Guiyue Lian smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, "It is indeed a tea to cure the hangover." Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale white moon shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows in the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already seen through Guiyue Lian's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Guiyue Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qi Cheng still had a sister, Mo Yen, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Guiyue and Mo Yen became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the Qi faction was legitimate, it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects and no one would follow them. The Qi faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out. The Qi faction was not in a hopeless situation, there was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guiyue and Mo Yen. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the Qi faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the Qi faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guiyue Lian cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my Qi faction. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now, he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire, there would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guiyue Qilian was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past, he had a high status, and the chief faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits. As long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness, the silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side, his face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left. My aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm, the morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%, it was not the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said. 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens, the great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Renzu did not have a good ending. Sai, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left, his life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guiyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while. The moonlight was like water shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guiyue family and the Xiong family, and possess at least 3 spirit springs, can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here. But life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity. The Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition, The Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruanan kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none, that was impossible. After all, Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert, he was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right, the level was very low and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic and enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruanan commented that it was clean. Tai Shueleng nodded slightly. Ruanan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself, just watching from the side is not enough. Thus I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. I'm very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shueleng purposely tested her. Tai Ruanan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight, father. Do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shueleng's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time both of them were silent. Fang Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here. Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened and Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fang Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shueleng took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us. Tai Shueleng suddenly invited. Tai Ruanan glanced at her father but did not say anything. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you this way, please. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, White Form Immortal Snake Goo. Greetings to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, Bai Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a goo. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake goo emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake goo's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding goo to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a goo master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake goo would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake goo entered Bai Ningbing's aperture, not killing him, it should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, my clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guiyue village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area, outsiders can't enter. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued, "It's getting late, why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right?" Elder Fang Yuan is right. Thank you Elder Fang Yuan for your guidance along the way. Elder Fang Yuan, please return. Tai Xueling said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Xueling looked at Fang Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fang Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ruanan frowned. Tai Xueling nodded. I know you have the intuition goo which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much. Don't use intuition goo to solve this case. Yes, father. Chapter 178. Tai Xueling continued, now, analyze Fang Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fang Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word, clean. Tai Xueling nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings, even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it, he was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me if it was any other person would they do that? Tai Xueling asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Gu masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Xueling's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you are saying? You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude. Tai Xueling said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Xueling, Xianxia knew that Tai Xueling lived up to his name. This Tai Xueling had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fang Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yen, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Guiyue and Mo Qin. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient. Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fang Yuan was chased out. Fang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Guyue and Imo Qin sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Guyue village was like this. The clan leader was alive and one of the two ministers, Guyue Lian, was dead, but the Qi faction was not without people. The heir Guyue Cheng was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Guyue Zhong who came from the same faction. And the Imo faction had lost its heir and Imo Qin was heavily injured, falling to rank 2 and could not even keep his clan elder status. The two great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing Gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Guyue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan, to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the two great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Guyue and Imo Qin forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Xueleng had already started to solve the case, and on the other side Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day. What? You said Jia Jinsheng's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed. Tai Ruanan was astonished. This morning she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic Gu master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's Gu master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinsheng's killer? Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Xueleng wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanan pondered in her heart. These are all guesses, there is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic Gu master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and Gu masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, 1 or 2 small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan searched for a long time before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Xueleng softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinsheng's killer, thus they preserved this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruanan answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars with many fatal injuries. Before his death he had an intense battle. But on his body there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanan deduced, he is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox Gu master. Especially the straw sandals on his feet, they are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qingmao bamboo. And Qingmao mountain is rich in Qingmao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Xueleng asked. Before this person became a demonic Gu master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing he is very likely a hunter from Qingmao mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Xueleng retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes, not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruanan said. Tai Xueleng did not comment, neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanan to solve. Tai Ruanan continued to speak. With this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues. As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Xueleng asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic Gu Master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangzheng? How did Fangzheng offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangzheng amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Xueleng to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that Gu Master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fangzheng blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it. Because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fangzheng shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time, how did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu Master was hired by the other 2 clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guiyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious, they had once recruited demonic Gu Masters. Xiong clan Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide, it seems this clue is broken again. But at this time there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are there envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. Humph, these Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guiyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qingmao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guiyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between 3 clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guiyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for divine investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guiyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guiyue Bo looked around and asked, which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other, no one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Imochen clan can take on this responsibility. Guiyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guiyue Imochen snorted and immediately retorted, in terms of qualifications, Master Yaoji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yaoji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Imochen is right. I also recommend Madam Yaoji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Imochen is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guiyue Bo sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Imo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guiyue Yaoji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guiyue Bo watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents. But he decided to wait and see first and not make a move. The Imo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Guiyue Bo thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fang Yuan and the Imo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guiyue Bo couldn't help but think. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan situation for the clan. What? Fang Yuan is volunteering to go? What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy but not Fang Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruanan rushed in. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fang Yuan. It was his younger brother, Guiyue Fangzheng. The other was Guiyue Jianghu. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here? Guiyue Bo stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guiyue clan's internal discussion, how can you just barge in like this? Guiyue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Guiyue Fangzheng. Tai Xueling said. It's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Guiyue Fangzheng was because of Fangzheng's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruanan stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangzheng clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guyue Mo Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother, Fang Jing? Guyue Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guyu Bo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruanan shook her head. The real situation is that Fang Jing killed innocent people and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had a brother, and mistook Fang Jing for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence, an elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guyue Jianghu, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanan came prepared and was not flustered. Guyue Jianghu sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground crying, This subordinate has failed in his duty, clan leader, please punish me. Guyue Bo's expression was gloomy. What's the matter, say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guyue Jianghu's jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today it was exposed by Tai Ruanan. That's what happened. Jianghu stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder, he did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, Wang Er came to take revenge and found Fang Jing. So it was like this. Fang Jing suffered an undeserved calamity, and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fang Jing clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it and shouted at Fang Yuan, Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals, how can you do this? Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guyue Fang Jing was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the divine investigator title. No matter what gu they used or what methods they used to make Jianghu yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinsheng would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes and gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed old man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guyue Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Guyue Fangjing closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties, you can say it out. Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic gu master. I also didn't know that Fang Jing would be implicated, Fang Yuan said honestly. Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fang Jing opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother. Don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough. Guyue Bo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Fang Jing, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shueleng reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guyue Bo's expression softened. Tai Shueleng continued, however, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guyue Bo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Guyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jiafu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guobo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan looked at Guobo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shueleng was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, Father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shueleng's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But Father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shueleng was silent for a while before saying, One day you will understand, Ruanan. But that's good, young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old, I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. This is? Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jiafu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including Fang Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even the second time Fang Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jiafu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Fang Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fang Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shueleng asked. Jia Jinsheng's case has happened a long time ago, it is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinsheng's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean, I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fang Yuan? Tai Shueleng asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said, This Fang Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guiyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live Gu at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shueleng nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruanan paused. At this moment she discovered something and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fang Yuan is very suspicious. After a while she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fang Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fang Yuan in front of him, Guiyue Mo Qin painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fang Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fang Yuan out on the spot. But today he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation, and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Guiyue Mo Qin fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless, it greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guiyue Mo Qin. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, Guiyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe and Fang Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition: you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guiyue Mo Qin heard this and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my MO faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guiyue Mo Qin, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right. Wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guiyue Mo Qin suddenly spoke, Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed. It was Guiyue Mo Yen. Guiyue Mo Qin heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Mo Yen, the clan needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness Guiyue Mo Yen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron goo floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing goo were divided into different categories. Some healed goo masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron goo was its healing goo. An hour later, the live iron goo became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable goo. But its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron goo, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful goo. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7 and above goo followed this law of nature. This way the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other goo were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 goo master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6 he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle goo and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 goo appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong goo masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village. There were many people and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Guyue and Imo Chin, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of goo masters dying from their own goo worms was not rare. Many goo masters forcefully used their goo worms and died from the backlash of the goo worm's power. Not mentioning the distant Guyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Xueling nodded. You finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad, only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruanan closed her eyes and activated her intuition goo. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes, it cannot represent evidence. Tai Xueling reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Hehe, as long as he has the liquor worm he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruanan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fangjing. As his younger brother he should be most familiar with Fang Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past. Fangjing's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled, Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruanan sharply sensed this key word and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade, he probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fangjing said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruanan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why, is there a problem here? In the end, Fangjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your Big Brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your Big Brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruanan replied in a low voice. What? Fangjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your Big Brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruanan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruanan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fangjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fangjing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother. You are so scheming in your heart, am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fangjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan, all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Chapter 182. Once, in Fangjing's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fangjing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fangjing see his weakness. The mountain in Fangjing's heart collapsed. However, so this was just his brother's performance, a play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. Brother, what kind of person are you? Only then did Fangjing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fangjing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Fang Jing said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from? You're right. This is very strange. Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fang Jing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? Tai Ruanan laughed. Fang Jing gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. I want to check the history of the Guiyue tribe. Fang Jing shook his head and spread his hands. The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in then? Fang Jing shook his head. He must be an elder. Is that so? What should I do? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help you. A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guiyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guiyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree. But the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guiyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guiyue Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me, I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guiyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guiyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guiyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guiyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations, it is not strange. Tai Xueling said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Xueling sighed faintly. Ruanan, when I was young I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes black can turn into white and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone, and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white, and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Xueling consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, Father, It is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak. Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. Forget it, it is still too early for you to talk about this, you should focus on solving the case. Yes, father. Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Xueling's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth generation clan leader, flower wine monk, liquor worm? Her eyes brightened. Electric currents flickered and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake Gu, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake Gu's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. How? It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I'm ice and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake Gu also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type Gu worms. It is so strong yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake Gu did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a Gu master. By clan leader's side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice, he had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved, and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by Gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I'm only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form Immortal Snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path, and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me. Because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity. The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fangjing went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fangjing said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder Guilien had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction. Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the wolf tide, the Qi faction and the Imo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fangjing explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all, sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueleng. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueleng around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fang Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fang Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fangjing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility, that is the Qi faction was threatened by Fang Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Fang Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanan racked her brains and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shueleng. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shueleng's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruanan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later she retracted her palm. Soon the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruanan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruanan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruanan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words to others were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruanan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here, to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right aptitude, Tai Ruanan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jianghu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Guolian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use, that is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guolian need it? This situation is too common, it happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Chi Faction's inheritor. Chi Faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guolian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Chi Faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruanan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has B-grade aptitude. Fang Jing said. B-grade aptitude, can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruanan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. Oh. Tai Xueling shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Chi Faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Xueling said, we are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all, unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruanan nodded, Father is right. But other than this method there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo audio goo to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case, please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the 2 of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guobo sat and said with a smile. Sorry to disturb clan leader. Tai Xueling said politely. Tai Ruanan and Guyue Fangjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guobo suddenly said. Tai Xueling said, oh? Clan leader, please speak. This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the 3 clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other 2 clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our 3 clans discussed and held a 3-clan tournament. Only young goo masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the 3-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jiajin Sheng, the situation would be completely different. If Guiyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon 1 or 2 members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If 1 or 2 members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guiyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the 3-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qingmao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guiyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago he made an agreement with Guiyue and Imo Qin. Till now the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fang Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fang Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guiyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the 3 sides agreed to hold a 3-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, this caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating, I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fang Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. As long as he plucked the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the heavenly essence treasure lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then the Guiyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices, the first was the Bai family and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guiyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan had no other choice, the spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guiyuebo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guiyuebo smiled. Tai Ruanan lightly snorted. Tai Xueleng pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fang Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the three-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Xueleng's style. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely and thank you for your understanding. Guiyuebo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guiyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Xueleng was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guiyuebo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guiyuebo was secretly pleased. Guiyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book, only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guiyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanan's tone was not pleasant. Even if Divine Investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guiyuebo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio Gu was crushed. This Gu was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guiyuebo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fang Jing quickly found himself as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruanan also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group, although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guiyuebo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guiyue Mabe was tested to have B-grade aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guiyue Cheng who was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guiyue Cheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Gu. It should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this and was certain. But soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared, he crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Gu's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment, and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have C-grade aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment, and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. What? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fang Jing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fang Jing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fang Jing saw himself on the stage, and at that time he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory, this was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fang Jing, I have a question I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fang Jing's mood. What is it? Ask away, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fang Jing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fang Jing fell into his memories. I think he said, the road? That's right. It's the road. Fang Jing's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange, I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. You're tuning in to the Phantom Sword Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.